This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Welcome to the National Highway Survival Game. Your newbie zone number is 100. Current survivors 10,000/10,000. Since you are new to the game, we will be providing you with a vehicle and a newbie gift pack. Please check for them. Wish you a pleasant journey and a safe arrival at the finish line. National Highway Survival Game. It looks like it's my turn this time. Guan Yi stood in the middle of a straight road, his hands in his trouser pockets. To his right, a cream-colored car, commonly known as a chopped pepper fish head, was parked to his right. 3 months ago, the National Highway Survival Game suddenly arrived. All citizens over the age of 18 were randomly selected to enter. Only those who successfully reached the finish line could escape. On the first of every month, the game selects 1 million players from a pool of candidates to enter the game. The initial service area is small, but it will grow larger over time. The only way to exit the game is said to be hidden in the largest server. Those selected to participate, regardless of their previous health, will be numerically quantified in the game, starting in a state of health. In other words, all negative conditions brought on by illness, injury, disability, and old age disappear, and losers cannot use these as excuses to escape punishment. Of course, trying to escape selection by claiming I can't drive won't work either. The game system will force everyone to learn. The above is from the game rules released upon its arrival. As for more details, Guan Yi peered through the car window at the box tied with a black belt placed on the passenger seat. Everyone gets a newbie gift pack. I wonder if the contents are the same. Guan Yi opened the box without hesitation, revealing several palm-sized supplies. The system prompt sounded again. Awards: steamed buns X5, drinking water 500 milliliters X5, basic parts X5, metal X5, stone X5, wood X5, rags X5, plastic X5, energy X5, weeds X5, simple map X1, highway survival game beginner's guide, initial edition X1, DLC backpack X1, used wallet X1. Guan Yi counted them. Not counting the backpack, there were 13 items in total. The DLC backpack itself only had 20 slots. The chopped pepper fish head had 5 slots for storage, 1 in the glove box and 4 in the trunk. The glove box's storage compartment connects to the backpack and features a dedicated shortcut bar, perfect for storing life-saving items in a pinch. The 4 trunk compartments are only accessible from inside the car and can be used for furniture or other items. Besides, the passenger seat and the footwell are the only storage areas for miscellaneous items. Just like in the real world, don't even think about putting anything that exceeds the available space. After all, the supplies appear very small in the compartments, but once taken out, they return to their original size after a minute, making them completely unusable on the seats. A 20-slot bag, 13 slots for supplies. Don't overreact to the pressure. Guan Yi shook her head. Even as a professional outdoor travel blogger, she still spends her nights playing games in hotels or tents. She's well aware of these classic tropes. What's the most important thing in a survival game? Supplies. What's the most frustrating thing in a survival game? It's having a mountain of supplies in front of you, but your backpack is full and can't fit them all. Guan Yi sighed and began to check everything besides the basic supplies. Let's start with the backpack. In gaming terms, DLC means expansion pack. DLC Backpack 0/20 Introduction. This product was developed by the Data Delete Group and is based on the limited edition peripherals released for the 100th anniversary of Highway 4. Base capacity: 20 standard units. DLC service: unlockable upon payment. Note: this product was listed in the Interdimensional Contraband Convention in 3047 and is now Highway Bureau Contraband number 207. Please stay away from Highway Bureau personnel when using it. Guan Yi: oh this! Why are there prohibited items in the newbie benefits? She searched through her backpack, but couldn't find the payment screen. And she didn't have any money. So Guan Yi put it aside, and picked up her old wallet. It was a pink folding wallet. Perhaps due to long use, the leather on the outer folds had peeled quite a bit. Guan Yi pinched the wallet. It was deflated. When she opened it, it was empty. Her hope that there was money here was instantly shattered. Huh? Just as Guan Yi was about to drop the wallet, she suddenly felt something hard. She reached into the innermost compartment and pulled out a hexagonal metal piece. The metal piece was bronze in color, with a pattern resembling wheel ruts. In the center, a few lines of small characters were engraved. Guan Yi shifted the light several times before she could barely make out the contents. Highway Mileage Association, membership number, 4567. Highway Mileage Association, membership card? A new term appeared, but Guan Yi knew nothing about it. After much deliberation, he put it in his wallet, and tucked it into the right leg pocket of his overalls. Someone's wallet and membership card were both fine. But now it was hers. After inspecting the wallet, all that remained was a simple map and the Highway Survival Game Beginner's Guide, Initial Edition. The former lived up to its name. Aside from a compass marking east, west, and west, it was just a straight road with no road names, no forks, and no building icons. A blank map that players need to explore on their own? Guan Yi raised an eyebrow, thinking he might have guessed something. Regardless of whether this item would be useful in the future, it certainly wasn't going to be useful right now. Putting the map aside, Guan Yi opened the last item he hadn't examined yet. Highway Survival Game Beginner's Guide, Initial Edition, 1. You have one car, and you can only have this one. Please cherish it. Vehicles are upgradable, damageable, non-tradable, and non-replaceable. Newbie bonus. Today's vehicle will be energy-free. 2. The road to the finish line is in the Golden City, which only exists on the largest servers. 3. Drivers, please take care. Upon reaching the finish line, you will return to the real world in your current state. 4. The scenery along the highway changes every 7 days. Drivers, please be mindful of the time and appreciate the scenery. 5. Nighttime driving is dangerous after sunset. We do not recommend leaving your vehicle at night. 6. The risk is proportional to the reward. 7. Supplied boxes will randomly appear on the road. Please collect them as much as possible. We do not encourage drivers to die on the road. 8. Generally, you will enjoy a wonderful solo trip on the road. However, you will meet other drivers at toll booths and service areas. 9. Finally, I wish you all a safe journey and a pleasant trip. I said it, but it seems I didn't. Guan Yi shrugged and transferred all the supplies from the starter gift pack into the DLC backpack. Then, with a pop, the gift box vanished into thin air, leaving only her and her chopped pepper fish head. Just consider this a different kind of trip, Guan Yi reassured herself. A few minutes later, Guan Yi wanted to take back what she had said. An uninvited guest appeared. Not far ahead, in the grass on the right side of the road, stood a humanoid figure wrapped in strips of cloth. It faced Guan Yi's direction, extending its right arm and raising its thumb, as if asking for a ride. Guan Yi, unblinking, stepped on the accelerator and drove straight past. The wind from the passing vehicle nearly ruffled the cloth strips on the other person's body. He didn't even give it a chance to speak, clearly demonstrating his stance with his actions. Sorry, I'm not good at it. After speeding past the other person, Guan Yi looked in the rearview mirror and saw that the person was still standing there, showing no intention of pursuing. Guan Yi breathed a sigh of relief and continued driving at a speed that was only 60 kilometers per hour, even with the accelerator pressed to the floor, until the person was out of sight. It was a pity for the supplied box that just flashed by. Luckily, it was white. It missed it, so it went. No regrets. Okay, actually, I still felt bad. But with something clearly amiss, Guan Yi couldn't stop the car. She could only hope to get away from it and get back on track. Good news. The bandaged monster had indeed not caught up. Bad news. A new mosaic figure had appeared. Guan Yi didn't look away. Wuxi passed by it. Actually, when traveling, she was always willing to lend a hand, offering a ride to those in need. But the prerequisite was that the other person was a human, and someone her sixth sense radar hadn't set off. With the two humanoids that looked so obviously off, there was no need for sixth sense to go off. If Guan Yi wasn't crazy, she would know what to do. Just then, Guan Yi felt a warmth on her right calf. She instinctively reached out to touch it, and when her fingertips were burned, her heart skipped a beat. There was her wallet, which she had put there not long ago. Guan Yi controlled the steering wheel with her left hand, while forcefully pulling her wallet from her pocket with her right. She discovered a hexagonal burn mark on the wallet, located right inside the compartment where she placed her Highway Mileage Association membership card. Clearly, it wasn't the wallet that was hot, but the membership card. Guan Yi picked up the wallet and shook it upside down. The hexagonal metal card landed on the passenger seat with a clatter, but it didn't leave any burn marks on the seat as she feared. Not hot anymore. Guan Yi tentatively reached out to touch the metal card, only to find it felt cool. If it weren't for the tire tread marks still on the wallet, no one would have guessed it had been burned that badly. Hiss, it even has a hidden effect. The moment she touched the card, a line of bold, black text suddenly appeared above it. All cardholders must fulfill their road symbiosis responsibilities. Every Goodwill stop will earn you 2.7 times your mileage bonus. Guanyi. Oh, if it was a mission, you should have told me earlier. Otherwise, she have thought it was a robbery, making her nervous. If she'd known it was a mission, she wouldn't have stopped the car no matter what. Even if it was a mandatory mission, she have chosen one that at least appeared harmless. Those with "I want to kill you" expression on their faces are best left to other cardholders. By the way, is it too late to throw this card away now? Chapter 2. Throwing away the card was just a complaint. Guanyi wouldn't give it up easily. She was no game novice, and could tell the difference between important items and trash. Besides, there's a saying that goes, trash is just misplaced supplies. In a survival game like this, where hoarding is important, even a thread might be useful. Since throwing away the card wasn't an option for now, she had to accept the quest. If I see someone who looks normal, I stop and take a look. Guanyi had barely made up her mind for 2 minutes when her prayers were answered. A new driver appeared on the side of the highway. Good news, they look human. Bad news, there were 2 driver interceptors, one on each side. On the left was a white-haired grandmother, and on the right was a young girl wearing thick glasses. Guanyi, ? Do you have to be so provocative? Please, system, look carefully. I'm driving a 2-seater car, not my own off-road SUV. Suddenly, Guanyi made her choice. Without a doubt, she chose the girl. The premise of a ride is that it's on the same route. No driver would stop for someone going the other way. Little girl, where are you going? Where are your parents? The girl raised a glum hand and pointed in Guanyi's direction. My mom works up ahead, and I came out to play, but my glasses are broken. Annie, can you take me to the store? Guanyi had already noticed the thick glasses on the girl's face. The left lens was indeed covered in spiderweb-like cracks. If someone had severe myopia, it would be difficult to find their way back. The direction was the same. The reason was tenable. The girl looked about 7 or 8 years old. If, like Guanyi, she had been raised free-range, then it was normal for her to be out and about at her age. Most importantly, the girl didn't give her a strange feeling, didn't seem like a pseudo-human. But then again, are there really real people in this game who aren't players? Stop, don't overthink it. Come on, go find your mother. Guanyi unlocked the car door and beckoned the little girl in, not even glancing at the elderly woman on the other side. She was going the other way, and had nothing to do with her. While the rules didn't prohibit backtracking, Guanyi's sixth sense told her it was best not to do so. Guanyi had complete faith in her sixth sense, and she hated herself for not believing it when she was 12 years old. Upon hearing this, the girl groped her way towards the chopped pepper fish head restaurant, opened the door, climbed onto the seat, and expertly fastened her seatbelt. Just follow the map. Map? Guanyi raised an eyebrow and took the crumpled paper the girl handed him. Map supplementary page description. Can be combined with any main map. Number of slots, 1. Wait, 1. Guanyi took out the simple map and combined it. After successfully combining it, the supplementary page disappeared, and a small house slowly appeared on the main map, which originally only had directions for east, south, west, and north, and a road. The house's name on the map was 7th Station, and the chopped pepper fish head logo was only 180 meters away. Guanyi looked up and saw a small house suddenly appear on the right side of the road, where there had been nothing there moments ago. 180 meters in a straight line wasn't a long distance. With Guanyi's eyesight, it was impossible not to see it. Yet, she was certain that before the map showed a house, there was nothing there. So, obtaining the map supplement was a prerequisite for discovering the new building? Guanyi didn't think any further. She started the car and quickly arrived in front of the house with the little girl. The little girl knew the place so well that she didn't even need to look at the road to get inside. After she got out of the car, she ran away so fast that Guanyi couldn't help but touch her face, doubting her own appearance for the first time. Guanyi, am I that scary? Never mind, just think of it as a child missing home. The house wasn't very big, and the exterior looked like a can of orange juice that had been sitting there for years, opened, and the sediment poured in. On the left side of the door, someone had written in large fluorescent green letters, "Every kilometer you drive is worth a reward." Since no one had come to wipe it off, Guanyi thought it might be a store's marketing slogan. To the right side of the door were many posters, some new, some old, some older than she was. Join the Highway Mileage Association, and you get the best supplies. Watch out for the brothers Gonbua and Ganja, they're serious road rage sufferers. If you spot them, report them immediately to 4581 2654 996. Warning, please be mindful of your own safety. We're only giving out bounties to those who are still alive. Every girl should have a heart as strong as a rock. Mi Qingrui. Mi Qingrui's road concert will be held at dusk on May 5th. If you're passing by, come and join us. Today's special. Items weighing 7 or more. These posters are relatively new, especially the one about today's special, which makes Guanyi want to search the trading channel immediately. Before the incident, she seemed to have heard someone on the car's large screen chat radio complain about being unable to lift a mace. Just as Guanyi was about to flip through the message log, the glass shop door slid open, and a woman in gray overalls emerged. Thank you for helping my daughter. Come in and take a look. I can give you a discount. It's just a small favor. No need to be so polite. Guanyi smiled and asked tentatively, Can I come in and take a look if I don't have money? The woman nodded in understanding. Are you a beginner? It's okay. We buy a lot of things too. She pointed at the poster at the door. Since you're helping my daughter, the price is absolutely fair. Guanyi, a beginner? Woman, someone who's just starting to drive on the highway. Come on in and take a look. I get you a glass of water. If the water wasn't poisonous, Guanyi would be happy to get out of the car to moisten her throat. Of course, considering that encountering similar buildings and people might become commonplace in the future, Guanyi felt she had to take the initiative and not stay in her car forever. The shop was ordinary, like a small supermarket attached to a gas station, selling drinking water, food, tissues, and various snacks. Guanyi picked up a bottle of water and examined it. It cost 4 yuan, and the packaging was the same as the one she had opened from the supply box. Alas, she didn't have a penny. I thought my daughter would be brought back by a member of the Highway Mileage Association, the woman said, as she went to the water dispenser to pour water for Guanyi. I didn't expect it to be a beginner. Hearing the familiar term, Guanyi's heart skipped a beat. He then pulled out the hexagonal metal card he had previously tucked back into his pocket. Is that what you're talking about? The woman straightened up, holding the water cup and letting out an "oh." She looked Guanyi up and down for a moment, then spoke meaningfully. Generally speaking, the association doesn't accept beginners. Guanyi raised an eyebrow. Perhaps I'm from the unusual camp? So, Miss Unusual, would you like to check your membership card? The woman handed Guanyi the water cup and, as if to prove something, poured herself a drink. Guanyi took the water cup and handed the metal card to her. Thank you, she said, adding a double meaning. Thank you for your help. The woman shrugged, took the metal card, and returned to the cashier's counter. She placed it on a small square box and began typing away on the keyboard. After a few seconds, she raised her eyelids and looked at Guanyi. Association membership offers many benefits, but also comes with its fair share of hassles. Are you sure you want to join? Guanyi blinked. Can I learn more about it first? The woman pulled a flyer from the shelf behind her and placed it on the counter, tapping the title lightly with her finger. The flyer prominently read Highway Mileage Association, followed by the fluorescent green slogan she had seen at the entrance. Every kilometer you drive is worth a reward. Members can enjoy discounts starting at 12% at stores affiliated with the association, increasing to 50% off as their membership level increases. Members earn points in 2 ways: mileage, calculated based on kilometers driven, with 1 point earned for every kilometer. The other is consumer points. For every 10 yuan spent in a store, 1 point is earned, which can be used directly. Membership points can be redeemed for supplies, both common and rare. The flyer only mentions a few that are appealing, not a comprehensive list. Mileage is more like a membership level. Reaching a certain level unlocks and grants access to special benefits. The association has practically monopolized all the shops along the highway. The woman shrugged, clacking away on her keyboard. She then addressed Guanyi. Basic parts are priced at 2 yuan each. Other materials like metal, rags, weeds, and stone are all 1 yuan each. If you have finished manufactured goods, the price will be higher. Guanyi pondered. I saw a poster outside saying they accept items weighing 7 or more. The woman nodded. No restrictions. 7 is 200 yuan, and each additional unit is 55 yuan more. Fractions are not counted. Please wait, I asked. Guanyi returned to the car, found the person who had previously complained about him using a mace, and sent him a message. Guanyi, do you still have the mace? Send it to me. The other party seemed to be staring at the car's large screen, and replied almost instantly. Peng Luo, extremely heavy mace. Peng Luo, I can't even lift this thing. What do you want it for? Guanyi clicked on the link to view the mace's information. Extremely heavy mace introduction. This mace weighs 103 jin, 103 caddies. The creator only wanted the weapon to be as heavy as possible, without considering whether he could lift it. Number of slots occupied, 1. Weight, 10.3. After confirming it was what he needed, Guan Yi replied. Guan Yi, I said I have a natural gift and can lift a tripod. Do you believe me? Peng Luo, Say it or not. Do you have any food or water? Guan Yi, steamed buns, drinking water, what do you want? Peng Luo, 1 steamed bun, 1 bottle of drinking water, okay. Guan Yi, I can only exchange 1. While 365 yuan was enough to buy her plenty of water and food, it wasn't a big deal, but bargaining was essential. Otherwise, the other party might change their mindset from selling junk to valuable goods and demand an exorbitant price. Peng Luo, water, then. Guan Yi initiated a trade with Peng Luo, placing a bottle of drinking water on her side. After confirming that the item she placed was indeed the super heavy mace, she completed the transaction. This kind of player-to-player transaction doesn't charge a service fee, but both parties must verify the authenticity of the item, which carries some risk. After receiving the items, Guan Yi sent Peng Luo another message. Guan Yi, you may encounter NPCs or buildings along the way. It's your own decision whether to approach them. Be forewarned, the risks are extremely high. Any carelessness could result in account suspension. Peng Luo, got it. Thank you. That was all she had to say. Guan Yi had fulfilled her duty of caution. Now, it was time for her to make some money. Chapter 3. Before selling the mace, Guan Yi confirmed his determination to join the association with the woman. Without further ado, she quickly helped her complete the paperwork. Now this card, numbered 4567, is yours. The woman pointed to the metal card on the counter and reminded her, you only inherited the number, your mileage and points are all cleared. Guan Yi nodded. Thank you. I prefer to do it myself. Inheriting someone else's empire is certainly good, but Guan Yi prefers to build his own. Then, Guan Yi took the mace from his backpack and quickly placed it on the ground before the 1-minute limit expired, to prevent it from hitting him. I'm selling this. Please calculate the price for me. The basic materials can't be sold for now, but it would be a good way to cash in on a larger supply in the future. For now, it's better to sell this useless giant. Weighing 10.3? That's 365 yuan. You got a pretty good deal. The woman first glanced at the mace on the ground, then scanned it with something resembling a barcode scanner and quoted a price. Guan Yi breathed a sigh of relief. It was just luck. I stumbled across it by chance. If I find something similar again, will I sell it to you? The woman nodded. Different stations have different special offers. You better get a map. Theoretically, they come with your membership card. The woman shrugged and didn't say anything more, but her meaning was clear. With second-hand items, if you're lucky, you might get various sales bonuses left by the original owner. If you're unlucky, you only get the original. Guan Yi inquired a little more about the Highway Mileage Association. He tactfully stopped his prevarication when the woman showed a hint of impatience and began to pull a wheeled shopping basket around the shelves, selecting items. 12 bottles/box of drinking water, 3 boxes, 3.5 yuan tiger skin cake, 20 packs, 6.5 yuan instant noodles in a bucket, 10 boxes, 6 yuan wet wipes, 4 packs, 18 yuan for 10 mint hard candies. Wait. Guan Yi paused while shopping and picked up a pack to carefully examine the instructions. Super strong mint hard candy introduction, a refreshing travel essential. 1 can boost your energy and reduce your fatigue by 1 point. Number of slots occupied, 1. Weight, 1. Warning, we do not recommend taking 3 or more mint hard candies in the same hour. It will freeze your tongue and make every breath feel like a whirlwind. Guan Yi leaned over and poked her head out of the shelf, asking the woman over there, excuse me, you just told me you could give me a discount. How much is it? The woman replied, I give you a coupon for 50 yuan off a 300 yuan purchase. After hearing the answer, Guan Yi immediately put 5 packets of mints into her shopping cart. The water cost 144 yuan, the tiger skin cake 70 yuan, the wet wipes 24 yuan, the bucket of instant noodles 65 yuan, and the mints 90 yuan, totaling 393 yuan. It seemed like more than she had in cash, but she had the coupon. After paying, Guan Yi still had 22 yuan in highway coins left. She didn't want to spend it all at once, and she felt anxious because she had no money. After paying, Guan Yi took back her membership card. The change for highway coins was 2 10 yuan bills and 2 1 yuan coins, which she stuffed into her increasingly frayed wallet and put back into her trouser pocket. Guan Yi had made a great purchase and was about to leave when she heard someone calling her. She turned around and saw it was the girl from before. The girl had already changed into a new pair of glasses. Seeing Guan Yi looking at her, she immediately ran over and handed her the item in her hand. "Auntie, these are my old glasses for you." Without giving Guan Yi a chance to refuse, the girl gave her a soft smile and scurried off. Guan Yi looked at the woman, unsure whether to accept them. The woman nodded. "This is her gift of thanks for your help. Take it." Guan Yi didn't hesitate. After bidding the woman farewell, he returned to the car with his loot. After sorting out the other supplies, Guan Yi took the girl's thank you gift and examined it carefully. He was surprised to discover that it was a prop with a limited use. Mischievously repaired glasses, 0/8, introduction. The lens is broken. Even with the tape, it won't last long. Of course, it can still be used before it breaks completely. Number of slots occupied, 1. Weight, 1. Note: wearing the glasses, you can always see what's inside, whether it's a snack jar or a supply box. Apparently, the glasses have a perspective property. Guan Yi tried it out and was able to generate an item link, proving that the item is tradable. With this, the 8 supply boxes are effectively guaranteed safe. Considering some people have mentioned the dangers of opening them, selling them would surely fetch a good price. That said, Guan Yi had no intention of selling them. Firstly, it was only the first day, and few people had good stuff, so it wouldn't fetch a high price. Secondly, it was best for her to keep such a safety-critical item to herself. This girl is so generous. Guan Yi sighed, then stepped on the accelerator. The chopped pepper fish head was on its way again, quickly leaving the small house at the 7th station behind. She had to continue this journey, the destination of which was unknown. Driving alone was boring, so Guan Yi turned on the car radio and entered the chat room. Partly to relieve her loneliness, and partly because she needed to hear what everyone was saying. Of course, watching the scrolling information on the car's large screen would work, but wasn't she driving? While listening to information was slower than seeing it, it freed her eyes to focus on the road. After all, you can't watch videos while driving, but you can listen to the radio. "I don't know how to drive, what should I do?" Just step on the accelerator. If you can't control the steering wheel, just put your hands on it, and the system will take control. No way, it's already this late, and someone still hasn't moved. What did your newbie gift packs give you? I gave you a lot of materials, taking up a lot of slots. I already talked about this before. Everyone gets the same. Some supplies and a bag. I'm different. I got a few extra dog biscuits. Be careful when opening the supply boxes. I just encountered a trap. Dog biscuits are pretty good too. If you're really hungry, they help you out. I'm from Qilu land. Can we form a guild? Let's. You guys are so quick to pick up on this. I still don't understand why we ended up in this crappy place. Ha ha ha, supply box.jpg, I got the supply box. Can't we open it together? I'm a little scared to do it alone. I opened the supply box too, so nothing happened. You said there were traps earlier. Are you trying to trick everyone into not opening boxes? Is the beginner's guide still useful? If not, I throw it away. It takes up space. Everyone's situation is different. Why would anyone want to trick you? If you don't open it, your box won't reach anyone else. Humph, that's hard to say. Guan Yi observed the road conditions while keeping an eye on the chat messages. Unfortunately, most of them were useless, with only a few catching her eye. For example, the image of the white supply box. There were dangers beyond the road. And opening the box might or might not be dangerous. Aside from that, it was just mundane, meaningless chatter. It seemed that being in uncharted territory made people talk a lot more. Of course, this also had something to do with the 10,000 people online simultaneously. It was said that a certain large online game server would require a queue if more than 5,000 people logged in. Guan Yi guessed that only a small number of people were chatting now. The majority were probably, like her, snooping or eavesdropping, otherwise the chat would be much more lively. Recovering from her thoughts, Guan Yi carefully observed the situation on both sides of the car. According to the information, supply boxes would only appear outside the road, not on it. Combined with the other person's words about the dangers beyond the road, it was clear that the game didn't intend to directly feed supplies to players. Guan Yi drove along the road for about 20 minutes, maintaining a frantic 60 miles per hour. Sure enough, she spotted a wooden box with a white beam of light in the grass on the left. Even in daylight, the roughly 2-meter-tall beam of light was clearly visible from dozens of meters away. That's great. With this obvious indicator light, I don't have to stare at it frame by frame. Seeing that she had also encountered a supply box, Guan Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Even though she had just bought a lot of food and water, she still needed supplies to upgrade her vehicle. The scene surrounding the box was in full view, but Guan Yi still waited a few minutes, confirming there were no overt threats, before she got out and opened the box. Since this was her first box, and her glasses had a limited use limit, Guan Yi decided to try her luck and not use her precious items. Obtained: Rags X3, Car Energy X10, Weeds X5, Simple Sleeping Bag Production License X1. What a lucky guy. I actually got a production license. With a production license, players can manufacture the item themselves. Different licenses have different quantity limits. For example, the one Guan Yi received stated a production quantity of 500. Once she had produced 500 sleeping bags, the license automatically expired, requiring an extension stamp to resume production. Or obtaining a new simple sleeping bag production license would work. Of course, that was a matter for the future, so there was no need to dwell on it for now. Car energy is essential for driving a car. Today was the first day, and it didn't require energy to operate. The DLC backpack Guan Yi received was bound to her. It functioned as a storage compartment in her car and a backpack when she got out, allowing her to move the contents of her supply box directly into the vehicle without having to carry them back to the vehicle. Just as Guan Yi emptied the supply box, she received another system message. Detected player emptying supply box. Do you want to dismantle it? If not, it will be dismantled by default. After this, no prompt will be prompted. The player's current selection will be set as the default. If you wish to change, please reselect before opening the supply box next time. Guan Yi pondered for a moment, and before the countdown ended, she chose Do Not Dismantle. She needed to see what she could get with both options before finalizing her selection. Of course, she could reselect each time she opened a box, but that was too much trouble. It was fine in a safe situation like this, but in a dangerous situation where she had to quickly grab everything and run, even a second of delay would be troublesome. So, Guan Yi decided she needed to experiment with the first few boxes and settle on one after determining which one was most suitable for her. And this white supply box is her first experimental product. Chapter 4. Since she had chosen not to disassemble, the box emitting white light remained quietly on the ground. Guan Yi went forward and tried to pick it up. Unlike the feeling of it being welded to the ground just now, she could pick it up this time. Supply box 4. This ordinary supply box has only 4 slots, which can slightly alleviate the problem of having nowhere to store supplies. Note, it can only be used in a car and takes up 1 furniture slot. Guan Yi's eyes lit up. The biggest regret of the stockpiling survival game is the supplies are in front of me, but my bag is full. She currently only has 25 storage slots, and 4 slots is about 1/5 of the capacity. This is good. I will get a few more in the future, and I won't have to worry about storage space. Guan Yi happily put the storage box into her DLC backpack. The note on the storage box said it can only be used in a car, but before using it, it can still be put into the backpack or other storage slots. I just opened a chest with 4 items, so this chest has 4 slots. Is it a coincidence or a design? Guan Yi thought both were possible. After all, she had 2 storage items. The slots in the DLC backpack didn't match the types of supplies it contained, while the 4-slot supply chest perfectly matched. However, the former came with a newbie gift pack and didn't contain anything at the time. Its unique characteristics made it difficult to use it as a direct reference. If she wanted to be sure, she'd have to keep looking for new chests. But if she didn't disassemble the chests, she might miss out on some important materials. Besides, there was no point in having too many small storage chests. It was better to just get a large one all at once. Thinking, Guan Yi had a thought and decided to ask in the chat channel. Guan Yi, does anyone have a supply box left unopened? Does the quantity of supplies inside match the number of slots in the box? The question quickly faded from the ever-scrolling chat. Guan Yi waited for more than 10 seconds, and just as she was about to repost, she saw the answer she was looking for in the latest message. Ko Xia, 3-slot supply box, containing 3 types of supplies. How about you? Guan Yi, great, now I have 2 samples. Guan Yi believes that in the current environment, exchanging information can greatly increase survival rates. The prerequisite is to carefully select. After all, there is no shortage of evil and chaotic elements in the world. Not every piece of information can be trusted, but neither can it be disbelieved. Guan Yi, 4 types of supplies, unopened, resulting in a 4-slot supply box. Guan Yi replied truthfully about her situation. This wasn't confidential information, so there was no need for her to lie. Then, Guan Yi thought for a moment and sent another message. Guan Yi, What supplies do I get after dismantling the supply box? Just like before, the message flooded the vast chat channel and then disappeared. This time, Guanyi didn't wait for an answer. Instead, she kept an ear to the radio and her eyes on the simple sleeping bag production license she had just obtained. This license was white and had no prerequisites. Anyone who obtained it could start production immediately. Minimizing the chat broadcast, Guanyi returned to the main screen of the car. There were 3 icons on it: the broadcast channel, the vehicle status, and the workshop. All 3 apps could be run simultaneously. In other words, Guanyi could listen to the broadcast, craft items, and check the vehicle's condition to perform necessary repairs or modifications. Incidentally, adding energy to the car is also within the vehicle status branch. Simply tap the plus sign on the screen. The system will automatically detect energy stored in the storage compartment or backpack. However, if energy is simply stored in the car's space, such as on the passenger seat, it won't be recognized. The same applies to other items. For example, if Guanyi wants to make a simple sleeping bag, she needs 5 rags and 5 weeds. She must place these items in the storage compartment for the workshop to recognize them and begin crafting. Just enough materials. Guanyi clicks craft, and the corresponding amount of materials is automatically deducted from the storage compartment. A timer bar titled Simple Sleeping Bag appears on the workshop, followed by the words in progress. 259. Currently, the workshop can run up to 3 tasks concurrently. Guanyi thought for a moment, switched from the chat broadcast to the trade broadcast, and posted a message. Guanyi, simple sleeping bag, anyone want one? I need 5 rags, 5 weeds, 1 piece of metal, and 1 basic part as a handling fee. Limited to 499, first come, first served. Unlike the free-flowing chat broadcasts, the trading channel has many rules. For example, posts must be either selling or buying, and must be related to a trade. No spamming is allowed, and each post must pay 1 basic part as a service fee. The system doesn't charge for this either. Links to selling items or names of buying items are extracted and placed in a pinned transaction summary interface, allowing anyone to view and trade. Unless the item sells out or the listing owner cancels it, the item listing will automatically disappear after 24 hours. This time is not calculated in calendar days, but based on the time the item appears. To put it bluntly, this was a poorly written trading platform, the kind where sellers shoulder the transaction fees. At this point, messages were already trickling in the trading channel, mostly looking to buy, with only a few offering items. Since no one had in-game currency, the messages in the channel were all about bartering. Some traded materials for food and water, while others, like Guanyi, offered to do work for others. Compared to the chat channel's constant flooding, the trading channel, with its pay-per-post rule, seemed quite deserted. After Guanyi switched over, it took her only about 2 minutes to read through all the messages. One message caught her eye. The other party was holding a rusty knife, and Guanyi was tempted. Just because I didn't encounter danger just now doesn't mean I won't encounter it again. While the rusty knife doesn't look very sturdy, from another perspective, isn't the rust a kind of enchantment? However, the other party's offer was for 10 pieces of metal. Guanyi didn't want to trade. She wanted to trade her sleeping bag, so she sent him a private message. Guanyi, simple sleeping bag trade for a knife, would you? After sending the message, the other party, perhaps driving, didn't respond immediately. Guanyi didn't rush, instead checking the condition of her newly completed sleeping bag. Simple sleeping bag description. A simple sleeping bag with a zipper and hood. Average comfort, but better than sleeping on the floor. Slots occupied, 1. Weight, 1. The sleeping bag is navy blue, a simple, long strip. It feels pleasant to the touch. To use it, simply unzip it and lie down. The hood can be worn overhead or rolled up like a pillow. In the real world, there's no way this thing could be made of rags and weeds. However, considering this is a game, Guanyi felt everything made sense. While thinking, the workshop icon on the car's large screen suddenly changed. First, a red number 1 appeared in the upper right corner. Then, like crazy, the number skyrocketed, quickly reaching 99 plus. Wow, my business is pretty good. Guanyi happily opened the workshop. Sure enough, it was already fully booked with orders. This is the special feature of the trading channel. As long as the transaction conditions are set in advance, it can achieve a semi-manual assembly line operation. The steps are simple and easy to use. Guanyi simply posts a product link on the trading channel. When others click on it, they will see a detailed description of the product and the price. If you want to buy something, Select Buy and the system will automatically deduct the corresponding amount from your storage compartment. If you don't want to buy something, select Forget, and you won't have to pay anything. After the purchase, whether it's OEM or direct, the product and payment will be directly transferred to both parties' storage compartments after the transaction is completed. If there's no space in the storage box, the items will appear anywhere in the car that has space. If there's no space inside the car, the items will simply appear on the road where the vehicle is currently traveling. Whether the driver can easily get out and retrieve them is their problem. Guanyi stared at the workshop for a moment before continuing on her way. She couldn't stay still. She had to find more supplies quickly. Now, everyone was trading simple sleeping bags with her, earning her supplies, but she also had to trade with others for finished goods. If she didn't have enough leverage, she would be in a very difficult position. Furthermore, cars need to be upgraded. Upgrading a car doesn't require blueprints. You can directly see the requirements, but only for the next level. For example, upgrading from a chopped pepper fish head to a hatchback requires 50 metal, 100 basic parts, 1 level 2 engine. Crafting a level 2 engine also doesn't require blueprints. Simply upgrade the current engine, requiring 10 metal and 15 basic parts. This shows that metal and basic parts are essential needs, and are likely to become analogous to currency in transactions. Besides that, there are food, water, and energy. After all, people need food and drink, and cars need energy to move. Since today is the first day and the newbie gift pack is there, everyone's demand for food and drink isn't high, so Guanyi decided to keep the items he bought from the post station. Guanyi continued driving, still listening to the radio, occasionally glancing at the workshop information on the car screen. There must be quite a few people looking to trade sleeping bags with her, as she always had 3 concurrent tasks. As soon as she finished one, a new one would immediately take over. It was clear that quite a few people needed a sleeping bag. After all, the trunk space in the chopped pepper fish head was too cramped. Even without any furniture installed, it was difficult for an adult to lie down comfortably. The same went for the chairs. It was fine for a quick nap, but sleeping like that all night would definitely leave you with back pain the next day. With a sleeping bag, things were different. It occupied a single space, a regular existence. Once placed, a person created a special space where anyone, no matter how tall or heavy, could lie down comfortably. It's well known that sleep affects one's mental state, and prolonged driving can lead to mental stress and fatigue. If someone drives constantly during the day and doesn't get enough rest at night, they're not far from an accident. This is a very simple truth, easily understood by most people who understand the situation inside the car. This is one of the reasons Guanyi's contract manufacturing business is booming. Of course, with 10,000 people in this gaming zone, she's not the only one with a production license. But because Guanyi's processing fee is so low, other license holders either charge a similar fee or wait until this batch sells out, clearing the market, and then resell their sleeping bags at a higher price. After all, the total number of sleeping bags is limited, so those who act quickly get the goods. It's a seller's market, so Guanyi's business is booming, instantly filling up the 499 available spots. Guanyi. Hee. Once most of the sleeping bags are sold, I can upgrade the car. Chapter 5. The roads provided for drivers in the game are perfectly straight, with no curves or side roads. Before the quest event is triggered, there's not even a single creature. Even if there were, they stay put on the sides of the road, rather than rushing onto the road and causing trouble for drivers, like some who disregard traffic laws. In theory, Guanyi could simply stay awake and keep driving straight. But that was truly boring. If it weren't for the constant chatter and the need to find a supply box, Guanyi suspected she would have drifted off. It was then that the second supply box appeared, also white, hidden in the grass by the roadside. To test her idea, and considering the lack of suitable storage furniture at the beginning, Guanyi didn't modify her disassembly settings for the box. She reached out and opened the lid, keeping it as is. Received, basic parts X3, canned luncheon meat X1, car phone holder X1 Guanyi. I don't even have a phone. What's the point of giving me a phone holder? Is it some goblin taking over my storage space? Despite this, she still dutifully stored all the supplies in her backpack and received a 3-slot supply box. Okay, now Guanyi knows for sure that the empty supply boxes will have as many slots as the items in them. Since that's the case, she chooses to dismantle the supply boxes next time to see what she can find. An hour and a half later, Guanyi spotted a new supply box on the side of the road, and this time it was a surprising twin. 2 glowing green supply boxes, placed side by side on the right side of the road, stood out against the ochre and gray landscape. The supply boxes are sorted from lowest to highest color by white, green, blue, purple, and orange, with the rarer supplies appearing the further down you go. But in the early stages, rarity isn't necessarily a good thing, as it could reveal items that are beyond your current level, leaving you with nothing to do but watch, with no benefit to your current situation. It's like a level 5 player suddenly finding a legendary item that requires level 40 to equip. They can only drool over it, unable to use it themselves. Green is good. It's better than white, but not too much. But having two of them pop up at once feels strange. Would the game be so generous, so kind? Guan Yi thought it unlikely. Pouting, Guan Yi checked her surroundings for danger, then got out of the car and walked towards the two boxes. Then she saw a few words written in white chalk on a stone between the two boxes. Left or right? You can only choose one. Greed will be severely punished. I told you, this is normal. Guan Yi rubbed his chin, looking left and right. The two boxes were identical in color, shape, and size, and there were no other clues nearby. It was most likely a game of pure luck. What a shame, Master Treasure Chest. The days of verifying bloodlines are over. Guan Yi pulled the glasses the little girl had given him from his DLC backpack and held them aloft, just like the game character, shouting out a Doraemon-esque voice. Dang 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 dang. Barely repaired glasses. Having traveled alone for years, Guan Yi had long since grown accustomed to entertaining himself. Chatting with himself became a regular occurrence. Besides, now that she was the only one on the road, she felt even more reckless. Putting on those thick glasses, Guan Yi's vision of the surroundings suddenly became blurry, even slightly dizzy. This little girl's myopia is so severe. I'm dizzy, so dizzy. Guan Yi held her glasses with one hand and her head with the other, enduring the discomfort that felt like she just sat in a spinning cup 10 times in a row, and shifted her gaze to the boxes. Then, Guan Yi discovered that the two supply boxes were the only two things she could see clearly with her glasses on. Green box, left Ammo X5, metal X20, basic parts X37, orange juice, 200 milliliters, X5, drinking water X13, axe X1, wood X12, stone X21. Green box, right basic parts X31, rags X20, engineer shovel production license X1, car refrigerator production license X1. Guan Yi longed for the Ammo and coveted the axe, but she wanted the two production licenses for the engineer shovel and car refrigerator even more. Giving a man a fish is worse than teaching him to fish. A production license is still more valuable. The green box on the left contained a lot of goodies, while the green box on the right was more stingy, with only 4 items. However, considering that 2 of them contained production licenses, the difference was not only evened out, but might even be slightly higher. The only concern now was the materials required for the production licenses. If they were extremely expensive, Guan Yi wouldn't be able to make them, and she wouldn't be able to quickly cash them in. The green box is only 1 level higher than the white one, so I don't think it should be much higher. After much deliberation, Guan Yi chose the production license. Before opening the box, he chose to disassemble the one containing only 4 types of supplies. Gain, metal X5, wood X8. As Guan Yi opened the box on the right, she observed the box on the left. The box remained the same, its shape, size, color, and location unchanged, but the supplies inside had been instantly replaced. Originally, it contained materials, food, and weapons. Now, it was filled with venomous snakes, and venomous snakes. Guan Yi shuddered at the sight of the colorful, tangled reptiles, instinctively taking 2 steps back, almost instantly breaking out in goosebumps. If someone saw the box still there, and greedily took it. Too horrible. Stop thinking about it. Since everything was already in her backpack, there was nothing here worth her lingering. Guan Yi took off her glasses, and then took a few steps back to make sure the contents of the box wouldn't suddenly jump out and attack her. Then she immediately turned and ran towards her car, fearing that if she was a step too late, she would be entangled by those terrifying creatures. In fact, Guan Yi had seen many unsettling-looking insects and reptiles during her years of outdoor travel. She wasn't afraid of these little creatures, but she still felt uneasy. She was probably the type who wouldn't scream and stamp her feet and run away when she saw one, but she also wouldn't get too close to observe them out of curiosity. There was no way around it. Her physiological reactions were hard to overcome, and Guan Yi wasn't going to force herself. Besides, judging by the appearance of the snakes in the box, running as far as she could was not too much. Even if Guan Yi couldn't identify their species at a quick glance, she still knew the common sense of stay as far away as possible from a snake. After locking the car door, Guan Yi finally relaxed. Like a child who had just bought a new toy, she eagerly pulled the production license from her backpack and collected it in the production catalog in the workshop. Engineer Shovel 1.0 Introduction. A shovel that can attack and defend, dig and chop, and you can even fry an egg with it. Slots occupied, 1. Weight, 1. Crafting materials, 8 metal, 2 wood, 1 rag. Production quantity, 150 car refrigerator introduction. I know you're used to putting food in storage compartments to keep it fresh, but that thing doesn't have a refrigeration function. Slots occupied, 1. Weight, 3. Crafting materials, 7 iron sheets, 2 wood, 7 basic parts. Production quantity, 100. Engineer Shovel uses basic materials, while refrigerator requires secondary processing of metal into iron sheets before it can be completed. 1 iron sheet equals 2 metals, which can be processed directly in the workshop. Guan Yi glanced at the workshop orders on his car. He had recently completed 43 sleeping bags, earning 43 basic parts and 43 metals. Seeing the abundance of materials, Guan Yi immediately took advantage of her privilege as the workshop owner and crafted 2 engineer shovels to serve as her own weapons before continuing with the sleeping bag order. Guan Yi continued driving, picking up 2 more white supply boxes along the way. Both times, she didn't wear her glasses, only opening them after ensuring the surroundings were safe. Good steel should be used where it counts. It's best to be frugal with something you don't know when you get back. Besides, she was no longer the unarmed woman she had been before. With the engineer shovel in hand, Guan Yi felt a surge of courage, greatly alleviating her fear of insufficient firepower. And so, as they drove on, dusk fell. Guan Yi pulled over to the side of the road, ready to rest. The newbie's guide mentioned that nighttime is dangerous, and it's best not to get out of the car, so some preparations needed to be made now. In case darkness suddenly descends after sunset, that would be troublesome. When Guan Yi first inspected the vehicle, she noticed that while the chopped pepper fish head didn't have a spare tire, it did have a standard warning triangle, which was included in the vehicle's entirety, not occupying any extra storage compartments. At the time, she felt it would be useful, and now that she thought about it, it was probably now. Guan Yi estimated the distance to the rear of the car to be about 80 steps. After stopping, she glanced back at her car and decided it was about time to stop. This spot should be fine. Vehicles temporarily stopping on the highway at night are required to display a reflective warning sign, the one that opens to a triangle and closes to a rectangle. In addition, they had to activate their hazard lights to alert oncoming vehicles. Although she was the only car on the road, Guan Yi felt it was best to follow the rules. After locking the car door, Guan Yi pulled out a wet wipe, wiped her face, then wiped her hands carefully. Then, she unwrapped a tiger skin cake and prepared to eat. Guan Yi remembered that when she arrived at the game, the time on the car's large screen had been around 7 a.m. Now, it was 6:33 a.m. Dusk was almost over, and night could arrive at any moment. Daytime is likely from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., a total of 12 hours. Guan Yi unscrewed a bottle of drinking water, then, holding the cake in one hand and the water in the other, began to eat. Taking a bite of the tiger skin cake, Guan Yi was immediately captivated by the crispy exterior and soft interior. Perhaps because she hadn't eaten much that day, she simply felt that this 3.5 yuan cake was even better than the 35 yuan cakes sold at some pastry shops. The portion was quite large. Guan Yi estimated that she would be almost full after eating one. If not, she would drink a few more sips of water. So, while enjoying the delicious tiger skin cake, Guan Yi opened her personal dashboard and summarized her gains today. Personal dashboard name, Guan Yi, 26, license plate number, GL0305GY7517, HP, 100/100, fatigue, 0.8, strength, 5, agility, 5, perception, 5. After parking for 5 minutes, the fatigue value stops increasing. Similarly, after driving for 5 minutes, the fatigue value will be recalculated. My current fatigue value is 8, calculated at 1 point per hour, which means I drove for 8 to 9 hours on the road. Guan Yi shook her head. When the fatigue value reaches 10, people will faint directly, and will not wake up until it is cleared. By the way, sleeping naturally at night will reduce the fatigue value by 2 points per hour. Fade directly, regardless of day or night, the fatigue value will decrease by 1 point every 2 hours. Clearly, fainting is not only dangerous, but also incredibly uneconomical. Too dangerous. I have to keep my fatigue level below 8 tomorrow, otherwise I'd be in a difficult position if I have to drive all night. Although she had mints, they were her ultimate weapon, not something she could just enjoy on a daily basis. After all, she didn't know where the next road station was. And she only had 22 road coins in her wallet. As expected, whether in the game or in real life, there's never enough money. Chapter 6. After Guan Yi finished dinner, it was completely dark. Although the rules didn't specify the time of night, she assumed it would be after dark. Her fatigue hadn't yet recovered, so working through the night was out of the question. After a quick meal and a quick cleanup, Guan Yi began to inventory her supplies, preparing to use the evening to do some business. But she had been sitting all day, her back ached, and she longed for a comfortable lie-down. So, Guan Yi reached for the box symbol above the air conditioning vent on the left side of the console, and in the blink of an eye, she was in the cramped backseat of chopped pepper fish head. The backseat was divided into 4 compartments, with a circular disc in the middle just big enough for one person to stand. Guan Yi appeared there after being teleported in. To leave, she simply stepped on it and silently chanted teleport. Each compartment in the space could be used to place furniture. But before anything was placed, all the compartments were connected. Simply put, without a bed or sleeping bag, Guan Yi had 2 options at night: either lay the seat flat to sleep or curl up in this space. But now she had a simple sleeping bag, so simply stepping into the compartment where the sleeping bag was placed would automatically jump her into the sleeping bag's dedicated space. The system automatically hibernates without forcing her into the sleeping bag space, so Guan Yi could do whatever she pleased, sitting, lying, or sprawling. So far, all 4 rear compartments were occupied, 2 storage boxes in the top 2, a simple sleeping bag on the left of the bottom 2, and a car refrigerator on the right. She had the workshop build this while she was eating. Guan Yi first walked to the refrigerator compartment, opened it, and pulled out 12 bottles of drinking water, placing 6 in the refrigerator and 6 in the freezer. When she was outside the car, her DLC backpack automatically transformed into a small bag on her back. She had to manually remove the bag to put things in, and she couldn't access the resources in the chopped pepper fish head built-in storage compartments. But when she was in the car, Guan Yi could open all the storage compartments with a single thought and take whatever she wanted. Freeze some. Who knows when you might need ice? As for anything else, Guan Yi didn't think of putting anything else in. As the refrigerator's own instructions said, the storage compartments kept food fresh, preventing spoilage. She loved using them. Of course, if the storage compartments ever ran out, she could just stuff some items into the refrigerator, freeing up a few compartments for other items. Thinking of this, Guan Yi's eyes rolled. She pulled out her bucket of instant noodles, with hot water, and canned luncheon meat, and placed them on top of the refrigerator. As she guessed, they could really be stacked. They have a long shelf life, and won't spoil if left outside. This is a good place for them. Guan Yi nodded with satisfaction, then stepped over to the sleeping bag compartment and lay down. While soothing her sore waist, she opened the storage compartment and took inventory of her supplies. Materials: basic parts X180, metal X123, stone X13, wood X14, rags X26, car energy X15. Food: drinking water X28, tiger cake X19, steamed buns X5, mint candies X5, 10-piece pack. Special items: simple map X1, highway survival game beginner's guide, initial edition, X1, used wallet X1. Furniture: supply box, 4, X1, supply box, 3, X1, car refrigerator, click to expand plus, X1, simple sleeping bag X1. Supplies: car phone holder X1, wet wipes X4, paper clips X5, hairpins X2, barely repaired glasses, February 8th. Weapons: engineer shovel X2. These are all items in the storage compartment. For example, the water that was just put into the refrigerator has been classified in the refrigerator's own storage. Click to expand to see it. As for the beef noodles and canned luncheon meat, Guan Yi will have to observe them with his naked eyes. The storage compartment will not count them either. After sorting, Guan Yi's storage is as follows: DLC backpack, 12/20ths, chopped pepper fish head internal storage, 12/12ths. By the way, highway coins are also real currency and will occupy a separate grid. Guan Yi decided to stuff the road coins into her wallet, then into her storage compartment. She originally planned to put them in her pants pocket, but considering the possibility of losing them, she opted for a safer approach. Mainly, she still had some spare space in her storage compartment, so there was no need to start packing up to the hilt. The upgrade requires a total of 60 metals, plus 115 basic parts. So, it seems I have enough. Guan Yi smacked her lips. When she first seen the requirements, She had no idea. But after a day, she realized that if it weren't for the simple sleeping bag business, she wouldn't have been able to gather the necessary materials. This gave her a deep understanding of the difficulty of the upgrade. Never mind, let's upgrade. Guan Yi opened the upgrade interface and saw that the requirements for sufficient materials were already checked. Upgrading a level 1 car to a level 2 car requires 50 metal, checked, 100 basic parts, checked, and a level 2 engine, upgradable. Guan Yi first upgraded the engine, a process that took 20 minutes. He then upgraded the vehicle, which took another 2 hours. Guan Yi slapped his forehead, feeling a bit frustrated. Making a sleeping bag in the workshop took time, so upgrading the car surely would have taken time too. Why hadn't he thought of making the engine first? What a waste of time. So inefficient, so annoying. I won't do that again next time. Working in the workshop, Guan Yi had nothing to do for the time being. He didn't need to drive at night, and there were no entertainment options besides chatting, so he just kept selling things. Guan Yi, engineer shovel limited to 148, OEM fee for any 10 materials, drinking water 5 bottles, 15 basic parts per bottle, mint hard candy 10 pieces, can be disassembled. Interested parties, please bring a price of $. I won't reply if it's not suitable. Don't send the same price twice, or I block you if you're harassing me. When Guan Yi was outsourcing the simple sleeping bags, she asked for a very low price. Firstly, everyone was short of money at the time, and secondly, it was a necessity, so she was willing to offer a small benefit without sacrificing her own profits. Now it was different. It was already dark, and everyone had some savings after a day's walk. Moreover, the engineer shovel itself was very cost-effective, at least better than that rusty knife. She was sure there must be someone who knew what it was. Come to think of it, that person still hadn't replied. But now she always dual-wields the engineer shovels when she goes out, and even if that person replied, she wouldn't switch. Drinking water was also in short supply. Although some was included in the newbie gift pack, if you used it sparingly, it should be enough to get you through the first 2 days. However, when it comes to food and water, Chinese people have an extraordinary desire to hoard, especially during this abnormal situation, when hoarding becomes even more frenzied. So, after several market price fluctuations, the price of drinking water has been roughly fixed at 15 metal or basic parts. The same applies to food. Steamed buns are fixed at 5 basic parts, regular instant noodles are 10, and more flavorful ones fluctuate between 5 and 30, rarely exceeding 30. Clearly, on this day, people accustomed to using currency finally found a temporary substitute: 2 materials for vehicle upgrades. Basic parts and metal. Food and water are actually hard currencies, but with so much buying and so little selling, they can't circulate effectively and can't bear the responsibility of temporary currency. For example, Guan Yi didn't want to sell her bucket of instant noodles with hot water. This product, which can satisfy both hunger and thirst, and has a long shelf life, of course she wanted to keep it for herself. After Guan Yi sent her message, her private messages immediately exploded. Furthermore, a flurry of people in the chat channel tagged her, trying to bargain or sell their own items, fearing she'd be too slow to read their messages and sell out by the time it was their turn. This wave was mainly focused on people looking for mint candies. Because the drinking water and engineer shovels were clearly marked with their prices, they sold out in 3 seconds, perfectly recreating the coupon grabbing situation on a certain app every Wednesday at 10 a.m. Guan Yi opened the private messages and set some filters, first blocking those who were playing the victim, using insults, and asking for money online, then reading through them one by one. In chronological order, Guan Yi selected the 10 buyers, whose offers most met her expectations, and sent them trade requests one by one. Then, after all the items were sold out, Guan Yi received 70 pieces of metal, 21 pieces of wood, 30 pieces of weeds, 120 pieces of basic parts, 2 bronze keys, photos of steel wave and steel track, and 14 pieces of car energy. Some materials were essential for upgrades, while others had no current uses, but Guan Yi could cash them in at any store affiliated with the Highway Mileage Association. The bronze key was useless now, but would be very useful in the future. As for the photos of the 2 road rage brothers, Guan Yi thought she could try to claim the bounty once she found their phone number. The 10 mint candies were sold out, but the private messages kept coming in. Guan Yi had no choice but to block all messages for the time being, then frantically posted messages in the chat channel: mint candies sold out, stop sending, or I block you. Items with effects are really hot. Guan Yi rubbed his chin, feeling like he discovered a new trade route. She could buy more ordinary materials and resell them to the shop, then buy special effect items and water supplies from the shop and resell them to other players. She just didn't know how many people were traveling this road together. If everyone had a membership card, it wouldn't be worth much. Supplies are sorted, and what needs to be sold has been sold. Stock up the refrigerator for now. There's no rush. Guan Yi wondered if the increasing heat during her drive today was just an illusion. If not, her refrigerator would probably fetch a high price in the coming days. The same goes for the ice water. Since she needed it herself, Guan Yi kept the remaining drinking water. Unless she could find another store affiliated with the Highway Mileage Association, Guan Yi wouldn't use her personal reserve. Members earn 1 point for every 10 yuan spent in the store. The point system isn't calculated immediately, they're updated promptly at 7 a.m. the following morning. Considering that sleeping at night restores 2 points of fatigue per hour, Guan Yi only needs to go to bed before 2 a.m., ensuring 5 hours of sleep, to clear her fatigue. So, she planned to wait until her car was upgraded before going to bed. She couldn't wait. With this hanging over her head, she couldn't sleep at all. The weight was unbearable, so Guan Yi re-entered the chat channel to see what everyone was saying. The newbie bonuses are over tomorrow. Have you stockpiled energy? It's so boring. I've been driving all day, and my back aches. You're no longer bored when you encounter monsters. Look at all the people who disappeared. I hate games that rely on luck. Why can some people get production licenses, while I can only get materials? It's unfair. I stockpiled 12 energy points. I hope it's enough. Please stay vigilant. Just because there's no danger today, doesn't mean there won't be danger tomorrow. The game cycle is 7 days. Will we all be on the same server for the next 7 days? Laughing is a good thing. Luck is also a part of skill. What's the point of just complaining about unfairness? Go find a GM if you have the guts. Next cycle, we definitely be on a larger server. The rules are clearly written. Only the largest server has a way to leave. Everyone, you have to fight to survive. Anyone want to chat? Private chat. Let's talk about something suitable for the evening. Did anyone get stopped by the roadside? I didn't dare stop, just kept driving. I drove a lot of useless junk today. Is anyone collecting it? Private message me, and I send it to you. I'm evading taxes and leaving. 9921/10,000. 79 people died on the first day. Sigh. Is it possible for those who died in the game to return to reality? The rules of the game are a lie. Isn't that often the case in novels? Fake rules and all. Please be cautious, and don't challenge the rules lightly. I also encountered an NPC that stopped the car, and it kept looping. I almost thought I couldn't get out, but thankfully, it stopped afterward. Guan Yi pondered. It turns out that simply driving forward could have ended the car stop incident. Why would I be the odd one out by choosing to approach the NPC? But this server originally had 10,000 people. I couldn't have been the only one taking the risk. There would always be someone brave enough to try. So what about their people? Did they, like me, choose to hide this experience? Or did they approach the wrong NPC and get eliminated? Guan Yi hoped the former was more common. Even if she had competitors, it wouldn't matter. At least it would prove that approaching NPCs wasn't that dangerous. But if it was the latter, she'd have to be extra cautious the next time she encountered something like this. Guan Yi sighed at this thought. Just then, the vehicle suddenly shook violently, making a rattling sound. 5 seconds later, the shaking stopped and the space expanded. The vehicle upgrade was complete. The chopped pepper fish head was upgraded to a hatchback. Guan Yi, oh yeah. Chapter 7. It was nighttime, and Guan Yi couldn't risk getting out of the car just to see the changes to its appearance after the upgrade. Thankfully, the vehicle status page contained a 3D image of the entire vehicle and detailed information, so she could just look at the electronic version. Car name, Eternal Turbo 2. Model, hatchback, 5-seater, color, silver. Durability, 100 out of 100, less than 20 requires professional repair, interior space, December 15th, +7, top speed, 80 km per hour. Vehicle condition, good. Energy status, 10 out of 10, plus, clearly, the biggest change to the vehicle after the upgrade came from the storage compartments. From the original 5, the capacity had instantly expanded to 15. One compartment remained in the glove box, and the remaining 14 compartments were all located in the trunk. The +7 in parentheses indicates the addition of 7 compartments, representing the total space of the 2 small storage compartments Guan Yi had equipped the car with. It can hold more stuff. Guan Yi was quite pleased with this, as it meant she could outfit the car with more furniture, such as bathroom and kitchen items. This car would obviously be with her for a long time, so a more comfortable living experience would be fantastic. In addition to the space, the vehicle's appearance and durability had also been improved. The appearance remained ordinary, while the durability increased from the original 50 to 100. Even the best car would wear out with constant use. For example, before the upgrade, Guan Ye's car's durability was 4950, and that was only possible because she hadn't experienced any unexpected events like bad roads or collisions with foreign objects. In the chat channel, there were some unlucky people whose durability had dropped below 30. Fortunately, repairing durability is relatively simple. Above 20, players can self-repair using basic parts, though it takes time. Below 20 is a problem. It requires a professional, and no one knows where to find such a professional. Upgrading a vehicle can repair its current durability. This is a very thoughtful design. It can even save life in a critical moment. After comparing all the changes after the vehicle upgrade, Guan Yi checked the time. It was 9:59. If nothing else, she would rest. Although she wasn't sleepy yet, she needed to sleep. Guan Yi, missing her phone, crawled into her sleeping bag. Just as she was about to find a comfortable position, the vehicle began to shake violently again. Along with the shaking came the sounds of thumping, and a series of muffled but eerie growls. More than one, Guan Yi couldn't sleep any longer. She jumped to her feet, immediately turning off the car lights. Then, kneeling in the now larger trunk, she lowered her presence and carefully pressed her face against the car window, trying to see what was happening. It wasn't completely dark outside. The streetlights scattered along the highway provided some illumination, and combined with Guan Ye's hazard lights, which had been on, she could barely make out the things still thumping against the car. It was a swarm of soft-bodied creatures. They were hammering their bodies against the car door like a tossed balloon. Pa! Bang! Pa! Bang! Guan Yi had no idea what they were. She had never seen anything like them in the real world. If she had to describe them, they resembled the metallic, liquid slime from some video game. Coincidentally, while Guan Yi was hiding in the car observing the attacker, the chat channel was already in an uproar. Help! What the hell is this? My stamina keeps dropping. What should I do? Does anyone have a solution? The slingshot isn't working. Where are your weapons? Ah, has everyone else encountered this? I'm relieved it's not just me. Fuck, it's still crashing. Is this a team-wide wipe? Give up. There's no going back to this lousy place anyway. I die sooner or later, so the sooner I die, the sooner I be reborn. Bullshit. If you miss, why don't you just open the door and get out? Why are you hiding in the car? Stop arguing. We're all in similar situations. If we can handle it, we can all handle it. If we can't, we die together. We have company on the road. Help. My place is haunted. A ghost is coming. Guan Yi calmly watched the guy knocking on her car window. He came from behind the road, first dispelling the metal ooze that kept hitting the car, then circling around to the driver's side, trying to speak to her. Transmitted back to the driver's seat, Guan Yi slowly lowered the half window, smiled at the translucent person in a gray uniform outside, and said, "Thank you for helping me get rid of those things. I'm truly grateful." The translucent person said nothing, simply handing Guan Yi a rusty cylinder. Guan Yi tilted her head, and suddenly an idea struck her. She blew into the cylinder, and the rusty instrument lit up green. The translucent person retracted the instrument, nodded, and pulled another mass from its body like a thread. Shaking it, it transformed into a form, and handed it to Guan Yi. Guan Yi looked down. It was an application form, listing numerous reasons for being parked on the highway at night, and placing a warning triangle behind them. Vehicle damaged, rescue required, at own expense. Vehicle damaged, no rescue required. The night view is beautiful, I like to see it. Rest in progress. Waiting for someone. Observer. Lost. Other, fill in the blank. Guan Yi pretended to think while quickly scanning the chat channel. Unfortunately, the person who had just claimed to be haunted had disappeared, and the channel was still filled with useless messages like awe and help. Knock knock. The translucent figure knocked on the car window, urging Guan Yi to hurry. The other party's attitude was obvious, and Guan Yi could no longer delay. He pointed at the rest in progress button and said, "Driving at night is too dangerous. I'm afraid of fatigue, and there are no motels nearby, so I have to stop on the road. Sorry." Generally speaking, such parking on the highway is not allowed, so choosing vehicle damage is a legitimate reason. However, since he didn't know if the translucent figure had any other abilities, like checking for vehicle damage, Guan Yi chose to be safe and tell the truth. There were still many days ahead, and she had to park her car every night to rest. She couldn't just claim her car broke down every time. After Guan Yi's explanation, the translucent figure nodded, then took the form, flipped it over, and tore off a slip from the back, handing it to Guan Yi. Guan Yi's heart sank, thinking it was some kind of ticket. But after taking it, she realized it was a nighttime parking permit. The permit was palm-sized, like the little signs KFC and McDonald's used to give. You stick it on your car window when you ordered food at a drive-thru, and in the early days, you get a small Coke as a bonus. Nighttime parking permit instructions. Stick it on your car window to avoid the hassles of nighttime parking. But don't forget to put up the warning sign and turn on your hazard lights. Validity, permanent. Note, valid if removed. After reading the instructions, Guan Yi looked up at the translucent figure in a gray uniform. He touched the brim of his hat, as if in a salute, and then, just as he had come, drove the same gray, translucent car and disappeared onto the road ahead. So thrilling. Guan Yi leaned back in her seat, and took a break for about half a minute before regaining her composure, closing the car window, and returning to her sleeping bag in the trunk. Bad news. She couldn't sleep at all. Good news. No one else could either. The chat was still buzzing, but compared to the initial panic, the situation was much better now. Since everyone had realized the slime was only making noise from the outside, and couldn't actually get in, many felt safer. Durability would decrease, but not rapidly. Repairs can be done as long as we stop the car. Turn it on now. Let them fight if they want, it's okay. Help, can someone trade something with me? I'm out of basic parts. Even at a loss, I can't keep hammering away at this thing all night, right? Who can sleep like this? What if I lose sleep and don't get enough sleep, and my fatigue doesn't subside? What will I do tomorrow? Let's wait a little longer. I don't think we can attack all night. Will we be able to go out and kill them later when our weapons are ready? +1, I wonder if they drop equipment and treasures. Guan Yi lowered his eyes, then recounted his experience, converting it into a text message to the chat channel. Guan Yi, before nightfall, place warning triangles and turn on the warning lights as required. Translucent figures in gray uniforms will appear to help drive away monsters. They test for breathalyzer or something. I chose rest on the questionnaire and was given a night parking permit. After saying that, Guan Yi added, Guan Yi, I'm not sure if it's inevitable or just a random occurrence. I'm also not sure if it's truly risk-free. Those who want to try, think carefully. I'm only sharing the information I encountered and don't assume any responsibility. Oh shit, it's Guan Yi, the salesman. Why did I forget to put up the warning sign? I did put it up. So why didn't I encounter that incident? Translucent man, that's the ghost I just encountered. It knocked on my car window, but I didn't dare open it, and it left after a while. Woohoo! Did I miss something? The one in front. Did it chase the monster away for you? It chased it away, it chased it away. There's no movement outside my car. Wrong, wrong, wrong. But you have another chance tomorrow. After applying this, will the NPCs still appear tomorrow? If not, what will happen to the monsters? Guan Yi, I only provide the information I know. I don't know the details you're asking. This person's concerns are not unreasonable, but Guan Yi believes these monsters won't attack all night. As for whether putting the sticker on the car will eliminate the need for help to drive them away, Guan Yi believes that everything has its pros and cons. Whether to choose monsters you've seen or other unknown dangers is a matter of personal consideration. In any case, she chose the slime. Lying in her sleeping bag, Guan Yi stared at the split screen of the car's large screen. A bonus from the car upgrade, allowing her to use the screen in the trunk as well. It was still discussing tonight's dangers. After all, only a minority, like her, had already dealt with them. Most people still endured the fear of being hit. The monsters vanished at midnight. They appeared and disappeared as suddenly as they appeared. If it weren't for the car's actual durability being depleted, people would have thought they were hallucinating. Regardless, tonight's crisis should be over. The discussion in the chat channel continued, centered almost entirely on the metal slime and the NPC Guan Yi had mentioned. Judging by the intensity, it might not be finished before 2 a.m. Between chatting and sleeping, Guan Yi chose the latter. After all, her fatigue level was there, and she still had to drive tomorrow. And so, Guan Yi slept a restless night in her sleeping bag, having several bizarre dreams. At 7 a.m., she was abruptly awakened by a message. 7 o'clock asphalt news has arrived. Please check. Chapter 8. Guan Yi opened her eyes, and saw a large green envelope floating in the air before her. She hesitated for a few seconds, then raised her hand and poked it. As if activated, it instantly transformed and unfolded, revealing its contents, divided into 3 sections. 7 o'clock asphalt news, Destruction countdown 0:9:55. Member points. Dear Guanyi member, as of midnight today, your membership points are 34, and your mileage is 500.49 LV. 1. Please calculate your points accurately when using your vehicle. If you enter a negative point, we will reclaim your assets at 7 o'clock the following day to offset your debt. Today's recommendation: use Tire Motel Flyer limited quantity. 1 is equal to 5 points. Spicy ladyfingers equals 2 points. Drinking water equals 1 point. Ham pancake equals 1 point. Highway News 1. Temperatures will continue to rise over the next few days. Drivers, please keep cool to avoid heat stroke. 2. A collapse occurred in the Green Jade mine, and some cobalt miners escaped. They are attracted to supply boxes, so drivers should exercise caution when opening them. 3. Green Apricot Leaf Company is recalling bitter almond tea with batch number AZ6987. Drivers who purchased it should not consume it. Any recycling point will repurchase it at 5 times the price. Guanyi noticed that the product names in the Today's Recommendations section had a horizontal line under them, indicating they were clickable. She tried tapping them, and sure enough, she was redirected to the shopping interface, where she could view detailed product descriptions and purchase them directly. After browsing, Guanyi bought a limited edition flyer for the used Tire Motel, followed by a spicy ladyfinger. I better save my points. I won't buy the water and sesame cakes for now. Guanyi still had 27 points left in her membership, so she planned to shop cautiously until she found a news station. However, after her purchase, Guanyi found no new items in her storage compartment, nor in her car. This made her panic, and she wondered if she'd been scammed online. Not really, is it? Guanyi was unsure, but since things had come to that point, she already made her purchase, so she could only put the matter aside for now. After a quick packing, she started the car and began her journey. Although the upgraded car could reach a maximum speed of 80 kilometers per hour, Guanyi couldn't actually maintain that speed. She needed to find the supply boxes hidden along the road. If she accidentally drove past them, it would be too late to regret. It seemed like she had good luck today. Within 5 minutes of driving, Guanyi saw her first supply box. It was white and contained 13 pieces of wood, 6 basic parts, 2 steamed buns, 1 piece of drinking water, and 1 pair of plastic slippers. Guanyi, that's good. I have shoes to change into for the night. After finishing packing and returning to the car, the countdown for the newsflash ended. The paper Guanyi had moved over the passenger seat spontaneously combusted, leaving not even a wisp of ash. Guanyi blinked, checked her storage compartment and the space around the passenger seat again, and found nothing. She sighed regretfully. Okay, looks like I've been tricked. Before she finished her words, a sudden knock-knock sounded beside her. Guanyi turned and saw through the car window a man wearing a red cycling helmet, holding a box in one hand and tapping on her window with the other. Guanyi opened the car window about 3 fingers wide and looked directly at the man. What's up? A delivery. The man pushed up his helmet windshield, revealing his squirrel-like head. From the Highway Mileage Association, consignee Guanyi. Guanyi nodded, lowered the window completely, and took the package from the squirrel courier. Do you need a signature? The squirrel courier had lowered his visors again and gave Guanyi a thumbs up. His sharp nails flashed a cold light in the sunlight. Squirrel courier never makes mistakes. We don't require a signature. After saying this, he added, not all customers can sign for their packages. To avoid offending them, we choose not to. With that, the squirrel courier sped off on his stylish red motorcycle, disappearing at the other end of the road a few seconds later. Guanyi lowered his head to unpack the package, dismantling the entire box and finding 4 items. 5 sheets of paper, 1 old Tire Motel flyer, 1 spicy finger cookie, and 1 Squirrel Express flyer. Old Tire Motel flyer description: a map showing the nearest old Tire Motel. Number of slots: 1. Wait: 1. Note: present this flyer and receive a free night stay in a special room, 7 p.m. to 12 p.m. Spicy finger cookies description: finger cookies so spicy they breathe fire. Spiciness duration: 5 minutes. Number of slots: 1. Wait: 1. Warning: the flames will not burn your mouth, but will burn your target. Again, this is not a prank for friends, as you will lose your friend, physically. Squirrel Express flyer introduction: for express delivery, choose Squirrel Express. We offer reasonable rates and first-class service. If you have any inquiries, please contact 1908XXXX, and we will be happy to assist you. Also, we accept pickup and errand services. As long as you can prove the item belongs to you, we will get it to you no matter where it is. Price negotiable. Number of slots occupied, 1. Wait, 1. Guan Yi read the entire description and stuffed the spicy finger biscuits directly into the glove box. The glove box is a very special storage compartment. Although it is integrated with the trunk storage space, it cannot hold any furniture. It may seem useless, but it is actually very special. When Guan Yi got out of the car, she couldn't use the storage compartments inside the car, but she could directly access the items in the glove box through the quick bar. To put it bluntly, it's an emergency bar. Guan Yi had vacated this space after upgrading her car, and now it's just right for storing finger biscuits. After finishing all that, Guan Yi continued driving, opening the chat channel to listen to everyone's new discoveries. Unfortunately, most of the chats were the same old cliches, mostly revolving around the monsters encountered last night, either expressing emotions or worrying about what to do today. How strange, Guan Yi couldn't help but think, it's already dawn tomorrow, yet so many people are still stuck in yesterday. Shaking her head, Guan Yi continued driving. She had just checked the trading channel, and saw someone had posted a link for a simplified sleeping bag at a price lower than her own. Since she had already sold almost all of her quota of 500, it didn't matter if she had a few left. It just so happened that the empty workshop space could be used to make engineer shovels, which remained her sole business for the time being. Since there weren't many left, Guan Yi had stopped one production line to make her refrigerators. The weather is getting hotter, and refrigerators will be a necessity in the coming days. Guan Yi wouldn't hoard goods at a high price, preferring to watch others swelter to death rather than lower prices, but she's willing to make a little more profit within her means. In the chat channel, as more and more people took to the roads, the discussion of last night's monster finally faded. The number of people has dropped by another 74. Did they go out last night? Forget about them, take care of yourselves. Has anyone upgraded their car? I upgraded. Now I have a hatchback with 15 compartments of interior space, much more spacious. Oh my god, you already got enough. I'm still short. Energy consumption starts today. Is this calculated by kilometers or hours? Does anyone know? It's hot, hot, hot. There's no breeze even with the windows open. Turn on the air conditioner. Don't tell me you're reluctant. Will running the air conditioner drain your energy quickly? It's not much to begin with. I don't dare try. Phone muting. The weather's going to get hotter, so stock up on water. Guan Yi noticed the post and memorized the other person's name. Personal information is private in the chat channel. Clicking on a person's name only brings up the three options: send message, add friend, and block. Oh, you can also see their profile pictures, but unfortunately, they're all the same black bust, resembling both the man in black from Detective Conan and the Blackie from Rusty Lake. Theoretically, profile pictures can be changed, but they require other interchangeable images. Guan Yi didn't have one, and she guessed no one else had one either. Otherwise, there wouldn't be over 9,000 people gathered so neatly, with only their names to tell the difference. Their profile pictures wouldn't be enough to distinguish them. Of course, it's possible that some people are deliberately hiding their abilities, avoiding standing out, and simply aiming to make a fortune in silence. Therefore, they're willing to blend in with the crowd and avoid being targeted. Guan Yi, who has already been in the spotlight, said she doesn't care. Popularity can sometimes be really useful. That said, even if she gets something that allows her to change her avatar, she first posted on the trading channel to see if anyone wants it. After all, avatars can't make a living, but supplies can. If no one wants it, it's not too late to change it later. After Feng Yuting took the lead, the conversation gradually shifted to the weather. Some thought it was normal, as it was getting hotter. Others thought it was a characteristic of this phase, urging everyone to be more cautious and stop being lazy, and taking the weather lightly. Then, this person was criticized, as many felt he was being unreasonable. So many people had already died, and there were monsters at night. How could he say the situation wasn't tense and dangerous? Besides, they knew they needed to stock up on water. Wasn't it almost unavailable on the market, and incredibly expensive? Not every supply box yielded what you wanted. Some were unlucky enough to find several of them were garbage. The man, unable to defend himself, realized no explanation was working, and simply shut down. Guan Yi glanced at the unfortunate individual's name, and saw it was Peng Luo, who had previously sold her mace. Guan Yi didn't want to get involved, but after careful consideration, she sent a message. Guan Yi, rumor has it, the weather is really getting hotter. Everyone, please be prepared and beware of heat stroke. She said everything she needed to say. Whether others believed her or not was none of her business. Guan Yi always respected the fate of others. As long as her conscience was clear, She had no intention of following the example of poverty alleviation cadres, earnestly persuading lazy people to work hard and get rich. Guan Ye's name was quite well known in this service area. She was the first to sell simple sleeping bags, the first to sell weapons and water in bulk, and the first and only to sell food with special effects. Everyone has a certain admiration for the powerful, and Guan Ye's words carry a certain weight. As a result, the price of drinking water instantly increased, soaring from an average of 15 to 20. Even so, Guan Yi had no intention of taking advantage of the situation to sell her water. Her first priority was herself. Just as the chat channel was buzzing with discussion about the coming weather, Guan Yi left the channel. The reason was simple. There was a supply box hidden in the grass by the roadside. Good news. The supply box was green. Bad news. A kobold was staring at her with a pickaxe in his hand. Guan Yi's assessment. A tough nut to crack. It would be easy to give up and just drive away, but that was a green supply box. Thinking of what she'd gotten before, Guan Yi couldn't bear to give it up. Besides, she was hiding now, fearing danger. What if she encountered it again? Would she have to keep hiding? Thinking about it, that wasn't realistic. Since that was the case, she might as well practice with this thing. Chapter 9. The kobold, clutching its pickaxe, stared intently at the uninvited visitor, growling softly in an attempt to scare him off. Without a shield, Guan Yi chose to dual wield, a sapper in each hand, slowly approaching the enemy. 1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps. Just as Guan Yi's right foot left the road and entered the brush, something unexpected happened. The kobold, raising its pickaxe high, lunged at Guan Yi with a roar. Guan Yi felt dizzy, as if he were suffering from hypoglycemia. He could barely stand, let alone fight back. Puff. The pickaxe smashed into Guan Yi's side, and the sudden pain instantly sobered him up. She gritted her teeth, raised her left hand, and used her shovel to block the kobold's next blow with the pick. With her right hand, she used her height advantage to slash the shovel downwards, slashing it diagonally across the man's chin and neck. After all, the kobold's skull looked incredibly hard. The shovel lodged itself into the kobold's body, splattering warm blood all over Guan Yi's face. She didn't bother to wipe it clean, her mind preoccupied with extracting it quickly, so she could deliver the fatal blow. The kobold, suddenly wounded, let out a discordant snort. It grew ferocious, ignoring the wound and stretching its neck to bite Guan Yi. Bite me? Dream on! Guan Yi raised her leg and kicked the man in the chest. Using the force of her wrist, she used the momentum to pull the shovel from the man's body. The serrated teeth tore through the man's flesh, leaving a wound that would never heal. The dog-headed man flew backwards. Guan Yi endured the pain in his abdomen and rushed forward to chase him relentlessly without using any moves. He swung the 2 engineer shovels like 2 axes, chopping wherever he could. Plop! The kobold collapsed to the ground with a thud. Crash! Objects exploded around the corpse, flashing with different colors. Guan Yi gasped, clutching the wound in her side. Fighting was a strenuous task, and she was exhausted. Luckily, her body had been digitized, so while the injury was painful, she didn't need stitches. It's like a real-life monster-killing game, exploding with gold coins. It's pretty cool to watch, but picking them up is a bit nerve-wracking. That said, seeing the objects, large and small, scattered across the ground was impossible not to be excited. Guan Yi paused for a few seconds before heading towards the nearest drop. All items were covered by a beam of light about a meter high, preventing them from being missed. The different colors of the beams indicated the different levels of the items. There were 5 golden beams of light, each containing a different amount of road coins. The total amount was 27 yuan. 9 white beams of light enveloped 12 pieces of metal, 17 pieces of stone, 21 pieces of rags, 8 pieces of wood, 12 pieces of jelly, 1 thermometer, 5 cooling patches, 3 suspected infected bandages, 1 stone wash basin production license, and 1 small leather ball. The single green beam enveloped a rusty iron lump. Guan Yi packed everything into her backpack, tucked the license into her trouser pocket, and then, once she got on the bus, slapped it directly into the workshop's production catalog. This way, even with all the stuff she had, she only took up 6 storage slots, leaving enough space to search the storage boxes. That guy went crazy over this supply box. There shouldn't be any danger inside. Guan Yi examined the green supply box on the ground, and then opened her personal dashboard. She noticed that in addition to the reduced health, there was also a new debuff line at the bottom. Personal panel, name, Guan Yi, 26, HP, 72/100, pain, fatigue, 4 out of 10, strength, 5, agility, 5, perception, 5, status, You feel pain. 2 hours 41 minutes and 18 seconds, nearly 3 hours left, if only there were painkillers. Guan Yi couldn't help but hiss. Although the bleeding in her lower abdomen had stopped, she still felt pain, just as it was written above. Let's go to the car to rest. I don't want to fight continuously. While picking up things, Guan Yi stuck the engineer shovel in her left hand into the ground. Now she kept this state, holding the weapon in her right hand to be on guard, and opening the box with her left hand. Luckily, as she had guessed, the box contained supplies and no other monsters. Obtained: nails X20, iron plates X5, golden birdcage X1, car stickers X2, stone slabs X7, parasol X1, car fan X1, leather vest X1. Oh, that's a lot of stuff. Guan Yi scratched her head. She went back to the car and transferred some of the supplies to the storage compartments inside, then returned to the supply box to pack the rest. After all the supplies were packed, the DLC backpack only had 2 slots left, which made Guan Yi a little worried. If the supplies continued to be distributed in such a scattered manner, she would have to get a larger supply box. After putting the 2 engineer shovels into the backpack, one more storage compartment was missing. Guan Yi returned to the car and began to sort through her recent gains, mainly to distract herself from the pain in her side. Let me see. The flyer for the old tire motel can be combined with the map. Okay, the coordinates appeared on the map, but the flyer didn't disappear. That's right, it can get a free night stay. The leather vest is both clothing and equipment. It's nice, plus 5 armor, but do I have to wear it all the time? That's too inconvenient. Huh? I unlocked the equipment slot. Great. The moment Guan Yi put the leather vest on, the system prompted her to congratulate the player on unlocking the equipment slot. Then, on her personal dashboard, she could see how much equipment she could equip. Helmet, breastplate. Oh, there's a leather vest. Gloves, pants, shoes, 5 accessories, and 2 weapons. Placing the engineer shovel in the weapon slot, Guan Yi was pleased to find it had its own slot, not taking up any storage space. This, along with the leather vest, freed up 2 more slots. Most of the supplies she harvested this time were commonplace, with some seemingly useless items. Guan Yi took out the smaller items and placed them on the front and back seats. Suddenly, her backpack had 7 more slots, making it easier to use when she next retrieved a supply box. This thing's effectiveness is purely luck. Unless absolutely necessary, it's best not to use it. Guan Yi held a roll of suspected infected bandage between 2 fingers, examining it closely. If it weren't for the item description stating a 50% chance of infection with an unknown virus upon use, she wouldn't even want to touch it. Suspected infected bandage description: wrap around a wound to stop bleeding and increase health by 2 points every 5 minutes for 1 hour. Slots occupied: 1. Wait, 1. Warning: this bandage has a 50% chance of infection with an unknown virus upon use. Use with caution. Unknown virus, it sounds terrifying. If she weren't about to bleed to death, Guan Yi wouldn't have used it. After sorting through her supplies, Guan Yi began crafting wash basins, limited to a total of 300, requiring 5 stone and 1 metal. Guan Yi currently only had 22 stone, and was thinking about collecting more stone soon, ideally to stockpile more wash basins. Stone wash basin introduction. This stone wash basin, with its rustic appearance and rustic charm, provides 5 liters of non-potable water daily. The water tank automatically refills at midnight each day, and does not add to the previous day's remaining water. Number of slots occupied: 1. Wait, 2. Warning: we strongly encourage you to distinguish between accidental contamination while washing and intentional drinking. In reality, whether selling refrigerators or wash basins, Guan Yi's profit is limited. The true profit lies in monopolizing refrigerators and wash basins, keeping them in her own hands. Next, she will clear out the furniture space in the trunk to accommodate as many refrigerators and wash basins as possible, and then purchase a large number of empty drinking water bottles or other containers. Once the empty bottles arrive, they can be used to collect non-drinking water, frozen in the refrigerator, and sold at the highest price when people can no longer bear the scorching heat. With the weather forecast provided by the Highway Mileage Association, Guan Yi is certain that her ice business will be booming. Even if she charges exorbitant prices, there will definitely be people who want to survive and spend the money. But how much ice can she make alone? Even if she removes her sleeping bag, the trunk can only fit 7 refrigerators and 7 wash basins. 7 wash basins can provide a total of 35 liters of non-drinking water per day. Even if the bottles are not filled to the brim, with only 200 milliliters, that only makes 175 ice bottles. If extreme weather conditions truly occur, someone will undoubtedly die from the heat due to a lack of ice. Guan Yi admitted that she wanted to make money, but not in this kind of shady, blood-stained money. Furthermore, the furniture in the car has a special feature. Once equipped, it can be moved around freely, no matter how many times. But if you want to vacate a space, the only option is remove. The removed furniture will automatically be destroyed, and whether or not there are materials left is entirely up to luck, and even if there are, there's no guarantee there will be enough to build a new one. So, if Guan Yi filled her car with refrigerators and sinks, she would be in a difficult situation in the future. Even if the profit from the removal could offset the loss, she would still feel bad. Let's sell them, and share the burden. Guan Yi ultimately decided to keep 3 refrigerators and 3 sinks and sell the rest. This amount would just cover her own needs, and she could sell any extra. Others should have corresponding methods. A service area with 10,000 people, I can't be the only one chosen by God. If there's no news, I guess everyone's thinking the same thing. It's not hot enough right now. Peng Luo, who warned everyone earlier, is still being criticized. Guan Yi pondered this, but his hands weren't idle. He continued on his way, occasionally navigating the bustling chat channel to check the trading section for new products. After a day of fermentation, the trading channel had a lot more items, but most of them were things that were either currently unusable or useful in real life, but not currently. For example, items like beautiful sewing box, W&L ring, box of colorful hairbands, expired juice, green dice, and stapler. I thought I was the only one who could get these. Guan Yi found it quite interesting. These items in the supply box clearly took up storage space. Small items could be easily tucked away in the car, but larger items just took up space. If people might have opened fewer items on the first day, perhaps hoping to see if they could find other uses, then now some people have given up and are just slapping a random price on the items to clear out their stock. Does anyone really need this? Guan Yi was about to complain when a sudden thought struck her, and she realized who these items were for. Players wouldn't need them, but the NPCs couldn't guarantee anything. Once she reached the next inn, she could contact players to purchase them based on the requirements listed on the poster. Chapter 10. In the Beggar's Edition trading hall, a wide variety of items were displayed. Some players urgently needed, some they didn't need yet, but would definitely need in the future, and a host of items common in the real world, but definitely not labeled as essential in the game. Guan Yi scanned a few items as needed. They were all small items, so she could just pile them on the passenger seat without having to stuff them into her own storage compartment. Come to think of it, I think I picked up something strange just now. Guan Yi slapped her forehead, remembering a rusty iron lump she had picked up while fighting the kobolds. At the time, she was so preoccupied with her injuries and rushing back to the car that she hadn't examined it closely. Back in the car, she was busy checking other things and had forgotten about it for a while. Now that she was completely empty, she finally remembered that she seemed to have picked up a green item. It's not my fault, really. It looked like junk to you. As she spoke, Guan Yi pulled up the item description for the iron lump in her storage compartment. Rusty iron lump, unidentified, introduction. As you can see, this object is covered in rust. Until you wipe it off, you have no idea what it is. Number of slots, 1. Weight, 24. Wow, it's so heavy. Guan Yi remained calm while reading the description, but was shocked when she saw the weight of this thing. If she remembered correctly, the super heavy mace weighed 103 jin, 10.3 caddies, and the weight was displayed as 10.3. Adding the weight samples of other items, she could infer that weight 1 meant 0 to 10 jin, 0 to 10 caddies. Only items over 10 jin, 10 caddies, were recorded in detail. So now the weight 24 means this thing actually weighs 240 jin. Guan Yi exclaimed, that was a close call. Fortunately, she checked it in the storage compartment. If she had actually taken it out and looked at it, she would have been completely stunned when the time came. I keep it for now, and see if anyone can help me identify it. Guan Yi didn't have that skill herself, and there was no information about identification in the chat channel, so she had to put it aside for now. Afterwards, Guan Yi briefly organized her backpack and, as usual, placed the important items at the bottom of the storage compartment. Speaking of which, to fit 3 refrigerators and 3 wash basins in the trunk, Guan Yi had moved other inventory, resulting in a further reduction in storage space, now, with only 6 spaces left. I need to find a new storage compartment, one with a larger capacity. Guan Yi said this, enduring the pain in her abdomen, started the car, and set off on her journey again. This time, her destination was the old tire motel that had just appeared on the map. Thanks to that flyer, Her simple map had been greatly improved. This is a chain hotel, and the closest one isn't on the highway. You have to turn off another road to get there. It's 280 kilometers from me. Just drive straight ahead. When you see the intersection on the left, turn right, and you be there. Just like the map supplement the little girl had given me earlier, the map after the flyer was combined not only showed the old tire motel's icon, but also the distance. My current top speed is 80 kilometers per hour. Even at top speed, it would still take nearly 4 hours to get there. I have to stop along the way to pick up boxes, and maybe even fight monsters. It'd be great if I can get there tonight. Guanyi casually placed the map on the passenger seat, and continued driving with full concentration. It was already past 10 o'clock, so she had to hurry. Besides, it was getting really hotter. Guanyi pondered for a moment, and turned on the car's air conditioner. She now had 29 car energy points, enough to test whether turning on the air conditioner consumes energy, and if so, how much. It had to be said that the air conditioning in this car, given by the system, was quite powerful, a world apart from the air conditioning in a car Guanyi had driven before. That car belonged to Guanyi's friend, who had once complained that the 30-minute drive from home to work was particularly difficult in winter and summer because he had to wait for the car's air conditioner to adjust to the desired temperature. By the right time, the other party had usually arrived at their destination, and was about to turn off the engine and exit the car. And now, the car's air conditioning was incredibly powerful. In just 5 seconds, the temperature inside had dropped to a comfortable level, neither too cold nor too hot. Guanyi was very pleased with this. The road conditions were unremarkable. No new supply boxes, no NPCs, and not even the kobold miners that dropped gold. After the pain debuff wore off, Guanyi felt even more comfortable. On the deserted highway, with the air conditioning on and the chatter in the background, she felt a sudden sense of relief. This didn't feel like struggling in a survival game, but rather like embarking on a new journey. This isn't right, Guanyi thought idly. I should be more cautious. Even with ample supplies, I shouldn't be so careless. As soon as this thought came to mind, it was defeated by a new one. The journey was uneventful, so I should relax. Staying tense wasn't a good thing. It would be enough to pay attention when danger arose. Ah. Guanyi yawned, tears forming in the corners of her eyes. This car didn't have cruise control, and she was stuck at 80 kilometers per hour, which was exhausting. But it was still a long time before nightfall, so a slower pace seemed okay. And so, Guanyi gradually relaxed her foot on the accelerator, drifting into a state of half-sleep and half-wakefulness. I'm so sleepy. Yawn. As if a switch had been flipped, Guanyi's yawns continued one after another, nearly drowsy enough to keep her eyes open. Now, relying solely on willpower, she kept driving. Even so, her eyes were half-lidded, and threatened to close at any moment. This isn't right, she thought dully. I shouldn't be this sleepy. As a travel blogger, Guanyi is on the road at least 7 or 8 months a year. Even if her fitness isn't as good as that of a season-long distance driver, she wouldn't be so sleepy after just a short drive. So, if it wasn't her fault, then it was the game's fault. Guanyi stopped the car with a single foot and teleported into the trunk. She opened the refrigerator door, pulled out 2 bottles of iced drinking water, and placed one directly on her face. Hiss. The icy touch rippled through her body like an electric current, and Guanyi shuddered twice. Her palms, red from gripping the ice cubes, perked up. Much better now. Guanyi put 1 bottle of ice water back into the refrigerator, and returned to the driver's seat with the other. She moved the car's large screen in front of her and, shuffling the ice water between her hands, scrolled through her chat history. The chat channel was still bustling. Some were bored. Some thought it was dangerous. Some were hot. But no one was as sleepy as she was, practically falling asleep. My exclusive storyline? Guanyi shook her head. Not likely. There wasn't a single sign of it. While pondering, a complaining chat message caught Guanyi's attention. It's so hot. Where are those people who just said they were turning on the air conditioner? Is that really a waste of energy? It's been almost an hour. Why don't they come out and say something? Guanyi was instantly alert. She reached out and turned off the air conditioner. The air supply was cut off, and the temperature inside the car rose again in seconds. Guanyi had no choice but to open the window to allow air to circulate between the inside and the outside. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but despite the heat, Guanyi felt much more alert. Even without the ice cubes, she wouldn't fall asleep again. So it's really the air conditioning? Guanyi lowered her eyes, pondering for a few seconds. She closed the car window and turned the air conditioning back on. A few minutes later, the mind-numbing languor returned, and she yawned lazily once more. Yawn. Okay, I know what the problem is. Turn off the air conditioning, open the car window. Guanyi pressed the microphone, and sent a voice-to-text message to the chat channel. Guanyi. Speaking for myself, turning on the air conditioning can cause drowsiness. The consequences of drowsiness are unknown, and the solution is unknown, but using something cold can temporarily alleviate it. Thinking for a moment, Guanyi glanced at her energy bar and found it was normal, about the same as everyone had guessed, roughly double the consumption. This morning, Guanyi set off at 7:20 a.m., stopping for about 40 minutes. Otherwise, she was traveling at nearly 80 kilometers per hour. The current time was 11:32. Her actual driving time was about 3 hours, and she had the air conditioner on for about an hour. After yesterday's novice period, the car needed energy to move. On the dashboard, one energy bar was divided into 10 bars. Before turning on the air conditioner, she had used up 3 bars, and after turning it on, she had used up 6 bars. This meant she was still 194 kilometers from the old tire motel, but only had 4 bars left. Thus, Guanyi concluded that turning on the air conditioner might double her energy consumption, but she wasn't actually sure. After all, driving on a regular basis was like XX kilometers consumes XX gallons of gas, so relying on time was a bit unreliable. We need more time to verify the energy consumption issue. Guanyi let out a slow, drawn-out breath. The air conditioner definitely couldn't be turned on. While she didn't think it was just a decoration, she had to put it aside until she found a solution. The chat channel received mixed responses to Guanyi's information. Some thought she was exaggerating, as driving on a deserted road was inherently prone to drowsiness. Some people also thought Guanyi was right, because those who had been clamoring for the air conditioner had gradually disappeared. Even if some people hadn't been checking the chat, it couldn't be that no one had reported back, right? The air conditioner can't be on, and the weather is getting hotter and hotter, with no breeze outside. Is this driving people crazy? Didn't Guanyi give the weather forecast this morning? It's got to be 30 degrees now, right? Guanyi gave the forecast, and someone named Feng Buting seemed to have said, it's over. If it keeps getting this hot, how can we drive? Anyway, I'm the only one on the road, so I take off my clothes first. What a talent! Thumbs up, Peng Luo, I'm back! I just tested what Guanyi said. The air conditioning air really does make you sleepy. If I hadn't kept it in mind, I would have fallen asleep. It's terrifying. I feel like I'm possessed by the devil. I can barely keep my eyelids open. Don't turn on the AC. Seriously, don't turn it on. As Peng Luo spoke first, others who wanted to verify it for themselves, but had only tried it briefly chimed in, confirming Guanyi's previous assertion and further solidifying her big boss status. And then, the entire chat channel was filled with discussions about the weather. Amidst this somewhat tense atmosphere, Guanyi finally arrived at her destination. The Old Tire Motel. Chapter 11. The Old Tire Motel is a 3-story, off-white building. A neon sign hung above the open door, its colors jumbled and chaotic, giving it a cyber-esque feel. But it was undoubtedly conspicuous and bright, bringing Guanyi great comfort. After all, ever since turning onto the fork in the road, the scenery on either side of the road had become hazy and distorted. Looking at it for even a few seconds longer would cause a tightness in the chest and a sense of panic. Guanyi didn't dare look any further, her eyes fixed on the road ahead, pretending to be a novice driver whose only field of vision was the front of the car and the road ahead. TSK, now the experienced driver is at a disadvantage. Guanyi complained inwardly and tried every possible way to distract herself, like suddenly reciting aloud Man Jiang Hong and Chu Shi Biao. Don't ask why these two pieces, Guanyi herself had no idea. It was as if her brain had suddenly triggered some mechanism, and she was just a tool to repeat them aloud. Fortunately, most of the journey was along the main highway, and after turning off the road, it was only 2 kilometers. When Guanyi saw the sign for the Old Tire Motel, the uncomfortable feeling instantly receded, bringing her relief. The motel receptionist was a bearded man of unknown age. He wore a red and black plaid shirt, the collar and cuffs occasionally glistening in the light, making one subconsciously question the sanitation here. 1.80 tonight, check-in at 7 p.m. The room isn't ready yet, so you have to wait here. The bearded man raised his eyelids to glance at Guanyi, then continued fiddling with the red origami paper in his hand, as if trying to fold something but forgetting the steps. Guanyi uttered an "oh" and glanced at the parking lot outside the hotel's main entrance. There was space for at least 40 cars, but hers was the only car parked alone, in the perfect spot directly opposite the main entrance. Now, Guanyi was not only questioning the hotel's hygiene, but also its business performance. As we all know, the fewer people a restaurant has, the more likely it is to have problems. If it were a restaurant, she might face issues like stale ingredients, unpleasant food, and a strange owner. If it were a hotel, she'd have to wonder if she was half asleep when a hole suddenly appeared in the ceiling, and 2 uninvited guests fell out. Considering this was a survival game, and the humanoid creature she had seen, Guan Yi decided it was best not to dwell on it. If things really didn't work out, she could just keep sleeping in the car, Guan Yi reassured herself. She still had a way out. It was a good deal to stay for a free night, so she might as well not take advantage of it. Objectively speaking, the hotel lobby was actually quite okay. Aside from the peeling paint on the front desk, some missing wall paint, and some cracked and missing tiles on the floor tiles, the cleanliness was acceptable. At least the white. Yellow. Never mind the cracked leather on the handrail's edge. The vintage-style white and yellow gradient sofa was free of clutter and dust, making it comfortable to sit on for a while. The counter where the bearded man sat was next to the door, just to the left after entering. The sofa was directly opposite the counter, to the right after entering. Continuing further in, on the same side of the counter was a staircase. Don't expect an elevator in a place like this. Guests could use it to reach their rooms upstairs. On the same side of the sofa, inside, were 2 game consoles, a billiard table, and an old-fashioned coin-operated jukebox. Guan Yi leaned over to take a look. The game console was turned off, with a note saying please go to the front desk to purchase game coins. The billiard table was also empty, clearly requiring the bearded man to get the cue and balls. The jukebox, of course, was a coin-operated machine. It cost 1 yuan per song. Huh? There's a song by Mi Qingrui here. Guan Yi remembered the name. He had seen their poster on the wall of the 7th station yesterday. They were holding a concert at dusk on May 5th. Since we're here, let's order a song. After a moment's thought, Guan Yi pulled a coin from his wallet. It was about the size of a real-world 1 yuan coin, meaning the larger one before the revision, not the 10-cent coin. I put a coin in the machine and pressed the name Mi Qingrui. The jukebox first emitted a subtle sizzling sound, followed by a fierce drumbeat. Amidst the chorus of bass and electric guitar, a powerful, clear voice roared out the first line of the song, against the backdrop of a roaring car engine. Throw the brake pads aside, my life is a lightning bolt that ignites energy. Guan Yi. Wow. I don't quite understand it, but the song is so intense. Mi Qingrui's voice was so powerful that Guan Yi subconsciously swayed to the rhythm. The bearded man on the other side also put down his origami and began to sway his body, even humming along as the chorus began. Oh. 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 The engine shakes my soul. Guan Yi. Oh, 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 horn for freedom. The song played for a full 3 minutes. After a final chorus of instruments and engines, the jukebox fell silent again. Guan Yi breathed a sigh of relief, her blood boiling. Before she could say anything, the jukebox suddenly made a creaking sound, like a ribbon printer printing a receipt, and a card slowly emerged from under the screen. Pa! The paper fell to the ground. Guan Yi watched cautiously for a few seconds, making sure it wouldn't suddenly jump up and bite, then stepped forward, bent down, and picked it up. It was an A5 size cardboard card with a colorful handprint on it. Below it was a name written in flourishes. Mi Qingrui's gift. Introduction. It's well known that Mi Qingrui dotes on her fans, so she prepared a gift for every fan who requested a song at the jukebox. This card can be combined with your car radio. Playing it allows you to relive the beautiful music you just played. Playing multiple cards simultaneously allows you to hear a beautiful polyphonic effect. Slots occupied. 1. Wait. 1. Warning. Listening to Honk for Freedom in your car will increase your current speed by 50%. Your speed will return to normal after the song ends. Please drive carefully and safely. Guan Yi. This acts as a temporary accelerator. Not bad, I get a few more. Then, Guan Yi spent another 4 yuan to replay Honk for Freedom 4 times, memorizing the few lyrics from the single loop. She longed to hear it again, but the Honk for Freedom track on the jukebox, Mi Qingrui's track, was grayed out and unavailable. Mi Qingrui, a rising rock singer. Great songs, right? The bearded man had emerged from behind the counter at some point, and stood diagonally behind Guan Yi. Guan Yi casually took 2 steps back, putting some distance between them and the bearded man. She nodded. Yeah, why can't I keep listening? The bearded man seemed oblivious to Guan Yi's subtle gesture. He walked over to the jukebox, tapped it, and said, I only have permission to play each song 5 times. The next permission review is a week away. You can listen to others first. Guan Yi raised the handprint card in her hand and tentatively asked, Do other people pamper their fans this much? The bearded man scoffed, a look of don't dream on his face. If that's what you're here for, forget it. Guan Yi shrugged. One of her strengths was that she listened to advice. She was tired after listening for so long, so it was a good time to calm down and give her ears a rest. By then, the bearded man had returned to the counter, and the time had reached 6:43, leaving 17 minutes until check-in. Guan Yi leaned over to the counter to watch the bearded man fold paper. He didn't mind her watching, and even kindly gave her a fresh piece of origami. So Guan Yi folded a little jumping frog. This was one of the few origami she remembered. As a child, it seemed like every classmate could do it, and during recess, they compete to see whose frog could jump the farthest or the highest. The bearded man had been peeking at Guan Yi as she folded the frog. After seeing Guan Yi make it jump a few times, he made the desired sound. Guan Yi blinked. Okay, I can give it to you, but I need to borrow my phone. She hadn't forgotten she still had photos of Gang Bo and Gang Zhe. And they weren't the kind of pictures taken at tourist attractions, but rather the kind clearly taken candidly on the street, with markers. The bearded man agreed to the deal. He opened a drawer and pulled out an old-fashioned black rotary phone. Picking up the receiver, he asked Guan Yi for the phone number. 4581 XXX. Guan Yi recited the number fluently. She often played this memory training game with her parents as a child, so a string of numbers was nothing to her. Click. Data. Data. Old-fashioned rotary phones were cumbersome to use. You had to insert your finger into the round hole, pull it all the way down, and then release it to reset it. Each digit was dialed. This number had 11, meaning the dial had to be reset 11 times. Finally, after dialing all the numbers, the bearded man handed the receiver to Guan Yi. Guan Yi listened to the beep. Beep. The phone was patiently waiting for the other party to answer. After 5 rings, a slightly lazy female voice rang out. This is the Highway Abnormal Behavior Correction Management Department. Please state your purpose as soon as possible. We be closing in 7 minutes. Guan Yi spoke slowly into the microphone. I have photos of the Gongbua and Gongja brothers. How can I give them to you? The woman's tone quickly became formal, with a subtle hint of haste. You can fax us to the same number. Please include your name and contact information. We verify it within 3 calendar days. As long as it's within 3 months, and the location is where they were actually seen, the department will approve the reward. Guan Yi. I'm driving on the highway, and don't have a bank card. The operator, seemingly familiar with similar situations, replied without hesitation. Include your license plate number. Squirrel Express will find you. Guan Yi said she understood, then hung up the phone. She borrowed a pen from the bearded man, and wrote Guan Yi and GL0305GY7517, representing her license plate number, on the blank space of the photo. Then, Guan Yi handed the photo to the bearded man, who operated a machine Guan Yi had never seen before, and transmitted the photo. Isn't the name of your fax machine reversed? Guan Yi complained. Whose fax machine doesn't leave the original document and send the fax back? How come in this road game, fax machine has become fax, transmit, machine? Where's her original document? It's such a big original. The bearded man didn't understand Guan Yi's complaint. To him, that was just what a fax machine was. As the two of them stared at each other, the clock struck 7, signaling that Guan Yi could finally check in. Chapter 12. The check-in process was simple. Simply registering her name and license plate number was all that was needed. It took Guan Yi a minute to get her room key from the bearded man. Room 207. Guan Yi slipped the key onto her finger and swayed upstairs. Her luggage was in the storage compartment, so she didn't have to carry it upstairs. The room was surprisingly nice, with a bed, a window, and a fairly clean bathroom, much better than she imagined. Guan Yi fell back onto the bed, the mattress creaking harshly, but she ignored it, glancing sideways at the darkening sky outside with a contented sigh. Comfortable. Staying in a hotel is certainly more comfortable than staying in a car, but that only works if it's truly safe. After all, the regulations only mention safety inside a car at night, not anywhere else. Guan Yi decided to give it a try herself. Her room was directly below the hotel's front door, and it only took a leap of faith to get to her car. The second floor wasn't too high, so Guan Yi felt she could handle it. The only regret was that she wasn't in the car, so she couldn't access the in-car screen to check the chat channel. Guan Yi rolled over in bed and decided to go downstairs to ask. Besides, she hadn't eaten yet. If the hotel provided dinner, wouldn't that save her money? The bearded man, playing with a frog, looked up at the sound of footsteps. I thought you wouldn't be out until tomorrow morning. Oh, I was wondering if you have any food. Guan Yi patted her stomach. Also, I like to listen to the radio. Do you have a radio? The chat channel on the in-car screen was presented as a radio station, and Guan Yi thought the bearded man might understand better. If you give me 10 yuan, I can provide you with dinner. The bearded man said this, pulling out a small radio from under the counter. The rental fee is 2 yuan a night. Guan Yi curled her lips. Forget it, I don't have that much money. With that, she turned and headed outside, preparing to eat dinner in her car and check the chat. However, before leaving, Guan Yi turned back and asked, Is the hotel safe? I mean, including the parking lot outside? The bearded man nodded. Of course, otherwise we wouldn't dare open the shop. As soon as he finished speaking, the system sound echoed in Guan Yi's mind. Player Guan Yi unlocked a new rule. Even at night, the hotel, including the parking lot, is safe. Achievement earned. I knew you could find it. Rewards earned. 100 highway coins, 1 lightning car sticker. Guan Yi was stunned and hurried back to her car. She didn't bother to appease her hungry stomach. She first connected to the chat to see if this achievement was only for her or a server-wide announcement. Then, Guan Yi saw a chat channel in turmoil. Holy crap! Boss Guan Yi got the achievement. Not only that, but there's also a hotel. We're still huddled miserably in the car, while others are already staying in a hotel. Haha, I'm asking you to stay, but do you have the money? Boss Guan Yi, please come out and tell me what's going on. Can I ask how to get to the hotel? What's the title reward? Don't be so selfish. Just tell me what you can. This is hilarious. Looking at this, if someone doesn't say anything, they're considered selfish. Even if they say everything, if they don't hear what you want, they'd be labeled as just saying what they can. This abacus is hitting me in the face. Where's the boss? Could he be gone? That's right. I told her, I just say what I can. I didn't force her, so why are you scolding me? Not really. It's already evening, time to park. I guess he's just researching this title, waiting. Ah, we all set out on the same day. How did he manage to trigger the achievement? Let's all go away. Stop flattering over there. Can't you see they're ignoring you? I agree that we should go away. Yesterday was so dangerous with the newbie protection. Everyone should prepare first and make your car safer, like repair it and boost its durability. Time for dinner, time for dinner. I have pickled mustard greens. Anyone want to trade? I already put it on the trade. Me. Just eating steamed buns is too much. A salty flour roll would be fine too. I'm different. I want scallion pancakes. I want hot steamed buns with ham, or even rose sausage, preferably. Seeing the conversation gradually turn to dinner, Guan Yi shrugged, reached into the trunk, retrieved a box of instant noodles with hot water, and tore it open. She earned 100 road coins today, which was worth celebrating. She examined the stickers. They had no special effects, just 2 golden lightning bolts, perfect for either side of the car. It's a little small, so I can only put 1 on each door. So, the left front and right rear will do. In this dangerous and boring world, Guan Yi didn't mind finding some fun, like decorating her car, to make it look better. As for the title, Guan Yi didn't plan to respond in the chat. After all, based on the messages they sent, they already knew about the inn and the inn grounds are safe, so there was no need for her to explain anything at this point. As someone once said, anything she said now would raise questions. Guan Yi was willing to help others survive, provided she could survive herself, but that didn't mean she was willing to cause herself unnecessary trouble. However, the refrigerator and wash basin could be sold. Guan Yi already had quite a bit of stock, and while waiting for the instant noodles to finish, it was a good time to do this. After listing the items in the Beggar's Edition trading platform and setting the trading conditions, Guan Yi went to the chat channel to make a call. Guan Yi, car refrigerator 10 units in stock, each costing 8 metal, 8 basic parts, and any 10 other materials. Wash basin 10 units in stock, each costing 5 stone, 5 basic parts, and any 10 other materials. We're accepting OEM orders. The fee is 1 energy, 5 metal or basic parts, and 5 other materials. If you have special items, please private message with the price. Judging from the information alone, the same product sold in stock is significantly more expensive than the contract manufactured product, giving the impression that anyone buying the stock is being ripped off. In reality, this isn't the case, as the stock can be purchased directly, and those who are quick can secure it immediately. However, ordering through contract manufacturing is fraught with uncertainty, with the anxiety of not knowing when I get the goods, and will they be sold out before my turn? After all, Guan Yi can pause her work at any time to process a few finished products for her friends and family. Though she doesn't have a group of friends and family yet, others don't know. Then, like boiling water, the news once again boiled over in the chat channel. Refrigerator. Sink. Cold drinks calm down. Non-drinking water. Drinking it will poison you. Washing your face is fine, I feel like I stink. The air conditioner can't be turned on either. Without some cold water, I don't know how I'm going to get through tomorrow. Collecting empty bottles. Buying empty bottles for a high price. I missed the trash can downstairs. You have to pick up the bottles before the old man and woman get here. Speaking of which, Guanyi seems to be constantly selling things. Has she ever bought anything? The boss has everything. She just quietly helps the poor. Raise your hand. I sold her a box of hair bands. Got it. Guanyi is a long-haired beauty. Hands up. I sold her a razor. Is Guanyi a long-haired, cross-dressing tycoon? Hands up. I once gave him a photo of two muscular men racing. Is Guanyi a cross-dressing tycoon who likes men? This game is insane, isn't it? Guanyi, a cross-dressing tycoon who likes men. Is it possible that I didn't buy these things for myself? As a travel blogger who travels all year, she doesn't always find a nice hotel to stay in. Her hair has long been cut into a neat short bob. After washing, she just swishes it through a few times, and even without a blow-dry, it takes a while to dry. Shut up now. They block you soon. Guanyi, thanks for the heads up. I block you. Guanyi doesn't like people talking about her so recklessly. It reminds her of experiences after she turned 12. Her father, a war correspondent, and her mother, a folklorist, both died on the same plane to Africa. On the day they set out, Guanyi's radar system went off in a frenzy, but she dismissed it as a sign of sadness at her parents' simultaneous departure. To this day, Guanyi still resents her former self. However, time flows, and she can't find that person, and thus, revenge is impossible. After her parents' death, Guanyi was surrounded by all sorts of gossip, sympathy, concern, curiosity, and even malice. She dismissed the sympathy. She expressed gratitude for the concern. She turned a deaf ear to the curiosity. She lashed out at the malice. Thankfully, her grandfather's constant guidance helped Guanyi overcome that period. However, she still hated being subjected to arbitrary assumptions, whether malicious or simply jokes. Of course, the other person was a stranger, and she hadn't previously expressed her disapproval of such comments. So, Guanyi planned to block them for a few hours and release them the next morning. But in the meantime, that person shouldn't even think about trading with her. 3 minutes later, the instant noodles were ready. Guanyi slurped her noodles from her bowl, while checking her reopened private messages, selecting items she wanted to trade. One caught Guanyi's attention. It was from Ko Xia, whose name stood out to her. Ko Xia, hello, could you tell me more about the hotel? I trade you an overall set, and an air conditioning filter, 3-hour version. If you need anything else, we can discuss that too. Guanyi thought about it, and sent a friend request to Ko Xia. She seemed to be waiting for a response and accepted almost immediately. After adding friends, in addition to their profile pictures, they could also see each other's age and gender, a sort of system enforced mutual understanding. Guanyi, it's not a very important piece of information, this is enough. She remembered Ko Xia's comments from several times, and had done business with her before. She felt she was reliable, so she wasn't interested in a one-time deal. Besides, new clothes would be quite useful. It's been hot these past few days, and after the fight with the kobolds, she should have changed her clothes long ago. As for the hotel matter, as long as the source of the hotel flyer is obscured, there's nothing to hide. Overall, it's still a win, Guanyi thought, concluding a pleasant conversation with Ko Xia. Chapter 13. After dinner, Guanyi stayed in the car for a while, checking the chat channel while attending to some chores at hand. For example, he repaired the vehicle, added energy, and then installed the newly acquired air conditioning filter, 3-hour version, on the car's air conditioner, allowing it to be activated directly when needed. Air conditioning filter, 3-hour version, introduction. This is a versatile filter made with data deletion, capable of filtering out all special effects. One-click installation and removal makes it quick and convenient, making it a must-have for home and travel. Number of slots occupied, 1. Wait, 1. Just as the description said, the installation process was simple, just like those production licenses. Simply click Add in the vehicle status section, and the system will automatically identify the available items in the storage compartments and list them one by one, allowing the operator to select one or all. It turns out that it's not just the air conditioner that consumes energy, the workshop also requires energy to operate. During the day, Guanyi drove, and even if he stopped, It was to check the supply box, leaving him with little opportunity to check the condition of the vehicle. Now that she had some free time, she had the time to carefully check each item, preparing for any unexpected events on the road tomorrow. Then, this check revealed the specific data on the car's energy consumption. Wow, there's no need to guess. It's clearly written. To put it simply, one car energy source can fill up the fuel tank. Let's call it a fuel tank. When adding energy, if there's still energy in the car, only some is added. The remaining amount can be saved for future use or traded with others. One car energy source can power the air conditioner for 12 hours. One car energy source can power a workshop for 12 hours. So workshop work also costs money. No wonder I use so much energy today. I didn't notice it yesterday. Maybe it was because of the newbie bonus? Guan Yu muttered to himself, and a new realization dawned on him. In a matter of days, car energy will become a new form of currency, just like basic parts in metal. And the former too, as everyone upgrades, may be replaced by something else. Using items as currency inevitably faces the possibility of depreciation, unless the item is a top priority, which can help stabilize the market. Now it seems that car energy source might be it. Guan Yu pondered for a moment, opened the chat channel, and was about to post his findings when he saw someone else had already announced the news. It was Ko Xia. Guan Yu blinked. It seemed he wasn't the only one who saw the benefits of fame. However, she seemed to remember Ko Xia saying he was an official. Guan Yu didn't know the truth, but her sixth sense told her that, at least for now, Ko Xia held no ill will towards her. I see. Thank you, Mr. Ko Xia. Don't listen to her nonsense, okay? Please use your own judgment and check the interface to see if there's any explanation. Yes, I read every word on the car the first day, word for word, and there's absolutely no such energy description. Ah, that's right. I don't have any of that here either. Telling a lie that's easily exposed won't satisfy your vanity. It will only make us despise you. Phone viewing. What Ko Xia said is true. You haven't upgraded your vehicle yet, have you? Really? Peng Luo. I testify, it's true. Wang Zi. Summer insects can't talk about ice. Stop using your shallow knowledge of level 1 vehicles to presume on others, okay? Ko Xia, you really love to show off. There's no need to tell them this. If you and I weren't on the same level, I wouldn't say this. Respect the fate of others, let go of the need to help others, and share less information like this next time, okay? Guan Yu stopped reading after reading this. She carefully replied, Ko Xia is right. Level 2 vehicles can indeed see this, then exited the chat channel, locked the car, and returned to the hotel. Although there was no key, the car did have a lock function, and unlocking it simply required pulling the driver's door handle, much like cars produced in recent years. Guan Yu was used to being cautious when traveling alone. She had long developed the habit of locking the car door when getting in and out, and she still did so now. Even if her destination was just a few steps down the road, she would still lock it before leaving. Back in her room, Guan Yu took a comfortable hot shower, then changed into the overall set she had just traded for, consisting of a pair of light blue denim overalls and a white, plain, long-sleeve t-shirt, and laid down on the bed with her arms spread wide. As for the clothes she had worn earlier, she had already washed them in the hotel's water and hung them out to dry, waiting to take them with her tomorrow. It didn't matter whether they dried or not, it would be getting hotter over the next few days, so they could easily dry in the car. Even after she settled into bed, Guan Yu didn't fall asleep immediately. She was waiting for 10 o'clock, the time when the monster appeared yesterday. An electronic clock hung on the wall of the room. Guan Yu glanced at the time in the lobby as she went upstairs. It matched the time, with a discrepancy of only 2 or 3 minutes at most. Guan Yu stood up and stood by the window, arms folded, looking out. The neon sign cast different colors on the black ground, illuminating the front of the hotel. 10 o'clock. Silence reigned at the entrance. There was no metallic slime, no translucent police car, and no other creatures that might exist or might not exist in Guan Yu's imagination. Guan Yu waited a moment longer, until 10 minutes had passed. Only then did she finally breathe a sigh of relief, then closed the curtains and returned to bed. This time, she was truly going to sleep. That night, Guan Yu slept relatively soundly, and it was once again the sound of the 7 o'clock asphalt express that woke her. Does this mean I won't be able to sleep anymore? No. Guan Yu rolled over, hammering down the mattress in anger, then struggled to her feet, resigned to her fate. Compared to her sleeping bag, the bed was infinitely more comfortable. She simply didn't want to get up now, she just wanted to take another nap. However, considering the newsletter had a destruction countdown, it might not start until it was opened, but Guan Yi wasn't willing to gamble on it. After all, with a nap, once you close your eyes, you never know when you wake up next time. 7 o'clock Asphalt Newsletter, Destruction Countdown 9 minutes and 32 seconds. Member points. Dear Guan Yi member, as of midnight today, your membership points are 27, and your mileage is 1,128.71 LV1. Please calculate your points accurately when using it. If your points are negative, we will reclaim your assets at 7 o'clock the following day to offset your debt. Today's recommendation: Mi Qingrui Highway Concert VIP Area Tickets Limited. 17 is equal to 7 points. Lanzhou Ramen equals 1 point. Drinking water equals 1 point. Air conditioning filter, 5-hour version, equals 3 points. Highway News 1. The temperature will rise above 40 degrees Celsius today, and will continue to rise tomorrow. Drivers, please keep your body cool to avoid heat stroke. 2. Green Apricot Leaf Company is still recycling bitter almond tea with batch number AZ6987. Drivers who purchased it are advised not to consume it. Any recycling point will repurchase it at 5 times the price. 3. The Mi Qingrui Highway concert will begin at dusk on May 5th on the primary high-temperature highway. VIP area tickets are now available for pre-sale. Confirmed. The countdown starts from delivery. Remove it immediately if possible. The countdown was slightly different from the previous time. Guan Yi thought for a moment and realized that she had wasted time by staying in bed. Then she saw the limited number of VIP concert tickets. At first, Guan Yi hadn't planned to buy. After all, she had no idea where Mi Qingrui's road concert would be held. What if it wasn't on her road? Wouldn't that mean she wasted 7 points? That's 70 road coins. However, when Guan Yi saw the last item in the newsletter, she immediately returned to the recommended list, clicked on the tickets, and placed her order. At that point, the number of tickets had dropped from 17 to 3. If she hadn't been so quick to grab the coupons, she wouldn't have been able to buy one. Luckily, I managed to snag one. After Guan Yi made her purchase, the item immediately turned gray, and the limited edition label behind it changed to sold out. So, the limited edition items are available to all members? No one tried to snatch the hotel flyer from me before. Is it because everyone else already has it? Considering she was new, it made sense that everyone else had the motel's coordinates. After all, she was a latecomer, so that item might just be the standard newbie item the convenience store woman mentioned. Damn, I feel wrong. Despite this, Guan Yi was still in high spirits. She still had 20 points, enough to buy several air conditioning filters. Since she had 117 highway coins, she could continue to earn points by spending them at any post station. So, Guan Yi splurged on 3 air conditioning filters, 5-hour version, spending 9 points, leaving her with 11 points to save for tomorrow. After making her purchases, Guan Yi swiped the newsletter aside, waiting for it to deactivate. She took the opportunity to take another quick shower, and went downstairs to check out, feeling refreshed. Checkout was indeed before 12 p.m., so theoretically, she could rest until 11:55 a.m. However, Guan Yi's intuition told her it was best not to do that. It would be best to leave as soon as possible. Just as Guan Yi reached the bottom of the building, the express delivery was due for destruction. After it was destroyed, a squirrel courier on a red motorcycle appeared in her sight. With a beautiful drift, the squirrel courier, who looked similar to the one from yesterday, parked his car at the hotel entrance. He propped himself up on one leg, one hand on the handlebars, and the other handed Guan Yi a package. Express delivery. From the Highway Mileage Association, consignee Guan Yi. After receiving the package, Guan Yi returned to the counter to check out. Everything went smoothly. A few minutes later, she was back in the driver's seat, ready to drive away. The highway runs on a 7-day cycle. According to office workers, today was Desperate Wednesday. But there's no weekend here. Guan Yi muttered as she slowly drove away from the hotel, continuing her seemingly endless journey. Inside the hotel, a fax machine suddenly activated itself and slowly dispensed a piece of paper with words on it. Gang brothers, be warned. Danger! The arrest team will arrive in an hour. Please hold on. Chapter 14. Guan Yi wanted to drive a little longer today. Her accumulated mileage had already exceeded 1,100, and she didn't know how far she was from the next level, but it was always right to keep going. Furthermore, Guan Yi had a feeling that something was missing, but when she thought about it more carefully, the feeling faded and she couldn't grasp it. I'm missing the necessary clues, Guan Yi concluded. Maybe I need to see something to trigger it. If she couldn't remember it, she couldn't. Trying to remember was useless. All she could do now was drive, pick up supplies, and then keep driving, minimizing her rest breaks. The chat channel was still bustling, with most people complaining about the heat. They were convinced that the weather would gradually warm up, and anything to cool them down was being sold at exorbitant prices. Guan Yi glanced at her workshop. Yesterday, she had opened 2 production lines, prioritizing refrigerators, which were now sold out. She would then focus on wash basins. Including the previous stock and the 3 she had left, she had already produced 133, with 167 more already pre-ordered. There were still some people placing orders for simple sleeping bags, probably because they found sleeping in their cars unpleasant, so they decided to buy them. After all, it was hot, and sleeping on the outer layer without getting inside the sleeping bag was initially quite cool. Car seats, on the other hand, were sticky, stuffy, and airtight. In short, after yesterday and the night before, Guan Yi's license was left with only the wash basin and engineer shovel items. But judging by the situation, it was only a matter of time before they faded. Happy little rich woman. Driving on the highway, Guan Yi hummed a song she made up, feeling incredibly happy. She now had so many materials. Aside from some newly discovered materials, the stones, metals, and basic parts were all practically in the 3-digit range. Metal parts, in particular, were even on the verge of 4. How could she not be happy? Someone's actually managed to mine mud, rubber, and cotton. That's incredible luck. I haven't found anything at all. Guan Yi shook her head. She needed a new supply box, preferably a larger one. She only had 2 slots left. While she could still make some space, it wasn't a solution. The best solution was a larger box, a permanent solution. Unconsciously, Guan Yi had been driving for about 40 minutes, and it was around 8 a.m. She felt a little hungry, and was about to grab something to eat when something flashed in her rearview mirror. Guan Yi instantly became alert, glancing at the rearview mirror. She saw an off-road jeep flashing its lights far away, the blinding beam piercing the rearview mirror from a distance of at least 100 meters. God damn it! Are your headlights made by a laser factory? Normally, in broad daylight, no car's headlights could reach this far, and still cause trouble for the car ahead. But considering this unusual situation, this situation suddenly seemed normal. What kind of hellish tongue twister is this? Guan Yi muttered, flooring the accelerator, freezing the speed at 80 kilometers per hour. There was no other way. This was the limit she could currently push. Hold on, buddy. We're in this together. If you hold on, I level you up tonight. We're well stocked with materials, so 3 levels might not be enough, but 2 should be no problem. Hang on. Although this wasn't a normal world, whether it was the woman and child at the convenience store or the bearded man in the motel, their behavior was at least somewhat logical. So, the guy behind them, who was casually swerving past the car in front, was definitely not normal. He was a classic case of road rage. Wait! Road rage? Guan Yi instantly thought of those 2 notorious road rage buddies. She swallowed subconsciously, understanding why a car was chasing her. She called to report their whereabouts yesterday. Maybe there was a mole there, and now these 2 were out for revenge. No wonder the poster said they only offered bounties on the living. So they were waiting for her right here. Run. Must run. Guan Yi knew perfectly well that if these 2 buddies caught up with her, it would be a fierce battle, and she would be outnumbered 2 at once. She had learned some self-defense techniques, and had killed a kobold miner with a sapper, but that was a one-on-one fight, and the kobolds didn't seem very intelligent. If the opponent had been a human, Guan Yi sighed. Even if she could win, she'd probably be covered in wounds. The best thing to do was to prevent them from catching up. But look at her car, which was traveling at 80 km/h. Guan Yi. So difficult. Just then, the chat broadcast suddenly began to emit a beep, beep, beep alarm. And then, the previously bustling channel seemed to have been collectively muted, leaving only a faintly familiar female voice. Urgent interruption. Class A highway wanted criminals, the Road Rage brothers Gang Bo and Gang Jia, have appeared on the primary hotspot highway. They're driving a silver-blue off-road jeep. Drivers, please exercise caution and stay away. The arrest team will arrive in 18 minutes. The voice repeated 3 times before abruptly fading. Simultaneously, the ban was lifted, and the chat channel became lively again. Guan Yi ignored the discussion and simply logged out. Firstly, the noise was too much for her concentration, and secondly, she was the person involved and didn't need to seek information from others. Even if there was any, it was probably mixed in with countless invalid messages, and Guan Yi simply couldn't focus on each one. 18 minutes. Guan Yi glanced in the rearview mirror. The off-road jeep was getting closer, its lights flashing more and more frequently. Even through the closed windows, she could hear the roar of its exhaust. Just like those idiots, who have nothing better to do than drive around in the middle of the night. At this speed, let alone 18 minutes, in just 2, the other party would slam right into the back of her car. Her car couldn't withstand a collision. This is a level-up monster. Clearly, this was one of those road traps. She should have saved the photos and waited until her car reached level 3 or 4 before calling. However, the photos had a time limit, making the decision difficult. So, if the reward isn't generous, I'm going to make a scene. Guan Yi kept one hand on the steering wheel, and with the other pulled out all the Mi Qingrui's gifts from the storage compartment. When combined with the radio, these items would automatically play Honk for Freedom for 3 minutes, during which the car's speed would increase by 50% to 120 kilometers per hour. Good news, she has 5 gifts. Bad news, she only has 5 gifts. In the rearview mirror, the gang brothers' car drew closer. The burly man in the passenger seat stuck his head out the window and hurled passionate insults at Guan Yi. Through the window, Guan Yi couldn't hear clearly, but he knew with the toe that it wasn't a good word. There was no way she was going to give in. A woman would rather die in battle than behind the enemy lines. It was just a matter of time, right? So let's go after her. Guan Yi sneered, raised his hand, and slapped a gift onto the radio channel on the car's large screen. The interface on the screen suddenly changed. In addition to the chat and trade channels, a new music channel appeared and automatically jumped to the channel. Throw the brake pads aside, my life is the lightning that ignites energy. As Mi Qingrui sang, Guan Yi felt the car suddenly surge forward, its speed soaring. He felt the joy of smoothly transitioning from a national highway to a highway. In a matter of seconds, the gap between the two cars widened again. Guan Yi lowered the driver's window and extended her left arm, allowing those behind her to clearly see her raised middle finger. Guan Yi had never been one to never fight back, never retort. Ever since her parents died at the age of 12, she had spent a long period of time in a state of self-destruction, her actions imbued with the aura of, I don't want to live anymore. If you mess with me, I take you with me. It was only later, with her grandfather's patient counseling, that Guan Yi gradually calmed down and reintegrated into society with a normal attitude. Guan Yi knew she was doing this for her grandfather's sake, simply to appease him. Deep down, she still harbored the girl who would drag her enemies down with her. 14 minutes. Guan Yi's car was now traveling at 120 kilometers per hour, her upper limit, but not the gang brothers. Her middle finger had clearly infuriated them, and they roared and charged again. Facing a lunatic who wanted to kill her, cutting in or forcing her to stop was useless. Those two tactics were only used by those who didn't want to cause an accident. And the gang brothers clearly only wanted to cause an accident. Guan Yi calculated the time, and when the two men were about to catch up, she quickly took a second photo and sent it to the car's large screen. Since the singing could be multiplied, surely the acceleration effects could also be stacked. Guan Yi was betting on this, and fortunately, she won. Mi Qingrui's voice began to sing from the beginning, and the previous song, which had been halfway through, was still playing. Interestingly, just as the gift said, the two songs blended together, not feeling noisy, but rather like a duet. Of course, the car's speed also picked up. Guan Yi's speed had reached 180 kilometers per hour, a speed she only ever driven in desert off-road rallies. It wasn't her highest speed ever, but due to the limitations of the vehicle, Guan Yi felt the steering wheel begin to shake and the car's body began to jolt violently, giving her the illusion that it might fall apart on the road. Perhaps not an illusion. Guan Yi checked the vehicle status and saw that the durability was decreasing. It had been 100 when she left today, but now it was only 80. In just a few minutes, the durability had dropped by 20, and it continued to drop. Let's go for it. Guan Yi gritted her teeth. With 12 minutes left until the capture team arrived, the effects of the first gift had worn off, so she snapped another one to maintain the speed. The good news, the gang brothers hadn't expected Guan Yi to be able to accelerate. The bad news, they could too, and were almost catching up. At this point, Guan Yi's car speed remained at 180 kilometers per hour, his durability had dropped to 65, and he only had 2 gift cards left. Guan Yi, this is truly thrilling. Chapter 15. Guan Yi was participating in an involuntary highway car chase. She was the one being chased. 10 minutes. Guan Yi used her 4th gift. At this rate, being caught was inevitable. She couldn't just race until the capture team arrived. She had to think of a way. Guan Yi's foot kept on the accelerator, her mind racing as fast as the wheels beneath her car. Time was running out, and she had to come up with a plan quickly. My speed isn't good enough. I can only delay for another 4 minutes, and there's still a 6-minute gap. Sudden braking and drifting. There's a high probability of a rollover, and I'm not sure if I can even get back. The engineer shovel is a close combat weapon. Using it is hand-to-hand combat. Wait! Guan Yi suddenly had an idea, and a way out was suddenly on her mind. The road traffic safety law stipulates that motor vehicles are not allowed to throw objects onto the road. The reason is simple. It's unsafe and puts the car behind in danger. Guan Yi herself had once been on the highway when a white plastic bag was thrown from the car ahead, covering the driver's window. If she weren't an experienced driver, she'd likely have panicked and gotten into danger. But wasn't that the danger she wanted right now? Fortunately, it's a straight road. Guan Yi controlled the steering wheel with one hand while using the other to pull items out of the storage compartment. Since the engineer shovel was so expensive, she chose to throw in cheaper items. For example, stones. For example, wood. For example, metal. For example, nails made of metal. Oh, by the way, she seemed to have a few iron plates and stone slabs, which should have a good effect if thrown there. When the materials were first taken out of the storage compartment, they were only palm-sized, making them easier to examine. After 60 seconds, they would return to their original shape. With just the right timing, Guan Yi could throw the material out the window while it was still palm-sized, and then restore it to its original form just before it hit the Gang brothers' off-road jeep. Come chase me. 206 stones, enough for some fun. Guan Yi hummed. She had previously seen all the materials magnified. The stones were enormous, twice as large as the large balls placed on the road as barriers. With luck, one could crush the brothers' heads. No problem. Guan Yi timed it perfectly, taking out a stone every 10 seconds or so and placing it in the door's glove compartment, arranging them in order. This way, as long as she kept the windows open, she could throw the stones continuously. After 7 minutes, the first stage of the duet was complete, leaving only about a minute and a half for the second stage. Guan Yi's speed instantly dropped from 180 to 120, while the Gang brothers' car, with its clamorous roar, drew closer and closer. 20, 15, 12. Okay, throw it. Guan Yi flicked his left wrist and hurled the stone, already held in his hand, out the window. The stone was still palm-sized when it was thrown, and because the window was open, Guan Yi could hear the arrogant laughter coming from behind. Ha ha ha. Brother, you little bug thinks a piece of paper can hurt us. Hold on tight, I'm going to run the guy over and kill him. Okay, brother. You dare to report us brothers? You're dead. We're going to run you over. Crush every bone in your body. Wait, what is that? The Gang brothers' maniacal grins froze on their faces. Within their field of vision, the small rock, once no bigger than their hands, suddenly grew larger as if under a spell, even momentarily obscuring the scorching sun, providing them with a bit of shade. Sizzle. Bang. Gang Bo swerved, relying on his skillful driving to barely avoid the rock. But before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, he heard his brother's frantic screams. Brother! Get out of the way! Brother! Gang Bo's pupils widened sharply as another rock appeared in his field of vision, almost identical to the previous one. Sizzle, bang. Drifting at high speeds is extremely damaging to tires, causing far more wear and tear than normal driving. Gang Bo's two successful stunts successfully avoided the rock, but inevitably also caused damage to the car. Gang Bo roared, straightened the steering wheel, shifted into gear, and stepped on the gas, chasing Guan Yi once again. Damn it. When I catch you, I crush your bones piece by piece, one by one, I promise. Guan Yi heard the threat, but it didn't register with her. She was concentrating on timing her throw of the rock, paying no attention to what he said. Even if she did take the threat to heart, she would still maintain this attitude. As long as she didn't give him a chance to catch up, the so-called threat would be nothing more than the swearing of an impotent and furious person. Throwing rocks. Throwing wood. Throwing wood and nails. More rocks. I have to say, Gang Bo's driving skills are really good. He managed to dodge rocks that were almost touching his face several times in a row. No wonder he was on the wanted list, and stayed there for so long. He was really hard to kill. Fortunately, being difficult to kill doesn't mean it's impossible. Soon, Ganghua, who had been concentrating on dodging large objects like rocks and wood, stumbled upon an inconspicuous iron nail. It wasn't completely inconspicuous. For a nail, they were quite long, enough to pierce thick tires, and rip them apart during a reckless drift. Bang. Brother. The tires flat. The silver-blue off-road Jeep twisted wildly on the road, and the short Ganghua practically slumped over the steering wheel, desperate to keep control. Bang. Brother. Another one. Shut up. Get on the steering wheel, or I blow your head off. Okay, brother. Sure too, brother. Shit is coming again. I can see it. Damn it, jump out of the car, jump out quickly. Gongja kicked the car door open, then scooped up Gongbwa like a chicken, holding him in his arms, and leaping out, letting the momentum carry him until he was far away from their beloved car. Bang! Boom! The stone thrown by Guanyi hit the front engine, forcing the car to stop and causing a moderate explosion. The impact of the explosion sent the gang brothers rolling further away. Guanyi, the victor, slowly slowed down the car, observing the situation in the rearview mirror. 1 minute. The arresting team was about to arrive, and she just had to delay for this period of time. Judging from the distance between the two sides, even if they were not injured, it would take them a while to run over. What's more, looking at that big lump of meat lying there without any signs of movement, she didn't know whether it was dead, unconscious, or injured and unable to get up. TSK, what a shame about that car. Although they couldn't replace it, there were still some spare parts. And then it caught fire, and Guanyi could only sigh in regret. 20 seconds. The gang brothers began to stir. Gangja, as strong as an ox, moved his head, as if checking on Gangbo, who was held in his arms. He's so hard to kill. He's still alive. Guanyi sighed, equipping his engineer shovels in both hands. Ever since opening the equipment slot, he no longer had to wait even a minute. I don't like to fail at the last minute. If you dare come this far, I chop you to death. Anyway, I'm acting in self-defense. The good news, the gang brothers' condition was worse than Guanyi had anticipated. Even when the arresting team's vehicle arrived with its red lights flashing, they couldn't get off the road. Guanyi didn't get out of the car. She sat in the driver's seat, her head hanging out, watching a man in a yellow uniform and a yellow closed-face helmet approach. It was impossible to tell whether he was a man or a woman, or young or old. Oh, she didn't even know if the other person was real. After all, they were so tightly covered that it was impossible to tell if they were translucent. License plate verified. The man's voice was muffled. There are 2 types of rewards. You can choose whichever you like. Guanyi nodded. Tell me about it. The first one, 20,000 highway coins. The second one, 2,000 highway coins, a free vehicle modification voucher, and a pass to the business lounge at the service area on this section of highway. Guanyi frowned. Isn't that a huge difference in price? Staff, actually, the two are about the same value. Guanyi thought, vehicle modification, to what extent? What's the difference between a business lounge and a regular service area? You can enhance your vehicle's hull, tires, or styling. The business lounge offers free food and water, priority access to other services, and the ability to purchase items not available in the regular area. Guanyi pondered for a moment. Can I convert my car into a tank? No. A mining dump truck? No. A road roller? No. Then, the staff member said impatiently, Ma'am, this is only the primary highway area. Vehicles not found in this area cannot be modified. Seeing that the other party saw through his intentions, Guanyi uttered an "oh," reluctantly giving up his idea and speaking the next best option. It's okay to change it to an off-road jeep, right? Guanyi pointed at the wreckage after the fire was extinguished. The kind Gongbwa and Gongja drove. The staff member nodded and, as if by magic, produced a receipt. So ma'am, have you decided on option 2? Guanyi blinked. But I still think there's a huge difference between 2,000 and 20,000 highway coins, so... Staff member, ma'am, I don't have the authority to increase the reward. Guanyi waved his hand. Workers don't make things difficult for workers. I'm just wondering if there's anything I can salvage from the wreckage of their car? After all, I threw a lot of materials into it. Also, do I have to give me the belongings of their brothers? After all, I captured them. Yes, if you want them, take them. The staff member looked hurried. Anything else? Guanyi rubbed his hands. Can you give me a few more modification and business coupons? I have a few friends. These 2 coupons aren't cheap, ma'am. The staff member tapped the wooden pad behind the receipt with his pen. But I can give you 2 additional business zone coupons, valid only during meal times, and each one can be used once. After saying this, the staff member paused and spoke meaningfully. Is that enough, ma'am? Then go get your things. I sign after you got them. Guanyi opened the door and got out of the car. He and the staff member walked over to the wreckage, one after the other. Then, Guanyi gave the staff member a sheepish smile. Sorry, I think I can only dismantle boxes of supplies, not cars. Staff, you never stop. It's so annoying. Chapter 16. In the end, the staff didn't bother dismantling Guanyi's car wreckage. Instead, They dumped a skill book and the small gadgets they stripped from Gang Bo and Gang Zhe at her. Guan Yi shrugged as the car sped away, feeling as if they were eager to leave. Perhaps they were in a hurry to report back, Guan Yi thought casually, then began to tally up all the spoils she acquired. First came 2,100 yuan highway coins, which Guan Yi stuffed into her worn-out wallet, bulging it. She now had a total of 2,117 yuan, enough to last her a while. Next came a car modification voucher, a business lounge pass, and 2 additional vouchers good for 1 meal each. These could only be used at the service area, and since today was her 3rd day, she was still a long way from the area, so she couldn't use them for the time being. Guan Yi pulled down the sun visor and clipped the cards onto it. Along with them were the concert tickets she received earlier, and the last gift from Mi Qingrui. Small items like these didn't need to waste storage space, they fit perfectly here. The skill book the staff had given Guan Yi was called Disassembly Techniques You Should Master, Volume 1. After mastering it, she could not only dismantle abandoned cars, but even supply boxes, without having to predetermine whether to dismantle them. This is a great thing. I keep the big ones I drive, and dismantle the small ones I drive. If I get a lot, I can sell them to others. As she walked further and further, her belongings would undoubtedly accumulate, and she would need more and larger storage compartments. From the wreckage, Guan Yi retrieved 1 damaged engine, 11 fine iron, 2 hard tires, 7 iron plates, 2 semi-damaged tactical headlights, reparable, 1 semi-damaged folding balcony, reparable, and 1 scorched handmade leather steering wheel cover. The damaged engine was like scrap metal, unusable, but very heavy, weighing in at 33.5 kilograms. Guan Yi thought she'd save it for now, hoping she'd find another one of these at a post station. The tactical headlights were the ones the Gang brothers had used to dazzle her, and since the suffix reparable was on them, Guan Yi naturally wanted to keep them. The balcony was similar. It was a 1 square meter miniature balcony that could be deployed from the roof, complete with a magnetic parasol for temperature control. Although it can only be switched between same as inside and same as outside modes, it's sufficient. After all, it's located on the roof, allowing you to enjoy the coolness of the air conditioning without being affected by the negative drowsiness status. Plus, if you finish a meal on this scenic balcony, you gain a 1-hour alertness buff. It's quite effective. This thing needs to be fixed. It's a shame it can't be used right now, but if the air conditioning problem isn't resolved, I need it later, Guan Yi said, as he slipped the burnt handmade leather steering wheel cover directly onto the steering wheel. It should improve the driver's grip. Although Guan Yi didn't understand how such a subjective feeling could be accurate to 20%, there was no need to overthink it, just put it on. These were all taken from the wreckage of the vehicle. There were far fewer good things to be taken from the Gang brothers. Guan Yi reasonably guessed that the staff and his partner had secretly withheld a lot. In other words, since they were willing to give up some of the items, Guan Yi turned a blind eye and didn't want to force them too much. She had a hard time beating up the Gang brothers, so beating up the staff would probably be even harder. Besides, she didn't want to clash with local official organizations unless it was necessary. Guan Yi got Tactical Portable Waste Bag 5, X1, Emergency Medicine Bag X1, Avatar Sticker Set 5, X1, Instant Coffee 10G, X3, Portable Repair Toolbox X1 and 1 incomplete map supplement page from the Gang brothers. Oh my god, this bag is going to be full again. The Tactical Portable Waste Bag has the note equipment only, which means that only 1 can be worn on the waist, but it does not conflict with the DLC backpack. Guan Yi thinks that it is probably because of the different positions. Her bag was already full, with small items like instant coffee stashed on the back seat. Now with 5 more compartments, it finally felt less cramped. The portable repair kit was also a great item. It could be equipped directly to the car, increasing repair speed by 100%. While others could repair 10 points in an hour, she could repair 20 points in an hour. It saved time, effort, and money. Guan Yi said it was truly excellent, and she wanted more. After the chase, the car's durability had dropped to a precarious 21. Guan Yi paused, preparing to rest for an hour to get it back to at least 40 before continuing. She herself entered her sleeping bag, listening to the chat while opening the map and observing whether the newly assembled map supplement brought any changes. Sure enough, there were. Not only did several new forks appear on the map, but there were also 4 new special building markers: Blue Missing Font Plantation, 7th Station, Automobile Missing Font, and the Missing Font Area. Several forks are only halfway shown. If it's the same as the previous trip to the Shabby Inn, then absolutely don't go there. The forks were unsettling, and without a destination in mind, Guan Yi didn't dare venture forth. Blue what plantation? Blueberry? A blueberry plantation? Guan Yi rubbed her chin, feeling that it was highly likely. She loved blueberries, and was quite curious to check it out. This car is a little hard to guess. It could be repaired, modified, or perhaps even be getting a beauty treatment or a car wash. TSK, anyway, I see if I can find it in another 867 kilometers. We see then. Of these buildings, the closest is the suspected blueberry plantation, 541.33 kilometers from Guan Yi's location. The next closest is the car shop, and the 7th post station is quite a distance, a full 1555 kilometers. But the farthest is the district with most of the characters missing, a full 2200.07 kilometers from Guan Yi. I don't think the latter two are places I can reach today. But I think I could check out this plantation. But, Guan Yi sighed, deciding to drive as much as possible today. If he could, he'd go check it out. If not, he'd wait until tomorrow. Guan Yi always found the missing district character quite concerning. After all, the other buildings' names were black, but this one was red. There's so much missing information. Is the red the key point? Or is it dangerous? Guan Yi pondered, fanning herself with a rag to dispel the oppressive heat. Let's keep it open and see. At my current speed, I won't get there today anyway. Just like everything else, I deal with it later. Putting this matter aside for now, Guan Yi, with nothing else to do, jumped into the trading channel and posted a link for the batch number AZ6987 bitter almond tea. Then, she quickly browsed the top items, looking for something she needed. After reading the newsletter yesterday, she posted a link to buy the bitter almond tea, but until the 24-hour display period ended, she hadn't received anything. Guan Yi wasn't in a hurry, continuing to list it at 5 metal per bottle. Mainly because she didn't know what the other party meant by 5 times the purchase price, she had to choose a number that wouldn't cost her money. If the almond tea really sold for less than 1 yuan, Guan Yi would consider herself unlucky. Otherwise, at worst, she'd break even. Sadly, no one wanted to sell her. I don't know if it was because she hadn't been sold yet, or if they simply didn't want to sell. On the 3rd day, the number of survivors had dropped by a few dozen, but the number of products on the shelves had increased by hundreds. The variety was so vast and dazzling that it took 10 or so pages to see them all. Because it was a basic trading platform, there were no categories or catalogs, let alone search engines. You had to rely on your eyes to find what you wanted, and browsing the trading channels was a waste of time. Listening to the trading channels was much more tiring than watching. It required the same concentration I paid on the listening test back then, otherwise you subconsciously miss something and have to start over again. Nothing special, mostly just swapping materials. Guan Yi shook his head, logged out of the channel, and returned to the chat. After a moment's thought, he sent a message. Guan Yi, how many kilometers have you all driven? I start with 1,299.93 kilometers. Wow, it's Guan Yi, boss. Did you discover the new rules today? I driven 1080 kilometers. 971 kilometers. No way, you're all driving so fast. How come I only driven 610 kilometers? Zhu Jia, don't tell anyone, this guy might have some location locking gadget and is using mileage to outmaneuver you. You're too slow, aren't you? How did you only drive 610 kilometers? Haven't you been moving? I only driven 300 kilometers. What did I say? Are you stupid? The rules say everyone drives their own way, and there's no merging until we reach a service area. Hey, the guy with the 300 kilometers, hurry up. There's no point in being scared. You need to find the box. Zhu Jia, you're the fool. That Guan Yi has so much supplies, and she sells everything. She also knows a lot of information others don't. She must have gotten this by ambush others. Anyone who's played the game knows, the fastest way to make money isn't through trade, it's through robbery. This person, as if to prove his point, kept giving examples. This made some people skeptical. After all, Guan Yi always acted wealthy, far ahead of others. When they compared their own supplies, they began to believe her. Just then, the system sound reappeared in Guan Yi's head, also in colorful text, slowly drifting across the center of the chat interface. Player Guan Yi earned the title, Bounty Hunter. Guan Yi, No, why do you have installment plans for your rewards? The chat channel was buzzing again, refreshing much faster than before. Guan Yi couldn't listen any longer, and simply split the screen to watch it bit by bit. Titles. This game even has titles. Zhu Jia. Look, I told you there was something wrong with Guan Yi, didn't I? Bounty Hunter, he's killed someone. He must have. And you dared to report your coordinates? I'm impressed by you idiots. Guan Yi ignored the idiot who was slandering her. She was more focused on the details of the new title on her personal dashboard. Title: 1-star bounty hunter. You completed 1 bounty and became a bounty hunter. Your experience is still relatively young, so you won't attract the attention of other wanted criminals. Deterrent effect on wanted criminals, 1%. Wanted criminals' hatred towards you, 0.5%. The chat channel only reports XX player has earned a title, and doesn't mention the reward. So Guan Yi is the only one who knows about the unsaid bounty hunter badge and 1 attribute point earned, distributable. Chapter 17. In most professions, newcomers are undervalued. The same goes for bounty hunters. Guan Yi didn't expect her 1% intimidation to be of much use, nor did she believe her 0.5% aggro would have any negative effects. She was more concerned about where to allocate her 1 attribute point: strength, agility, and perception. Guan Yi poked at the attribute descriptions one by one. Strength meant increased strength, agility meant quicker reflexes, and perception was more vague, describing it as a reaction to certain things. It's probably my 6th sense radar, or maybe there's something only high perception can detect. Guan Yi's fingers flicked over the 3 attributes, finally landing on perception. That's quite interesting. My 6th sense radar, and they asked me to choose the 6th sense radar based on the data. Is this a kind of sympathy between people of the same kind? Guan Yi shook her head, regretting the idea. As long as she continued to work hard, she should be able to gain more attribute points. There was no need to dwell on it now. After clicking the attribute points, the chat changed, and Guan Yi realized she wasn't the first person to receive the title. Yesterday, while she wasn't paying attention, someone else had earned the title of Monster Slayer. Guan Yi knew this person, Ko Xia. She explained her bad luck, saying she often encountered danger while opening supply boxes, unable to escape. She didn't want to die, so she just had to send the monsters to their doom. Then, after she had killed 10 monsters, the Monster Slayer title popped up. She also didn't mention the title's effects or other rewards. Besides these, there's another person named Wang Zi, who also holds a title. This one's title is Modifier, seemingly related to vehicle modification. Achieving a title is announced server-wide, and the fact that only these 3 people are discussing it repeatedly proves that it's rare to obtain, at least not something that's commonplace in the early stages. Ko Xia directly explained the origin of his title. Wang Zi initially remained silent, but unable to resist the provocation, he accidentally, and braggingly, revealed it during a heated rebuttal. Guan Yi didn't want to make an exception, primarily because there was nothing to hide. Her dealings with NPCs were only going to increase, and it was a good time to start laying the groundwork. Guan Yi, I completed the quests issued by the NPCs, and I earned this title. The process is very dangerous, so blind imitation is not recommended. As for how to contact the NPCs, or the quest details, Guan Yi had no obligation to tell anyone else. Instead of joking, she might as well take a look at the contents of her emergency medicine kit. Gauze, 10M, X3, Painkiller X3, Primary Antidote X3, Piston Brand Multipurpose Ointment X3. The gauze stops bleeding and restores 8 health points every 2 minutes for 10 minutes. However, each application must be wrapped around the wound at least twice. The painkiller stops all pain within 10 minutes. The antidote can dissolve poisons below level 3. Applying the multipurpose ointment to the body can cure most ailments. These are all great things. I haven't seen anyone selling medicine on the trading channel yet. Also, I definitely keep it for myself first. I won't sell it unless I can get more. Guan Yi happily collected the items. Almost an hour had passed, and the car's durability had increased from 21 to 41, allowing her to continue driving. It had been hot since morning, and by noon, the heat had reached a new high. Guan Yi suspected the temperature was definitely over 40 degrees, possibly even approaching 50. After all, the 40 degrees mentioned in the newsletter was just the starting point. How high it would climb depended on the actual situation. Besides turning on the air conditioner, only when the car was moving at high speed could a little bit of coolness be achieved. Guan Yi was lucky. She had an air conditioning filter that she could use occasionally to cool herself down. Also, the frozen non-drinkable water she had prepared earlier was put to good use, making the situation less unbearable. But not many people had a solution. Guan Yi had only sold a few hundred refrigerators and wash basins, a drop in the bucket on a server with tens of thousands of people. Most people still had to endure the torment of the high temperature. Guan Yi closed the chat channel. It was already scorching hot, and listening to the noise and complaints from others only made her irritable and even hotter. Thus began Guan Ye's most tedious day since entering the game, a repetitive cycle of driving. Picking up supply boxes. Driving. This time, Guan Yi drove until 5 p.m. Except for a 30-minute break to eat and repair the car, she was on the road at full speed. With 2 hours left until dark, Guan Yi sat in the car, holding up a map and checking the buildings diagonally in front of her. On the map, Blueberry Plantation. In reality, Bluetooth Plantation. Guan Yi, Did I guess that or not? Also, a blueberry plantation is fine, but what the hell is a Bluetooth plantation? Is it a plantation for Bluetooth earphones? Or one of those little blue teeth from ghost stories? Guan Yi frowned, feeling a faint toothache. So should she go in or not? There were still 2 hours until dark, so she had to make a quick decision, no matter what she did. Otherwise, if she got trapped inside, or stuck here unable to leave, she wouldn't be able to withstand the double-sided attack that might come at night. Just as Guan Yi was hesitating, the plantation gate suddenly opened, and an old man in gray-blue work clothes, resembling the ones issued by factories around the 1970s, emerged. He was wearing a pair of white work gloves. "Hey, you." "Yes, you. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and drive the car in and load the goods." Guan Yi glanced at the old man. The old man looked at Guan Yi. After a few seconds, Guan Yi confirmed that the man had identified her as a truck driver. "Beautiful. I really am a man of great ability." Guan Yi couldn't help but grumble. But she still dutifully drove the car through, following the gate the old man had opened and the direction he pointed, until she arrived at the door of a warehouse. The old man, looking as if Guan Yi owed him 80,000 yuan, pointed to 5 boxes beside the warehouse and said, "Get your goods. Take them." Guan Yi didn't get out of the car. Remembering the rule of safety in the car, she lowered the window, though it was impolite, resting her arm on the door and leaning out to speak. "Uncle, I'm a passing driver, not the one you were waiting for." "Are you mistaken?" The old man snorted. "You're not here to pick up the goods, so how did you find yourself here?" Guan Yi replied sincerely, "I followed the map." The old man squinted at her. "So do you want to take these goods? Can I first ask what the goods are? Where are they being delivered? What's the reward?" Guan Yi used questions as answers, kicking the ball back. The old man said, "Bitter almond tea with batch number AZ6987, delivered to Green Apricot Leaf Company. They pay the reward." Guan Yi considered it for a moment and decided to take the task. Although the map would be switched to a new service area in a few days, and the current map might be invalid, she just wanted to spawn as many buildings as possible. "Then you have to give me a map from Green Apricot Leaf Company." "I don't know the way." The old man muttered, "Drivers these days, it's bad enough they don't even know the way, but they don't even have maps. TSK. The world is going downhill." Guan Yi ignored him, and waited for the old man's response. "Here, open it according to the production address on the bottle." The old man pulled a bottle of bitter almond tea from an unsealed box, and tossed it to Guan Yi through the open car window. "Once you're sure, get down quickly, pay, and then move the goods." "You don't want an old man like me to move them for you, do you?" Guan Yi caught the bitter almond tea, momentarily confused by the old man's meaning. "Pay? Pay for what? Who's going to pay?" The old man seemed to see Guan Yi's confusion and grew even more impatient. "They promised to buy it back 5 times the price, 25 yuan per bottle. There are 60 bottles here, for a total of 1,500 highway coins. You can pay me, and then ask them for the payment later. That way, you don't have to come back again, right?" Guan Yi chuckled. So this mission required advance payment, and the reward was still unknown. Could she just turn around and leave now? Anyway, she had just used the plastic label on the bitter almond tea to connect with the map, and the new location had already been logged in. She didn't really have to do this mission. Unless the other party offers sufficient benefits. "Sir, I'm a beginner. How could I possibly have so much money?" The old man chuckled. "You already know you're a beginner. How could you possibly be broke? Either I give you 1,500 and take the items, or..." At this point, the old man's expression suddenly darkened, an unpleasant aura emanating from him. "Leave me the price for wasting my time." The information confirmed that money was a prerequisite for accepting the mission. If she didn't have money, she would be asked to pay a price, the details of which were unknown, and the dangers were unknown. Since that was the case, Guan Yi decided to accept the mission. The old man's change of attitude was one thing. The other was that anyone who played games knew that missions requiring conditions to be met generally had high rewards, and she didn't want to miss out. Since that was the case, she decided to inspect the goods. The old man's brow furrowed upon hearing this. "You don't believe me?" Guan Yi jumped out of the car, walked over to the box, and gave him a fake smile. Forget you. Sometimes I don't even believe myself. After all, if she had believed herself back then, her parents wouldn't have boarded that fatal plane. The old man choked at Guan Ye's answer, huffed, and turned away from her. This, in Guan Ye's eyes, was a sign of guilt, so she began to examine the bottles even more cautiously. Name, batch number, manufacturer, address. Guan Yi scrutinized every word and pattern on the bottle packaging, giving it a touch of a lantern damage assessment. Not surprisingly, after this investigation, she actually found 8 bottles of counterfeit goods. The reason they were counterfeit goods rather than fakes was because 3 of the bottles, after she discovered them, actually broke free from Guan Yi's grasp, and, using the bottoms of the bottles as feet, hopped away. Guan Yi, that's hard to say. But now wasn't the time to worry about that. Guan Yi stopped the old man who was trying to escape, casually pulled out a military shovel, and spoke in a tone that was half threatening, half asking. 1 bottle is 25 yuan, so 8 bottles is 200 yuan. With such a large sum, don't you have to give me an explanation? If the other party's explanation didn't satisfy her, Guan Yi thought, then she would go and ask for a satisfactory one. Chapter 18. In response to Guan Yi's questioning, the old man acted like a scoundrel, unashamed of his deception. Very careful, okay? Okay, take those bottles and put them aside, give me 1,300 and take the rest. Guan Yi tooted, you're just filling in the gaps. You breached the contract. I'm not taking this order. Don't talk about the cost of wasted time. If I really want to argue, it's my time that's being wasted. As she spoke, Guan Yi took a few steps back, putting some distance between her and the old man. She quickened her pace back to the car, opened the door, and prepared to get in. She was trying to swindle some advantage out of the old man. If this backfired, then she'd just pretend she never triggered this mission. Guan Yi was mentally prepared to run away from the order, but the old man wasn't. You already agreed to deliver the goods, how can you leave? The old man appeared before Guan Yi with a swift, almost teleporting swipe, sending chills down her spine. She grabbed another engineer shovel from her inventory, poised for action. Why are you so nervous? I mean no harm. The old man snorted, seeming disdainful, but judging by the way he silently took 2 steps back, the threat of violence wasn't entirely ineffective. You must pay me the 1,300 yuan, or I won't be able to explain myself to my superiors. The old man softened his tone, I'm calling you little girl, and asked, how about this? I give you the 5 bottles of drinks, and I also give you a couple of pairs of Bluetooth headphones. They're defective, but I guarantee the quality is fine. It's just that the casing has a little blemish, so they won't accept them. Guan Yi pondered, how many pairs? The old man gritted his teeth and said 2 pairs. Guan Yi shook his head 20. The old man's head was almost swirling. No, I'm just a doorman. I can't just ask for defective items. 5 pairs, okay? That was definitely not possible. Guan Yi was well versed in bargaining. After some back and forth with the old man, they finally settled on 8, a number favored by most Chinese people. After all, Guan Yi still wanted this job. After agreeing on the price, Guan Yi once again confirmed the goods in front of the old man, clearly demonstrating his distrust and fear of being exploited. The old man, out of sight and out of mind, went to get Guan Yi's headphones. After the 2 of them had settled the payment, he slammed the factory door shut with a bang, like a plague. The speed and force were so great that if Guan Yi had braked suddenly, she would have scraped off a large piece of paint. Even if the deal doesn't go through, we still have our friendship. Now that the deal is done, why bother? TSK. Guan Yi sighed at the old man's temper, and drove away from Bluetooth Plantation. Once the building was out of sight in the rearview mirror, she breathed a sigh of relief, and wiped the sweat from her palms with a wet towel. If a fight had broken out just now, she might not have been able to defeat the old man. Just based on his speed, she had little chance of winning. Thankfully, she guessed correctly. Once the deal was concluded, both parties must abide by the contract. If the bitter almond tea was found to be faulty, the old man would suffer. If it wasn't, she would suffer. But no matter who suffered, the deal must proceed, and could not be withdrawn midway. Those who hold the initiative should have a certain degree of authority to demand compensation within an acceptable range from the other party. Like 8 pairs of Bluetooth headphones, and 5 bottles of harmless bitter almond tea. But honestly, Guan Yi has always been averse to almond-based drinks, let alone bitter almonds. Just imagine what it's like. Bitter almond tea, 350 milliliters, introduction. Bitter almond tea, batch number AZ691, has a rich almond flavor with a slightly bitter taste, just like life. Drink bitter almond tea, and savor the bitterness of life. The bitter taste in the mouth stimulates the drinker's nerves, relieving drowsiness. Disclaimer: if the drinker experiences unfamiliar memories, it's likely an allergy to bitter almonds. We do not recommend continuing to drink this product. Our company has fulfilled its obligation to remind the drinker. If the drinker chooses to continue, we assume no responsibility. Number of slots occupied, 1. Wait, 1. That disclaimer is quite clever. Guan Yi took out a bottle of bitter almond tea and shook it. After much deliberation, she decided to keep one bottle for herself and list the rest on the trading platform after parking for the night. From the information she had obtained, this area was likely a preliminary high-temperature zone. After all, while over 40 degrees Celsius was hot, it wasn't outrageous. It was comfortable with air conditioning, but you could still endure it without it, even if you gritted your teeth. This is the beginner zone for everyone to get acclimated. There will definitely be intermediate, advanced, and even hellish high-temperature zones in the future. The air conditioning issue must be resolved, otherwise you won't be able to survive. Guan Yi was willing to sell bitter almond tea mainly because she had a few air conditioning filters and the green apricot leaf company, which was due to arrive tomorrow. That was the origin of the bitter almond tea, so she had a good chance of getting some. The original price was 5 yuan, but since she was delivering it and picking it up herself, she should at least give it a discount, right? Even if she didn't sell, she have enough water. Then she upgrade her car tonight, and tomorrow she might even be able to reach the 7th station marked on the map. Once I get the payment, I have over 2,000 road coins, which I can use to make a big purchase. Since 7 p.m. was approaching and there were no hotels available, Guan Yi had already picked a parking spot and got out to set up her warning triangle. Aside from the thrilling car chase and the haggling Lalamove mission, Guan Yi's day had been quite uneventful. She only collected 4 small boxes of supplies along the way. They weren't large, and the supplies were average, all of which she already had plenty of. Oh, that doesn't count as a center console ornament. It's a wiggly, slinky puppy, but Guan Yi, being cautious, relegated it to a different location. Some cars have cute ornaments on their center consoles, and some people hang amulets on their rearview mirrors. Guan Yi, on the other hand, never keeps those things in her car. The dolls in the rear window might obstruct vision, the dolls on the center console might detach in a serious collision, becoming flying bullets, and the hanging amulets could, under certain circumstances, become death warrants. Even though she knew the probability of such an event was extremely small, Guan Yi still refused to add to the car's decorations. Not right now, after all, there weren't enough storage compartments, and since she didn't want to throw things away, she'd have to run a grocery store in the car. Guan Yi, bitter almond tea 4 bottles, 10 ingredients per bottle, see transaction details for details. Buy now, while supplies last. She wanted to buy something new. She had a lot of metal and basic parts, and Guan Yi wanted to stock up on other materials. For example, mud, plastic, cotton, and rubber. Since there were fewer than 200 materials like rags, wood, and stone, Guan Yi also included them. Bitter almond tea, with this, can I turn on the air conditioner? Having an air conditioner, but not being able to turn it on is such a pain. Shu Jia, buying bitter almond tea for 5 metals, and selling it for 10 materials, has the market taught you the ropes? Ah, it really is. The acquisition link is still up. This guy is sick. Guan Yi concluded firmly, as she wiped her hands with a wet wipe. She hadn't provoked him, nor did she know him, yet he was chasing her like a madman. She wondered if the traffic-first mentality had instilled in him a certain kind of madness. She had tiger skin cake for lunch today, and wanted a change of pace for dinner, so she grabbed a steamed bun and opened the can of luncheon meat. Using the fork she had left behind after finishing her instant noodles last time, she scooped a piece of meat onto the split bun, closed it, and ate it. There was a lot of luncheon meat, enough to last 2 or 3 meals if you save it. Guan Yi stuffed the remaining cans into the refrigerator and ate while drinking water. She also prepared a dessert for herself, the jelly from her last supply run. It contained 12 pieces, and she decided to eat one today. As for the idiot in the chat channel, he continued to babble and criticize Guan Yi, while showing off his own bitter almond tea, boasting that he had seen through Guan Yi's true nature and hadn't sold it to her. Guan Yi clicked on the link sent by the other party, looked at the batch number AZ6987 on it, and fell silent. Should I tell him that there was something wrong with this batch of bitter almond tea? Hesitantly, Guan Yi finished her homemade luncheon meat sandwich and drank the remaining half bottle of water from lunch. She also opened a new bottle and continued drinking. Then she finished the jelly, wiped her fingers clean, licked the corners of her lips with relish, wiped her mouth, and finally made up her mind. Guan Yi, pay attention to the batch number. AZ6987 has issues, and is not recommended. Sure enough, it feels better to tell others. Guan Yi patted her swollen belly, and sighed contentedly. As for whether Zhu Jia would rebel after she said that, and go against her, that was none of her business. Really? The batch number for the purchase and the batch number for the sale are different. I didn't notice it before when I drank water. Is it only bitter almond tea that has a batch number? Orange drink, this one has a batch number on it too. It makes me afraid to drink it. Drinking water doesn't have a batch number. Drink water. It's healthy and safe. But I'm running low on water. Who else would sell me water? Message me privately, the price is negotiable. Zhu Jia, stop trying to fool me. If I hadn't been drinking it all day, I have been ripped off by you. Let me tell you, I ran the AC all day today, and it was all thanks to the bitter almond tea that kept me awake and energized. I didn't feel hot at all. I keep it on when I go to bed later too. I need to sleep anyway, so I just let myself get sleepy. I envy those who dare to run the AC all day. I have an AC filter, but I only run it for a little while. Zhu Jia, if you have bitter almond tea, keep it for yourself. Don't give unscrupulous merchants the chance to profit from it. Bitter almond tea is now on sale. If you want some, buy mine. It only costs 5 metal or basic parts. Mr. Zhu Jia, you're so generous. I want it. I got it. Ha ha ha, quick wins. Mr. Zhu Jia, see the private message. Guan Yi, one last reminder. I don't recommend drinking bitter almond tea with batch number AZ6987. After saying this, Guan Yi closed the chat channel, regardless of whether others agreed or disagreed. Respect others' fate. Let go of the need to help others. She had said everything she needed to say, and whether others believed her or not was of no concern to her. Today's task was to upgrade the car, but unfortunately the system restricted continuous upgrades, otherwise, she would have had to upgrade 3 levels in a row. Increasing the speed allowed for more mileage. Guan Yi looked at the 1,840.04 kilometers on the dashboard, and a sense of unease gradually settled in her heart. Had she overlooked something? Guan Yi waited for the car upgrade to complete, trying to figure out if she had missed any information. After all, she couldn't sleep well until the upgrade was complete. Chapter 19. The vehicle upgrade was completed before 10 a.m. The model remained unchanged, remaining a hatchback, only the internal hardware had been upgraded. Car name, Nakadashi Turbo 3. Model, hatchback, 5-seater, color, silver. Durability, 200/200, less than 20 requires professional repair, interior space, 12/30ths, plus 7, top speed, 120 km per hour. Vehicle condition, good. Energy status, 10/10ths plus, the engine has been upgraded, increasing durability from 100 to 200, space from 15 to 30, and speed from 80 to 120. The energy bar remains unchanged at 10. Recalling how she had to use gift cards to reach speeds above 120 today, Guan Yi felt breathless. She had wasted so many items today. Although she had gained a lot, she still felt the pain. At this speed, I can deliver and travel at the same time tomorrow. Guan Yi expressed satisfaction with the 120 km per hour speed. Then, amid the clattering of mud outside, she wrapped herself in her sleeping bag and fell asleep. The next morning, the 7 o'clock Asphalt Express arrived on time, along with a squirrel courier who said, "I'm not sure if it's the same squirrel, but they look similar." She was given a small box, which she opened to reveal a white copper badge. The badge was an inverted triangle with a black silhouette of an eagle's head in the center. Of course, since some birds of prey are often hilarious when viewed from the front, the silhouette was shown in profile. The eagle's eye was a small, insignificant red gem fragment, but compared to Guan Yi's Road Mileage Association badge, it looked quite classy. Below the inverted triangle, at the tip, was a ribbon-like relief with the words, "Those who make a living in crime will be hunted by justice." The back of the badge, like the Road Mileage Association badge, was dual purpose. It could be attached to the wearer's skin or clothing, or directly affixed to any part of the vehicle. In addition to the badge, the small box contained a slip of paper. Upon opening it, it contained only a short line of numbers. FM 13. Tune the radio to 13 Hz? Guan Yi tooted. If she remembered correctly, the FM frequency range wasn't that low. Forget it, this isn't the real world. Guan Yi held the slip of paper close to the car's large screen, trying to combine the two. After all, the radio channel didn't allow anyone to tune in, and she hadn't anticipated the appearance of a new channel. New channel detected. The system's voice suddenly rang out. Qualifications verifying. Verification completed. FM13 channel connected successfully. Welcome to the Gray Channel. Permissions, entry-level bounty hunter. Authorization number, DQ007. Please complete your information as soon as possible. At this point, the system prompts abruptly stopped. Silence fell on the channel. No small talk, no welcome, only paragraphs of text, accompanied by the clacking of keyboards, appearing one by one on a gray background with a falcon pattern. FM13 announcement, bounty number T12876 has been posted. Target, Soba, scavenger, charge. Suspected of possessing a prohibited weapon and refusing to cooperate with the investigation. Last sighting, primary low temperature zone, highway section 6. Status on the run. Reward, 1. 300 highway coins for providing valid clues. 2. 650 highway coins plus a foldable water purifier production license for capturing or rendering him incapacitated. Danger level, 1 star. Guanyi. Oh, so I don't have to search the world for wanted posters anymore. I can just accept quests here? What if multiple people accept the same quest? Whoever completes it first gets it. Or does someone accepting it block others from taking it? In that case, can I accept multiple quests at once, or only one? Guanyi had many questions. She searched the small box, but couldn't find anything like rules or instructions. Guess I have no choice but to ask. Guanyi placed her finger on the virtual car screen hovering in front of her. Anyway, there was nothing to buy in today's 7 o'clock Asphalt Express, and no new news. It had long been tossed aside and left to self-destruct. Considering the secrecy surrounding this channel, Guanyi didn't intend to reveal her voice. She typed hello everyone on the virtual keyboard and hit enter to send it. But instead of her message appearing on the screen, a warning popped up. The current channel is for information exchange and mission posting only. Irrelevant comments are prohibited. Isn't that too much? No explanation at all? Guanyi stroked the hunter badge in her hand, wondering if this was a test for the bounty hunters, to see if they had gotten the badge by chance or if they truly possessed the ability to pursue wanted criminals. Guanyi opened the input box again and found her profile picture on the far left. An exact replica of the Black Eagle silhouette on the hunter badge. After clicking it, Guanyi expected a flood of information to pop up. After all, the system prompted her to complete her profile quickly. Instead, it only displayed a few options. Authorization number, DQ007, public. Recommended hiding, hunter code, blank, recommended, bounty hunter instructions. I found it. Hidden somewhere like this. Gotta say, my code is quite famous. Guanyi hit her authorization number, but didn't rush to change it. Instead, she opened the bounty hunter instructions, and carefully read through each line. In addition to instructions on how to view channel posts, accept and abandon quests, and properly communicate within the channel, it also outlined unavoidable rules. 1. This channel is illegally registered and is only open to bounty hunters with badges. 2. Disclosing the channel's existence, frequency band number, and access method to non-bounty hunters is prohibited. Once verified, the leaker's bounty hunter status will be revoked, and they will be placed on the Gray Channel's internal wanted list. Note, even if non-bounty hunters are unable to access this channel, we will still punish those who violate the rules. 3. Wanted information is public information and may be disseminated under personal names, but the source must not be mentioned as this channel. 4. Those who make a living from crime will be hunted by justice. Those who indiscriminately kill innocent people will be severely punished. Is it known to everyone on the server that I'm a bounty hunter? Guanyi rubbed her brow. She remembered having previously earned the title of bounty hunter. When the system announced it, it was directly announced in the chat channel. So, it wasn't the identity that needed to be concealed, but the dedicated channel. After careful consideration, Guanyi felt that this was probably what the other party meant. This was easy to handle. He could just say that he had received some material rewards and not mention the channel. In that case, could the other people who received titles also have dedicated channels for them? Guanyi felt that this was very likely, but it was just that he couldn't disclose it, and probably no one else's either. Otherwise, with Wang Zi's impulsive personality and tendency to explode at the slightest provocation, he would have revealed it long ago. Since that was the case, Guanyi decided to change his name. After a moment's deliberation, he named himself Lu Tingfeng, using the theme of leisurely observing the scenery, attentively listening to the wind. Hide the ID, keep the avatar the same, and keep the name separate from her real name. Even if her peers learned she was a bounty hunter after the merge, they wouldn't be able to find her hunter code. After finishing all this, Guan Yi continued on her way. Today was her 4th day in this area, and perhaps to increase the difficulty, the supply boxes seemed much smaller. Since there were no colored beams of light in the distance, Guan Yi didn't have to worry about braking. She stepped on the accelerator, maintaining a speed of 120 kilometers per hour, and arrived at the Green Apricot Leaf Company marked on the map. The Green Apricot Leaf Company was located in an apricot grove. The buildings were green with yellow, giving Guan Yi the impression of wilted green vegetables. Unlike the Bluetooth plantation, the gates of the Green Apricot Leaf Company were open, with no guards. Guan Yi drove straight in and parked directly in front of the small building. Ding ding. Guan Yi honked the horn twice politely and called out through the car window, "Hello, I'm here to deliver bitter almond tea with batch number AZ6987. Is anyone there?" After that, Guan Yi honked twice more and then sat in the driver's seat, waiting quietly, ready to get out if no one showed up after 5 minutes. The other person emerged faster than Guan Yi expected. Within just 10 seconds, a male staff member emerged from the building. "Please follow me. The recycling point is here." The staff member's eyes were dark, his face expressionless, and he exuded a sense of office that was almost materializing. Guan Yi followed him around to the side door of the building and, guided by the staff member, drove directly into what appeared to be a warehouse. The moment she entered, the cold breeze inside the warehouse gave Guan Yi goosebumps. It was so cold, a stark contrast to the scorching heat outside. The staff member pointed to a machine with a conveyor belt and said to Guan Yi, "Please place the bitter almond tea that meets the requirements onto the conveyor belt." Looking at the nearly dozing staff member, Guan Yi didn't expect him to help. After all, there were only 52 bottles in total, and she could move them in 2 trips. The bitter almond tea flowed along the conveyor belt into the machine, and soon there was a beep sound, indicating inspection. Guan Yi waited for another 10 seconds. The red light on the machine went out, and the green light came on, accompanied by a mechanical sound. Recycling completed. Quantity, 52 bottles. Amount due, 1,300 highway coins. The announcement startled the half-asleep staff member. With a force that nearly broke his neck, he jerked his head up, which had almost sagged to his chest, and looked at Guan Yi with a moment of confusion. Then, as if remembering his job, he spoke. "Thank you for participating in the recycling. Please follow me to receive your reward." Guan Yi raised her hand. "I brought this from the Bluetooth plantation. In addition to the payment, you have to pay for the shipping." "Shipping?" The staff member murmured, "Oh yes, shipping. Do you want 100 highway coins, or the right to purchase 40 boxes of bitter almond tea?" Guan Yi tentatively asked, "The perfect bitter almond tea?" Of course, of course." The staff member's eyes evaded him. "Actually, even the bitter almond tea we recycled only tastes bad, the quality is fine. We have our own bitterness standards." Guan Yi didn't believe a word he said. She had to see a sample. Before that, she had to ask for the price. "Guan Yi, how much is it? If it's too expensive, I probably can't afford it. This is a special offer, only 1 highway coin." The staff member perked up. "So, there's a purchase limit. You can only take 40 boxes, which means 480 bottles. You have 480 highway coins, right? The payment for the goods would be more than that." Guan Yi nodded in agreement and asked to inspect the goods. The staff member agreed, and the 2 of them inspected the goods on site. Guan Yi unpacked each bottle and read the description. After confirming the batch numbers were correct, they packed the goods into their backpack. Then, they returned to the building, and the staff member handed Guan Yi 20 highway coins from the front desk drawer. The payment and goods were now settled. The transaction was complete, and the staff member politely dismissed her. Guan Yi had no intention of staying any longer. Just as she turned to leave, she heard a commotion nearby. Guan Yi instantly became alert, gripping the engineer's shovel in her right hand as she looked in the direction of the sound. She saw 2 men in white hazmat suits restraining a dehydrated, mummy-like creature with cracked skin and dry hair, moving quickly from one side of the corridor to the other. As the mummy passed by Guan Yi, it grinned at her. Its lips, cracked and peeling, revealing purple-red flesh, were particularly frightening. Guan Yi, what the hell is this? Is this place ever going to be fixed? Chapter 20. From the moment the mummy appeared to the moment it was dragged away by the staff, a mere 5 or 6 seconds elapsed, yet Guan Yi was still deeply impressed. Guan Yi keenly noticed that, despite its unhuman appearance, its eyes were clear and alert, as if it still retained consciousness. The other person's blood-stained lips moved, as if they were saying something, but unfortunately, they were severely damaged, and Guan Yi couldn't read their lips. She wasn't good at this to begin with. However, Perhaps unprepared to encounter a stranger like her at the front desk, the staff restraining the mummy were inevitably flustered. Their focus on getting the mummy away quickly led them to overlook the items it had dropped. Guan Yi silently stepped on the mummy. While the front desk clerk dozed off again, she pretended to tie her shoelaces, squatted down, and quickly gathered the items under her feet in her palms. Then, she stood up and swaggered out of the building. Oh my god! The moment she stepped out the door, a wave of heat washed over her, instantly burning her exposed skin. She hurriedly got into her car, started the air conditioner with a filter, and sped away from Green Apricot Leaf Company. Honestly, if she hadn't been in a hurry, Guan Yi would have stayed here and enjoyed the air conditioning for a while longer. Back on the road, Guan Yi drove while examining the item she had found. It was a Green Apricot Leaf Company employee ID card, the size of a bank card. It looked like most employee ID cards she's seen, with a photo, name, employee number, and department. Photo, young man of ordinary appearance, with a rather awkward smile. Name, Yi Mantion. Employee number, AZ6987. Department, Quality Inspection. Yi Mantion? That name is quite similar to the way my grandfather named me. But it must have been quite windy the day this guy left. Guan Yi was named after her grandfather. It said that when she was discharged from the hospital, a beautiful red leaf was blown by the wind and landed on her swaddling clothes, stopping her whimpering from the change of environment. Grandpa thought it was interesting, and her mother, a scholar of folklore, also thought the custom of naming after the first object encountered after leaving home was a good one. Her father also agreed, and so the name Guan Yi was born. Quality Inspection, the department that checks whether products are qualified. Guan Yi casually tossed her employee ID onto the passenger seat next to her, her fingers tapping rhythmically on the steering wheel. So, was it a mistake at work that got her punished, or was it the bitter almond tea that was affecting her? Wait, Guan Yi's mind flashed, and she reached out to grab the ID and glanced at it again, confirming her suspicions. The employee number is AZ6987, and the batch number of the problematic bitter almond tea is also AZ6987. So the batch number is based on the quality inspection employee number? Guan Yi couldn't help but smack her lips at this setup. Wow, this is really something. But then again, this matter has little to do with her. Even if Green Apricot Leaf's employee structure is inhumane, she's not an employee, so she doesn't have to speak up for them. Guan Yi shrugged and continued to focus on driving. Her goal today was to get to the 7th station and try to buy more useful items. But before that, she needed to place a trade. Guan Yi, bitter almond tea 300 bottles, 10 ingredients per bottle. See the trade details for details. Hurry if you want to buy now. I strongly advise against drinking bitter almond tea with batch number AZ6987. I will still recycle it. Shu Jia, oh, isn't that Boss Guan? If you want to promote the product, then promote it. There's no point praising one and criticizing the other. I had a lot of that batch of bitter almond tea you mentioned. Not only am I fine, I don't even feel hot anymore. Now I don't even need to turn on the AC, I'm immune to the heat. You never expected that, did you? Haha, really? I don't believe it. Really? I bought several bottles of bitter almond tea from Boss Shu Jia. It's cheaper than Guan Yi's. It's refreshing, and keeps me from feeling sleepy even with the AC on. Later, I realized I didn't feel too hot even after getting out of the car, so I turned off the AC, and it really didn't feel hot anymore. Fuck, Boss Shu Jia, please sell me a few bottles. Haha, no wonder she keeps buying things up. She just wants to keep the good stuff to herself. Zhu Jia, don't you think about it? Why does she get all these achievements and titles? She's just sucking the life out of ordinary people, taking all the resources for herself. Of course, she lives a better life than ordinary people. Guan Yi scoffed, too lazy to waste time with such a person. It was a shame the chat channel had no blacklist or blocking function besides private messaging, otherwise she would have just taken action. Guan Yi, then I wish you happiness. After that, she closed the chat channel, and went back to the trading channel to scan through the trading channels. Seeing nothing particularly in need, she simply switched to the gray channel, preferring the rustling white noise to any more conversation with an idiot. Bad luck. Although there were many people in the chat channel who admired Zhu Jia, the bitter almond tea Guan Yi had put on the shelves was sold out in 2 minutes. She checked the purchase list. Most of it had been bought by Ko Xia, with a smaller amount going to Feng Buting and Peng Luo. Only about 40 bottles remained for retail investors, averaging about 2 or 3 bottles per person. It's probably because I don't trust him enough, but I didn't want to miss the opportunity, so I bought a few bottles to try. Ko Xiao and Guan Yi were friends, so it was normal for her to buy more. Peng Luo had done business with Guan Yi before, and he spoken up for her when she needed to upgrade her car. They added each other as friends afterward, so I believe she was justified. But phone feuding was a bit more unusual. Guan Yi had barely interacted with him. Their communication was limited to the chat channel, not direct communication, but rather a you on top, me on the bottom kind of chat. Now that he had bought 57 bottles of bitter almond tea in one go, Guan Yi was surprised and began to reflect on whether she had underestimated her popularity and influence on this server. Well, I'm worthy of everyone's trust. Guan Yi thought happily, her foot on the accelerator constantly on the road, her eyes scanning both sides of the road, determined not to miss a single supply crate. Unfortunately, by the time Guan Yi reached the building marked car missing font on the map, she had only seen 2 supply crates. It was already 5:19 p.m. The buildings on the roadside looked more like 2 gray-blue shipping containers than houses. The container on the left was oversized, clearly modified, with a large door wide enough for a 7-seater car to drive right through. Guan Yi peered through the window and saw a car lift, along with some common auto repair tools and spare parts. In comparison, the container on the right was much smaller, but still adequate for living. It had a wooden door with a small round window, and a sign with black lettering on a white background read open. A banner reading auto repair hung on the door, barely enough to qualify as a sign. A few scrap tires were piled up at the entrance, giving it the appearance of a common roadside auto repair stall. Guan Yi got out of the car, walked over to the small container, and pushed the door open. Ding ding dong. After the crisp chimes, the electronic owl on the counter twisted its neck and blinked its red eyes. No one was there. And it was very dim. Guan Yi stood at the door for more than 10 seconds, letting his eyes adjust to the light inside. There was a reason for the dimness. The door was the only piece of glass in the entire room. The rest of the space was still the airtight metal of the container. But not turning on the lights was excessive. Is it because they don't want to waste electricity in such a shabby place with no customers? Guan Yi grumbled to himself, taking in the shop's decor before anyone else arrived. Compared to the cluttered private auto repair shops she's seen in modern times, this shop was more like a hardware store. The densely packed shelves were filled with auto parts she knew and didn't recognize, and the gaps between them were so narrow that only one person could pass sideways. If someone wanted to squat down to reach the goods on the bottom shelf, they couldn't be too heavy, or there, but would hit the shelf behind them. If they were strong enough, and the shelf behind them was light, it could trigger a terrible chain reaction. Across from the shelf was an L-shaped counter, with a metallic mechanical owl perched on the short side. Faded car model posters covered the wall behind the counter, one of which, a red and black retro SUV, was particularly eye-catching. Guan Yi's gaze paused for a moment, then shifted. If she was not mistaken, there was a faint eagle head mark at the bottom of the poster. It was the same as the one on the bounty hunter's badge. Also, the poster, perhaps due to its age, had yellowed edges and was missing a piece, but the remaining fragments were enough for Guan Yi to guess the full content. Those who make a living by crime will be hunted by justice. So, this shop is connected to bounty hunters? Do you want to repair your car, or buy something? A gruff voice sounded behind Guan Yi. She spun around abruptly, squinting for a few seconds before catching sight of a half-figure in the darkest corner at the far end of the room. Then, the figure swayed and rose higher, its arms stretched upward, appearing strangely distorted in the light streaming in through the windowpane. At that moment, Guan Yi's heartbeat quickened, and adrenaline surged through her body. Click! The lights flickered on. A soft, yet not glaring, light instantly illuminated the corner, revealing the true face of the person who had previously made Guan Yi nervous. The woman looked to be around 60, with short gray hair and skin that shone in the light. As she approached, she smelled of motor oil. A lamp cord dangled from where she had just extended her hand. It was then that Guan Yi keenly noticed a scar on her left cheek, running from her forehead to her jaw, passing through her left eye. Furthermore, her hands also bore varying degrees of burn marks. Combined with the raspy voice she had just heard, Guan Yi suspected these injuries were likely related. Do you want to repair your car, or buy something? The shopkeeper, seemingly having seen Guan Yi many times, patiently asked again. Guan Yi seemed to have just come to her senses, lowering her eyes to gather all her suspicions. When she looked up again, she had returned to the appearance of an ordinary passerby. I was driving by here and was curious, so I came in to take a look. What services do you offer? The shop owner limped as he walked. As you can see, we repair cars, sell auto fuel and parts, and some services you might not need. Ah, we light the lights. As soon as he finished speaking, the mechanical owl spread its wings and flew over the house, illuminating lights wherever it passed. Guan Yi counted and found no fewer than 12. Quite convenient. Guan Yi praised it, but she felt a sense of disquiet. Lights that could be lit by a mechanical owl at least represented a smart home, but the first one that had just come on used the ancient string-pulling technique. If this were a lighting store, any number of lights wouldn't be surprising, but since this was a car repair shop, it made her a little curious. Of course, if they were just doing this purely for fun, Guan Yi couldn't interfere, so she kept her doubts to herself and didn't ask. It's just a little gadget. So, are you looking to fix your car or buy something? Following the shopkeeper's repeated question, Guan Yi had a thought. I want to repair car parts. The shopkeeper tilted his head towards the outside. Let's talk over there. I need to see the item first to see if it can be repaired. Guan Yi agreed, and the two of them moved to another container. It was not yet 5:30, and the sun was still strong. Even without the lights on, the light here was much brighter than over there. At the place designated by the shopkeeper, Guan Yi pulled out his backpack and pulled out a damaged engine, a half-damaged tactical headlight, a half-damaged folding balcony, and a bronze machine, the identity of which was still unknown. That's all. Guan Yi was so preoccupied with his search that he missed the flash of surprise in the shopkeeper's eyes when he saw the DLC backpack. Chapter 21. Guan Yi had originally intended to take these items to the service area. Since they could modify vehicles there, they should also be able to perform appraisal and repair work. Most importantly, according to the game, players on the same server would gather at the service area, a place that could accommodate 10,000 people at a time. Whether it was for rest, resupply, or even a battle royale. It was definitely not small. After all, players were living people. They couldn't just stand in a palm-sized space like in the game, where from a distance, it looked like there was only one person. But now that she had met someone who could do these things, and Guan Yi had no obsession with service areas, she naturally showed them to the other party and negotiated the price. Regardless of whether a deal could be reached, at least she could compare notes later. By then, the shop owner had finished inspecting everything. She straightened up, stretched out her foot, and gently kicked the damaged engine. This can't be repaired. It can only be sold as scrap metal. I give you 22 yuan, or you can keep it for now. The Highway Mileage Association sometimes takes it for a higher price. Guan Yi nodded. She knew this information. The shop owner lowered her eyes, pointing to the partly damaged tactical headlight and the partly damaged folding landscape balcony, and continued, these two can be repaired. The former is 12, the latter 69. If you want both, I round off the difference and give me 80. Guan Yi nodded again. I think about it. Yes. The shop owner replied calmly, seemingly unconcerned about whether the deal would go through. She looked at the rusty bronze machine at the end. For something this large, rust removal is 100, and the price at the service station will only be higher. Will we know what it is after we remove the rust? Guan Yi asked. There's also a service area. Is that place safe? I'm a beginner and haven't been there yet. Sometimes, sincerity is the ultimate weapon. Admitting you don't know something is more endearing than pretending to know something and trying to be stubborn. As long as you don't break the rules, the service area is safe. The shopkeeper's answer was the same as what Guan Yi had heard at the 7th station, greatly increasing the credibility of this information. As long as it's a car part, I know what it is after we remove the rust. Guan Yi thought for a moment and decided to go for it. It was almost dark anyway, and she covered a lot of ground today, so staying here wasn't bad. Okay, thank you for that. Guan Yi pulled out her old wallet, took out 2 $100 highway coins, and handed them to the shopkeeper. Please fix those two too, thank you. The shopkeeper took the money, glanced at the stamped highway mileage badge on her wallet, and raised an eyebrow. No wonder you know about the Highway Mileage Association. The money's over there. I give you the change later. Guan Yi hummed. The Highway Mileage Association wasn't an underground or shady organization. It was like having a supermarket membership card. Who would hide for that? How long will it take? Guan Yi asked. If it's too late, write me a receipt, and I pick it up tomorrow morning. At night, hotels and cars are safe, but auto repair shops aren't. Tomorrow morning, then. The shopkeeper began searching the container for tools. You have it all, including the money. Guan Yi first put away the broken engine she didn't want to sell, then stood still. About a minute later, she spoke again. You haven't written me a receipt yet. While she didn't know if receipts were legally binding in this world, Guan Yi couldn't just leave the items at the store based on a verbal agreement. What if she woke up tomorrow and came to pick them up, and the store owner completely denied the charges? Besides, There was another way to think about it. What if she woke up tomorrow, armed with 2 engineer shovels, without considering whether she could fight them off, and insisted that the store owner had taken 10,000 yuan from her? Where would the store owner go to get justice? So, a receipt is better. It gives everyone peace of mind. The store owner seemed dazed for a moment, as if she hadn't encountered someone like Guan Yi in a while. But after a few seconds, she swiftly dropped her tools and headed for the container. Come on, I write you a receipt. Guan Yi followed suit and quickly received the change for her 20 highway coins and a very detailed and clearly written receipt. Receipt in hand, Guan Yi left the shop and began to install warning signs along the road, preparing to retire for the night. Then, taking advantage of the time before dark, Guan Yi returned to the shop with her water and a steamed bun filled with luncheon meat. It wasn't that she wasn't confident in the shop owner's repair skills. It was simply because the shop had air conditioning, and if she stayed longer, she could save money. Besides, the shop owner was alone, and he might need someone to chat. As for the news on the radio channel, Guan Yi wouldn't miss it either. She had 8 pairs of Bluetooth headphones, so it was perfectly natural for her to keep one for herself. Long press to turn on off. Tap once, chat channel. 2 taps, trading channel. 3 taps, then whisper Lu Ting phone, accessing the gray channel, will jump to the bounty hunter channel. Currently, Guan Yi was listening to the bounty hunter channel. The background noise of the channel was a soothing rustle of white noise. If there was a message posted, the clacking of keyboard keys wouldn't be jarring or startling, but it would alert the bounty hunters to new news. The shop owner saw through Guan Yi's thoughts, but didn't chase her away. Instead, he pointed to a small stool in the corner, indicating that she could sit and eat. Boss, what's your last name? Clearly, even a large steamed bun with luncheon meat couldn't stop Guan Yi from asking. I'm the only one on this road. You're opening a shop here, aren't you afraid of running out of business? She had wanted to ask this question for a long time. Whether it was the 7th Inn, the Old Tire Inn, or later, the Bluetooth Plantation and the Green Apricot Leaf Company, they were all located in this area only she would pass through. If this were real, these shops would have closed long ago. Even if the employees didn't care whether there were customers or not, the boss would be terribly anxious. Besides, it's not like the receptionist at Green Apricot Leaf Company is out of work. The guy can even fall asleep standing up. Guan Yi doesn't believe he gets enough sleep. So, the question arises. Do these shops actually have multiple parallel dimensions, each corresponding to a player, or are there other customers in the shop right now, but she can't see or touch them? My last name is Lin. When I was young, they called me Old Gun. The boss's voice was muffled by the rust removal machine, making it difficult to hear clearly. Guan Yi had to concentrate to hear what she said. As for the other question, wait until you know the price of old bolts today. Old bolts? For a moment, Guan Yi considered opening the chat channel to ask if anyone knew this information. But the next second, she gave up the idea, as the crisp click-click of keyboards echoed from the bounty hunter channel. When the sound died down, a mechanical voice began to automatically announce. FM13 announcement. Supply number 0504J107 has arrived. Item, old bolts, seller, old gun, description, replacement for linear compression gun. Condition, 75%, original disassembled parts, no returns or repairs. In stock, 15. Price, 37 highway coins. Guan Yi, oh, so that poster wasn't an illusion, but the owner is actually in the same business. 37 highway coins. Guan Yi suddenly asked, what's a linear compression gun? It can compress qualified items into noodles. Forget it, it's discontinued. Lao Chong took off what looked like a welding mask, wiped his hands, and pulled out a greasy business card from his pocket, tossing it to Guan Yi. Use it with your map. These are the real coordinates. No matter which section of the highway you're on, you can find them. The business card in Lao Chong's hand was like a deck of cards in the hands of a gambling god. He tossed it with impeccable accuracy, and before Guan Yi could even raise her hand, it flew directly into her arms. Guan Yi picked up the card. Lao Chong was printed on the front, and below it were a string of characters she couldn't decipher. They must have been the real coordinates. The back of the card listed the business scope, and in the lower right corner was a small eagle head, the typical symbol of a bounty hunter. It was clear that this business card was a special gift only available to companions in the same field. Putting the card away, Guan Yi continued her previous conversation. If people from other sections of the highway also come to the store right now, we might be unable to meet due to dimensional constraints. But what would you do? Is there no one in the store? Or would you talk to the air in front of me, or even create a shadow to greet them? Or are you, The one in front of me, one of those shadows? This time, Old Gun responded straightforwardly. Just as you think. My real body is in Golden City, and this is one of my many shells. As soon as he finished speaking, Guan Yi's sixth sense radar went wild. This Old Gun, who was speaking, was slightly different from the Old Gun she had just been communicating with. Guan Yi quietly tensed her muscles, ready to flee at the slightest sign of trouble. However, she didn't expose what she had noticed. Instead, she continued to ask questions, pretending to be just a curious child. Like in the movies. You and your shell share a brain? Not exactly. Old Gun explained good-naturedly. The main body usually doesn't enable sharing unless something interesting happens. But even then, the main body can still monitor our every move. Guan Yi nodded, indicating understanding. The shell is not the main body, and the main body doesn't usually care what the shell does. Data still flows from the shell to the main body, but the main body has the right not to see it. If a shell triggers something interesting, like now, the main body will descend upon the shell and observe everything with its own eyes. Old Gun stared at Guan Yi, his left eye, long clouded and damaged by injury, gleaming faintly red under the light. Guan Yi pretended not to notice anything. After a few more casual questions about the plane, she subtly changed the subject to vehicle modifications. A few minutes later, Old Gun left. Guan Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Facing Old Gun's complex and meaningful gaze, she excused herself, "It's getting dark," and left the container. Golden City. Guan Yi muttered to herself, stroking the goosebumps that still lingered on her body as she lay in her sleeping bag. Red high-risk zone. I must become stronger before going there. Guan Yi had a feeling that her ability to detect Old Gun as not only her sixth sense radar, but also her extra point of perception over others had a lot to do with it. If that was the case, she would have to find a way to get more attribute points. Thinking of this, Guan Yi drifted off to sleep. Chapter 22. Ever since the 7 o'clock Asphalt Express came out, Guan Yi was like a long-term subscriber to a wake-up service, being woken up by the system every day. She no longer needed to set an alarm, although she didn't have one yet. Yawning, Guan Yi opened the Express, wanting to see what was new today. Actually, according to the map, she would reach the new 7th station tonight, where she could restock on food and water. She now had 11 membership points, and her mileage had risen to 2,648.71, but she was still at level 1. There wasn't much to buy in today's recommendations, mainly because Guan Yi didn't have many points, and didn't want to waste them on ordinary food with no special effects. But the news in the Express caught Guan Yi's attention. Highway Express 1. Green Apricot Leaf Company announced the recall of batch AZ6987 of bitter almond tea. It has now been labeled a dangerous good by the Highway Food Safety Administration, as causing thermal disturbances. Drinking one or more bottles of this product may cause symptoms such as inability to feel heat, loss of self-awareness, and extreme dehydration. These symptoms are drug-resistant and irreversible. Green Apricot Leaf Company has been ordered to rectify its problems and suspend sales. We will notify you again if production and operations resume. 2. The Mi Qingrui Highway concert will begin at dusk today. No tickets are required for the general area. Drivers are encouraged to enjoy this musical feast. 3. The Highway Mileage Association reminds you, instead of enjoying the beautiful scenery, it's better to leave behind miles. Guan Yi's heartbeat quickened as she examined the third item in the newsletter. Her sixth sense told her to pay attention to this item. It was very useful. I have a feeling there's something else going on. It's better to record the miles than the beautiful scenery. To get miles, you have to drive. Guan Yi sat up straight instantly. Drive. Hurry up. She suddenly understood what she had always felt was wrong, but had overlooked. Guan Yi pulled out the beginner's guide, and found the clause regarding the scenery rotation. 4. The scenery along the highway varies, and it will rotate every 7 days. Drivers, please pay attention to the time and cherish the scenery. Yes, it only says the rotation will be every 7 days, but it doesn't explain how it will work. Additionally, the mention of the service area and toll booths and the merging of cars misleads everyone into thinking that every 7 days, entering the service area and then starting from the service area will lead to the next scenic section. Guan Yi felt a chill on her back. She swallowed subconsciously, and her thoughts became clearer. The service area is safe. You must enter it before the 8th day, otherwise you'll be affected by the scenery rotation. Guan Yi couldn't figure out what exactly that effect was, or how it would be affected, but one thing was certain, this rotation wasn't good for players. Thinking of this, Guan Yi naturally began to pay attention to her mileage. Comparing the map with the odometer, she finally noticed something amiss. It's off. Guan Yi was certain of this. I'd definitely driven more miles than this. Thinking of this, Guan Yi's heart sank. Fortunately, she had acquired a lot of supplies and upgraded her car to level 3, with a speed of 120 kilometers per hour. Even if she'd fallen behind, she could still catch up. But I didn't know the rules for highway mileage, nor how far away the service area was, so I felt uneasy. This kind of marathon without a goal was truly a test of willpower. Thinking of this, Guan Yi's eyes paused as they scanned the red Zhou district at the farthest coordinate, its font mostly missing. Is this place a service area? The more Guan Yi thought about it, the more likely it seemed. She couldn't sleep anyway, so she rolled over, changed into her previously washed and dried clothes, quickly washed her face, and then jumped out of the car with a map and receipt, heading straight for Lao Chong's container. Lao Chong was basking in the sun in the yard in front of the container. In front of her was a stove made of a few bricks, and on top of it sat a familiar engineer's shovel. There was no fire in the stove, but on the shovel lay 2 eggs, almost cooked. Lao Chong raised an eyelid and asked lazily, "Have you eaten?" Guan Yi answered honestly, "No." "That's right, I haven't eaten either." Lao Chong gestured to the shaded area behind him, near the container. "Sit there and wait for me." Guan Yi sat obediently at a 2-person table made of 2 square wooden boxes. On the table, besides an empty plate, there was a pot of hot tea and a sliced steamed bun. Judging from the situation, Guan Yi was certain the other party wasn't treating her to a meal. The "have you eaten?" was merely a simple greeting. Luckily, she hadn't been overly sentimental. Guan Yi raised an eyebrow and silently pulled her instant noodles with hot water from her backpack, preparing to split the bill for breakfast with Lao Chong. Otherwise, watching him eat while she watched him eat would ruin his appetite, which would be rude. Lao Chong quickly returned with 2 hard-fried eggs, sandwiched between slices of steamed bread, and poured himself a cup of hot tea, which he began to eat right in front of Guan Yi. Guan Yi's instant noodles were ready too, and she too lifted the lid and began to eat. For a moment, they both buried themselves in their food, forming a strange tacit understanding. A few minutes later, both were halfway through their meals and paused to catch their breath. It was a perfect time to start a conversation. "Lao Chong, I think my mileage isn't right. It feels a lot less. Do you know what's going on?" Lao Chong cut into the fried egg, and the tender yellow heart of the egg oozes out. "You're quite perceptive to notice that." With that, without waiting for Guan Yi to ask further questions, she began to explain. "If you drive below half the speed limit, the mileage on that section will be invalidated. Staying still for more than an hour during the day will blur the mileage. Forks in the road aren't counted in the mileage calculation, and there are other theories." Old Gun shook his head. "Different sections of highway have different statistical standards, and no one can tell you everything. Thank you for letting me know." Guan Yi thanked him, and seeing that Old Gun didn't want to continue the conversation, she unfolded the map and showed it to her. "Old Gun, can you help me look at this map? Are these coordinates for a service area?" Guan Yi pointed to the red words and asked, her manner remarkably natural, as if she were asking a question to a mechanic in the real world. Old Gun glanced at the map. "Yes, a service area. You're quite impressive to have gotten this as a beginner. Were you the one who killed Gang Bo and Gang Zhe?" Guan Yi nodded. "Yes, I reported their whereabouts, but there was a mole there. They found out and came to retaliate. I couldn't just sit there and wait for death, could I? So I fought back and then—" She shrugged and said nothing more. The spoils were already there, and she believed Old Gun had already seen through everything when she took them out yesterday. Sure enough, Old Gun's next words confirmed Guan Yi's suspicions. "Those things had their markings on them. I erased them for you when I repaired them to save you trouble later." Old Gun paused, then pointed at Guan Yi's DLC backpack. "I was meaning to ask you yesterday, where did you get this bag?" Guan Yi took off the backpack and hugged it, looking down at it. "It came with the car when I first arrived." "What's wrong with it?" "It's illegal, didn't you know?" Guan Yi replied confidently, "I know. They told me to stay away from the Highway Bureau staff." Old Gun picked up his teacup, blew away the tea leaves, and said calmly, "The service area is full of Highway Bureau staff." Guan Yi's eyes widened instantly, and she instinctively hugged her small bag tightly. Seeing her like this, Old Gun scoffed. "Are all these new hunters so timid these days? It has nothing to do with courage. I always been law-abiding." Guan Yi initially protested, then, with a fawning expression, she nudged over like a puppy, crouching before Old Gun and looking up at him slightly. "Old Gun, you can see there's a problem, so there must be a solution, right? Please take the trouble to help me resolve this hidden danger. The price is negotiable." Guan Yi understood that asking someone to do something for you shouldn't require them to pay out of their own pocket. Plus, she still had 1,457 road tokens in her hand, enough to cover the bill, so she felt comfortable asking. Compared to Guan Yi's familiarity, Old Gun was noticeably uncomfortable. She stood up with her teacup in disdain, and turned to the large container behind her. "One price, 50 highway coins, and I clean up the illegal areas for you." No problem, thank you, thank you." Guan Yi nodded like a chick pecking at rice, following Lao Chong into the container. In front of Guan Yi, Lao Chong produced a set of tools she couldn't understand, and after about 10 minutes of fiddling with them, he finally handed the DLC backpack back to Guan Yi. DLC Backpack, 2020th, Introduction. This product model is based on the limited edition peripherals released for the 100th anniversary of Highway's survival. It is a handmade replica. Base capacity, 20 standard units. The backpack's appearance remains unchanged, but the contents have been modified. The data erasure company is gone, and the prohibited items note has also disappeared. Since it's not a prohibited item, just a high-end replica, it's not a problem for Highway Administration inspections, and there's no need to avoid the staff. By the way, I unlocked the DLC for you. Lao Chong said casually. I erased the information. High-quality replicas don't have that feature. Guan Yi nodded. So how do you use the unlocked items? Try installing them. Lao Chong casually picked up a scrap part from the ground and tossed it to Guan Yi. Guan Yi did as he was told, and was surprised to find it actually fit inside. The backpack capacity went from 20/20 to 20 plus 1/20. That's impressive. Guan Yi was amazed. It can even fit more even if it's full. Lao Chong took a sip of tea and said calmly, there are drawbacks. You can't take out items from the original backpack in plus mode. You have to clear the contents of the plus mode first. Guan Yi's eyes lit up. So it's not just plus 1. You can also plus 2, plus 3? Well, if you don't mind the hassle later, you can keep adding more. Old Gun pointed to the repaired tactical headlights and the landscape balcony and said, take them, they're all fixed. Guan Yi, can you install them here? Old Gun, what model is your car? Guan Yi, Naraka Turbo 3. Old Gun, I don't recommend installing the basic model. We see after the upgrade. For the bonus for Gonghua and Gongja, did you choose money or upgrade coupons? Guan Yi, adjustment coupons. Old Gun chuckled, that's pretty smart. Go get the upgrades. Just bring these two and let them install them. Guan Yi accepted the advice, then collected his items and returned the receipt to Old Gun, indicating that both the money and the goods were paid. He then said goodbye to Old Gun and, with his cryptic suggestion to get on your way quickly, started the car and set off again. By the way, after cleaning the rust off the bronze machine, it was revealed to be an engine. ILS H1 engine introduction provides a 15% accuracy bonus to maneuverability in areas with blurred or worse visibility. Top speed, 180 km per hour. Number of slots, 1. Weight, 1. Note, it sees for you, preventing you from driving it off a cliff. Lao Chong suggested that she compare engines when modifying and consider whether to install it. After all, while the ILS series offers an accuracy bonus, it's also known for its slow speed. Guan Yi, if 180 km per hour is considered slow, then my current 120 km per hour isn't a snail's pace. As expected, a base model is a base model, it can never be outclassed by a modified model. Chapter 23. When Guan Yi left Lao Chong's auto repair shop, she bought 26-hour air conditioning filters from him, simply to make her journey more comfortable. It was the 5th day, and even with the air conditioning on 24 hours a day, she only needed 4 filters. Even if she didn't arrive at the service area until the evening of the 7th day, 20 would still be enough. It wasn't that Guan Yi didn't want to stock up, it was simply because Lao Chong's inventory was low. As she put it, these filters were only sold to beginners. Once everyone could modify their vehicles, they would naturally be able to install new, non-negotiable air conditioning filters. So, she simply stocked up on a few of these, and sold them all to Guan Yi at the discounted price of 13 yuan. Guan Yi suspected the other party might be trying to trick her, but she had no evidence. Anyway, with the air conditioning filter in hand, Guan Yi could now use the air conditioning with peace of mind. After all, the car fan she gotten earlier was of limited use, completely useless in the current 50-degree heat. Since it was useless, she might as well sell it. So Guan Yi opened the trading channel, and sold the useless item in 3 seconds, for the bargain price of 5 pieces of wood. Next, Guan Yi decided to share a bombshell news with everyone. Believe it or not, but she had to tell it. Guan Yi, A reminder to all drivers who haven't yet reached 2,000 kilometers. Today is day 5. I received confirmation that anyone who fails to enter a service area by the end of day 7 will be severely punished. Simply put, service areas are safe havens. Those who don't enter when the scenic area changes may be done with the game. This is a matter of life and death. I hope everyone will pass this on to those who haven't turned on the chat broadcast at this time. I also randomly post it in the coming days. Also, stopping for more than an hour during the day, driving below half the upper speed limit, and entering a forked road will affect your mileage. Please be mindful of this. I can guarantee the accuracy of this information, but it's up to you to believe it or not. Don't private message me, I won't explain. Although Guanyi enjoys listening to the chat channel, she rarely contributes. Aside from asking questions at the beginning, every post she makes has been meaningful. Add to that her title and achievement bonuses, and her honest business practices. Only Zhu Jia and others are complaining about the selling and repurchasing prices of bitter almond tea. In most people's eyes, Guanyi falls into the neutral good camp. Simply put, she's a capable but aloof leader with a good reputation. So many people without relevant information are willing to trust her, as if she were an expert. Guanyi. That metaphor is a bit subtle. Ah, I just checked, and I only driven 1583 kilometers. You're so slow. What were you doing all this time? I driven 2,100 kilometers. Not bad, not bad. I passed the passing line, right? I driven 2,451 kilometers. Fuck, the guy above, are you driving so hard? I want to drive faster, but the speed limit is only 60 kilometers per hour. What can I do? I'm confused. Guanyi isn't a well-known figure. Who knows her in the real world? Why do you believe anything she says? I thought something was wrong before, but now I understand. Sure enough, these idiot games are just tricking you. Well, if I don't trust Guanyi, I trust you, okay? Hey, the 60-kilometer guy, upgrade your car. It's already the 5th day, and you haven't gathered enough upgrade materials yet, have you? Upgrade now. The speed will increase. Anyway, I trust Guanyi. What's wrong with people getting out of the way faster? It's not like I'm profiting. Have you noticed? There are fewer supply boxes on the road. Is this a reminder to drive faster and stop wasting time? It's so hot. Who has the energy to drive? I'm going at my own pace. I don't trust anyone. No, I have plenty of supply boxes. Is it just random? If you don't, you're just unlucky. Ha ha. There are only 8,912 people left now. Did those people die in accidents or from the heat? Drive on. Continue when you reach a service area. If not, I just accept it. Whatever happens, I can't live another day in this shitty world. It's so hot, so uncomfortable. Woo woo woo. Can you please give me a quick death? I don't want to live anymore. Seeing the chat channel become lively, Guanyi found a moment to repost the message he copied, then switched to the Bounty Hunter channel to listen to the white noise, ignoring the chatter. She made it clear enough, and she said she wouldn't explain, so no matter what they asked her, Guanyi ignored them. She just wanted to keep a clear conscience and had no interest in babysitting. With the coordinates recording her mileage, Guanyi drove diligently that day. Aside from picking up boxes and a brief break for lunch, she was glued to the driver's seat, pressing the accelerator and driving forward. Then, as dusk fell, Guanyi had driven for almost 7 hours, adding 867.35 kilometers to her road mileage. 5 o'clock is when dusk begins, and 7 o'clock is when night begins. Guanyi stared at the stage on the right side of the road. On it were instruments she recognized and unfamiliar. It was just the same instruments, and since she wasn't a professional, it was understandable that she couldn't tell them apart. Below the stage lay a relatively smooth road. Perhaps it had been paved by the organizers, or perhaps it had always been that way. After all, the road wasn't entirely covered in weeds, shrubs, and gravel. There were also many things that shouldn't have been there. For example, a restroom where only the toilet was functional. For example, a corner of a shopping mall with tiled floors. For example, a movie theater with a half screen and some seats. In short, anything on either side of the road wasn't unusual, especially since it was just a relatively smooth stretch of road. What really caught Guanyi's attention were the vehicles and figures that gradually appeared in the open space. Most were hatchbacks, a few were chopped pepper fish head cars, and no other models. Guanyi speculated that these people might be players like her. After all, the car models were so familiar, they might even be from the same server. Thinking this way, Guanyi switched back to the chat channel and, as expected, heard many people discussing the matter. I was suddenly notified that the Mi Qingrui Highway concert is about to start in 5 minutes. What's going on? Does anyone know? Is it a group quest? No, I don't have enough mileage to attend. I need to hurry and get on my way. How long does the concert last? Does everyone else have this quest? Will there be any special rewards? I decided to do nothing tomorrow and just drive, but I can't miss the quest today. The regular area is free, but there's a VIP area over there. I tried, but they wouldn't let me in. They said I needed a ticket. Guan Yi followed the light gold arrow on the ground and drove to the area with a large sign saying VIP area. A round, tire-shaped robot rolled over, took her VIP ticket, and gave her a white canvas bag. Please park your vehicle in the parking space. For your safety, please do not exit your vehicle during the concert. The VIP area offers a premium environment and free snacks. Please enjoy them, the robot said, rolling out of the way, and Guan Yi continued driving. Compared to the standard area, which only had air conditioning for cooling, the VIP area was not only pleasantly warm and refreshing, but also had a subtle fragrance that quenched the heat that had been burning her for days. Since this was the case, Guan Yi decisively turned off the air conditioning. Life was hard, and any little she could get was good. By borrowing from others, she didn't have to spend her own money. At this point, the venue was empty, and Guan Yi unscrupulously occupied the best parking spot in the middle. Then, before the concert began, she looked down at the canvas bag she had just received. VIP area exclusive gift bag. The bag was ordinary, similar to real-life canvas bags, and could hold many small items. This thing is just a storage device, not connected to a real storage compartment. Guan Yi cannot access its contents through the vehicle or backpack systems. To retrieve something, he either has to dig around and search for it himself, or simply dump everything out and slowly feel around. Unlike a storage compartment, where a single thought or search can pinpoint its location, the canvas bag contains car record, old times, description, a song worth listening to repeatedly, which can alleviate the negative effects of drowsiness and anxiety and dispel the mute effect. Cooling time, 24 hours. Number of slots occupied, 1. Wait, 1 miles. Chingrui's sign poster description. Some people are drawn to this, while others disregard it. Number of slots occupied, 1. Wait, 1 miles. Chingrui fan badge introduction. When you reveal your fandom, you either be welcomed or hated. Number of slots occupied, 1. Wait, 1 orange pink sunglasses introduction. A fashion item endorsed by me. Chingrui, a favorite among girls these days. When I wear it, I'm back to my unassuming, unnoticed self. Number of slots occupied, 1. Wait, 1. So generous. Guan Yi once again felt the depth of Mi Qingrui's fan favoring. Putting aside the other gifts, the car record alone was worth the price. First, combine the record with the car radio, then return the rest of the items to the canvas bag to avoid taking up multiple storage slots. Like the emergency medicine kit, the canvas bag is a special storage item. If you're carrying items, you can place them in the storage slots. If the contents were removed and replaced with unrelated items, it would simply become a storage item, unable to connect to the storage system or fit into the storage compartments. Guan Yi had just finished packing when a sudden burst of light shone in. She looked up and saw 5 orange-pink lights, each illuminating the 5 musical instruments on the stage. At some point, someone had appeared behind the instruments. Mi Qingrui, with her long orange-pink hair, stood in the center of the stage, an electric guitar slung across her chest, strumming and singing. Throw the brake pads aside. My life is the lightning that ignites energy. The wind howls at my rhythm. Defiance is my lifelong pursuit. Every girl, little girl, should have a heart as solid as a rock. Oh, 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 the engine vibrates my soul. Oh, 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 honk for freedom. Guan Yi had heard honk for freedom 5 times on the jukebox, and heard it in multiple variations for hours during the chase with the gang brothers. He had memorized it long ago. Now, he couldn't help but sway to the rhythm and sing along, letting his emotions flow freely. After the song ended, Mi Qingrui began another, until the final song abruptly ended. The singers on stage had arrived mysteriously, and departed just as silently. Then, the stage lights dimmed, and the barrier between the VIP area and the general area vanished. The shadows of the vehicles in the general area vanished one by one, like bubbles being popped. Guan Yi awoke from her recent state of excitement, and realized that over an hour had already passed. It was 6:21 p.m., and a new night was about to fall. And she had gained 2 more positive buffs. Guan Yi, great! Chapter 24. With less than 40 minutes until nightfall, Guan Yi didn't even bother to check the buffs. She drove back to the highway, found a suitable spot, and then set up her night warning sign. While she wasn't sure if it would still be useful, it wasn't a big deal. After completing all this, Guanyi returned to her car and checked the 2 buffs she received from the concert. Rhythm encouragement. Description: for the next 199.99 kilometers, vehicle energy consumption will be reduced by 10% and speed will be increased by 10%. Note: if you feel the vehicle vibrate while driving, don't worry, it's the lingering rhythm of Miqing. Melody purification. Description: for the next 199.99 kilometers, clear the current negative status and become immune to new statuses of the same type. Note: Miqing's voice was like a gentle rain, washing away the fatigue of the journey. In other words, as long as I don't drive, I can enjoy these 2 buffs forever. Guanyi sat cross-legged on her sleeping bag, her dinner next to her. To keep on going, she only had a quick lunch and decided to treat herself. She ate the last bit of lunch meat in the fridge, had a bucket of instant noodles with hot water, a can of jelly for dessert, and some bitter almond tea for a drink. Oh, forget it, it's too tasty. See if anyone else has any drinks for sale. I don't need this little money anyway. Thinking this way, Guanyi opened the trading channel and searched the top of the pinned items for what she wanted. Hey, Crispy Shark, this one's good. Someone actually found Coke, but it's sugar-free. I can already drink Coke, so why should I care about that little bit of sugar? Never mind, I take it for now. Wow, someone even found a candied Haws fruit. What incredible luck. There's actually quite a market for these kinds of goods. There are always those with plenty of money willing to buy them, as a reward for their hard work. Guanyi was lucky. This batch had just hit the shelves, otherwise, she might not have been able to buy so many at once. Of course, the Crispy Shark is an exception. Normally, these chocolate-covered wafers are a delicious snack. But in the heat and stuff, eating them makes you thirstier. And to top it off, drinking water is a scarce resource. Guanyi spent 23. In addition to the basic parts, she bought 7 pieces of metal, a bottle of Coke, 5 Crispy Sharks, and a candied Haws. Yes, not a string of candied Haws, but a single candied Haws. Simply put, it's a candied Haws covered in sugar. Guanyi. They sold well. Don't sell them next time. Guanyi stuffed all the snacks she bought into the refrigerator and began to miss the snacks she once enjoyed. Back then, to ease her grief and get her to eat more, whenever Guanyi showed the slightest craving for food, no matter how hard it was to find, her grandfather would find a way to get it for her. As long as she ate one more bite, he beamed with joy for the rest of the day. I'm kind of craving the candied Haws right outside our house. Guanyi lowered her eyes. She missed her grandfather. After a few minutes, Guanyi forced herself to think of something happy. If her grandfather were still alive, he surely want to see her happily eating, not brooding over it. She returned to the driver's seat and added the last few slices of luncheon meat to the instant noodles. She couldn't bear to throw away the empty tin box, planning to rinse it later, and then refill it with cold water to freeze it into ice packs. The previous bucket of instant noodle boxes were so bulky that they took up too much space in the freezer, so Guanyi washed them, stacked them, and used them as lunch boxes. In this shabby place, seemingly junk items actually had their uses. No one knew when they would be needed, so even though the car was almost full, Guanyi couldn't bear to throw things away. Guanyi held the instant noodles in one hand and pulled the car's large screen over with the other, switching to the chat channel, both to check if she had missed any messages and to have some fun. Some people's comments were much more interesting than the crosstalk skits on the Spring Festival Gala in recent years. The chat channel was bustling, almost exclusively discussing the concert. Did anyone leave like me and skip the concert? The system notification popped up, startling me. Buff. Ha ha ha. Buff. I finally have a positive buff. 555. So touching. Mine is melody purification. How about you? Same here. Those of you who didn't attend the concert, you're mistaken. Yeah, I also have melody purification. I can enjoy 200 kilometers of air conditioning tomorrow. Fuck, I was in a hurry and didn't dare stop. So how come I still have a buff? Come on, melody purification removes negative status. How can it be air conditioning? Is that lead singer Miqing? She sings pretty well. So are those phantom vehicles all from our server? Looking at the character panel, I wonder if I was experiencing a heat stroke before. Now it's cleared. It's like air conditioning. I had a mild case of heat stroke, but it's gone now. Ah, I should have stopped the car earlier. I regret it too. I should have stopped the car earlier. Yesterday I saw a car enter the VIP area. Whose car was it? Vu Jia. You should blame Guanyi. She was the one who told us to hurry. If she hadn't put pressure on you, How could you not stop and check out the excitement? Guan Yi almost choked on his noodles. Why is this Yu Jia everywhere? He's someone he doesn't even know. And why is he so fixated on him? Is he his KPI? This can't be blamed on Guan Yi, right? That makes sense. If she weren't such an alarmist, she wouldn't be so concerned about mileage, right? Peng Luo, Zhu Jia, you stupid idiot. You blame Guan Yi for everything. You're so awesome, why didn't you stop? You were just on your way anyway. Wang Zi, judging from his comments these past few days, he's been constantly complaining ever since he got the bitter almond tea and started selling it. He's probably trying to gain the upper hand. So stupid. Ko Xia, Guan Yi has more sources of information than we do. Disbelief is fine, but slandering him is just as bad. He's under no obligation to share this information. Are you really going to force good people to give up? This isn't the real world. Less information means less gossip. This is life or death news. Ko Xia's words resonated with many people. Guan Yi happily ate a bite of luncheon meat and, with a flick of his finger, reposted his previous message about mileage is important. Day 5 was drawing to a close, with 2 days left. After accelerating for the first 200 kilometers tomorrow, Guan Yi still had 218.75 kilometers to the 7th station and 863.82 kilometers to the service area. Theoretically, she could reach the service area before tomorrow evening, completing this leg of the journey a day early. Guan Yi felt that no one could outdrive her. After all, not everyone could handle a thrilling chase. After eating, cleaning up, and washing up briefly, Guan Yi thanked her digitized body for saving her from the hassle of using the restroom. Otherwise, this would have been a real hassle, since she didn't have a restroom. At 10 p.m., the metal slimes arrived promptly. From the sounds and the force of the collisions, Guan Yi could sense that their numbers had increased, and their power had also increased. Perhaps something even more terrifying would unfold on the final night. Guan Yi shook her head, deciding not to dwell on these unrealistic thoughts. She had been driving all day and was exhausted, so she crawled into her sleeping bag and gradually fell asleep to the swaying of the car. On the 6th day, Guan Yi woke promptly at 7 a.m. The Asphalt Express reported nothing new. Besides the continued urging for everyone to drive as much as possible, it also included a news item about bitter almond tea being unsold. The reason was that people had grown distrustful of the Green Apricot Leaf Company. Even though other batches of bitter almond tea had no quality issues, many consumers had returned them. The Highway Mileage Association urged drivers to not believe or spread rumors, and resell the undamaged bitter almond tea at a 50% discount. Guan Yi prepared to consume this batch of bitter almond tea. If the cars in the regular concert area were indeed from other players in the service area, then even if there were auto modification shops in the service area, they might not be able to modify them. Even so, bitter almond tea still has a market. After all, no one can guarantee that the next area won't still rely on air conditioning. Even if the next area doesn't need air conditioning, bitter almond tea will still quench your thirst as a drink, it just won't taste as good. Honestly, if they could just tweak the recipe and reduce the bitterness a bit, it wouldn't be so unpalatable. Guan Yi grumbled as she drove, occasionally picking up a supply crate when she saw one. Sometimes it was just the crate itself, and sometimes there were some minor dangers nearby, like a few cute little creatures, like scorpions or snakes suddenly darting out. Of course, for Guan Yi, only dead creatures were truly adorable. With a single rise and fall of her engineering shovel, she could slice these uninvited visitors in half. At the very least, she could send them flying. Guan Yi's force was so strong that they'd likely be gone in a few minutes. Today's harvest was good. In addition to the supplies, Guan Yi also got a new supply crate with 8 slots. Because of its large capacity, Guan Yi forgave the actual garbage inside, such as rotting meat, charred bones that crumbled to dust at the slightest touch, and leftover banana peels. That's not a supply box, it's a trash can. Guan Yi complained, throwing away the real garbage and returning to the car with the empty box. Then she realized that a car was only allowed to have 2 storage boxes. That's too much. Guan Yi put her hands on her hips, speechless. But she couldn't change the rules, so she could only dismantle the 3-compartment storage box and replace it with the new 8-compartment one. Luckily, I have the dismantling skills, otherwise this box would have been thrown away. The 3-compartment one is unsellable, and everyone thinks it takes up too much space. Guan Yi dismantled the box, obtained 2 pieces of wood, and then returned to the front of the car. Soon, the 7th station marked on the map appeared before her. Chapter 25. This 7th inn was identical to the previous one, sporting an orange exterior paint scheme, complete with posters and slogans. Given the substantial bounty offered to her by the Gonghua and Ganja brothers, Guan Yi was particularly interested in the posters plastered on the walls. Although messages were posted on the Bounty Hunter channel, they were rarely intended for her. She didn't even know where the wanted individuals were, so naturally, she had no way of finding them. Even if she could find them, Guan Yi wouldn't consider it for now. She almost failed the gang brothers, and with those more dangerous ones approaching, she wouldn't stand a chance. Today was the 6th day, and with the journey drawing to a close, Guan Yi just wanted to find a quest along the way without any complications. Crunch Crunch potato chips, the perfect way to while away the hours, were selling like hotcakes. Special offer, bitter almond tea from batch AZ 6987, 2.5 yuan per bottle. Scrap collection day, we be collecting scrap on May 7th. Any broken, unrepairable, unwanted, or unused items are welcome to be brought in, and a dedicated appraiser will provide a price. Today's recycling price, metal equals 1 highway coin, basic parts equals 1 highway coin, complete vehicle energy equals 2 highway coins, other materials equals 0.5 highway coins. Guan Yi, great! I think I have a completely broken engine. It's really heavy. Shouldn't it fetch a good price? After looking at the poster, Guan Yi walked into the 7th station. The owner this time was a small, elderly man, barely taller than her waist. Guan Yi herself was 1.7 meters tall, and the old man was no more than 1.2 meters tall. Half his body was made of shiny metal, the kind that reflected the sun. Seeing someone approach, he stood up and greeted them with a smile. The light streaming in from the closing shop door shone on him, dazzling Guan Yi. I can choose for myself. Guan Yi skillfully picked up the shopping basket with wheels, set it on the ground, and dragged it along, not wanting to even glance at the man. The old man, happy to be idle, sat back down behind the counter. A few seconds later, the sound of a fierce fight rang out from the other side. Guan Yi guessed they were either watching a show or playing a game. So, he covered half his body in reflective metal just so he could play games without a problem? Guan Yi 6. This station was no different from the previous one. The items sold were largely the same. Guan Yi pondered for a moment, then asked across the shelf. Excuse me, is there a 7th station in the service area? Are the merchandise different? If there was, and if there wasn't much difference, she could wait to buy there. There's a post station, no difference, but it'd be more expensive. The old man's voice had a strange metallic quality to it, and Guan Yi suspected half of his vocal cords might have turned metal. How much more expensive? Guan Yi asked. Is it just the post station, or everything? That's a service area, where you be stopping for at least a day to rest and recuperate. Everything will be more expensive. After hearing the old man's answer, Guan Yi felt he had a point. First, the prices she remembered were the same as at the 7th post station. Second, even in the real world, items sold at service stations are indeed more expensive than those in regular supermarkets. So let's get ready to shop. Guan Yi began to put things into her shopping basket. Water is essential. Instant noodles with hot water are also great, with a variety of flavors to rotate through. Huh? They're even selling apples. Buy some. Rice. Guan Yi's hands were itching to eat. She really wanted to eat rice, but she had neither a pot nor a stove. How could she cook it after buying it? Never mind, buy it first. She didn't believe the players couldn't find a recipe for this kind of thing. Since she already bought the rice, she also gets some noodles, along with some oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. Of course, Guan Yi didn't forget the discounted bitter almond tea and the refreshing mint candies. If someone had to travel for 12 hours straight or risk an overnight drive on the last day, these things would be helpful. All in all, after all the spending, Guan Yi was left with only 500 yuan. She bought 50 bottles of bitter almond tea at 2.5 yuan. She bought 120 bottles of drinking water at 4 yuan. She bought 5 buckets of each of the 5 flavors at 6.5 yuan. I bought 10 packs of wet wipes for 6 yuan. I bought 10 boxes of self-heating hot pot for 10 yuan. I bought 10 packs of mint hard candy, 10 pieces, for 18 yuan. Adding rice, flour, oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar, Guan Yi spent all the highway coins she had on her. If she weren't a member of the Highway Mileage Association, which gave her a 2% discount, she might not have had enough. But it didn't matter, she earned it back soon. Guan Yi tapped her Bluetooth headset twice, switched to the trading channel, and began reading out the items she bought. There was no other way. If she didn't buy the items, the system wouldn't recognize them as hers, and she wouldn't be able to sell them. She could only claim agent purchase in the chat channel without any proof, and she couldn't create a link in the trading channel. Today was already the 6th day, and many people had suffered losses from the backroom tax of Asian transactions. Even if she was Guan Yi, not many would have believed her. Furthermore, people like Zhu Jia were keeping an eye on her, and they would inevitably jump out and make wild claims, mocking her for revealing her true intentions and starting to exploit her. Although just one purchase would dispel the rumor, Guan Yi didn't want to give anyone the opportunity to criticize her, so she honestly chose the cash-on-delivery transaction method. After compiling the product catalog and prices, Guan Yi added a 1 yuan handling fee to each item, and thoughtfully helped others convert the parts into the appropriate quantity before sending them out. Then, Guan Yi returned to the chat channel to promote her massive business. Guan Yi, selling a large amount of supplies. See the trading channel for the item list for details. Restocking is available when sold out. Selling until 10 a.m., no waiting after that. As soon as this message was sent out, it immediately caused a sensation. After all, Guan Yi had been selling items intermittently for the past few days, and they were all for urgently needed items. It was truly a seller's market. Most importantly, Guan Yi's prices were relatively affordable. Others subsequently offered items, like engineer shovels and wash basins, but their prices were higher than hers. As usual, it's a seller's market right now. Just being able to get something is a plus, so even if the price is a bit high, some people still bought it despite it. Add to that the fact that Guan Yi occasionally made a splash, accumulating a lot of positive word of mouth and reviews. At least in this service area, she had become synonymous with conscientious merchant and intelligence expert. Some in the chat channel were surprised, some were skeptical, but many immediately rushed to the trading channel and began a frenzy of buying. 5 pieces of metal or 5 basic parts could be exchanged for a bottle of drinking water, a price never seen before in the game. There were also instant noodles in bottles that came with hot water, which moved many unlucky players. They were fed up with just cold water and steamed buns, and the mere sight of the word instant noodles made their mouths water. Although the bitter almond tea wasn't tasty, and some people said it had issues, some people were hesitant to buy it. However, another group, unable to get air conditioning filters or other cooling supplies, didn't hesitate and immediately placed orders to buy them all. Other items also sold quickly, with both unlucky and fortunate players making up the bulk of the purchases: wet wipes, self-heating rice, and mints. Not only that, they also tagged Guan Yi in the chat channel, asking if he had any snacks, drinks, luncheon meat, or anything else that would enrich their diet. They were willing to pay for it. So Guan Yi walked around the shelves, quoting prices for cola, canned yellow peaches, apples, luncheon meat, and so on, and secured a large number of verbal orders. Guan Yi, wait a few minutes, I go get the items ready. After saying that, she approached the counter and, despite the glare, asked, I saw the purchase poster outside your store. Where can I put the items? The old man had put down his game since Guan Yi checked out. After she started using Bluetooth to quote, he even walked around the counter and stood directly to the right of the entrance. Seeing Guan Yi's question, the old man smiled and gently kicked the box at his feet. Recycling box. Put your items here. The highway credits will be automatically calculated. Guan Yi looked down and realized that the inconspicuous box did indeed have the words recycling been written on it, though it was a bit off to the side. If the old man hadn't pointed it out, she wouldn't have noticed. So, she began throwing things in, seemingly haphazardly, but in reality, she knew what she was doing and was afraid the machine would cheat her. Thankfully, the 7th post office was reliable, and Guan Yi got the exact amount she expected from the old man. The old man asked, I give it to you now, or do you want to keep shopping? Guan Yi didn't even think twice and immediately replied, keep shopping. If she hadn't needed time to get there, Guan Yi would have stayed here longer. Now, she had no choice but to speed up her shopping and shipping. After all, time is money. For the past hour, Guan Yi was incredibly busy, running back and forth between shelves, recycling bins, shelves. She barely paid attention to anything else, her mind filled with orders, and more orders. Initially, she sold the same few essentials she carefully curated. Later, her orders became more diverse, and Guan Yi satisfied all of them, demonstrating that not everyone was trapped between subsistence and life and death. Many people have quietly made fortunes, each with their own unique experiences, though none as famous as her. Guan Yi had her own ideas. She only added a 1 yuan handling fee for essential items, but for items like drinks, snacks, and facial masks, she would add between 2 and 5 yuan, depending on the situation. After all, without water and food, people would die, and without drinks and snacks, they would only crave. Without soap, cleaning would be inconvenient, and without facial masks, it would be unrefined. Since they had the spare cash to buy these things, It seemed reasonable for her to charge a higher handling fee, right? So Guan Yi kept her promise and sold until 10 o'clock, then refused to continue. If she could accommodate the person who was 1 second late, she would have to accommodate the person who was 2 seconds late. Wouldn't the person who was only 3 seconds late, having accommodated the first two, feel wrong? So, she simply refused everything to avoid endless hassles. Boss, let's settle the bill. Guan Yi wiped the sweat from her forehead, unscrewed the bottle of water, and drank half a bottle in one gulp before approaching the counter to have the old man settle the bill. The money she had just kept was in digital form with the old man, and she hadn't seen any physical currency in the whole process of checking out. Now that Guan Yi was ready to leave, she naturally had to take it all out. 3561 highway coins, that's the transaction details. The old man pointed to the shopping receipt that had been dragged to the ground and said to Guan Yi, "Take a look for yourself." Guan Yi squatted down, picked up the receipt, and pretended to read it. It had been so chaotic, even if her mind was sharp, she couldn't possibly remember every transaction. Luckily, the transaction channel also had a record, so she just had to check it. 5 minutes later, Guan Yi confirmed the transaction was correct and went on a final shopping spree. She had sold everything she bought before, and her own reserves were still empty. She needed daily necessities, snacks, and drinks, and Guan Yi bought everything in one swoop, spending a whopping 1537 highway coins. If it weren't for the limited capacity of her vehicle and the need to free up some storage space for an unknown service area, Guan Yi felt she could have kept buying. Guan Yi already had over 1,400 highway coins, and even after deducting the fees she earned from the purchases, she still had 3,171 highway coins left, a sum she still dared to ask the price of anything even at a service area. I bought something worth 22,500 highway coins today. Tomorrow, my points will be 2,250. Finally, I don't have to stint on shopping. Sitting in the driver's seat, Guan Yi excitedly pounded the car horn, then floored the accelerator, and drove towards the ultimate destination of this journey. The service area. Chapter 26. While the chat channel was still frantically discussing the sudden appearance of a large quantity of supplies, Guan Yi had already put the matter aside and begun her solo driving journey for the day. She was over 600 kilometers from the service area, and at her current speed, she would arrive around 4 p.m. That was, provided no other problems arose along the way. Guan Yi was lucky. Aside from the supply boxes, there were no other factors forcing her to stop. Getting out of the car to collect the items went smoothly. There were only supplies, no random monsters. However, in just a few minutes, Guan Yi was almost melting from the heat. It felt like she had been comfortably cooped up in an air-conditioned room at 26 degrees Celsius, then opened the door and stepped outside to find Sonya at 2 p.m. in the summer. Sweat instantly drenched her clothes, and the sticky air enveloped her completely, making her feel like she wasn't human, but perhaps some kind of creature with naturally sticky bodily fluids. Luckily, I have plenty of ways to beat the heat. Guan Yi sighed in relief after returning to the car, feeling a glimpse into the pain of the gaming underdog. Actually, that's not entirely true. After all, the true underdogs have become vanishing numbers, the missing pieces of the 8, for 56/10,000. Maybe Guan Yi's earlier warning worked, but today's chat channel was even more lively than usual. After all, driving on a deserted road doesn't require concentration, it requires trying not to fall asleep. So, everyone started chatting, and some even reported their mileage every once in a while to motivate themselves. A few still haven't upgraded their cars. Aside from a few incredibly unlucky individuals, most figured they wouldn't need to upgrade their vehicles after just 7 days of driving, so they trade in parts and metal for something that would improve their living conditions. This meant their living conditions were quite good, but their mileage lagged far behind the rest of the group. Even though they secretly complained that Guan Yi was being alarmist, they began to panic as everyone else pushed forward. Upgrading takes time though. On the one hand, they didn't want to waste the miles they could gain, but on the other, they felt that sharpening the knife before chopping would mean more time. Upgrading now could make up for the lost time in a few hours. Both options had their pros and cons, but regardless of which was chosen, metal and basic parts were essential. As a result, the trading channel erupted in a frenzy of exchanging luxury goods for essential upgrade supplies, with some taking advantage. In the end, it was Ko Xia who stepped in, opening a link to buy these items at a very fair price, barely stabilizing prices. While she might not have earned the gratitude of these people, she certainly earned the hatred of those who took advantage of the situation. Ko Xia, Guan Yi, do you still have the basic parts and metal? I trade you a solid wood double bed, a 4-piece bedding set, and silk pajamas, guaranteed to be brand new and unused. Guan Yi and Ko Xia were good friends, knowing that she was a sister 2 years older than him. Besides trading, they occasionally chatted, but Ko Xia seemed busy and didn't respond promptly. Guan Yi understood. They were all adults, and in this dangerous game, there were many things to do every day. No one had the time to constantly stare at private messages, wondering, why hasn't she replied to me yet? Guan Yi: sure, how much do you want in exchange? Ko Xia: the bed is expensive to make. 20 each of the parts in metal, 5 each of the 4-piece set, and pajamas as a bonus. How about that? Guan Yi: no problem. Why do you suddenly want all this? Ko Xia: someone else hasn't upgraded their car yet. I'd love to help if I can. Guan Yi: you're such a good person, you work so hard. I give you a thumbs up. Ko Xia: it's not hard work. I'm serving the people. Guan Yi: shocked. You're truly an official. Ko Xia: didn't I tell you? I'm in charge of logistics in the army. If you need large quantities of supplies, feel free to contact me directly. Guan Yi: okay. You go ahead, and send me the trade link. Ko Xia must have edited the link long ago, and sent it to Guan Yi after he finished speaking. The two of them trusted each other, so they settled the deal privately. Guan Yi: I have a bed to sleep in tonight, yay. She suspected Ko Xia wouldn't just trade with her. After all, those few parts and metals wouldn't be enough to upgrade. But Guan Yi didn't inquire further. Just as she had access to the 7th station, she knew Ko Xia must have her own opportunities. This was a crucial privacy in the game. Since Ko Xia didn't ask, Guan Yi continued this tacit understanding. This was also good, Guan Yi thought, as she played the car record she brought from Mi Qingrui's concert. Unlike Honk for Freedom, Old Times had a folk-like style. Mi Qingrui's voice carried a hint of nostalgia for the past, transporting one back to that imperfect, yet beautiful past. Although there were parts of the lyrics she didn't understand, Guan Yi didn't mind. She also had parts of Honk for Freedom that she didn't understand, but that didn't stop her from empathizing with both songs. After all, Mi Qingrui was an NPC. The old days she yearned for were likely the old days of NPCs, not hers, an outsider from Earth. In theory, the appearance, personality, and characteristics of NPCs in a game should all be game settings, but Guan Yi couldn't treat all the people she come into contact with as mere statistics. After all, this kind of survival game isn't normal. Since it can suddenly descend on Earth and capture Earthlings as players, who can guarantee these NPCs aren't actually real people? Just people from another world. Guan Yi didn't know the purpose of the game's sudden arrival. Researching that was the responsibility of the relevant departments. Her only task was to survive, reach the largest server, the Golden City, find the end, and then return home. As for whether life would continue as before after returning to Earth, or whether she faced chaos, Guan Yi said she didn't care, she just wanted to go home. Last year, when visiting her grandfather's grave, Guan Yi had said she'd bring him a photo of Shaka Salt Lake. She only made it less than halfway when she was dragged to this haunted place. For the rest of the journey, Guan Yi maintained a speed of 120 kilometers per hour, continuing toward the service area marked on the map. Route 100 service area 100 kilometers. Blue road signs suddenly appeared on both sides of the road, appearing every 10 kilometers. This undoubtedly greatly stimulated the driver's mood, and even Guan Yi couldn't help but feel anxious and excited. Finally, a new fork in the road appeared. A new road sign appeared between the fork and the main road. Right, Highway 100 service area. Go straight to unknown toll station. The beginner's guide says both areas will have merging with other drivers, but at this moment, both roads were empty, with only Guan Yi and her car. Did I arrive too early, or do I need to get closer to see other people? Guan Yi paused for a moment, then without hesitation chose the service area on the right. Clearly, the toll station was where she was headed, so the service area should be her priority. After driving a few hundred meters along the fork in the road and turning a corner, Guan Yi expected to see a service area she's seen before. Instead, she found herself in what looked like a shopping district. Not the kind you find in a city, but the kind you find in such and such a resort town or such and such a resort, with its dining, shopping, and photo opportunities. In the center of the service area stood a semi-open-air car modification shop called The Mechanic. On either side of it stood 2 other repair shops and beauty salons with the same name. Other shops and stalls were arranged in an M shape around these 3 large buildings. Their signs were diverse and unique, perfectly fitting the stereotype of the cyber world. Besides the 3 buildings in the center, the 2 that caught Guan Yi's eye most were those on the far left and right of the M. Their location, along with the word mechanic, formed the 3 dots at the bottom of the M, and also the 3 most conspicuous dots. The building on the left was the rest area at the Highway 100 service area. The building on the right was the used tire inn. As for the 7th station, Guan Yi was familiar with. It was located in the upper left corner of the M. In the upper right corner of the M was Piston Fun City. These businesses occupied prominent locations within the service area, visible to anyone who visited. This was undoubtedly a display of strength, intended to leave a lasting impression. The parking lot was across the block, on the left side of the road. A sign on the roadside reminded drivers that only the mechanic's shop could park their cars, otherwise, whether they were shopping or just relaxing, they had to park in the free parking lot. Thankfully, the sign also stated that the parking lot was safe, allowing drivers who couldn't afford a hotel to sleep in their cars at night. Although Guan Yi hadn't yet decided whether to go to the parking lot or drive into the mechanic's shop for the modification, her current location was already within the service area. The air was filled with a mixture of gasoline, metal, paint, and food, making her sniff and look for a mask. Thankfully, the temperature had dropped, and the infuriating heat was gone. Even if there were a few unpleasant odors, they didn't linger long in the breeze. Arriving early really does pay off, Guan Yi muttered, ignoring the NPC's half-and-half glances. She stepped on the accelerator and drove into the mechanic's modification shop. Then, under the watchful eye of the staff member who came up to greet her, she opened the sun visor and accurately pulled out the free modification coupon from a stack of cardstock. "Hello, I have the coupon." Guan Yi shook the cardstock in her hand. "Please modify it into an off-road vehicle like the Steel Wave and Steel Track. I want to choose the color, and please install a few other parts as well." After that, Guan Yi handed the free modification coupon to the stunned staff member and gave him a bright smile. Guan Yi, no lines. Free. Great. Chapter 27. Staff members generally don't have the final say on free modifications, so the other party quickly brought over his boss, a thin, middle-aged man. He was wearing a vintage bomber jacket with several obvious burn marks. His graying hair was slicked back in a tight bun. He had a plain face, with a light beard on his chin and cheeks. It wasn't clear if it was a deliberate attempt at style, or if he simply didn't shave. "I'm Calder." The man came over and stood in front of Guan Yi, only a few fingers taller than her. "I saw the voucher says off-road Jeep. Do you have any other requests?" "I'm Guan Yi." Guan Yi extended her hand and shook it with Calder. "I brought some parts with me. Can you help me install them on the car?" Guan Yi took out the repaired tactical headlights, the folding balcony, and the eyeless H1 engine and placed them on the ground in front of Calder. Calder crouched down and fiddled with each one, seemingly trying to identify their models. Then he stood up and pulled a tape measure from his pocket. "I'm guessing you're 1.7 meters tall? Do you mind if I measure your leg at arm length?" Calder's subject jumped around a lot, but Guan Yi managed to follow suit. She held out her arms for him to measure while asking, "This is the first time I heard of these measurements for a modified car. Your car, of course, has to fit you. The position of the accelerator and brake pedals, the height of the seat, the space between the steering wheel and your body. You can put your hands down. These are all very important. The more detailed the data, the more comfortable you'll be driving." After saying that, Card put away the measuring tape and took out a pen and paper to quickly write down the details in his notebook. Guan Yi raised an eyebrow. At 1.7 meters tall, she hadn't really encountered the problem of not being able to press the accelerator while driving. But she had shorter friends and had heard similar complaints many times. This modification shop was very considerate, Guan Yi thought. No wonder the business was so brisk. This was the money they deserved. "Card, do you have any color requirements for the car?" Guan Yi thought for a moment. "Red. It has to be bright and bold, something that immediately reminds you of a splendid costume and a furious horse." "Card, no problem. What about the interior?" "Black interior, red and black are a perfect match." Guan Yi added, "The convertible top should also be black." "Card, your car, your decision." Then, the two discussed the car's performance and details for nearly 2 hours, and Guan Yi finally received a waiting card for car pickup. Modifications take time, so she had to wait until tomorrow morning to see her new car. Card walked Guan Yi to the door and said, "I have a feeling this will be a beautiful work of art." Guan Yi was puzzled. "Work of art?" Card smiled reservedly. "They only modify the vehicle, but I will modify the soul." Guan Yi smiled and nodded. Although she didn't understand, she was willing to respect his opinion. Leaving the mechanic's modification shop, Guan Yi decided to start browsing from the lower left corner of the M. While no one else was around yet, If there were any limited edition items, she could grab them. The building in the lower left corner was the lounge, a two-story building. Upon entering, the first floor looked like any other service area lobby Guan Yi had seen, filled with various stalls. Because the characters in the game don't need to use the restrooms have been eliminated, leaving only a row of sinks against the wall for people to use by scanning their faces. The layout of the lounge is roughly as follows. The left room, a tatami mat lounge where you can lie down freely, no bedding is provided. The middle hall is similar to a food court on the basement level of a shopping mall, with tables and chairs in the middle and food and drink stalls around the perimeter. The right room is identical to the left room. The room just past the middle hall leads to the elevator, to the VIP lounge on the second floor. An NPC guards the elevator, and those without a pass are barred. Guan Yi inquired with the NPC about the entry details. After learning that the pass is valid for the duration of the break, and has no limit on the number of entries and exits, he immediately registered and, greeted by the staff respectfully, entered the elevator. The second floor also has 3 rooms, a lounge on the left, a cafeteria in the middle, and a sofa seating area on the right, each with its own small screen. Guan Yi found a random seat and glanced at the small screen. He immediately understood its purpose. The screen was filled with information about various stores, clearly marking which items were on sale and which were limited edition. VIP guests didn't need to visit each store. They simply sat comfortably on the sofa, added their desired items to the shopping cart, and purchased them. Someone would deliver the items to their door, and they would pay at the appointed time. If they didn't want to show off their wealth in front of others, they could leave a message with the store to pick up the items themselves. The store would hold the items for 4 hours, and the buyer could complete the transaction within that time frame. If you no longer want the item mid-order, you need to cancel the order, which will deduct 1 credit point from the buyer. If you abandon the order frequently after placing it, the store will shorten the whole period or even refuse to accept the pre-order. Don't think you'll be fine if you don't cancel the order. If you don't purchase the item before the expiration date and don't cancel it, your credit will be deducted by 5 points, which is not worth the loss. Guan Yi's initial credit score is 10, and it increases by 1 point with each completed transaction. So a 5-point deduction is a severe penalty. After all, once your credit score goes negative, you can't even think about pre-ordering anything again. It's like merchants in a certain country in the real world. After being ripped off by them, most people are reluctant to do business with them. Even if they do, they must pay the final payment before shipping. Otherwise, the final payment will be lost, and there's no way to get it back. Guan Yi had previously inquired, and she herself, the holder of the admission ticket, had no time restrictions for using the buffet restaurant. She could come whenever she wanted and eat whenever she wanted. Besides not being able to take out, she could eat there all day. However, those holding a supplementary ticket can only enter during meal times and remain confined to the buffet restaurant, not the rooms to the left and right. The mealtime limit is 3 hours. Those who exceed the limit will be asked to leave. Guan Yi suspected that the nature of the invitation depended on the attitude of the person who extended the time. Rather than the buffet restaurant, Guan Yi was more curious about the lounge on the left. The attendant at the door informed her that each VIP guest was only allowed 1 entry, and payment was required. If they wanted to enter a second time, they would have to obtain a new VIP lounge ticket before reaching the next service area. Guan Yi, I understand. I still have to catch the wanted criminal in the next round. The lounge was right here, so Guan Yi wasn't in a hurry to go in. Instead, he walked back to the trading room, ready to sit on the sofa and do some shopping. Of course, as he passed the cafeteria, Guan Yi didn't forget to grab a plate of food and a drink. Then, with the waiter's tacit approval, he swaggered into the trading room. A sip of iced Coke and a bite of braised pork with rice. For Guan Yi, who had been eating noodles for days, it was a perfect meal. Oh, she had to get some crabs later. Although it had only been 6 days, it felt like she hadn't eaten seafood in a century. As she ate, Guan Yi browsed the store, realizing that the prices here were, just as the old man at the 7th station had said, much higher. For example, a bottle of water at the 7th station was 4 yuan, but here it was 7 yuan. Instant noodles with hot water were 10 yuan. And mint candies, that were supposed to be 18 yuan, were now marked up to 25 yuan. Compared to them, I'm so conscientious. Guan Yi shook her head. She already had plenty of basic supplies, so it wasn't worth it to stock up here. She better look for daily necessities. For example, she wanted to buy a stove for her car and 2 pots, so she could steam rice, steamed buns, and stir-fry dishes. She'd never have to gnaw on a big, dry bun on the road again. Not that she meant to say steamed buns were bad, But who could stand eating them every day? So, given the choice, Guanyi preferred to eat a combination of foods. Living in such a dangerous game was hard enough, and she didn't want to compromise her diet. After showing off a bowl of braised pork with rice, Guanyi felt ready again. She gave up on the idea of home delivery and opted to go to the store on her own. Besides, it was already past 6 o'clock, so she had to go to the old tire inn first. Otherwise, by the time the main group arrived, it might be hard to get a room. After booking a room, Guanyi began wandering around the service area, a journey that lasted over 2 hours. I just said I forgot something. After a long day of shopping, Guanyi, forced to carry her full bag, looked up at the sky and saw that day had already passed and night had already fallen. According to the hotel owner, the service area was safe even at night. Some shops stayed open until 10 p.m., while others, like Piston Fun City, operated 24/7. However, just because it was safe here didn't mean it was safe on the road. Guanyi finally realized and remembered the other players still rushing along and decided to send them a message. Guanyi, service area.jpg. It's very safe, with air conditioning throughout. Come early if you can. Guanyi had just bought an older phone, with only the most basic features and a small memory. Even so, it still cost Guanyi a full 550 highway coins. But it was necessary. After all, besides taking photos and recording videos, this phone also had a built-in car navigation system. Car navigation, what a great thing. It had the coordinates of most of the 7th station and the old tire inn marked on it. Even if Guanyi didn't get the new map supplement sheet in the next phase, she would still be able to find the supply points. By the way, a regular phone only costs 300 highway coins. The built-in car navigation system was an additional feature that cost extra. Not only did you have to pay, but you also had to have a Highway Mileage Association membership card to add the coordinates of the 7th station to the navigation system. Otherwise, even with the navigation system, you could only find the coordinates of the old tire inn. To go elsewhere, you still needed a new map supplement sheet. After buying the phone, Guanyi combined her map and navigation system. So, in addition to the 2 shops mentioned above, it also had the actual coordinates of the old gun repair shop. There's no one selling maps in the service area. Guanyi tooted twice and prepared to continue shopping. After all, by the time everyone reached the service area, they all have some road coins. Then, could she just sell things for free? Chapter 28. While Guanyi was on a shopping spree, the chat channel was buzzing with discussion about the photos she posted. Some thought they were real, some thought they were fake, and some even knew they were real, but insisted they were fake. Zhu, that picture must be photoshopped. Do you really think people haven't seen what a service area looks like? Yeah, photoshopped. Even you must have been photoshopped. Otherwise, I can't understand how someone as bizarre as you could exist. I'm still on my way, while others have already reached their destination. I'm so envious. Brother Guanyi, can you tell me how many kilometers you've driven? Guanyi was quite willing to answer such a serious question. Guanyi, 3,500 kilometers. Actually, it's a bit more, but that's triple her reward for completing the quest, and the number is so small, there's no need to tell anyone. I'm at 2,980 kilometers now. I definitely be there tomorrow. Oh no, I only have 2,170 kilometers. What should I do? Wang Zi, I'm at 3,200. I be there tomorrow morning. Peng Luo, Boss Guanyi, what's in the service area? Guanyi, there's a car modification shop, a repair shop, a beauty salon, a lounge, a hotel, a supermarket, and various shops. The hotel has a limited number of rooms, and a night stay costs 100 highway coins. The lounge also offers accommodations, the kind where you sleep on the floor. It can probably accommodate a few hundred people, but the rest will probably have to find their own way. Originally, Guanyi wanted to save some money. Since she was the only one in the service area today, it wouldn't be a problem to sleep in the free lounge. However, after experiencing the hard tatami mats, she decided to give herself a break and book a room. We've been working so hard for so many days. What's wrong with a few good nights of sleep? Tomorrow's the last day. Come on everyone. I might not make it. The service area won't only be open for a few days, right? Hey, by the time we get to the service area, the food will be cold. Not to mention a hotel, there won't even be room in the restroom. We definitely have to stay in the car. Speaking of which, the rules say that after passing a scenic area, you enter a larger server. So, haven't the people who entered before us already reached the larger service area? Yes, according to you, we never catch up. On the bright side, Those who come after us won't be able to catch up either. It just seems unlikely. You're overthinking it. Instead of wasting time, why not upgrade your car and get to the service area tomorrow? Since Boss Guan Yi has confirmed the service area is safe, you better take her previous advice about hurrying on. Guan Yi thought the person's words made sense, but she ignored them. She was standing in an interesting place, and had no time for anything else. This was a truly fascinating place. If Guan Yi hadn't happened to glance over, she'd have almost missed it. It was so narrow, barely half the width of the door, wedged between a clothing store and a furniture shop, like a narrow bookend between two dictionaries. The shop had no door, no windows, and no sign. There was only a line of small calligraphy on the wall next to the adjacent shop, almost blending into the background. If Guan Yi hadn't been so accustomed to observing things in their entirety, she might not have noticed it. You have 3 chances to win 10 yuan. This is more like a strange wall than a store. A few copper mailboxes were haphazardly nailed to the gray brick wall. There were no words on the mailboxes, only patterns, and these patterns trembled and changed from time to time. This gave Guan Yi a strange association. She hadn't arrived at a dangerous game of highway survival, but had stumbled onto a street in a magical world. The interesting graffiti on the street corners could captivate Guan Yi for minutes, let alone something so mysterious. She paused to observe for a few minutes, noticing a pattern in the mailbox's changing patterns. Most of the patterns consisted of groups of pictograms, each representing a different meaning. According to the mere text on the wall, coins had to be inserted into the mailbox to receive something. 3 10-yuan chances means each person can only try 3 times. Guan Yi opened her wallet, pulled out 3 10-yuan highway bills, and patiently searched for a pattern combination she liked. Finally, Guan Yi chose a pattern combining fire and maybe mud, maybe slime equals cylinder, and before it was switched away, she inserted a 10-yuan bill into the mailbox. The banknotes dropped into the bronze mailbox. Guan Yi, even amidst the bustling streets, could still hear the subtle click. A few seconds later, the mailbox she had selected opened with a clang, revealing a silvery white sheet of paper. Clay Oven Production License Guan Yi. Oh, she quickly looked up at the mailbox, and saw that the pattern on it had changed again. However, no matter how she tried, the combination she had just selected wouldn't appear. Limited quantity. This is clearly a reward for those who arrive first. Arriving a day early was a good idea. Guan Yi sighed, then turned her gaze to the other combinations in the other mailboxes. Then, she deposited another 20 yuan, and received 2 more production licenses. Fishing Rod Production License and Portable Beacon Dummy Production License. After the 2 licenses were dispatched out of the mailboxes, all the mailboxes clicked shut one after another, and then the wall began to wriggle, swallowing them in. All that remained before Guan Yi was a gray brick wall. Wow! Guan Yi sighed, immediately taking a photo of the location with her phone and privately sending it to Ko Xia. Guan Yi, remember this location. There are production licenses for sale, 10 yuan each, limited to 3 per person. I'm not sure if you can purchase them repeatedly, or if each license is limited to 1 and gone once you buy it. Anyway, come here when you arrive. Good things, of course, should be shared with friends. Due to her job, Guan Yi rarely stays in one place, but that doesn't mean she has no friends. Guan Yi can confidently say that she has friends in every province and city. No matter where she travels, she can always find a local friend to meet for dinner. So even though she only just met Ko Xia, and had never even met her in person, Guan Yi was willing to share some news with her. After all, she was already familiar with this method of communication. Ko Xia's response was also quick. Ko Xia, got it. Thanks, sister. I'll be there before noon tomorrow. Can we meet somewhere? Guan Yi, the lounge, maybe. Have someone let me know when you arrive. I'll be on the 2nd floor. Ko Xia, okay, see you tomorrow then. After meeting with Ko Xia, Guan Yi went to a specialized secondhand recycling shop, where she sold a lot of junk she collected from supplied boxes and traded with other players. Some items, like razors, hair ties, and a wiggly little spring-action puppy, were not worth much. But for items like the golden birdcage, parasol, and damaged engine, the other party offered a good price. Guan Yi had observed carefully, the former weren't expensive in themselves, with ordinary craftsmanship and materials. In the real world, they'd be street vendor goods. The latter were different. The golden birdcage was truly made of pure gold, and the parasol was beautifully crafted, adorned with many beautiful beads. Guan Yi wasn't familiar with them, but judging by the shopkeeper's expression, they were probably quite valuable pearls. The damaged engine still had the advantage of being heavy. Perhaps the shopkeeper had unique skills, and could dismantle it to extract more items. Guan Yi wasn't in the business, she only collected the money. She sold a total of 1,312 highway coins this time, mainly because of the golden birdcage. As Guan Yi was leaving, she heard the shopkeeper on the phone, seemingly saying that the beautiful birdcage she'd been looking for was now available. Guan Yi didn't have any thoughts like, oh, I should have kept it and sold it earlier. Others found buyers because they had connections, but she was new here, and finding the right path wasn't certain how long it would take. So even if she made less profit, it was better. At least the owner was willing to pay her. Wouldn't it be better for her to use these road coins to buy something more suitable for her? Guan Yi thought so, and she did just that. Not only did she order a batch of car furniture, she also sold her tactical waste pack and exchanged it for a larger one. By the way, this tactical waste pack was also limited to a limited quantity, with only 10 available. After she bought them all, she still had 9 left. Not counting the car storage capacity, Guan Yi herself had a full 30 plus in slots. 10 of those came from the new tactical waste pack, and 20 plus and came from the backpack she unlocked with the DLC effects. I bought most of it. I deal with the rest after I collect the car tomorrow. After arriving at the service area, Guan Yi, besides discussing the modification with Card, spent her time shopping. She bought nearly every item with a limited edition, limited purchase label, which greatly alleviated her fatigue from days of continuous driving. If it weren't for the restrictions on buying more, Guan Yi would have really wanted to buy everything, but unfortunately, the rules prevented her from reselling them. Of course, another reason Guan Yi was cautious about stockpiling was that she couldn't estimate how much money the people who would arrive would have. What if they were still poor and couldn't afford good stuff, or offered even less than the purchase price? Wouldn't she be at a huge loss, and let alone holding onto them and selling them later? There was no guarantee that these limited edition items wouldn't become commonplace at the next service area. The safest investment is not to invest. Guan Yi figured she could wait and see. The main reason was that she wasn't running out of money. After all the shopping and selling, she only had 986 highway coins left. Although she already paid for the next 2 days' room and didn't have to pay for food, Guan Yi still decided to stay. After all, by tomorrow, she'd have a brand new off-road Jeep, If Calder still had any useful paid accessories, Guan Yi felt that the remaining money would be just the right amount to spend on them. Feeling happy about getting a new car tomorrow, Guan Yi happily lay on the hotel bed. Speaking of which, it seemed she only gone shopping today and hadn't had time to visit Piston Fun City. How about going there tomorrow? This was Guan Yi's last thought before she fell asleep. The combined physical and mental exhaustion of days had her falling into a deep sleep within a dozen seconds of her head hitting the pillow. She slept straight through until dawn. The 7 o'clock Asphalt Express arrived on time, and she completed today's member wake-up call. Chapter 29. Actually, after driving for the past few days, Guan Yi's body clock has become accustomed to waking up at 7 a.m., but now that she's at the service area, can't she sleep in? Guan Yi wanted to ignore the green envelope. But it was just a thought. After all, it has a destruction countdown, based on the delivery time, and it's a limited edition item that might sell out. It's a kind of sweet burden, I guess. 7 o'clock Asphalt News, destruction countdown 9 minutes and 7 seconds. Member points. Dear Guan Yi member, as of midnight today, your member points are 2364 and your mileage is 3,578.72 LV1. Please calculate your points accurately when using it. If your points are negative, we will reclaim your assets at 7 o'clock the following day to offset your debt. Today's recommendation: disposable etc limited. 13 is equal to 10 points, air fryer equals 15 points, marinated meat set equals 8 points, fruit basket, defective, equals 1 point. Highway News 1. A new journey is about to begin. Please allow us to provide relevant rules for all new drivers. Please be sure to click this article to review them. 2. The toll booth will open promptly at 7 a.m. on May 8th and close at 7 a.m. on May 10th. Drivers who have been resting at the service area for 24 hours may depart at any time. Drivers still in the service area will be randomly assigned to different sections of the highway. Please pay attention to the time. 3. Mrs. Crow has lost her shawl pictured. It is suspected to be near the Black Pine Forest. She is willing to pay 200 highway coins and a box of snacks pictured as a thank you gift. This is a paid advertisement. Please call 001-4507-387-12 for details. Guan Yi bought the limited edition disposable etc without hesitation. There were 13 when she bought it, but only 6 remained after she finished buying it, proving once again that the Highway Mileage Association still has many members. She also suspects the original quantity wasn't 13, since she opened the envelope a little late today, and it's not surprising that quite a few have sold out in that time. Guan Yi will have to be the first to check out limited edition items. Guan Yi expressed dissatisfaction, but there was nothing she could do. Complaints aside, she still had to buy things, like air fryers and marinated meat combos. Stocking up will ensure she doesn't run out of meat for a while. The service area primarily sells food, mostly ready-made items. There are staples like rice, flour, grains, and oil, but vegetables and meat are almost non-existent, so you can only buy ready-made or instant foods. Things like steamed buns, dried noodles, frozen dumplings, various instant noodles, and self-heating pots. Guan Yi specifically asked the staff, and they said that the small service area only offered these items. If she wanted better food and a more comfortable stay, she'd have to go to a larger service area. So when she saw the marinated meat set, Guan Yi took it without hesitation. After all, it wouldn't spoil if it was stored in the storage compartment. The marinated meat set is 500 TSK, the purchase limit is 50. Never mind, 50 is 50. Guan Yi quickly placed her order. She then realized that the other items only had an unlimited quantity, not an unlimited quantity per person. Air fryer. I buy 10 to see if they sell well. There's going to be a lot of people on the next section of the road, so there's definitely a need. After buying these two, Guan Yi looked at the fruit basket labeled defective, guessing the fruit inside might have been scratched or about to go bad, hence the name. No matter, I can eat them quickly anyway. Or sell them. So Guan Yi bought 20 fruit baskets, even though she hit the limit. This spending spree cost her 580 points, leaving her a wealthy woman with 1804 points. As expected, when others can't find a post station, but she can, purchasing on behalf of others can earn both money and points. Yay! Items purchased on the Express need to be destroyed and delivered by Squirrel Express. Guan Yi wasn't in a hurry, and used this time to carefully study the first item in the Express. Clicking the link, the 7 o'clock Asphalt Express floating in front of Guan Yi turned on its spot, revealing the back of the newspaper, lines of fresh text emerging. Server Promotion Instructions, Newbie Version 1. All drivers arriving at the service area within the specified time will be ranked according to their arrival time. 2. Drivers with the highest ranking will be given priority to access the promotion server. 3. Except for the novice server, all other servers have limited quotas. Drivers with lower rankings may be unable to enter the promotion server. 4. Drivers who are unable to enter the promotion server will be reset and must restart from the starting point of their current server to have a new opportunity to compete. 5. Each driver has only 3 attempts to reset the server. 6. Because reset drivers have the experience advantage of having previously completed the game, the system will reduce their chances of receiving a supply crate. 7. If the promotion server is not fully populated, the system will select the best players from lower-level servers to enter to maintain normal game operation. During this period, the service area corresponding to the promotion server will enter a time hold state. This is a very stable state, and except for a few individuals with special inspiration, most drivers will not notice it. 8. The number of people required for high-level servers is greater than that for low-level servers. 9. Speed is also an advantage. Don't get caught up in the scenery. After reading this, Guan Yi roughly understood how the server operated. Based on this information, she might be able to catch up with the group that entered the game in February. For example, her previous novice server and the server about to be promoted work as an example. The general process is as follows. 1 million players are evenly divided into 100 E-level novice servers, 10,000 people. After 7 days, players who fail to reach the service area are automatically killed and do not need to be counted again. The remaining players are ranked according to the time they arrived at the service area. Assuming there are 15 D-level servers, 50,000 people, only the first 750,000 players can successfully advance to a D-level server. The remaining players will restart on an E-class server, and because they know the status of that server, their chances of receiving a supply crate are reduced. If the remaining players don't reach the full 15 D-class servers, the current server area will enter a time hold state until the system finds new players from the E-class servers. Guan Yi speculated that these new players could be drivers who were reset, or new players from June, July, or even August. That's basically it, a system where the best advance and the worst are eliminated. The instructions were a bit long and convoluted. By the time Guan Yi had memorized and understood them, it was almost time for the newsletter to automatically destruct. Anyway, if I can, I make the most of it. I absolutely can't be the last to arrive at the service area. Guan Yi had no desire to repeat the same route. Not to mention the reduced chance of obtaining supplies, The potential for unexpected incidents along the way was enough to make him reluctant. It was like repeating senior year of high school. Until the new round of college entrance exams was over, no one knew whether the results would be better or worse than the last time. This is truly full of murderous intent. After careful consideration, Guan Yi decided to keep the information about the promotion server secret. After all, it was exclusive information from the Highway Mileage Association, and the written evidence had already been destroyed. She had no evidence to back up such a major claim, and there would undoubtedly be many doubters. Besides, disclosing this last-place elimination system would only create panic and prematurely ignite suspicion and conflict between people. Guan Yi, your package. The squirrel courier called from outside the hotel. As Guan Yi walked downstairs, she rubbed the goosebumps that had suddenly appeared on her arms, forcing herself to stop thinking about it. Get the package, have breakfast, and then I leave tomorrow. I already bought everything I needed. Guan Yi made up her mind, abandoning her earlier thought of taking an extra day off. The squirrel courier, waiting at the hotel entrance, handed Guan Yi a large box. From the Highway Mileage Association, signed for Guan Yi. The squirrel courier said his usual words. Once Guan Yi had the box firmly in her hand, he retracted his claws, placed 2 fingers together on the edge of his helmet, and gave her a dashing salute before sprinting off on his motorcycle. Guan Yi crouched down with the box in his arms. Taking advantage of the lack of people around, he began to count the supplies and sort them into his backpack. Speaking of which, if he hadn't unlocked the backpack's DLC feature earlier, without access to the vehicle storage compartment, Guan Yi would have been crammed with bags during yesterday's shopping spree. After sorting out his belongings, Guan Yi went back to breakfast. Halfway through his meal, he received a private message from Ko Xia. Ko Xia, this place is huge. I'm here. Where are you? Guan Yi, wait a minute, I go downstairs to find you. Having hurriedly stuffed the last bite of his bun into his mouth, chewing and swallowing it, Guan Yi took the elevator to the first floor of the lounge. He saw a dashing woman in camouflage pants and a short-sleeved camouflage vest, looking around. He was stunned when he saw her coming down, then smiled. Ko Xia extended her hand to Guan Yi. Hello, I'm Ko Xia. Guan Yi shook her hand. Hello, I'm Guan Yi. After that, there was a brief silence. After all, they had only been online friends for a few days, so suddenly meeting in person was bound to feel awkward. In just a few seconds, Guan Yi pulled 2 vouchers from his pocket and shook them. Are there a lot of delicious food? Ko Xia's eyes lit up. Are there a lot of delicious food? Guan Yi gave a thumbs up. It's comparable to a luxury buffet. But there's a time limit of 3 hours, and you have to go during meal times. Eating breakfast right now might be a bit of a waste. Lunch starts at 12 p.m., and dinner starts at 5 p.m. Ko Xia nodded. Then I take one. Hold it for me. I have to get my car to the modification shop first, and I have some other things to take care of. I talk to you after I'm done. Also, how much is this voucher? If it were in the real world, Guan Yi would have just offered to treat herself, but in the game world, she couldn't be so generous, but she could still offer a friendly price. After all, Ko Xia was generous when exchanging things with her. The price of 2 dishes and a soup at the little shop outside is around 50 highway coins. I give you a friendly price of 100 highway coins, and I can only sell you one. I keep the remaining one for someone else. Ko Xia readily agreed to the price and said goodbye to Guan Yi. She had to queue up to modify her car first, then go to the recycling shop to sell things for highway coins. Only then could she buy the limited edition items Guan Yi had told her about. Even if Guan Yi told her there was free food upstairs, Ko Xia wouldn't have time to eat. She had to finish everything else before she could think about her personal life. On this point, Ko Xia and Guan Yi were surprisingly aligned. They wouldn't give up this hard-earned advantage. Chapter 30. After Guan Yi had her fill, she went to the mechanic's modification shop to wait for her car. She had arrived at the service area a little after 4 p.m. yesterday, and it was already 10:30 a.m. the following morning, not long before the pickup time caller had agreed with her. The modification shop had a dedicated waiting area, similar to a 4S dealership in the real world. In this specially partitioned room, there were sofas and tables, some cheap snacks, and some drinks, ready for customers to enjoy while they waited. Guan Yi used to be indifferent to all this. Now, Guan Yi only blamed herself for having a small appetite, unable to eat so much. There was no way around it, times had changed. Only when something was truly lost did a person realize what they had missed. Snacks, once despised for their ingredient lists, had become so out of reach that even a wealthy woman like Guan Yi didn't dare spend too much on them. Just as Guan Yi was enjoying her second cup of milk tea, Calder walked in, removing his work gloves and waving at her. "Come on, let's go check out your new car." Guan Yi jumped up from the sofa, carrying a half-full cup of milk tea and following him out. As she passed the staff member guarding the door, she pretended not to notice their hesitant expression. "Isn't it just a cup of milk tea from your place, plus a few snacks in my pocket? Why act so weird? Didn't you see your boss didn't say anything? You're just an employee, why bother saving him money? Here's your new car. How is it? Anything else you need to modify?" Calder led Guan Yi into the private modification room, where her first sight was the dream car parked on the dashboard. The red exterior gave it the appearance of a blazing mass of lava, possessing not only a solid body, but also an unstoppable fiery intensity. Unlike the sleek exteriors of other models, this off-road Jeep was angular, exuding a wild edge. Its specially installed tactical headlights resembled the eyes of a ferocious beast, emitting a breathtakingly bright light as they opened and closed. Wild. Sharp. This was Guan Yi's immediate reaction upon seeing the car. Once she climbed inside, the upgraded seats perfectly molded to her body, ensuring safety while maintaining a comfortable fit. Even after sitting for hours, her muscles wouldn't tire. It was clear that Calder had put a lot of thought into the interior. From the steering wheel to the center console, they felt fine to the touch, and the visual quality was high quality, far from cheap plastic. Guan Yi fired up the engine, and the eyeless H1 engine roared to life. The sound was low and moderate, without the ghostly roar she disliked. "Amazing!" Guan Yi exclaimed heartily. She simply loved this car. The previous base model couldn't compare to it in terms of performance or comfort. After the initial inspection, Guan Yi clicked on the vehicle status display on the in-car monitor, and saw the complete information. Vehicle name, unnamed. Model, off-road Jeep, 5-seater, color, red. Durability, 800 out of 800, less than 20 requires professional repair. Interior space, 12/55, plus 12, top speed, 180 km per hour. Vehicle condition, good. Energy status, October 30th, plus, you can give it a new name. Calder leaned over to the car window and introduced Guan Yi. "If you like this model, you can keep it forever. It has ample room for upgrades, enough for you to run a server with 500,000 users. Chasing the dawn, how about that? Chasing both the morning glow and the evening glow." Guan Yi admitted she was terrible at naming, but the name seemed to have come up on its own. So, she decided to trust her instincts. Calder clapped softly. "It's a good name. If you're sure, I proceed with the final steps." Guan Yi nodded. Then, Calder fiddled with something resembling a soldering iron, and scrawled the words "Chasing the Dawn" in a flourish on the back of the car. Done. Calder was delighted. He loved his new creation. Guan Yi was also delighted. She loved her new car. Since both parties were pleased, the subsequent conversation flowed smoothly. Calder showed Guan Yi every ingenious detail of the modification. Guan Yi responded with sincere and enthusiastic praise, overflowing with emotional value. Even though Calder wanted to be more reserved, he couldn't suppress the curled corners of his lips. So, before leaving, Guan Yi not only drove off with her new car, but the enthusiastic Calder also gave her a generous helping of snacks to eat on the way. Guan Yi drove her brand new Xuxia out of the modification shop, finding a good spot near the exit in the parking lot. Then, she returned to the VIP lounge on the second floor, not planning to continue shopping. "I bought everything I needed yesterday. Even if I wanted to buy something today, ordering online and having it delivered to my door would be a good option." Guan Yi hadn't been upstairs for a while, when she saw through the window a new car pull into the service area. Following it, as if a switch had been flipped, new cars appeared every few minutes. "Looks like a large group is arriving," Guan Yi muttered through the glass. This section should be the first echelon of the large group, with about 800 vehicles in total. The drivers who got out of the cars were a diverse bunch, men, women, young and old. Although they looked a bit dusty, they were in good spirits, and were in the mood to look around the service area buildings. Guan Yi had no intention of going down to meet them. She simply took out her phone, and quietly sat back on the sofa in the lounge, checking what they were saying in the chat channel. "Oh right, there are some things that can be sold later. For example, the 7 extra pairs of Bluetooth headphones. Or the air fryer that's not available here. And once they discover the astonishing prices for fruits and vegetables here, the defective fruit baskets can also be listed on the trading channel." But before that, Guan Yi decided to check out the lounge across the street. She had heard the staff guarding the door mention that even VIP lounge users can only enter once per stay. And they have to pay an additional 500 highway coins. Just as Guan Yi reached the cafeteria in the middle, her phone vibrated. She looked down and saw a private message from Ko Xia. Ko Xia, look outside, something's happened. Guan Yi darted to the window and peered down through the open window. When she saw the people at the service area intersection, she gasped. How did the mummy get here? Then Guan Yi realized it was a victim of the bitter almond tea, specifically the problematic batch. Zhu Jia didn't think he had any problem. He was even quite happy because the bitter almond tea had given him a heat-insulating physique, allowing him to feel cool without the need for air conditioning. The bitter almond tea also earned him a lot of supplies, and his vehicle was upgraded to level 3, reaching a speed of 150 km per hour. This allowed him to make up for his previous slow progress and arrive at the service area at noon on the 7th day. Although Zhu Jia had been constantly disparaging Guan Yi in the chat channel, he still agreed with the need to reach the service area before the end of the 7 days. He just couldn't say that in front of others, and he also had a darker motive in his heart. He wanted to use his words to confuse some people and make them believe him. Zhu Jia believed that the service area would definitely not be very large, so resources would be limited. Furthermore, Guan Yi had mentioned that the rooms at the old tire hotel were limited, so he hoped more people would ignore time so that he could arrive early and take advantage of the situation. Although it was already past noon, the service area parking lot was not crowded. After all, it could accommodate 10,000 cars, and less than 1/10 of the space was currently occupied. Ha ha! I'm here! I survived? Zhu Jia pushed open the door and got out, laughing loudly, oblivious to the people around him rapidly retreating in fear, creating a no-man's land around him. Confused, Zhu Jia scanned the crowd. He tried to take a step forward, but found that everyone else followed his lead and retreated. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with me? Zhu Jia asked, his body making every movement sound like ripping cloth. Seeing that Zhu Jia was still able to communicate and was clearly conscious, someone, taking advantage of their distance, shouted, "Didn't you even look in the mirror?" Zhu Jia now looked almost identical to the mummified corpse Guan Yi had seen at the Green Apricot Leaf Company. His skin was faded and dehydrated, his face shrunken like a skin skeleton. Furthermore, Zhu Jia's eyeballs were bloodshot, and his lips were cracked, stripped of skin, leaving only purple flesh hanging. Every time he moved, a stream of purple blood spurted from his nose and trickled down his lips, but Zhu Jia remained oblivious, even as the blood dripped all over him. Just as Zhu Jia was wondering, 2 staff members in white hazmat suits appeared from nowhere. They grasped Zhu Jia's arms, one on each side, and led him out of the service area. "Hey, where are you taking him?" Someone shouted, and one of the staff members turned around and spoke in a cold voice. "The service area only accepts living people. The player's physiological system has been damaged and deemed irreversible. No entry." With that, the staff member dragged the chattering Zhu Jia away, quickly disappearing towards the highway. The crowd erupted in a roar of discussion. Some were terrified, some were excited, and some, taking advantage of the crowd watching the excitement, snuck off to the shopping district. Thermal perception disorder, so terrifying. Guan Yi couldn't help rubbing her arms upstairs, recalling the message she read in the 7 o'clock Asphalt Express. Inability to sense heat, loss of self-awareness, and symptoms of extreme dehydration. If I remember correctly, it also said drug resistance and irreversible, meaning this person is doomed and cannot be saved. At least, based on the tools she had, this person couldn't be saved. If their current form could still be considered human. Besides, Guan Yi would feel quite uncomfortable if she actually saved Zhu Jia. After all, Zhu Jia had been relentlessly slandering her, his actions amounting to cyberbullying. If Guan Yi hadn't planned ahead and gained control of the discussion, she might have been falsely accused of being the public enemy of Server 100. Guan Yi cast one last glance over at Zhu Jia, then turned away from the window. There was nothing left to see outside. Zhu Jia was just the first. There would be many more bitter almond tea victims after him, but that didn't matter to her. After all, she had already fulfilled her duty of warning. However, good words could not persuade the damned ghost. The other party was greedy and refused to trust her. Guan Yi could do nothing about it, and she didn't bear any psychological burden. You could only hope for the best. As for whether or not the prayers were successful, what did it matter to her, an ordinary middleman? Chapter 31. Zhu Jia's fate shocked all the onlookers. People were buzzing with discussion, and in the following moments, a second and third person in the same condition as Zhu Jia were being taken away. One of them had a suspicious brown tea stain on the corner of his lip when he was dragged away. Of course, their conditions were less severe than Zhu Jia's, but in the eyes of the NPC guards, They were all in an irreversible state, meaning they could not be saved. In short, there was no hope. They were destined for death. If this incident had sparked considerable discussion among the crowd, then later that evening, another event shocked everyone. It also, with bloody facts, confirmed Guan Ye's previous speculation in the chat channel. We must reach the service area within 7 days, or we will be in danger. When the incident occurred, it was already midnight on the 8th, and everyone, awake or asleep, was awakened by the announcement from the service area. Scenic Area Rotation Notice. It is now midnight, May 8th. In accordance with Article 131, Paragraph 18 of the Rotation Convention for Highway Scenic Areas, we will open the entrance to the next section of the road at 7 o'clock this morning. Drivers who have been at the rest area for more than 24 hours will be able to proceed. At the same time, we will close the previous section of the road. All drivers who have not reached the service area will be stranded on the original section of the road and will not be able to enter this service area. Given that the convention cannot be violated, we express our regret to all drivers stranded on the closed road section and will issue new notices. 1. Highway resources will continue to be reduced, and the frequency of material deliveries will be reduced. 2. The regional hazard level is expected to gradually increase. Those stranded are advised to remain vigilant. 3. To help drivers stuck on the closed road maintain a positive and optimistic attitude, the Highway Administration will distribute 100 exit permits to the closed road. Permit holders, who can reach a temporary checkpoint within 30 days, will be granted access to the next service area. 4. Vehicles will be allowed to merge within the closed road. 5. The broadcast channel for the closed road will switch to a dedicated channel in 3 hours. Drivers, please be mindful of the time. This broadcast concludes. I wish all drivers a good night's sleep. Guan Yi, ugh! Who can sleep like this? Huh? As if she could actually sleep. She's at the service area. Her 24-hour detention period has been met, and she still has her ETC card. She check out tomorrow morning and drive away. What's there to worry about? What other people? What does it have to do with her? She's said everything she needs to say, and she's given all the reminders she needs to give. Guan Yi doesn't consider those stranded on the closed road her responsibility. So Guan Yi lay down peacefully, turned over, and went back to sleep, completely oblivious to the chatroom bustle. Help! What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? Beep, 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 beep. Please, if you can get out, please call the owner a phone number and tell them I can't make it back and ask them to take care of themselves. I can't repay your kindness in this lifetime, but I repay you in my next life by working like a slave. Hee hee, I only have 1 kilometer left to reach the service area. Now, not to mention the service area, even the road signs are gone. Just 1 kilometer away, 1 kilometer. This is so tragic, so tragic. Someone told you to hurry up before, but you didn't take it seriously. Now you're dumbfounded, right? That's right. I'm risking my life by burning the midnight oil just to catch up. Why are you taking it so slowly? I don't want to die, woo, I don't want to die, don't panic. Just because your supply boxes are running low doesn't mean you're doomed. Why not try buying the supplies we provide? Hey, the one burning the midnight oil, you're so awesome. Is it really that dangerous? Tell me. Some links don't work, some do. They probably locked us out of the region. If you can't survive, then die. Anyone want to join us? We agreed to go together. We won't be alone on the road to the underworld. Don't lose heart. Aren't there still 100 licenses? It's not much, but it's still hope. This is terrifying. I logged in at 11:59. It's terrifying. My heart is about to burst. I don't know how many people are stuck on this stretch of highway, but 100 is definitely not enough. Just wait and see. It's bound to be bloody and bloody. No one can be trusted anymore. Who told you not to listen? Boss Guan Yi had already told us to move faster. And there was this idiot who kept contradicting him. You didn't believe him, did you? Shu Jia. He's dead. The others with him all have the same symptoms. They probably ignored Boss Guan Yi's advice and insisted on drinking that faulty batch of bitter almond tea. It's all Guan Yi's fault. He was so vague. If he had kept emphasizing the dangers, I wouldn't have ignored him. Blame him. It's all his fault. So many of us died on the closed road. It's all his fault, Peng Luo. Then you better die soon. Living is a waste of food. Boss Guan Yi isn't your parent. Does he have to feed you? Wang Zi. This is the fate of overly nice people. Not understood, but criticized. This is why I'm reluctant to speak out. Actually, you don't even know Guan Yi. So what nonsense are you talking about? Ko Xia. I sympathize with your situation, but I despise your words. Once again, I remind everyone, this is a survival game, don't take any chances. Xianglian Saw is certainly pitiful, but hearing the same old talk too often becomes tiresome. Moreover, most people didn't truly believe Guan Yi's warnings. They simply drove hard, driven by a better early than late or I want to be the leader mentality, thus avoiding the system's traps. This led to a certain degree of sympathy for their own kind, and they subconsciously avoided the cries of their own kind. After all, they truly couldn't do anything, let alone rescue those people. Even if they wanted to donate money and supplies, the system would have stopped them. Since that's the case, I better not watch it. Soon, the chat channel was filled with only those still stranded on the highway. Those who had already reached the service area had turned off their chat broadcasts, and were either sleeping or gazing intently at dawn, unwilling to chat again. Anyway, by tomorrow, those people wouldn't be on the chat broadcast anymore. And so, after enduring a difficult night, people with all sorts of thoughts welcomed the sunrise. Guan Yi woke up at 5:30. She quickly showered, then checked out at the front desk. While most people were still half asleep, she went to the second-floor lounge for the service area's last breakfast. The admission ticket is better. There's no time limit for dining. Otherwise, I have to wait until after 7 o'clock. Guan Yi didn't let the midnight announcement dampen her appetite. She ate and drank as usual. Only after she sated herself did she walk to the elevator door and prepare to leave. Aside from Piston Happy City, which required an access ticket, she had already explored the entire service area, buying and selling everything she needed to buy. There was no need to linger any longer. Of course, Guan Yi also explored the VIP lounge, which required a 500 road coin payment. After a massage that dispelled both physical and mental fatigue, she earned a rare attribute point. Guan Yi hadn't allocated this hard-earned attribute point for now. She would continue to focus on developing her perception strengths, and balanced development of agility and strength would also be beneficial. She planned to think about it more carefully. The elevator door opened, and Guan Yi brushed past the young man inside. Guan Yi lowered her head, opened her phone, and found the message she had posted on the trading channel yesterday. Subticket X1, sold out, 500 road coins. Air fryer X9, 3 remaining, 300 highway coins. Fruit basket, defective, X15, sold out, 100 highway coins. Bluetooth headset X7, 1 remaining, 150 highway coins. Guan Yi opened the information on the subticket. As the seller, she could see the buyer's name. Wang Zi. The one who always spoke with such condescension? Guan Yi recalled the person who had just gotten on the elevator. He was of medium build, with light brown hair and fair skin. His face looked okay, but hard to remember. He looked a bit like one of those stereotypical H-country boy bands. There was a 90% chance that person was Wang Zi, and a 10% chance that it was someone else who had received an admission ticket or a sub-ticket. Guan Yi raised an eyebrow. She didn't really care whether anyone remembered her or not. After all, with her hood up and Mi Qingrui's sunglasses on, she was barely recognizable. She didn't mind revealing her true appearance. After all, most of the 8,000 people knew she was a bounty hunter. Even if their face matched their name, it wouldn't matter. The bounty hunter's nickname was still a secret. Guan Yi simply disliked being watched, especially being treated like a rare creature. But if she were to be watched, Guan Yi wouldn't be afraid. Dislike didn't mean she couldn't handle it. Arriving at the parking lot, cars were already packed. Guan Yi took a quick look and confirmed that about 2/3 of the spaces were occupied. The lot was mostly filled with hatchbacks. There were no more chopped pepper fish head cars. The colors were quite mixed. At least 1/5 of the cars had switched from their basic white color. Guan Yi had also learned from Calder that the cost and time required to modify a car vary depending on its difficulty. Painting, however, is very cheap. For 20 highway coins and a 30-minute wait, you can get a car in a brand new color. Of course, the color options are limited. If you want to customize your car or request a more complex pattern or color, the price will be higher. So, if you ignore the car model, Guan Yi's red Juxia isn't particularly striking. But a closer look reveals its uniqueness. Guan Yi approached the car, unlocked it, and got in. Ignoring the inquiring glances from the people nearby and the attempts to chat with those who were studying her car model, she started the car and sped off. Anyway, with the system protecting them, they couldn't even enter the parking space, let alone cause any damage. Exit the parking lot and drive straight along the left side of the M in the service area. After a small curve, you reach the toll booth at the service area exit. Guan Yi was the first one. At that moment, all the toll booths were empty. With a sudden thought, She drove directly to the nearest manual lane, stopped the car before the barrier, lowered the window, and waved to the person sitting in the toll booth. "Hello, I'd like to go to the next area and experience new scenery. May I ask, how do I proceed?" In the toll booth, the staff member sitting on a gray-white plastic chair tilted his head and gave Guan Yi a nearly perfect smile. "Welcome to the toll booth. Highway 207 is ahead. Entrance must pay 50 highway coins. Do you want to pay in cash or with your body?" The other person's smile remained unchanged, but Guan Yi felt a chill run down her spine. Chapter 32. Guan Yi naturally chose to pay. It wasn't like she was broke. Handing over a 50 yuan highway coin, Guan Yi received a green permit. Drivers with permits may enter Highway 207. Please don't lose them before entering the next service area. The staff member's voice was precise, like an untamed AI reading aloud. It made Guan Yi's body tingle, as if a bunch of cockleburrs were clinging to her. The lever in front of the car had already been raised. Guan Yi was eager to leave, but she had a question. "If I use the ETC lane, who will issue the permit?" She pointed to the only ETC lane at the far end. Guan Yi hadn't forgotten she had an ETC card. If it was a scam, she would be in big trouble. The staff member's smile remained unchanged. "If it's a compliant ETC vehicle, the Highway Bureau will automatically generate a permit. No need to worry." Guan Yi understood. Seeing the lever slowly falling back, she didn't dare delay any further. She stepped on the accelerator and rushed out, entering the area of Highway 207. Behind her, the toll booth, gradually disappeared. Guan Yi was surprised. She had only driven a dozen meters forward. How could such a large building disappear from the rearview mirror? This doesn't make sense. Guan Yi thought. Well, coming to this shabby place doesn't make sense anyway. She shrugged and kept the car at 100 kilometers per hour. Slowing down to half the current maximum speed will deduct mileage. Zhuxia's top speed is 180 kilometers per hour, but Guan Yi had other things to confirm right now, so she couldn't go that fast. First contact? Guan Yi pulled out her phone and, despite the risk of being told not to talk on the phone while driving, dialed Ko Xia's number. The response was, "Sorry, the number you dialed is out of service." The call wouldn't go through, and neither could private chats in the chat channel. They were only separated by a payment counter, yet it felt like they were on different planets. After all, international calls were common these days. Except in uninhabited areas with no signal, it was incredibly difficult to disconnect from people living on the same planet. It's just like those drivers on closed roads, unable to chat across servers. Guan Yi dropped her phone. She needed to verify her assumptions about the number of players and servers. She had arrived a day early, and Ko Xia had arrived at the service area on the morning of the 7th day. Guan Yi wondered if they would be assigned to the same server, or if she, having left a day earlier, would be assigned to a different server. A server populated by players, who were eliminated due to slow speeds and unable to enter larger servers. With this thought in mind, Guan Yi drove about 500 meters further. Behind him, not only the toll booth, but even the road he had just passed vanished. "I feel like I just passed the buffer zone and officially entered a new section of road." Before he finished speaking, a system chime abruptly sounded, and several paragraphs of text appeared simultaneously on the car's large screen. "Congratulations, players, for entering the second stage server. Your server number is 207. Current server population 23,581/50,000. Server population is being replenished. Wishing you a pleasant journey and a safe arrival at your destination." Guan Yi noticed that the left side of the server population was bouncing. It initially displayed only 23,581, but in a matter of seconds, it had risen to 25,311. Clearly, she wasn't the first to depart. Or rather, more drivers had been forced to reset than she imagined. If the system notification hadn't mentioned the second stage server, she might have speculated about the possibility of being selected by a higher-level server to fill a gap. That's quite interesting. Those who come in later won't necessarily all be from my server. Those who survive will gather in larger servers. I thought I, the first-place finisher, could fill the gap. Guan Yi sighed, feeling that her earlier plans to catch up had been somewhat hindered. The good news, her bounty hunter identity was probably unknown on the new server. The bad news, her accumulated popularity and prestige would also have to start from zero. Don't be too pessimistic. At least I'm not one of the unlucky ones forced to reset, Guan Yi consoled herself. This counts as staged reputation. It might seem useless in the early stages, but in the later stages, when the maps merge, these reputation points will accumulate. I'm destined to be among the heroes. At this point, Guan Yi couldn't help but burst out laughing. No, that statement feels so childish. She shook her head and entered the chat channel, which had been opened because the number of people had exceeded half. It was quite lively, with people acknowledging their relatives, lamenting their miserable fates, and even tentatively asking if there were any big shots. Guan Yi felt as if she had arrived at a makeup exam room. Everywhere she looked were poor students, and the reason she was there was because she had accidentally missed the exam, so she had to retake it. Failing the exam and not succeeding are two completely different concepts. Guan Yi didn't speak rashly. There was no point in saying anything now. With so many people around, her words would fall flat on her face, just like they did at the beginning. Since she couldn't make any familiar faces and her words were meaningless, there was really no need to greet them. Although she compared the other party to a bad student, Guan Yi didn't really mean to look down on them. After all, if she could get ahead, she had to allow others to do the same. Besides, there are sayings like he who knows shame is near to courage, and the latecomer prevails. Who says those who fall behind can never catch up? In this kind of game, anything is possible. All Guan Yi can do is proceed cautiously and pay close attention. But right now, there's really nothing interesting in the chat channel, so Guan Yi tries switching to other channels. The trading channel is temporarily locked. Mi Qingrui's songs are worth listening to, but there's no need for them right now. The gray channel could be accessed normally, and everything was the same as always, with a rustling white noise. Most messages were posted by the mysterious channel owner, announcing the release or termination of a wanted mission. Occasionally, hunters with different code names would send out some internally circulated supplies, some with instructions, some without. This left Guan Yi confused, as she had no idea what they were supposed to be used for. Can't a junior bounty hunter have a guide? Guan Yi muttered, feeling ostracized by the group. However, she felt relieved when she realized this might be a way to identify qualified individuals. Strength brings confidence, and now she needs to complete another wanted list to prove herself. Who knows, perhaps after her level increases, she unlocked more information? Guan Yi's thoughts raced as she increased her speed. This was a new area, and she needed to find new supply boxes. The temperature is currently suitable, so this might not be a temperature-related section. The vehicle upgrades weren't just about the exterior, the software had also been updated. For example, in addition to the existing features on the large screen, a new feature called a mileage log was added. A new page was generated daily, allowing drivers to record their daily experiences verbally. May 8th, sunny, 22 degrees. This line was automatically generated by the system, and the driver would then record the content. Drivers could only view their own logs, but Highway Bureau staff had the right to review everything the driver had recorded during the current section. Given this, Guan Yi certainly wouldn't write anything private. She simply wanted to record her own speculation and assessment of the current situation. The road was beginning to fog up. Not only was there fog on both sides of the road, but wisps of mist were also forming on the road itself, though the situation was less severe than outside the road. This makes finding supplies a real hassle. Guan Yi immediately identified the problem. Even someone as well stocked as her couldn't guarantee she could successfully navigate this stretch of road without supplies. She had to get the supply box, or find another supply point. The phone holder she previously installed finally came in handy. Guan Yi placed her phone on it and turned on the navigation system, only to find that the map was also shrouded in fog, with only the area behind her illuminated. That's too much. Guan Yi frowned, staring at the red dot on the map. That location was the real coordinates Old Gun had given her, the key to her ability to find the enemy on any stretch of road. Guan Yi had originally doubted the coordinates would work. Now they do. But the road is gone. Guan Yi let out a long sigh. Now she had to check the chat channel. At least she needed to know if this situation was just hers, or if everyone else was experiencing the same thing. The road was covered in fog, both sides. How could I find a supply box? The things at the service area were too expensive. I didn't restock much. If I couldn't find a supply box, I'd be doomed. I was in the cold zone, and it's getting colder. Will the fog on this road get thicker too? Of course it will. This game doesn't want people to survive. Honestly, we were all eliminated, weren't we? Haha, useless. Don't be angry. I'm not scolding you, I'm scolding myself. The thought of an endless cycle makes me want to die. Cheer up, everyone. We made it this far. After all, we're on a 50,000 person server. I prepared a lot of temperature-related stuff, but if the danger on this section is fog, I prepared nothing. Die! All of you. Can you please give me a quick death? Stop stabbing me with a dull knife, Guan Yi. What a depressing chat channel. After listening for ages, there wasn't a single useful word. The channel was filled with self-pity, resentment, and negativity like life is worse than death. TSK, it feels like they're just unmanageable. Guan Yi expressionlessly exited the chat channel. Since the people on her server were useless, she had to rely on herself. Thankfully, the map brightened as she passed by. Aside from the difficulty finding the supply box, everything else was fine. At least the weather was pleasant, and she didn't need the air conditioning to stay alive. 20 minutes later, Guan Yi stopped on the road. It wasn't her who found the supply box. Instead, a table stood abruptly on the side of the highway, upon which lay an envelope stamped with a green wax seal. It wasn't delivered by Squirrel Express. Guan Yi picked up the brown paper envelope. On the back was written Guan Yi, and on the front, in the center of the seal, was a hexagonal wax seal with tire treads. Highway Mileage Association? Guan Yi thought, the changes in the foggy area have finally arrived. Chapter 33. Guan Yi peeled off the wax seal. Inside the envelope was a white card. On the front was a wavy and shaped line, with a blank circle at each point. On the back of the card were a few lines of writing. Guan Yi scanned them, and discovered they were game rules. Players are invited to participate in the commemorative stamp collection project. Search for immovable stamps along unidentifiable roads. Goal: find any 4 buildings containing seals in this area, and complete all stamp collection tasks. Event duration: 7 days. Event reward: a map to the service area. Event instructions: 1. The event area is a high interference zone. Regular maps will be ineffective, and the radio signal will be unstable. Please be advised. 2. Drivers will meet at the stamp buildings. Please refrain from harming others or stealing their stamp cards. 3. Stamp cards are anonymous and will not be replaced if lost. 4. Some stamps have a 1-hour cooldown period. If a stamp turns gray, please do not force it, as this may cause unnecessary damage. 5. We only recognize new roads. Repeated stamps in the same area will not increase mileage. This applies only to members. Non-members are not required. 6. To receive rewards, you must obtain 4 different stamps. Duplicate stamps will not be valid. Warning: stamp buildings and their surrounding areas are not safe zones. Drivers, please remain vigilant. Any creature other than you is illegal. Drivers are requested to independently determine their reliability. All consequences of any interaction are the sole responsibility of the driver. The final interpretation of this event rests with the Highway Mileage Association Section 207 Management Office. Happy gaming, drivers. Wow, that's a real hoot. After reading this, Guan Yi felt the other party's sinister intentions practically lash out at him. The unstable broadcast channel meant reduced communication between players. The stamp building can reunite vehicles, and isn't a safe zone. While it says try not to, the very words clearly incite everyone to fight. Article 3 reinforces this point. Stamp cards are anonymous. If you can't find another building, or are afraid of danger, just hide somewhere, and steal someone else's already built one. How much easier? Fighting people is much easier than fighting monsters. I thought the Highway Mileage Association was a respectable organization. After reading the rules, Guan Yi put the card in its envelope and tucked it away. Then, after checking the table again to make sure nothing was left behind, he happily used his disassembly skill to transform it into his own supplies. Obtained 5 planks, 10 nails, 1 note hidden in the table. Guan Yi. Oh! And another unexpected discovery. Supplies in hand, Guan Yi returned to the car and slowly examined the note. The note was only a finger's width and irregularly shaped, as if torn from a sheet of paper. The handwriting was sloppy, some words difficult to discern. Guan Yi felt that if the other party hadn't done this intentionally, it meant the situation was critical. Time post office coordinates, don't send the letter. There are no answers. Only the ending. Time post office? It should be one of the buildings with the seal. Guan Yi rubbed his chin. The game had rules. While it might conceal some of the details, it wasn't without guidance. For example, the beginner zone concealed the conditions for mileage consumption and blurred the concept of a 7-day scenic area, but it still explained the 7-day rotation of scenic areas. Now, this note was clearly a clue, and Guan Yi was struggling with whether to tell anyone else. A light gray trail ran from left to right across the entire highway. On the side Guan Yi was standing, the chat broadcast was still bustling. On the other side, the gaming area had very poor signal. Guan Yi opened the chat channel, and the numbers in the upper left corner changed to 50,000/50,000, indicating that the server was full and completely closed. The channel was filled with nonsense. There was no discussion of the stamp card. Guan Yi typed a line on the virtual keyboard, and a few seconds later, she deleted it. She stepped on the accelerator, and the car started again. However, just as she was about to cross the gray-white line, Guan Yi slammed on the brakes. Damn it! Guan Yi cursed angrily, her right hand thrusting back her hair. Almost roughly, she pulled the large in-car screen over, opened the virtual keyboard, and typed those words with such speed, fearing she regretted that she sent them. Guan Yi, there might be clues hidden somewhere in the desk. Believe it or not, it's up to you, don't ask me. Afterward, Guan Yi, regardless of whether her words would cause a stir, simply exited the chat channel. She slammed the accelerator, and Zhu Xia shot past the gray-white line. This was a stretch of highway rife with competition, perhaps even vicious. Everyone was a competitor, and perhaps they would even face off in the future. The fact that no one in the chat channel was discussing the stamp cards indicated a lack of mutual trust. The seeds of suspicion had been planted in everyone's hearts through the rules of the game. Not everyone has mastered the art of disassembly, which means not everyone can get the clue. Guan Yi's exclusive possession of the clue is understandable. But Guan Yi's intuition tells her this isn't right. It's not about morality. It's just wrong. It's as if something is watching from nowhere, manipulating the pieces in the chess game. Thinking back to those seemingly correct choices just now, all made after seeing the rules, Guan Yi feels she can't just go along with it. All cardholders must fulfill their road symbiosis responsibilities. Guan Yi quietly recalled the reminder she heard during a previous mission as she drove. Because of this, she had always had a positive impression of the Highway Mileage Association. At least, like herself, they belonged to the neutral good camp. So, this reminder, along with the Highway Mileage Association Highway Section 207 that incited everyone to kill each other, felt a little off. It's possible I'm mistaken, but... Guan Yi shook her head, focusing more on the sides of the road, trying to see if there were any supply boxes she could pick up. After driving for 20 minutes, Guan Yi spotted the first supply crate. The good news, the beam of light from the supply crate was still clear in the fog. The bad news, she could only see the beam, unable to discern anything else around the crate. After this period of practice, Guan Yi's skill with the engineer shovel had improved dramatically. She knew every function of the shovel like the back of her hand, especially when it came to using it to cut people. Guan Yi got out of the car and, with the engineer shovel, walked towards the supply crate. Only when she was 2 or 3 steps away from the beam of light did she see the white crate and the giant frog crouching on top of it through the thick fog. A bright blue giant frog, larger than Guan Yi's face. It couldn't possibly be a real-world species, Guan Yi thought. Then, slowly retreating back into the fog, she made a wide circle. When she figured she was behind the giant frog, she bent her knees and lowered her center of gravity. Holding the engineer shovel in both hands, she slowly approached the frog, her right foot leading the left heel. As everyone knows, frogs react quickly to fast objects and almost nothing to stationary ones. Guan Yi didn't expect the giant frog in the game to behave like in real life. She simply closed the distance between them, and then delivered a surprise attack. Puff! The tip of the engineer shovel pierced the giant frog's body, blood the same color as its own body flowing out of the wound. However, the giant frog remained motionless, as if it weren't the one being harmed. Guan Yi hoped to defeat the enemy with a single blow, but when the enemy finally stopped moving, she felt a sharp pain in her teeth. What do you mean, giant frog, so cute, give me some reaction, okay? Should I keep stabbing you, or not? Guan Yi made a tisk sound and tentatively thrust into the giant frog again. Puff! Another gash, oozing bright blue blood. The giant frog remained motionless. Sizzle! Bright blue blood flowed down the giant frog's skin onto the supply box, burning a deep scar. Guan Yi watched the white smoke rising from the box with a shudder. This stuff is very corrosive. I'm glad I didn't touch it directly. Guan Yi shifted his feet, avoiding the blue blood that was corroding the box. Should I keep stabbing you, or not? Keep going. The giant frog's current state is truly bizarre. If she doesn't, that's a supply box. Even if Guan Yi has ample supplies, she still wants the free supplies. After a few seconds of thought, Guan Yi decided to continue. This giant frog was clearly acting strangely. Since she already inflicted 2 wounds on it, she might as well keep going. 1, 2, 3. Guan Yi tried to move the giant frog off the box, but failed. It was heavy, as if welded to the box, impossible to move. If she wanted the contents of the box, she would have to let the giant frog's blood corrode part of the box, revealing the contents. Then she could carefully remove them. As Guan Yi moved, the giant frog emitted a continuous puff, puff sound. She kept an eye on the highly corrosive bright blue blood as she emptied most of the frog's body. Very strange. Guan Yi had been digging for nearly 10 minutes, sweat covering her forehead. She wiped her hand a few times, squinting at the giant frog whose blood had solidified before her. Such highly corrosive blood can't even corrode my engineer's shovel. I'm not some magical weapon. It doesn't have corrosion resistance. The supply box before her was already tattered. From her vantage point, Guan Yi could see some of the contents, which seemed quite substantial. The only thing stopping her from taking anything out was the strange giant frog. Theoretically, after the giant frog's interior had been hollowed out, its skin should have deflated. In reality, the giant frog, still a skin, remained in its original squatting position on the supply box. Guan Yi pondered for a moment, then touched the solidified bright blue liquid again with her engineer's shovel. Finding no corrosion, she then took out other materials from her backpack and tested them one by one. The result: only wood was affected, other materials were not susceptible to corrosion. Guan Yi blinked, returned to the car, and pulled out her used but cleaned instant noodle buckets, carrying them back to the supply box. Beautiful. Using her engineer's shovel, Guan Yi smoothly scooped the jelly-like substance into the bucket, without the corrosion she worried about. 5 minutes later, Guan Yi had 4 buckets of the bright blue jelly that could corrode wood. Her labor had paid off, and she expressed satisfaction. Next, it's your turn. Guan Yi turned her gaze to the giant frog, now stripped of its skin, and suddenly noticed something flickering within its hollowed-out body. Chapter 34. There's something inside the giant frog's hide. This was Guan Yi's first thought, and she immediately inserted her shovel into the frog, carefully scraping at it. After all, while the shovel head wouldn't corrode blood, the handle was still made of wood. About 10 seconds later, the shovel made a crisp clang sound, and Guan Yi perked up. She first used the shovel in her right hand to press down on the object, then inserted the shovel in her left hand. Like using chopsticks to scrape a dish from a large spoon, Guan Yi couldn't see anything clearly, but she managed to use the skill honed from years of eating to force the small object onto the shovel, and smoothly remove it from the giant frog's body. It was a statue, only the size of a thumb. Although it also resembled a giant frog, compared to the giant creature squatting on the supply box, the much smaller statue looked a bit ugly and cute. Giant Frog Statue Introduction, a token of the frog-faced merchant. This item allows fair trade with the frog-faced merchant. If you do not trade, simply return this item to the frog-faced merchant for a thank you gift. Number of slots occupied, 1. Weight, 1. Note: choose carefully when returning or trading. Frog-faced merchant? Guan Yi held the engineer's shovel in front of her eyes, examining the cute, bright blue creature. How many organizations are there in this game? Highway Mileage Association, Bounty Hunter Association, Highway Bureau, Highway Abnormal Behavior Correction Management Department, and now there's the frog-faced merchant. Guan Yi found it intriguing, and put the item in her backpack. Now wasn't the time to delve into this. She had to quickly grab the supplies in the box and leave. Obtained: Intermediate Parts X5, Stone X3, Swana X1, Black Bread X1 from 1 week ago, Baguette X1 from 1 week ago, Mooncake X5 from last year. Even Guan Yi was silent for a few seconds after seeing these supplies. Is this a supply box or a weapons box? I hold the black bread in my left hand as a shield, the baguette in my right hand as a sword, and the mooncakes as darts. After I kill the enemy, I play a swana for him. I haven't learned that yet. Guan Yi was speechless. With a take-it-all attitude, she put the supplies into her backpack and returned to the car. She needed a fast car to calm herself down. There's fog on the road, so be it. Tactical headlights aren't for nothing. Honestly, these two things plucked from the Gang Brothers' car are really powerful. The lights penetrate the fog directly. Not only is visibility quite good now, but even in fog as thick as borrowing arrows from a straw boat, she can definitely see at least 50 meters ahead. After driving for about another 30 minutes, Guan Yi slammed on the brakes again. This time, it wasn't because of the supply crate, but because of a fork in the road ahead. In the middle of the road stood a sign with 2 lines of nonsense written on it. Left arrow, highway. Right arrow, highway. Increasing driver's anxiety this way. It's such a cheap trick. Guan Yi opened the door and got out. He walked over to the signpost, tapping its material with his hand. Then, he pulled his newly acquired corrosive adhesive from his backpack and smeared a small amount of it with his engineer's shovel onto the left side of the signpost. Then, Guan Yi circled to the right side of the signpost, waited for the sizzling sound to subside, then reached out and gave a gentle push, sending the signpost crashing down. She walked around the long pole, walked to the side of the signpost, and squatted, carefully examining the writing on it, checking for any small words she hadn't seen or understood before. Alas, nothing. I thought there might be a hidden clue. Guan Yi sighed, dismantled the signpost into 2 wooden planks, and pocketed them. Then, Guan Yi took out the portable beacon dummy she had made in the workshop out of boredom, and placed it directly on the signpost's original location. It was called a dummy, but it was actually a wooden sign with a heavy base. A human figure had been scribbled on it with clumsy artistry, and 2 movable arms were attached to the body to provide directions. This was one of the 3 permits she had obtained at the service area. It was simple and cheap to make. Since she hadn't seen any use for it yet, Guan Yi made a batch, but kept them all for herself. Now she needed them. Portable beacon dummy introduction. A simple dummy that can serve as a coordinate, with 7 adjustable colors, accurate positioning, and automatic notification of disconnection. Number of slots occupied, 1. Wait, 2. Let's go in order of red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Guan Yi set the first dummy to red, with its left arm pointing toward the road on the left, and its right arm hanging straight down. Go this way first, and come back if it's blocked. The dummy requires wood, stone, and metal. The base is very heavy, and once fixed, it sticks to the spot, preventing it from moving. Once the button at the shoulder is pressed, the arm cannot be moved again. This also means that the dummy is disposable. After use, it can be disassembled and recycled on site, but it cannot be picked up and reused. Guan Yi didn't care. She had plenty of wood, stone, and metal. She had 30 mannequins in her storage compartment. Oh, only 29 left now. After finishing them, Guan Yi got back into the car and continued driving along the left side, closer to the time post office coordinates. Along the way, she picked up 2 more unremarkable supply boxes, replenishing her supplies slightly. Gains: 7 pieces of wood, 2 pieces of drinking water, 1 pot cake from 3 days ago, 1 pair of woolen stockings, 1 box of dirty building blocks, 1 denture. Guan Yi, are you afraid I break my teeth if I eat something hard, so you even prepared dentures for me? If you put it that way, the system is quite considerate. It's these dentures. They can be used as traps with a mechanism, right? Who would be so kind as to make dentures out of sharp metal? Guan Yi felt like throwing a tantrum. She turned on the radio, but there was no signal. Only the gray channel continued to churn out white noise, occasionally displaying a new wanted notice, its exceptionally strong signal proving the channel was indeed illegal. However, the gray channel didn't allow casual conversation. Back in the car, Guan Yi checked the current map. Only about 5% of the foggy paper was illuminated. So, I'm roughly northwest of this area. Guan Yi traced the route he'd taken with his finger, then glanced up at the unknown road ahead. He decided to wait until 1 p.m. for lunch. Driving alone was boring, and the radio wasn't working. Since the temperature was perfect, Guan Yi simply opened the car window and sang to himself. He sang whatever came to mind, singing the next line if he couldn't remember one, and switching songs if he forgot the next. Loneliness is impossible to achieve. Living in this world requires finding ways to entertain oneself. And so, at 11:17 a.m., Guan Yi finally arrived at the coordinates on the slip of paper, the location of the time post office. It was a 1-story building on the left side of the road, with gray-green walls. Near the gate stood a gray-green, round mailbox. The rusty slot looked as if it hadn't been opened in a long time. Above the building, the words Time Post Office were inscribed. Though intact, they nonetheless conveyed a sense of the passage of time. Besides Guan Yi, there were no other cars around, indicating either someone had been there before, or she was the first visitor to arrive. Getting out of the car and locking the door, Guan Yi climbed the stairs, shovel in hand. With a creak, she pushed open the half-closed door, sending a puff of dust flying in her face. Ahem. Guan Yi quickly took 2 steps back, turned her head, and waved her hand to dispel the pungent smell. She then waited a moment, waiting for the dust to settle, before re-entering the post office. The light inside was dim due to the boarded-up windows. The window where stamps and envelopes were sold was tattered, allowing anyone to easily jump in. The post office was only 1 floor, but contained 2 rooms. Because the original partition wall was also tattered, Guan Yi could get a glimpse of the room on the left simply by standing at the door. While she couldn't clearly see if there were any seals inside, she could at least see if there were any strange objects lurking inside. Or people. Guan Yi never denied that, in extreme circumstances, people were sometimes far more terrifying than monsters. After all, the latter were enemies, known from the moment they met, and they needed to be wary. As for the former, it's harder to say. Directly opposite the post office entrance were counters, long tables, and waiting benches. Guan Yi guessed that people bought and sold envelopes and stamps, sent and received packages, or perhaps, like in the real world, also used as a bank. The room to the left held several rows of shelves, some of which still contained some merchandise. Guan Yi slid along the wall, and saw that they were all postal goods. Guan Yi picked up a few items, and immediately noticed their difference from the supplies. Items opened from supply boxes, or purchased from stores, automatically generate item information if held and stared at for more than 3 seconds. But Guan Yi's current item, no matter how long she stared at it, would not display any relevant information. She could only rely on common sense in the real world to recognize that this was a postcard, that was a keychain, and that on the table next to it were bookmarks and refrigerator magnets. So, these things are actually garbage, Guan Yi concluded, then tried to stuff a mailbox-shaped keychain into her backpack, but failed. Clearly, the system didn't approve of her attempt to stuff garbage into it. We should avoid excessive collection, otherwise someone will just stuff everything they see into their pockets. Guan Yi thought about it and agreed. Otherwise, along the way, she'd be seeing rocks, trees, and all sorts of strange things along the road. If those things could be considered supplies, wouldn't she have missed out on 100 million? Not bad, not bad. Guan Yi patted her chest with a lingering fear. If those things really could be considered supplies, she wouldn't be able to sleep for days. Although she knew these small parts were not acceptable, Guan Yi still took out her canvas bag and packed a little of each. Since she was already here, she might as well take some. Even if she couldn't sell them, she could put them on the refrigerator or attach them to her clothes or backpack as decorations. Besides, what if there was something hidden in all this garbage? The darkest place is the darkest place is true. With this in mind, Guan Yi, regardless of the dirt, touched almost every item. Her efforts paid off, and she actually found what she was looking for among several useless stamps. Commemorative stamp, Time Post Office. Instructions. This stamp does not require ink, it can be stamped directly onto the card. Note: congratulations, you found an event stamp. After reading the instructions, Guan Yi took out his stamp card, wiped the dust off the table, picked up the stamp, and happily stamped it on the lower left corner of the inn. First stamp got. Chapter 35. After Guan Yi finished stamping, the stamp entered its cooldown period. She didn't leave immediately, but continued to wander around the dilapidated post office. She felt there might be something else here. Also, the words on the note gave Guan Yi some ideas. Don't send the letter. There are no answers, only endings. Guan Yi left the room on the left and went behind the counter selling envelopes and stamps. There were many paper items scattered inside, and she was gently flipping through them. She had to be gentle, otherwise the dust kicked up would be enough to make someone cough for a long time. Guan Yi almost held her breath while doing this. After all, the air in the room was already quite bad, and she didn't want to cough violently here. The search was meaningful. After looking through a bunch of unexplained items, she found a stack of usable envelopes, some stamps, a usable pencil, and letter paper about the size of a finger. Of course, it doesn't matter if I don't send a letter, but if I do, who should I send it to? Paper letters are rarely used these days. People from different regions prefer to communicate via chat apps. That said, Guan Yi is familiar with the elements of sending a letter. After all, she had several pen pals back when the internet wasn't yet developed. Letter paper, of course. There's also the envelope, stamps, and the exact address and recipient. As for the postal code, Guan Yi didn't find any relevant information in the post office, and the envelopes she found didn't have any similar spaces or instructions in the upper left or lower right corners. She assumed they didn't exist in the game. So the question still remains about the address and the recipient. Guan Yi had already received the seal, and she could have left, but she was deeply concerned about the sending letter section on the note. Her intuition told her that this letter was important. The people I can know about are Lao Chong for one. I have her real coordinates. Do coordinates count as an address? Then there's Ko Xia, but she's out of contact, and we don't know if she even entered this section of highway. Card. Let's forget it. It's just a one-time transaction. Who's ever seen a customer write to a 4S dealership? Guan Yi, pencil in hand, pondered over the only intact table in the room. When her gaze stumbled upon the wall across from the table, a thought struck her. There seems to be something over there. Guan Yi leaned over and spotted a few messy scratches on the wall. After piecing them together, she summarized a few rules. Letters from the Time Post Office can only be sent to your future self. Word limit, 15. Direct inquiries regarding matters in this area are not allowed. The reply will arrive within 3 minutes. That makes sense now. Guan Yi understood. If you send it to your future self and get a reply, that's great. If not, it means your future self is already dead, and you naturally reach the end. Clearly, the person who wrote the note received the end, and their Taoist heart was shattered, unable to hold on any longer. But I don't know how far into the future this future self will be. Guan Yi hesitated, a rare moment. Although everyone dies eventually, some people have said they want to know when they will die so they can delete or destroy things they shouldn't see in public. But suddenly learning of one's own death, with no idea when, is a very complicated situation. Look at it in a positive light. The person isn't dead, they just left the game, so the letter couldn't be delivered. Look at it in a negative light. What else is there to think about? The person is already dead. After much deliberation, Guan Yi finally picked up her pen and wrote this sentence on the letter. What do you choose? She wrote this sentence because Guan Yi didn't know much about this section of the road. Not only was she not allowed to ask directly, but even if she were allowed, she wouldn't know what to ask. Rather than wasting words, she asked something practical. Guan Yi believed that her future self, as long as she was still alive, would be able to give her the most appropriate advice within the limited space. So, she asked how to increase her attribute points. If she didn't increase them, it meant that everything was safe ahead, and there weren't any events that required increasing points to escape. Similarly, increasing strength means that you need force. Increasing agility means that you need speed or escape. Increased perception suggests a potential crisis. Or perhaps giving up balanced development and choosing to consolidate strengths first. Guan Yi once learned a heartbreaking lesson because she didn't trust herself. Later, Guan Yi learned to trust herself, and indeed, she never let herself down again. After writing, Guan Yi placed it in an envelope. Considering that her future self might not have pen, paper, or stamps, she slipped in an extra set of blanks. Then, Guan Yi pretended to seal it with glue and affixed a stamp before writing the recipient's name on the envelope. Guan Yi received. So that's how it is. Guan Yi looked at the letter she had written and suddenly realized that the wax-sealed letter she had received earlier had simply Guan Yi written on the front. This hint is so subtle, I almost didn't notice it, okay? Using sarcasm to mask her inner nervousness, Guan Yi walked outside the post office and slipped the envelope into the round, gray-green mailbox outside. After doing this, Guan Yi stood still by the mailbox, and then spent the longest 3 minutes since she entered the game. Click. A soft sound of something falling came from the mailbox. Dang. The door of the mail drawer opened automatically from top to bottom, and the falling metal door hit the mailbox with a clanging sound. Good news. There was a letter in the mailbox. Bad news. It might also be an obituary. Not wanting to torture herself with fantasies, Guan Yi reached out and pulled the envelope from the mailbox. The words Guan Yi were still written on the front. Guan Yi pulled out a small note from the unsealed envelope. Strength. Believe in yourself, and strive for first place again. Seeing the answer, Guan Yi breathed a sigh of relief, her heart finally at ease. Although she didn't know how long this future would last, at least she would still be alive. The message she sent was vague. What do you choose? Was almost a standard, universal question, only she knew what she was asking. It seems a conflict is inevitable. Guan Yi added points to her strength without hesitation, and then she felt a significant increase in her strength. She also gained a new appreciation for other things. For example, when she saw a large solid wood table before, she would think, it's too heavy. I can move it, but I can't lift it. Now, whenever she saw that table, she had a thought similar to I should be able to lift it and throw it, but not far. Simply put, Guan Yi's strength had increased, and her cognition had updated to match this increase. At this point, Guan Yi had completed everything she needed to do at the time post office. No longer lingering, she took the letter and walked towards Yuxia, parked on the highway, ready to continue her journey. Ding! A heavy, long bell suddenly rang out. Guan Yi paused and turned quickly. Under her gaze, the time post office seemed to come alive. The mail slot opened and closed automatically with a clang. The footprints left in the dust on the floor were erased by an invisible object. The documents, stacked together due to being flipped through, were reshuffled, dancing in the dusty light, returning to their original position. The useless scraps she had collected flew out of Guan Yi's pockets, like little birds, rushing towards the vast nest that was the time post office. Finally, the post office door, which had been pushed open, slowly closed, shaking off the dust it had shaken open, revealing its original, half-closed appearance. At that moment, the lingering echo of the last chime faded with the wind. If Guan Yi hadn't still clutched the reply letter, she would have thought she had just gotten out of the car and hadn't even begun exploring. Guan Yi, 6. She turned and walked back to her car. This time, nothing strange happened. However, just as Guan Yi started the car, the familiar knocking sound on the window rang out again. Guan Yi lowered the window, and outside was the familiar squirrel head. A letter from the Time Post Office, signed for by Guan Yi. Guan Yi took the envelope expressionlessly. After the other party saluted and walked away, she glanced at the Time Post Office once more, and then opened the thin letter in her hand. Inside was a single finger-sized piece of paper. It was covered with densely packed numbers. Guan Yi didn't understand what it was, but when her eyes shifted to the map in the car, her eyes suddenly widened. The original map had only 3 red dots, representing the locations of the beacon dummy, the Time Post Office, and the old gun shop. The current map suddenly had 3 more red dots, one in the southeast, one in the northeast, and one in the southwest. The Time Post Office is in the northwest of the map. Guan Yi gasped. This is forcing players to run all over the map. These red dots were different from the coordinates on the map Guan Yi had previously obtained. The coordinates listed the building name and the distance in kilometers between her and the building, but the red dots were just red dots, without any explanation. Okay, since we're going to have to walk anyway, let's just drive and see. Guan Yi started the car. She now had 2 choices. Either continue forward and head to the red dot to the northeast, or turn back and head to the red dot to the southwest. In theory, when there's a fork in the road, it's permissible to turn back. I'd done that before. Whether it was the Bluetooth plantation, the green apricot leaf company, or even the old tire inn on the side road, they all fell into the drive-in, drive-out category. But other than that, Guan Yi had never actually turned around on the main road, and she always felt a vague unease about doing so. Guan Yi surrendered to her unease. So she chose to continue forward, first to the red dot to the northeast, then to the southeast. By the time she reached the southwest, she completely circled the map. That's perfect. I used the mileage. Although the rules say you can enter a service area by collecting stamp cards, what if they still require mileage? Besides, the 4 locations being so far apart clearly urge drivers to drive quickly and avoid lingering on the highway. After determining her target, Guan Yi set off. 10 minutes later, she received several new system messages. Warning! The beacon dummy has been attacked. Warning! The beacon dummy has been damaged by 30%. Warning! The beacon dummy has been damaged by 75%. The beacon dummy has been disconnected and is receiving the final message. Receiving completed. Guan Yi opened her phone in the holder and saw a photo of a human wearing a blue veil, revealing only a pair of triangular eyes. As the photo was taken, the person was kicking the beacon dummy. Guan Yi, TSK, even knew to cover their face. But it didn't matter. She remembered those eyes. Chapter 36. Guan Yi continued driving, grabbing a quick bite for lunch. She wanted to reach the next building as quickly as possible. Today was her first day in this area, and while there was fog on the road, visibility was good, not enough to warrant dangerous driving. Simply put, in the real world, the fog wasn't thick enough to close the highway. But later on, there was no telling. That's why Guan Yi was driving as fast as she could, trying to gain as many miles as possible on this first day, when the danger wasn't so high. As she drove, a new fork in the road appeared. It was the same Y intersection. Guan Yi glanced at the nearly useless map and decided to keep going left. This time, Guan Yi left behind an orange beacon dummy. She had set the dummy's arms to hang naturally, giving no hints. She knew to keep to the left. I want to see if you can chase me, and keep destroying my dummy. If Triangle Eyes didn't come back to destroy her, Guan Yi would just treat the first one as a coincidence. But if he could keep following her, she would have to take it seriously. Guan Yi continued along the road on the left. Soon, the scenery on both sides of the road changed, and she seemed to have driven into a birch forest. The road became narrow and bumpy here, causing Guan Yi to briefly suspect she had taken the wrong road. Fortunately, her car had been modified, and the wide tires were well suited to this terrain, so she was able to make it through. Guan Yi drove through the birch forest for about 5 minutes, and was surprised to see several cars parked at the end of the road. Several people were gathered in a circle, seemingly discussing something. Seeing people so soon? Guan Yi muttered, slowing down and continuing forward. The roar of the engine caught the attention of the people over there, and they immediately dropped their conversation and turned to look. Someone else is coming, the hooded man said. The white-haired old man narrowed his eyes. Nice car, tough guy. But we have to follow the rules. There's always a first come, first served order. The middle-aged woman clenched the stun gun in her hand. It gave her confidence as she met others in the danger zone. The young woman put on her sunglasses, her lips curled slightly. Those who can modify cars are big shots. Who knows, maybe we can get some of that in return. Guan Yi glanced around and saw that they had all pulled off the road and parked between the trees. He followed suit. Making the same choice with strangers can effectively reduce their hostility. Look, I'm making the same choice as you. I want to join you. I'm not an enemy. Guan Yi noticed that among the 4 parked vehicles, there were 2 SUVs, 1 sedan, and 1 striking yellow sports car. Without exception, all were modified models, differing only in price. Calder had previously mentioned that players could upgrade their vehicles themselves, and if they took them to a professional auto shop, they could pay for services like painting, repairs, and film wrapping. If a customer wanted a modified car, they either had to possess a modification voucher or vehicle blueprints. Otherwise, no shop in the service area would accept such a business, no matter how much money they had. As for the small shops that did take on this business, they were almost all hidden inside roads throughout the district, so finding them depended entirely on luck. And there's a chance of getting scammed. If that's the case, the 4 people before me shouldn't be the ones left behind. Perhaps, like me, they were among the elite who arrived at this section early. Good afternoon, everyone. Should I follow the procedure, or be direct? Guan Yi, wearing Mi Qingrui's orange-pink sunglasses, stopped about 3 or 4 steps away from the others. She noticed at the service area that these sunglasses had a certain Kryptonian quality, which helped to reduce attention to her appearance. Nice glasses. The woman in sunglasses responded first. Let's be direct. The well over there is a seal structure, but it's guarded, making it difficult to obtain. The other 3 people didn't refute the woman in sunglasses, clearly not intending to introduce themselves to Guan Yi. The white-haired elder nodded and explained the rules they had established. Every 15 minutes, the other party will change the terms of the trade. We agreed to trade in order of arrival. If they don't have any, let those who have go. The shot girl added, if they have both, we go in order of arrival. The hooded man nodded, his hands in his pockets, his expression unconcerned. Guan Yi seemed to understand. From what they were saying, there were treasure-guarding monsters at the stamp building. The kind you couldn't defeat. The other party would request a trade, and only if it succeeded could they go and get the stamp. If it didn't, they have to wait 10 minutes for the cooldown to refresh. Considering that this location wasn't marked on the map, the reason these 3 people wouldn't leave so easily became clear. Instead of going to the red dot visible to everyone, it was better to look for the stamp buildings scattered along the other roads. After all, the rules stated that any 4 buildings contained seals, which meant the actual number of sealed buildings must be greater than that. Besides, there were many forks in this section of the road, so finding a new one was definitely not as good as sticking to the old one. The cooldown wasn't long either. What if the next offer from the other party was exactly what he already had? Thinking through the whole situation, Guan Yi nodded. Who should I join this agreement behind? The woman in sunglasses raised her hand. Me. She then made room to the side, allowing Guan Yi to finally see what they had been blocking. A well, almost completely covered in birch leaves, revealed only a faint rim of gray-black bricks. Perhaps the person who built the well, fearing that leaves might fall into the well and contaminate the water, had crafted a lockable wooden lid. Meanwhile, the guard mentioned by the woman in sunglasses, and the others sat calmly on the manhole cover, reading a book. Guan Yi. Oh, what a huge frog! The frog sat there, almost half a man's height. Besides the clothes on its back and the book in its hands, it also had several bulging travel bags beside it, making it look like a well-educated and wealthy frog. Luckily, it didn't have a small green hat on its back, otherwise the copyright issues would be very unclear. In 2 minutes, the new round of trading will begin. The woman in sunglasses also turned to look at the frog and said to Guan Yi, newcomers are supposed to wait until the previous round ends, right? Guan Yi nodded. Otherwise, if more and more people came, those at the front of the round would be endlessly cut in line. The electric shock woman said, you're lucky. Although we have arranged the rounds, we never started. Even though Guan Yi showed no signs of aggression, the electric shock woman never put down her weapon. She was wary of both the opposite sex and the same sex, and even kept the distance between people the greatest. Guan Yi noticed their wariness, and didn't approach. She settled in a spot between the woman in sunglasses and the white-haired old man, chatting with them about the situation in the area while waiting for Frog to signal that they were open for trade. Speaking of which, Frog plus trade, is that Frog Chamber of Commerce? Guan Yi thought it was quite possible, but she didn't want to tell these people. As the hooded man kept checking his watch, 2 minutes finally passed. Frog put down his book and, from his folded leg space, pulled out a golden handbell and began to shake it. Ding ding ding. The frog began, its voice a touch sticky. The transaction begins. Please listen carefully. Quack meat, 1 kilogram of meat. Quack balls, beautiful little balls. Quack tires, hard tires. Quack fruit, delicious watermelon. Quack teeth, pointy dentures. These are the items for this transaction. Customers who wish to trade, please step forward. After saying this, the frog fell silent, but it also stopped reading its book. Instead, it stared intently ahead with its wide eyes. The others had heard this way of announcing transactions many times before, but Guan Yu was the only one who heard it for the first time, and it felt a bit strange. The items announced at the beginning were a broad category, while the items announced later were subcategories within that broad category. So, should the items I'm trading with it fall into the broad category, or the narrow category? The latter is obviously more difficult than the former, so does that mean the rewards will be different? Guan Yu was still pondering, but the others' faces had already darkened, and the woman in sunglasses even cursed out loud. They had indeed hoarded quite a bit of stuff, but it was mostly materials, weapons, and items that could be traded for a high price with other players. But what the frog wanted was the junk they had long since discarded to save space. Things they wouldn't bother to take back to the car even if they found them in the supply bin. The white-haired old man's expression was grim, his lips pressed into a thin line as he waved to the hooded man, signaling his turn. The hooded man shook his head slowly, a flicker of regret in his eyes. He had indeed had some fruit, but he already eaten it. The electric girl hesitated. I do have some meat. She walked over to the frog and pulled a hamburger from her backpack. She quickly peeled off the bun and vegetables, revealing a small piece of meat. I trade this for you, okay? The frog merchant retracted his distracted gaze and looked down at the piece of meat in the electric girl's hand. After a few seconds, he shook his head. It's not meat, it's potato pancakes. The shocked woman said nothing, put away her burger, and retreated back to the group. Clearly, she knew it wasn't meat, but was just trying to get away with it. After her, it was the sunglasses woman's turn, but she showed no intention of approaching. Clearly, let alone trying to get close or deceive, she didn't even have anything resembling it. Finally, it was Guan Ye's turn. Everyone looked at her, wondering if this newcomer would wait for the next round with them, or if they'd luckily produce the right item and leave early. Under their inquiring gazes, Guan Yi walked up to the frog and calmly said, Hello, frog noodle merchant, how many people can you trade with during the trading hours? If the answer was 1, Guan Yi would have to leave first. If the answer was 5, Guan Yi felt like she could make another profit. What a coincidence! She had everything the frog noodle merchant wanted. Chapter 37. Guan Yi spoke without lowering her voice, and the others, including the frog-faced merchant, overheard her question, all of whom, including the frog-faced merchant, looked surprised. Clearly, the frog-faced merchant hadn't introduced himself beforehand, and as the last to arrive, Guan Yi shouldn't have known his true identity. You know us. The frog-faced merchant stared at Guan Yi. I smell a token on you. I do, but let's talk about the trade first. Guan Yi brought the subject back. She didn't want to show the small statue in front of the 4 people, especially if it had any other uses. Even if this was a game, Guan Yi thought, killing 4 people in one go was too much. Each human can trade once within the time limit, first come, first served. The frog-faced merchant readily complied, bringing the conversation back to the trade. Guan Yi nodded, then returned to the 4 men. Ignoring their inquiring glances, he calmly said, Meat, tires, balls, watermelons, teeth, I have them all. Want to trade? The white-haired old man's eyes flickered. What's the price? Only highway coins or special items. As if to prove he had what he needed, Guan Yi got into the car in front of everyone, closed the door, and took the items out of the storage compartment, showing them one by one. The car was safe. If they tried to rob, Guan Yi would step on the accelerator. This time, the shocked girl spoke first. I give you 100 highway coins for 1 kilogram of meat. Guan Yi shook his head, not enough. Or I can give you 1 yuan, which you can exchange for stamping qualifications. A cured meat set weighs 1.5 kilograms and requires 8 points, or 80 highway coins. But this is a decidedly seller's market, and Guan Yi doesn't want to make just 20 yuan. Besides, the other party's time is running out. With less than 9 minutes left before the frog-faced merchant refreshes the trade information, they must hurry. The hooded man interrupted, I offer an unstable trigger-type sticky bomb for a tire replacement. Seeing Guan Yi didn't respond, he quickly added, plus 150 highway coins. I need to see the goods first. Guan Yi thought this was feasible. After all, she had removed the tire from the gang brother's car, so it was a no-cost deal. The hooded man immediately produced a gray, round box, resembling a tin-shaped measuring tape. He acted cautiously, fearing that any noise would cause the precious item to explode. After receiving permission, Guan Yi extended a finger and gently touched the box, and a description of the item automatically appeared before her eyes. Unstable trigger type sticky bomb description. Upon detonation, it instantly releases over 100 kilograms of sticky material. It's not lethal, but difficult to remove. Number of slots occupied, 1. Weight, 1. Warning, handle with care. Any impact greater than that of swatting a mosquito could cause an explosion. If you give me 2 of these, I won't charge you, Guan Yi said. The hooded man shook his head. I only have 1. Okay, deal. Guan Yi had no intention of questioning the other party's words. She took out the hard tire, which had not yet grown, and exchanged the money for the goods, completing the transaction. Then, under everyone's gaze, the hooded man went over to the frog-faced merchant to make the deal. The process was simple. The frog-faced merchant took the tire and tucked it into his backpack on the ground. He then slowly shifted his body, making way for half of the manhole cover. Then he reached into the well with his webbed forelimbs, produced an indistinct stamp, and stamped it on the card the hooded man held out, completing the transaction. The hooded man was overjoyed, his steps brisk as he returned. Just as he was about to get in his car and leave, the woman in sunglasses suddenly blocked the hooded man's path, raising her hands amidst his wary gaze. Don't be nervous. I just wanted to ask, has its stamp turned gray? The gray stamp indicated a 1-hour cooldown period. Considering the order of transactions, the woman in sunglasses didn't intend to wait any longer. If it hadn't, she would go and trade with Guan Yi now. I didn't see it. The hooded man, still on guard, replied quickly, go ask for yourself. It's not like you can't communicate. With that, he quickly walked around the woman in sunglasses, not even glancing at anyone else, and drove away as if fleeing. The woman in sunglasses didn't care, and thought the hooded man's suggestion was a good one. So she went to ask the frog noodle vendor, and got the answer she wanted. I want watermelon. The woman in sunglasses made the answer clear with her actions. 150 road coins, plus this, how about that? She held out a thumb-sized golden piglet. The piglet hummed in the woman's palm, as if searching for something. At her prompt, Guan Yi also touched it. Lucky piglet introduction. Carrying this piglet with you will bring you good fortune, slightly. Slots occupied, 1. Weight, 1. Note, don't expect to get rich with this, it's just a bit of luck. Considering the watermelon came from a defective fruit basket, and this basket only costs 1 point, or 10 highway coins, Guan Yi felt the deal was worth it. So, the woman with sunglasses also took her stamp card and left. The electric girl finally stopped hesitating and raised her offer, 1 bronze treasure chest, in exchange for any item, but you have to give me some highway coins. Guan Yi reached out, and the electric girl gritted her teeth and pulled out a palm-sized bronze chest from her backpack. The semicircular lid had a prominent keyhole. Bronze treasure chest, locked, introduction. To find out what's inside, you might need a key. Number of slots occupied, 1. Weight, 1. Guan Yi raised an eyebrow. Don't you have the key? The electric shock girl shook her head. If I had the key, I have opened it a long time ago. How about giving me another 50 highway coins? Someone at the service area was offering it for 200 highway coins. You can ask him about that. He refers to the white-haired old man who hadn't left yet. He nodded, confirming that it was true. Guan Yi raised an eyebrow. It seemed these 2 people came from the same server. He wondered if the other 2 who had just left were also doing the same. I just took 150 highway coins, plus a little gadget. Guan Yi said, if you want me to give you 50 highway coins, then you have to give me something else. It was impossible to lower the price. If I lowered it for one, I wouldn't lower it for the other. After all, there was more than one seal building, and the other party could wait for the next transaction. The electric shock woman hesitated for a moment, then gave up insisting on Guan Yi's change. She then took a kilogram of meat from Guan Yi, and traded it for her own seal. Now, with 5 minutes left until the end of this round of trading, only the white-haired old man and Guan Yi remained. Tooth or ball? Guan Yi asked. If you don't choose either, then I'm leaving. Although business was good here, she couldn't stay forever. Furthermore, Guan Yi hoped the old man would quickly exchange his goods and leave so she could have a private chat with the frog noodle merchant. But if he insisted on not leaving, Guan Yi had no choice but to hope he would step away and not cause her any trouble. After all, she had gained 1 point of strength. I have nothing to offer you in exchange. The white-haired old man looked dejected. I'm an old man, suddenly dragged into a place like this. I have no idea what's happening. It's a miracle I'm still alive. Oh, that's true. Guan Yi nodded politely. I wish you continued good luck. She opened the car door and stepped out, walking over to the frog-faced merchant. She handed him the sharp denture she had cut out, along with her seal card. At this point, the white-haired old man was about 7 or 8 steps away from Guan Yi, seemingly trying not to eavesdrop on her conversation with the frog-faced merchant. The frog-faced merchant placed his seal on the upper left corner of the inn, completing the transaction. He then looked at Guan Yi, as if silently asking if he had anything else to say. Guan Yi held the giant frog statue in her palm and presented it to the frog-faced merchant. Should I trade, or ask for a thank-you gift? The frog-faced merchant let out a dull gurgling sound from his abdomen, his gaze fixed on the statue. It wasn't until more than 10 seconds later, after another gurgling sound, that he gave his answer. A frog trade requires 3 rounds of transactions, back and forth, before it's concluded. Guan Yi lowered her eyes, pondering for a moment. After weighing the pros and cons, she abandoned the trade option. The other party had made it clear. A transaction with the frog-faced merchant required at least 3 rounds, with both parties making the transactions, meaning 6 rounds. While there were times when she was in control, there were also times when the other party was in control. If one party couldn't produce the correct trade item, the process couldn't be concluded. At that point, she would be trapped here, unable to leave, and would have to seek help from others, paying a higher price in exchange for what she needed. Not to mention the time limit in this area. Even if there wasn't, Guan Yi wouldn't dare take the risk. The odds were too random. If wealth and honor are to be found at the cost of risk, then this wealth and honor is better left unclaimed. Guan Yi handed the statue to the frog-faced merchant. I choose a thank-you gift. A thank-you gift, okay, wait a moment. The giant frog merchant placed the statue, took out a brown paper bag, and placed it next to his mouth. Then, with a puff of his cheeks, he blew the bag open from its folded state. Immediately, it began pulling items out of another backpack and placing them into the paper bag. The giant frog merchant moved so quickly that Guan Yi couldn't see what he was taking out and putting back in. She only knew it did this 4 times, representing the 4 different items in the paper bag. Here's your thank you gift. Our transaction is complete. Guan Yi walked back, clutching the paper bag, feeling as if she were a customer buying a so-called lucky bag, with a clerk unashamedly filling the bag with unsold items one by one right in front of her. It shouldn't be that bad, Guan Yi consoled herself. At least she didn't spend any money. Seeing Guan Yi complete the transaction, the white-haired old man approached and tried to say something, but after Guan Yi accidentally smashed a piece of wood next to the car with his fist, he retreated in a panic. Guan Yi was pleased with his tact. Then, Guan Yi started the car, leaving the white-haired old man and the frog-faced merchant behind, and drove out of the birch forest at the fastest speed he could manage on the narrow road. Looking at the bright side, I can collect 2 stamps on the first day, and maybe I can complete all the tasks tomorrow. Although Guan Yi knew this was unlikely, it didn't stop her from maintaining a positive outlook for the time being. It's 3:11 p.m. now. Another 2 hours of driving, and we have to find a place to stay for the night. Before she finished her words, the familiar alarm blared again. Warning! The beacon dummy is under attack. Guan Yi, Still coming? Chapter 38. According to the information sent back, it was still the guy who had obscured his face, revealing only a pair of triangular eyes. This time, Guan Yi could clearly see he was wearing a pair of brown leather boots, similar in style to Doc Martens. He must have his reasons for doing this. But I still want to give him a beating. Guan Yi tooted and swerved the steering wheel. The well was at the end of the birch grove. She had to go back the way she came and take another route. If that comes this way, I run into him. Should I crash into him, or should I just run into him? The Zhuxiao was a sturdy car, Guan Yi was certain of that. With a little skill, she could force the guy to stop. Or even flip it over. Into the birch grove on either side. Unfortunately, Guan Yi didn't see the guy who had destroyed her beacon dummy until she returned to the fork in the road. She had to suppress the idea, saving it for later. After the beacon dummy is destroyed, some debris is left behind, which can only be picked up by the dummy's owner. If left unattended, it will become a residue without an item description after 24 hours. Guan Yi thought for a moment, and decided to leave it alone. While the debris is no longer considered a resource and cannot be marked on the map, as long as it remains, it at least continues to serve some purpose of the beacon dummy. That's it. Guan Yi stood up. She hadn't found any more clues about the person nearby. I already traveled 2 roads at the fork in the road. There's no need to place another beacon dummy here. As Guan Yi had said, She had initially come from the lower part of the Y junction, then ventured to the left branch. Now, only the right branch remained unexplored. Theoretically, she didn't even need to leave this wreck behind. But Guan Yi's instincts told her to leave it. It would be useful. She didn't care about those few bits of material anyway, so there was no need to be so stingy. Guan Yi got in the car and continued along the right side. She encountered no new forks along the way, only picking up a single supply box and some basic supplies. At 6 p.m., Guan Yi decided to set up camp. She parked the car by the roadside and ascended the internal staircase to the miniature landscaped rooftop balcony. When Calder was modifying the car, Guan Yi had asked him to include this feature. The staircase leading to the upper level occupied one of the trunk storage compartments. For a car with limited trunk space, this might seem wasteful, but Guan Yi didn't care. After all, not counting the passenger glove box, her Zhuxia still had 54 built-in storage compartments. Initially, Guan Yi's trunk contained only 2 storage compartments, a refrigerator, and a sleeping bag, which already took up all the space. After upgrading, she added 2 refrigerators and 3 sinks to store water and frozen items. Now, after the renovation and a major purchase at the service area, Guan Yi's trunk space has become even more spacious and comfortable. The refrigerator and sink still have 3 each, and Guan Yi, not wanting to waste them and feeling that the space wasn't a problem at the moment, had left them in. But the sleeping bag had been removed, replaced by the wooden double bed Guan Yi had exchanged from Ko Xia. It was covered with a 4-piece bedding set, also from Ko Xia, and a super comfortable pillow and quilt purchased from the service area store. She even bought a super long car pillow to cuddle with while sleeping. The 2 storage boxes remained in their original locations, but next to them was a large wardrobe that could hold 20 pieces of clothing. This was for the clothes Guan Yi had bought at the service station, a mix of summer and winter items. After all, there was no air conditioning on the highway, and she didn't want to get out of the car in the cold wearing only a short-sleeved t-shirt. Next to the wardrobe were 2 display cases that could hold appropriately sized items. Guan Yi used them to store small items. It was both aesthetically pleasing and saved her from having to rummage through the clutter on the car seat. Near the refrigerator, Guan Yi had also carved out a small area to serve as a kitchen. Here she had an air fryer, a clay oven she had made using blueprints, and a wok for cooking. She hadn't bought a rice cooker, and had originally planned to buy one through a buy-to-let link, but the server signal was so poor that she had to give up. It's okay. This kind of pot can also cook rice. It just takes a little longer. No problem, I can handle it. I should be able to. As a city kid who had never used an earthen stove, Guan Yi only remembered 2 kinds of pots for cooking rice. When she was young, she used a pressure cooker, and when she was older, she used an electric rice cooker. She had never tried cooking rice in an iron pot. How about we have the meat roasted in the air fryer today, and the steamed buns roasted in the iron pot for the main course? Guan Yi finally gave up on challenging her rice cooking skills. She once again surveyed her surroundings, making sure there were no sudden dangers, and then headed downstairs. Then, she unpacked the marinated meat set, took out enough for dinner, and tossed it into the air fryer. Then, she began slicing the steamed buns with her newly purchased safety fruit knife. Incidentally, the service area only provides these safety fruit knives for cutting vegetables and fruit, but don't even think about using them to stab anyone. There are no weapons or armor shops in the service area. Players have to rely on their own skills to obtain these items. Whether it's trading with each other, or opening supply boxes to find blueprints or food, just don't count on the service area. 20 minutes later, Guan Yi, carrying her barbecue and steamed buns, climbed the ladder again and reached the landscape balcony. The space was only 1 square meter, and Guan Yi couldn't find the matching table and chair she wanted, so she simply sat cross-legged on the roof, placing her plate of food beside her. Then, while admiring the misty dusk, she finished her dinner. The grilled marinated meat was delicious. The dry-roasted steamed buns were crispy yet soft, and delicious. The fruit after dinner was also delicious, and it served as a subtle reminder to Guan Yi to finish it off quickly. Come to think of it, could this be a clue? Guan Yi pinched a wrinkled apple, deciding to eat it before bed tonight. After receiving the flawed fruit basket, Guan Yi noticed that the fruits were all nearing their expiration date. Each one had a countdown number on it. Once it reached 0, it would completely rot. Theoretically, if she placed these fruits in the storage compartment, they would, like other food, be locked in time at the moment they were placed. However, interestingly, the storage compartment didn't stop the fruits' rotting countdown. Instead, placing them in the refrigerator did delay it slightly. That's why Guan Yi thought this might be a clue. Perhaps in a future server, storage compartments would no longer preserve food, and people would have to store the food they found, just like in the real world. If this speculation were true, Guan Yi felt it would drive a lot of people crazy. Things like rice, noodles, oil, and seasonings will be in high demand. After all, they last longer than ready-made flatbreads, steamed buns, hamburgers, and pizza. After dinner, the sky gradually darkened. Dusk slipped away quickly, leaving the earth in a dead silence. Guan Yi stood up, stretched, and then walked back up the stairs to the car. Unfortunately, she couldn't stay near the Seal building today. The internet here was poor, and the chat channel only had the few messages she had seen at the Time Post office and the birch forest. Look at it another way. At least I don't have to worry about being suddenly attacked by a driver at night. Guan Yi stopped abruptly. A strange thought suddenly occurred to her. The rule said the drivers would meet near the Seal building, and she had indeed seen the other 4 people in the birch forest. But what about the guy who kicked her 2 beacon dummies to pieces? If she remembered correctly, it took her at least 30 minutes to drive from the fork in the road to the Seal building. Even if she wasn't driving at full speed, the mileage couldn't have been less than 60. So, was the near of the Seal building really such a large near? Guan Yi found it unlikely. If so, even if there were a large number of Seal buildings and they were spread out widely, considering this was a server with 50,000 people, she shouldn't have encountered only those few people. Now, the question was, who was that triangular-eyed guy? Why did he appear on a road where the merge hadn't even started, and then, after kicking her beacon dummies, vanish without a trace? Guan Yi considered this a very serious question. Unfortunately, no matter how hard she racked her brains, she couldn't come up with a satisfactory answer, so she had no choice but to resort to brute force. If controlling him can eliminate the threat, then I have to try out my new gadget. Guan Yi glanced at the newly acquired unstable trigger sticky bomb in her backpack and decided to stick it on the next beacon dummy. If the enemy found and destroyed the dummy again, the sticky bomb would teach him a lesson. After looking at the sticky bomb, Guan Yi remembered that she had received many goodies today, but hadn't yet fully examined them. So, she happily sat down and began to take inventory. The first thing she pulled out was the lucky piglet given by the woman in sunglasses, which Guan Yi then stuffed into the old wallet she hadn't been willing to throw away. Since it was a fortune-boosting item, it made perfect sense to keep it in her wallet. Even if its effect was weak, getting a returned bottle after drinking a drink would be wonderful. Afterward, Guan Yi took out the locked bronze treasure chest given by the shop girl. She held 2 bronze keys, which she had exchanged with 2 people on the previous server. Since then, Guan Yi hadn't seen a bronze treasure chest. She hadn't seen anyone selling or buying it in the trading channel, and it hadn't even been mentioned in the chat channel. This shows how rare treasure chests are. No wonder that person was willing to trade the keys for them. Guan Yi examined the bronze treasure chest in her hand and placed it on the floor in front of her. Since the trunk space had been expanded, she no longer had only the sleeping bag compartment to sit on. A minute later, the palm-sized bronze treasure chest had expanded to the size of a roughly 20-inch suitcase. Its surface was covered in rust and scratches, and a few characters similar to Oracle Bone script were engraved around the edges. I thought it was just a decoration. Now look, it's the real thing, Guan Yi muttered, inserting the key into the keyhole. With a click, the treasure chest opened slightly, indicating that it could be opened. Give me luck, little piggy, Guan Yi half-heartedly prayed, then slowly lifted the metal lid, revealing several items inside. A piece of clothing so old, it was hard to tell its original color. A faded photograph resting on top of the clothing. And a brittle, yellowed note that looked as if it would turn to ash if touched. Guan Yi subconsciously held her breath. She realized that these items were either completely useless or incredibly useful. Chapter 39. Guan Yi didn't dare touch the contents of the box, they looked too fragile. Luckily, her eyesight was good, and she could see them clearly even with a little closer inspection. The photo was placed at the very top, its edges yellowed and curled, a true sign of age. In the photo, there was a magnificent building. It looked like some kind of spire monument, or perhaps a corner of an even grander structure. The midday sun hung high in the sky, gilding the structure with a golden glow. Or perhaps the building itself radiated a golden glow. Golden City. Guan Yi blurted out, then thought it unlikely. The Golden City was on the largest server, and it was unlikely she would have access to anything related to it. Returning her gaze to the photo, Guan Yi looked at a group of young people sitting or standing in front of the building. They wore the same silver uniforms. Some smiled, while others had tense expressions. With a still unchanged innocence, they looked at the person photographing them. Between 16 and 20, but I'm not sure, after all, There's no exact information. This was all the information on the front of the photo. After carefully examining it, Guan Yi reached out 2 fingers, pinched the photo, and carefully turned it over. During this process, she didn't even dare to breathe, fearing that a heavy breath would cause irreparable damage to the photo. Number 2219. Milestone. Person. Trial. Members group photo. The writing on the back of the photo was a little blurry, and Guan Yi could only make out part of it despite trying hard. Milestone might mean a name, person might mean a young person, and trial is easier to understand. It might be some kind of trial for young people held by XXX Milestone. And these people were all members who participated in the trial during the same period. After looking at the photos, Guan Yi looked at the brittle yellow note. The handwriting was equally blurry, and only a few words could be made out. Not afraid, I will return. That's a bit hard to guess. Guan Yi didn't dare touch the note, so he could only rub his chin to occupy his hand and avoid any reflexive actions. Not afraid can mean not afraid of someone, not afraid of something, or simply not afraid of difficulties. The combination of I and return can mean I'm returning, or I'm bringing someone or something back. In short, the general meaning is that the person writing the note is telling someone that they're returning. Given that the game automatically translated both dialogue and text into Chinese, Guan Yi's thinking followed this pattern when analyzing the clues. After all, if you're trying to comfort someone, you should say don't be afraid, or don't be afraid, not just don't be afraid. Could this be something left by the indigenous people, or the answer to a puzzle on a certain section of the highway? Guan Yi had no idea, so she pulled out the pen and paper she'd bought at the service area and wrote everything down. Then, after moving the photo and the note aside, Guan Yi carefully unfolded the garment. As she did so, a little yellow sand slid from it onto her jeans. Guan Yi didn't bother shaking the sand off. She was captivated by the garment before her. It was identical to the uniforms worn by the young people in the photos. Except that compared to their seemingly brand new clothes, the one she held looked particularly tattered. Its owner must have endured severe hardships. This badge. Guan Yi's gaze lingered on the badge on her chest. Hexagonal. With tire treads. In the center was a line of small text, but because the badge had broken off here and several pieces had fallen off, Guan Yi couldn't clearly discern whether it read Highway Mileage Association or the number that should have been there. Guan Yi silently took out her own highway mileage membership card and compared it to the badge, of which only the edge remained. Not surprisingly, they looked almost identical. So, the mileage in the photo refers to the Highway Mileage Association. Guan Yi was certain she had indeed obtained something very important. Perhaps she wouldn't need it now, but she would certainly need it someday. After inspecting the bronze treasure chest, Guan Yi confirmed that it contained only these 3 items. As she closed the lid and prepared to put the items back into storage, something strange happened. As she watched, the bronze treasure chest began to spin rapidly, shrinking smaller and smaller. Within seconds, it had shrunk to the size of a TF card and rested on the floor. Guan Yi waited cautiously for a moment, confirming that the other party would not change any further, and then picked it up. Memory fragment, 017, description, a memory that can be imported into the car system. Number of slots occupied, 0, cannot be loaded into the storage slot. Wait. 1. Guan Yi summoned a floating car screen and attached the TF card to it. The card then disappeared, and a gray folder appeared on the screen. Memory folder. She opened the folder, which contained a photo. When she opened it, she found a robe, a note, and a photo. In the upper right corner, a large 017 was written in thick black ink, exactly the same number as the item description. I think I unlocked something incredible. Guan Yi tried to post this to the chat channel, but the response wasn't "You're out of service area, but this is a violation and cannot be sent." It's a violation online, but what about offline? That said, Guan Yi didn't plan to tell anyone else about this information for now, not even Ko Xia. Her intuition told her that this was extremely important and shouldn't be leaked easily. Guess I have to pay more attention to treasure chests and keys from now on. Guan Yi sighed, putting the matter aside for now. The days ahead were long, and if she only focused on one thing, it would be difficult to endure. I still have a lucky bag to open. Pulling over the thank you gift from the frog noodle merchant, Guan Yi began to unpack it. The merchant had put in 4 items, so naturally, she also took out 4 separate small bags. After receiving paper X2, cardboard X3, Guan Yi opened all the small bags, leaving behind 4 items that made her feel mixed emotions. Tadpole mug X1. Instructions. A standard-sized mug with a lotus leaf pattern. When filled with water, images of tadpoles at different stages of growth appear. The less water, the smaller the stage. Number of slots, 1. Weight, 1. Note, these are just images. We promise that no tadpoles will be harmed when using this mug. Lifelike Fly Cookies X12. Instructions. These vibrant and delicious chocolate chip cookies are this season's hot item at the Frog Noodle Merchants Guild. Number of slots, 1. Weight, 1. Note, the red eyes are dried cranberries, and the black eyes are chocolate chips. Quack Weather Bowl X1. Introduction. When a frog sits on a lotus leaf, besides just daydreaming, it's also predicting the weather. Of course, people prefer its other function over forecasting. Catching mosquitoes within a 30 centimeters radius of itself. Number of slots occupied, 1. Weight, 1. Note, please don't criticize the accuracy of the weather forecast. It's just a croak, after all. Frog Choir Music Box X1. Introduction. A choir of 7 adorable little frogs, bringing the listener a wonderful sleep. Insomnia? Then listen to the Frog Choir's music, guaranteed to put you to sleep in 3 minutes. Number of slots occupied, 1. Weight, 1. Note, we only guarantee the speed of your sleep, not the quality of your sleep. Warning, do not listen to this music repeatedly within 24 hours, as it will make the listener lose touch with the waking world. Guanyi, The weather bowl and music box are nice, and the tadpole water cup can be used as a toy. Lifelike Fly Cookies? Phew, even dogs wouldn't eat them. The Guagua weather bowl was very small, like a teacup used for drinking kung fu tea. It was about 2/3 full of water, and a few delicate lotus leaves floated on the surface. Guagua was perched on one of them, looking both well-behaved and adorable. The bowl came with a small stand that had to be attached to the center console for it to function properly. When the weather turned bad, the water's color would change, and when mosquitoes and insects came looking for food, Guagua would extend its proudly long tongue and dispatch the annoying creatures. Guanyi was initially worried that the water would spill, but after turning the bowl 180 degrees and seeing not a single drop leak out, she confidently attached it to the center console, breaking her habit of never placing anything on it. After all, this isn't the real world, so props still need to be used. After finishing all this, night fell quietly. This was Guanyi's first night on the new server. She vigilantly watched by the window, hoping to see if the monsters would change. In vain, Guanyi watched in vain. Not only did no new monsters appear, but even familiar faces. The increasingly corrosive metal ooze from the following days didn't appear. This is even worse. Guanyi didn't believe this zone would be so kind. If no physical creatures appeared, there must be other traps waiting for her. For example, if the car was calm outside, could someone get out of curiosity and be killed by the hidden monsters? Guanyi thought it was very likely. But it didn't matter, she wasn't getting out anyway. Sleep, sleep. I have to wake up at 7 tomorrow. Guanyi stretched and rolled onto her double bed. Just as she closed her eyes, she suddenly heard a quarrel outside the car. She sat up with a whoosh and scurried to the window, trying to locate the source of the noise by the light of the still-on headlights. Never mind whether the noise was from a monster, Guanyi couldn't resist her curiosity just because it sounded like an argument. Anyway, she wasn't getting out of the car, she just leaned against the door and listened to what was going on. Then, Guanyi heard a 5-minute conversation, consisting of only 2 sentences. You failed me. No, you failed me. Guanyi, Pa! It's a rotten melon. Only a person with a low IQ would get out of the car to see what was going on because of these words. Guanyi couldn't help but grumble. They might as well pretend to have spotted an elite monster, so the driver, unable to defeat it himself, sent a signal to any other companions for help, and then everyone would share the treasure. While Guanyi herself definitely wouldn't get out of the car, who knows? After all, there are plenty of confident people. Chapter 40. Guanyi ignored the noise outside and fell asleep, not even needing the frog choir. She was now at the age where she could eat, sleep, and work, and she didn't need any external force to sleep. She didn't know when the noise outside stopped, only that she was awakened by the green envelope containing the 7 o'clock asphalt news. Guanyi, fine, I subscribed to the newsletter myself. I read it even if I have to kneel down. 7 o'clock asphalt newsletter, destruction countdown 0:9:59, member points. Dear Guanyi member, as of midnight on May 9th, your member points are 1824, and your mileage is 3,917, constantly jumping 4,685, constantly jumping 4259, LV1. Please calculate your points accurately when using it. If your points are negative, we will reclaim your assets at 7 o'clock the next day to offset your debt. Today's recommendation signal booster equals 20 points. Hand crank tornado limit, 23 is equal to 12 points. Level 2 Energy Synthesis Blueprint Limit. 16 is equal to 25 points. Highway News 1. ####. 2. Gibberish illegal font missing ## monitoring #gibberish #heart. 3. Lady Crow font missing. Today's news flash revealed something unusual. Guan Yi frowned and stared at the highway news section, confirming that it wasn't a case of dazzle, but rather that it truly lacked any useful information. Furthermore, her mileage kept bouncing back and forth. Clearly something was amiss. Is it because the signal on this section of highway is so poor that I need to be near the sealed building to receive the news flash in order to see the correct information? Guan Yi speculated, but was baffled. After all, she always assumed this was like a newspaper, prepared the night before so it could be delivered to every member promptly at 7 o'clock the next day. But now it seemed she'd been wrong all along. It's a bit troublesome. Guan Yi tried clicking on the recommended items for the day. Honestly, she was quite interested in all three. Unfortunately, just as Guan Yi had feared, although she could click on the product link, it got stuck at the purchase step. She didn't even get a system busy notification. It simply remained unresponsive. I'm so angry. Guan Yi pounded her bed in anger. If you have a bad signal, you can't even arrive at 7 a.m., okay? It was like setting an alarm for work. You can't sleep, but at least you have a reason. And today's newsletter was like a weekend alarm clock, meaningless except for interrupting your sleep. Guan Yi was furious, but with nowhere to complain, she could only maintain her impotent fury, getting up and washing like a puffed-up pufferfish. Guan Yi calmed down somewhat as the cold water from the sink splashed across her face. She then realized she seemed to have overlooked a detail. The word illegal appeared again in the second item of the newsflash. The Highway Mileage Association is a legal organization. They do not sell or report any illegal information, at least on the surface. So, was it meant to alert everyone to some unlawful and unacceptable incident? Guan Yi dried her face, pulled out her phone, and dialed 19083456 the number from the Squirrel Express flyer. Beep beep. Guan Yi waited patiently. If Squirrel Express could respond, the rest of the journey would be much simpler. If even the almighty Squirrel Express couldn't reach her, then she'd try again near the sealed building. If that still didn't work, she'd just follow their rules. As expected, Guan Yi didn't get a response, clearly signaling the signal was being completely blocked. Since that was the case, Guan Yi stopped worrying and started the car, preparing to continue her journey. Her destination was the sealed building to the northeast, having only covered less than a third of the distance yesterday. Mobile navigation wouldn't work on this section of the road, so Guan Yi pulled out her ancient map. She was startled to discover something was amiss. At least one of the coordinates between her and the coordinates had been secretly moved. Or perhaps, both she and the coordinates had been moved. On the map, the path Guan Yi had previously traveled was clear, inversely proportional to the grayness of the map. And now, she was back on the gray map. The path she highlighted yesterday was gone. Likewise, the red dot representing the stamp building vanished, leaving only the actual coordinates of the old gun shop still gleaming on the map. The map was clean, without a trace of anything. If it weren't for the stamp on the stamp card, Guan Yi would have almost thought everything she experienced yesterday was an illusion. Sure enough, passing the checkpoint isn't that easy. Guan Yi started the car and headed off. The red dot disappeared, but it didn't matter, she could just look for it again. She was already halfway through the stamping process, and she still had 6 days left, plenty of time. In such a situation, her mindset became even more crucial. Not wanting to get too anxious right now, Guan Yi focused on the scenery outside the car window, trying to find a new supply box. Honestly, it was quite difficult. The fog on both sides of the road was much thicker than yesterday, reducing visibility even on the highway. Guan Yi could only clearly see objects close up. Objects farther away were barely outlined. In theory, supply boxes have beams of light that can break through the fog, but the beams of light from the most common white supply boxes blended perfectly with the fog, only slightly brightening them from a distance, making them difficult to spot at first glance. Fortunately, I have plenty of basic supplies. Guan Yi was thankful. Because he had plenty of road coins, he could buy a lot of daily necessities at the service area, eliminating the need to worry about water or food. But others probably didn't have such a good time. Most people didn't have road coins at first, and they had 2 ways to earn them. 1. Sell the various strange items they found in the supply boxes. 2. Sell metal, stone, and other materials at a very low price. If someone blindly pursued road coins without properly managing the balance between materials, daily necessities, and road coins, Guan Yi shook her head, saying she couldn't care less. Even in the real world, Some people couldn't control their spending urges, constantly robbing Peter to pay Paul. And in a game with such life or death pressure, let alone a game like this. Without seeing any supply boxes, Guan Yi simply focused on the road. Taking advantage of the fact that she was the only car in the area without a stamp building, she pushed the accelerator to the floor, speeding down the road at 180 kilometers per hour. 2 hours later, a new fork in the road appeared before Guan Yi. A new intersection she had never seen before. Guan Yi decided to continue to the left. She got out of the car and placed another dummy, positioning both arms to point toward the sky. Then, she didn't forget to gently place the sticky bullet on the dummy. To conceal it, she even used a ball of mud as a disguise. After finishing, Guan Yi stood up, brushed the dirt off her hands, took out her phone, took a photo of the intersection and the beacon dummy, and then got in her car and drove to the left road. The road narrowed gradually, from 4 lanes at first, to 2, and finally to a single lane, barely wide enough for 1 car. Ah! Isn't this a bit too much? At the end of the narrow road lay a mighty river. Shrouded in fog, Guan Yi couldn't even see the shore. There were no bridges over the river, and no docks around the edges. If Guan Yi hadn't spotted a few cars on the riverbank as she walked down, she would have thought she had reached a dead end. Following the crowd, Guan Yi thought for a moment before driving down and, under the gaze of several people, parked next to a white hatchback. "Excuse me, is there a seal building here?" The drivers were all standing outside their cars, so Guan Yi couldn't ask from the driver's seat. So she got out, locked the door, and tried to join the small group. Guan Yi quickly glanced at them as she approached, but saw no familiar faces. This was another group of players trapped in this area. Another one. Someone muttered, but offered no explanation. The others did the same, glancing at Guan Yi briefly, as if assessing whether she posed a threat. After their assessment, they exchanged a few subtle glances, then fell silent. Guan Yi, "Okay, I'm unwelcome. I can't get the answers I want from these people. But it doesn't matter. I have a mouth too." There were 9 of them, standing in a circle. When Guan Yi approached, 2 men standing outside the circle openly blocked her path, clearly not wanting her to see what was inside. Guan Yi, "Ha ha. No wonder my future self told me to increase my strength." Guan Yi raised her head slightly, letting the 2 6'5" men see the sneer on her face. Then, to their astonishment, she thrust her clasped hands between their bodies and, with a casual movement like parting water in a swimming pool, easily separated the 2 men blocking her path. The 2 men stumbled from the pool, their faces filled with disbelief and shock, as if they couldn't understand why they had moved from their position. The 7 men who had been watching from the corner of their eyes suddenly tensed up, their weapons drawn, as if they would rush at Guan Yi if she made the slightest move. Guan Yi spread her hands. "Is it necessary? I just want to see what you're surrounding. I promise, if it's a supply box, I definitely won't take it. But if it's a seal building, I have to see what's going on." She had no interest in killing people for treasure, but if someone blocked her from passing through, Guan Yi would show no mercy. The others exchanged frantic glances, perhaps realizing their alliance was a newly formed one, and the relationship was fragile, so no one wanted to be a stepping stone for the others. Finally, they made way. Guan Yi saw that within their encirclement wasn't a treasure chest or supply box, but a man sitting on a stool, wearing a straw hat, fishing in the river. Guan Yi, "No, is that even worse surrounding? Don't worry about me stealing the fish. At least look at the box next to him. Besides water and aquatic plants, is there a fish? This guy is more like an Air Force boss than a fisherman." Chapter 41. Perhaps Guan Yi's surprise was too obvious, and the faces of those who had been surrounding the fisherman looked somewhat uneasy. Finally, a feminine-looking man stepped forward and answered Guan Yi's question. "This river is the seal building. The seal needs to be caught by that person." The feminine man raised his chin towards the fisherman. "He will catch many things, and he will only continue fishing when someone buys this item." Guan Yi leaned over to glance at the fishing rod. "So you guys take turns bidding here, or does the highest bidder win?" The feminine man's face was grim, but he was concerned about the fisherman's presence and dared not say anything harsh. He tried his best to downplay his disgust. "The person who buys the item will receive 1 point. Once the seal is caught, the 3 people with the highest points will have the opportunity to bid for it." He had spent a lot of resources to compete for this qualification. The sunk costs were too high, making it impossible for him to withdraw. He could only pin his hopes on the fisherman's next cast, or the next one. After hearing the man's words, Guan Yi blinked. "I'm guessing this competition qualification can't be transferred, right?" The feminine man nodded heavily. "If it could be transferred, Even if he only got back 80% of the supplies, he would have already left. Well, maybe he still couldn't bear to leave. After all, he didn't know where the next seal building was, and whether it would be even more difficult to obtain. Guan Yi understood. No wonder these people were so resistant to her arrival. They regarded her as a formidable opponent. Those who had obtained the competition qualification didn't want to disrupt the existing balance. Those who hadn't yet obtained the qualification didn't want to add new competitors. After all, the Zhuxiao was parked right there, so dazzling among the basic models that even an SUV, a basic modified model, couldn't outshine it. According to the feminine man, the odds of catching a seal were highly random. Someone had already left after getting a seal before them. If Guan Yi continued to wait, she would have to pay a large sum of money to qualify for the competition before joining the main group and waiting for that slim chance. From that perspective, leaving before making any investment seemed like a good option. However, Guan Yi didn't intend to just take the feminine man's word for it. She decided to ask the fisherman herself. If anyone tried to stop her from asking, she wouldn't mind pushing them off, or even just pushing them into the river. The fisherman was intently fishing, at least on the surface. He stared intently at the float on the river, not bored at all. Ignoring the others' angry or wary glances, Guan Yi squatted down beside the fisherman and watched for about 10 seconds before turning her head to the long-haired fisherman and speaking softly. "Hello, is this river a seal structure?" The fisherman didn't answer, still intently staring at his float. Guan Yi didn't mind. After a few seconds, she repeated her question. But the fisherman still pretended not to hear. After several rounds of this back and forth, even the players nearby were getting fed up. They expected Guan Yi to say something, but this? He just ignores people. "Yeah, you're so powerful, how dare we lie to you?" Stop asking, stop asking. Don't you get tired of repeating the same question over and over again? We told you we didn't believe you, and you're still asking? Didn't you see the NPCs are ignoring you? Guan Yi ignored them, just as the fisherman ignored her, still navigating her own question. If the fisherman refused to answer, or had never spoken, then where did these people get the information about the seal? Since this was about the path to clearing the level, Guan Yi had to be cautious. Perhaps she was asking the wrong questions, Guan Yi thought, and began to question the fisherman in various ways, offering a small reward for the answers. However, the fisherman remained unmoved, staring at his float, completely oblivious to her words. Guan Yi sighed, grabbed a handful of still unrecovered stones from her backpack, and tossed them upwards while addressing the fisherman. "These stones are precious supplies. I don't want to waste them in a place like this unless absolutely necessary." After catching all the stones, she raised her hand to point to the float and spoke seriously. "If you still refuse to answer me, I just have to place skipping stones here. If I scare away the fish you're waiting for, I can only apologize." Even so, Guan Yi's face showed no sign of apology. The threat proved effective. The fisherman finally responded to Guan Yi's words. He raised his head, turned to look at Guan Yi, and seemed to mutter something, but the sound was too quiet for anyone to hear. All that could be seen was the long hair around his lips moving in the air. Guan Yi. Oh, she had previously thought the fisherman had long hair, but now it seemed to be more than just long hair. His entire face was covered in hair. If it weren't for the hat, he would have looked like a peeled corn cob. The fisherman's hair completely obscured his features, revealing nothing. Guan Yi had no desire to explore. She even wondered if, when the hair fell apart, it would reveal a face or just a bunch of corn kernels. Guan Yi admitted to being curious, but she didn't necessarily need to use it for this. She respected the fisherman's hidden features and didn't want to criticize them. So, after he looked over, Guan Yi calmly repeated her previous question, adding an extra question to prove she wasn't just repeating herself. "Excuse me, is this river a seal building? Also, can anyone fish for seals here?" The fisherman looked back at the float, his voice thick with the sound of water, as if he were speaking underwater while blowing bubbles. "You don't have a fishing rod, so you can't fish here. I won't lend you my rod unless you kill me." Guan Yi's eyes widened, and she shook her head in disapproval. Her gaze toward the fisherman was filled with condemnation. "Do I look like a murderer? And I'm going to kill and rob just for a fishing rod? Maybe that makes sense in your world, but it's ridiculous in mine. I just want to know if this river is a seal structure, and if I can fish for seals here too. I repeat, I have no interest in your fishing rod." To prove she wasn't lying, Guan Yi walked back to Zhuxiao and rummaged through her storage compartment. When she returned to the fisherman, she pulled a fishing rod from her backpack right in front of him. Although it looked simple, it had a rod, line, hook, and float. Despite its plain appearance, It was indeed a genuine fishing rod. Perhaps because of Guan Ye's sincerity, or perhaps because the other party had produced a fishing rod, the fisherman didn't evade the question this time, answering both of Guan Ye's questions in the affirmative. Yes, this river is a seal structure. As long as you have a fishing rod, you can also fish out trash from the river. I mean, seals or something else. Fishing requires skill, but fishing for trash, oh no seals, doesn't require it, I guess. Guan Yi decided to reduce the other party's skill to the more scientific concept of probability. So, under the shocked and jealous gazes of the 9 players, Guan Yi walked a little further away from the fisherman. She didn't want to get too close to the Air Force boss. She slung some torn bacon on the hook, and with a slightly clumsy cast, she cast it into the river. Then, Guan Yi took out a second fishing rod, this time baited with a small piece of steamed bun. Then came a third fishing rod, baited with a nearly rotting cherry. What if the fish or seals here were just that? The cherry was already spoiled, and the flavor was gone, so Guan Yi didn't have to eat it. Besides, even if her body was digitized and she didn't need to go to the bathroom, if she got sick, she would still be the one suffering, and she had nowhere to go for medical treatment. Guan Ye's fishing rod sparked envy and hatred among the onlookers. They poked and prodded, wanting to send someone to negotiate with her. Some wanted to negotiate, while others wanted to rob her outright. Guan Yi was prepared for both. After all, the other side was quite numerous, and even if she could win, it would likely come at a price. So, when Guan Yi returned the other stones to her storage compartment, she reserved one for her. Now, the stone had returned to its original size, perfectly usable. So, the men watched Guan Yi carry the large stone, walk to where she had placed her fishing rod, and set it down. Then, as if she were sitting on a circular pier after a stroll, she treated it like a simple chair. If Guan Yi hadn't brought the chair herself, they might have believed it. Guan Yi was pleased with the quietness over there. Those who wanted to wait for the fisherman could do so, she wouldn't join in. She could fish on her own. Although Guan Yi was a complete novice in the art of fishing, her original intention wasn't fishing. She simply wanted to catch the seal. Since the fisherman had said that anyone with a fishing rod could catch it, and he only said that fishing required skill, not catching trash, to the fisherman, how could the seal not be trash? So Guan Yi decided she only needed to patiently wait for the seal to bite, not worry about her fishing skills. Just as Guan Yi prepared for a protracted battle, within a matter of minutes, the rod with the pickled meat on it suddenly began to stir. The bend in the rod, and the trembling of the float were all indicators of a large fish. Guan Yi's spirits perked up, and she gripped the rod with both hands. Following her limited theoretical knowledge, she casually tried to fish a few times before eagerly pulling back. After a few seconds of tug-of-war, Guan Yi emerged victorious. A red fish, its tail swung, emerged from the water, following Guan Yi's pull as it traced a beautiful arc in midair. The next second, as everyone watched, the fish fell to the stone ground behind Guan Yi, bouncing twice before remaining motionless. Guan Yi, oh! Chapter 42. No one expected Guan Yi to catch a fish so quickly. Even Guan Yi herself didn't expect it. She had no idea how to fish, and had never caught a fish in the real world. This was quite remarkable. Guan Yi thought, bending down to pick up her trophy, only to realize she had no container to store it. So, Guan Yi approached the fisherman and asked if she could put it in his container. The fisherman's response was incredibly quick. Before Guan Yi could finish her words, he agreed. Then, staring at the fish recovering in its container, he wondered what he was thinking. Guan Yi ignored all this and returned to fishing, declining several requests to borrow her rod. She had plenty of rods, but only one seal, and she didn't know if it had a cooldown. Before she achieved her goal, Guan Yi didn't want to hastily create new competitors. Then, over the next half hour, Guan Yi continued to catch fish after fish, some large, some small, some red, some plain, all of which she placed in the fisherman's tank. Guan Yi, is it fish I want? I want a seal. During this time, the fisherman also caught a variety of things, including seaweed, boots, fishmen, empty cans, old tires, water ghosts, and so on, but not a single fish. At first, Guan Yi was indifferent, even considering making a pot of fish soup that night. But after seeing the bloated corpse the fisherman had caught, she decisively abandoned the idea. She wouldn't take any of those fish. Just as she was debating whether to change her bait, she heard excited shouts from the group of 9. Guan Yi looked over and saw the fisherman was surrounded by a crowd, all bidding non-stop. 20 highway coins. 25. I had 10 basic parts. Stop bidding, okay? You already spent so much, and who knows how much you need later. There's no recycling shop here. Aren't you thinking about your future? Hearing the impending quarrel, Guan Yi became increasingly certain that the fisherman had gotten his hands on the seal. In that case, she didn't rush to fish anymore. She simply put away her rod and stood up to join in the fun. Mainly, it was to see if the seal would cool down and if she had a chance of getting it. The fisherman remained non-committal about the offers, but when he saw Guan Yi squeeze in, his hair seemed to glow. "Now that you're here, do you want this seal?" As soon as these words came out, Guan Yi, who had just squeezed into the crowd, was immediately met with angry glares. She felt like a target deliberately set up by the fisherman, the target of everyone. Guan Yi remained calm. If the effeminate man hadn't deceived her earlier, the fisherman should have accepted the bids from the three with the highest points, rather than asking her, an outsider with no prior experience, if she wanted one. There might be a trap here. Guan Yi thought about it, but she wasn't willing to give up the seal she was about to obtain. She thought for a moment, and then, facing the unfriendly gazes of those who wanted to stab her, she asked the fisherman what he meant. "Are you going to give me the seal?" Guan Yi asked. "For a price, or for free?" The fisherman pointed to the box of fish. "Bring fish in exchange." Guan Yi readily agreed. She had no use for the fish and would feel sick eating them, especially after all, she'd seen the corpse earlier. "Okay, all for you." The fisherman was delighted. He quickly stood up and closed the lid of the fish box, then pulled it closer to him. Then, he squatted beside the box and held out his hand to Guan Yi. "Your card. I stamp it for you." Guan Yi raised an eyebrow. "Didn't you give me the stamp?" The fisherman waved his hand. "The stamp can't leave the building." "Come on, I stamp it for you." "Hey, we're the ones who get the stamp first, right?" A long-haired woman stepped between Guan Yi and the fisherman, pointing to a pile of junk not far away. "I bought 6 items from you, 6 points. You should have chosen one of us 3 to stamp. How could you let her cut in line?" Guan Yi raised an eyebrow. The feminine man hadn't lied to her. After saying this, the long-haired woman looked at Guan Yi, annoyed at having her rules broken. "I know you're powerful, but no matter how powerful you are, there's still a first-come, first-served principle, right?" Guan Yi tooted. She understood the other person's impatience. If she were cut in line in the real world, she'd be upset too. But, first of all, this isn't our world. First come, first served doesn't work around powerful people. Guan Yi looked the other person straight in the eye and spoke calmly. "I'm a pacifist, but not everyone else is. And as we spend more time in this world, the existing order and rules of the real world will slowly break down. I agree with your philosophy of first come, first served, and respecting order, but I don't recommend saying that to someone who's more powerful than you." The long-haired woman's expression remained grim, and she stood there stubbornly, her shoulders folded. She seemed to have understood, but refused to give in. Guan Yi chose to ignore him. "Who doesn't insist? Secondly, I'd like to know, who established this first-come, first-served rule? You, or the fisherman himself?" The long-haired woman froze for a moment, then instinctively glanced at the feminine man, who in turn turned his gaze to one of the 2 men who had previously stopped Guan Yi. Man A looked at Man B, who in turn looked at a woman with a high ponytail. The ponytailed woman looked at the man in the shirt, who in turn looked at the woman in the t-shirt. The woman in the t-shirt tilted her head, as if counting, to look at the baby-faced man next to her. The baby-faced man, with a stiff neck, looked at the white-haired woman, who had remained silent. The white-haired woman, noticing everyone's gaze on her, coughed. She was the first to arrive, and the first to strike up a conversation with the fisherman. However, just as the fisherman initially ignored Guan Yi, the other party had no intention of paying her any attention. It wasn't until the fisherman caught a slipper and asked if she wanted it that Hua Baitu found a breakthrough. She offered him 1 road coin in exchange, and the fisherman agreed. From then on, the 2 of them met. After Hua Baitu bought 3 items from the fisherman, she finally figured out how to obtain the seal at this location. Unlike Guan Yi, who had stumbled upon it by accident, Hua Baitu had already known that this was a seal building. Anyone who looked at her map would see that the flashing red dot on it coincided with her personal symbol. Who doesn't have a few useful little gadgets these days? Hua Baitu had thought she could wait until the fisherman caught the seal, but competitors arrived one after another. Concerned that her martial arts skills weren't enough to defeat so many, Hua Baitu hastily came up with the excuse of higher points first, generously stating that she had a lot of points, and could let others earn points first. In reality, she simply wanted to accumulate strength and force her competitors to consume more supplies. Hua Baitu had never imagined that the fisherman would yield to the threat of no fishing. If she had known he was so easygoing, she would have threatened him as well. Unfortunately, fearing the fisherman's sudden attack, she chose to follow his rules, resulting in a loss of the upper hand. What's the use of me? Hua Baitu rolled his eyes, and said angrily, you just believe everything others say. Shouldn't you reflect on yourselves? You believe it without even thinking. I should have memorized all your names, and sold you health supplements one by one when I got out. After he finished speaking, there was a long silence. Hua Baitu's words left several people stunned, seemingly confused as to how someone could become so different in such a short time. Where's that affable neighborhood lady from just now? Why has she suddenly become so mean? Guanyi. Wow, that makes a lot of sense. These people, even though they've been through a whole server, still haven't gotten into the swing of things. Do they really think this is some harmless road trip? Since the gray-haired woman had given up on pretense, Guanyi shrugged at the long-haired woman and handed her stamp card to the fisherman right in front of her. She watched as he used a fish-shaped stamp to create a 3 waves and a fishtail pattern in the lower right corner of the inn. Third stamp, got it. Given the fact that stamp cards are not replaced if lost and are anonymous, Guanyi held her shovel while waiting for her stamp, ready to chop anyone who dared to grab it. In the end, no one came forward. Perhaps it was because of Guanyi's earlier display of skill, or perhaps it was because these people were timid. In any case, nothing unpleasant happened until she put the stamp card back into her backpack. This saved a lot of trouble, Guanyi thought. It was truly a cause for celebration. The stamp is clean. Great, it can still be stamped. Please, give me one too. I pay. The 9 people no longer had time to stare at Guanyi. After all, she had even put the card away. They were now more focused on the stamp in the fisherman's hand. Or rather, they had been watching since they began stamping Guanyi. Now, seeing that the stamp hadn't entered its cooldown, they were overjoyed, thinking they had a chance to stamp one too. However, while the fisherman wasn't a great fisherman, he was a master at throwing cold water on others. Trade for fish. The fisherman's request was simple, either a big fish or a red fish. The fisherman reopened the lid and showed the drivers the fish inside. Guanyi also peeked in, only then noticing that she had only caught 3 red fish, the rest were black carp. Thankfully, the black carp didn't look very large, so they could still be saved. And then, just as Guanyi was about to leave, she was stopped again by everyone from before. The gray-haired man was the first to speak. Hello, can you sell me a fishing rod? The long-haired woman followed suit. I was so rude just now. I'm sorry, I was too impulsive. Can you sell me one fishing rod? The feminine man followed suit. I just told you so much information, and while there were some inaccuracies, that wasn't my fault. Can you sell me one fishing rod too? Please, please. With these 3 people leading the way, the others also began to ask for the rods. They could see clearly that there were only 3 fishing rods, and if they were late, they would lose them all. Guanyi smiled and agreed to their request to buy fishing rods. Then, in front of everyone, he pulled out 6 more rods. Don't worry, I have plenty of rods, but I won't sell them unless the price is right. Guanyi walked back to the large rock where he had been sitting and sat down leisurely. Now, let's talk about the price. By the way, I have other supplies for sale. Hee, it's time for the middleman to profit from the price difference again, yay. Chapter 43. Ultimately, Guanyi sold 9 fishing rods for 35 road coins each. She also sold some bait for 5 road coins each. Each bait consisted of a few pieces of rotting fruit, half a steamed bun, and a small piece of cured meat. It didn't seem like much, but it was enough for about 20 casts. If they didn't catch fish after 20 or so attempts, they would have to switch to their own bait. Guanyi only sold the actual bait, not the skill or luck involved. In addition, she also sold some other supplies, such as drinking water, mints, and a clay stove. It was clear that many people wanted to cook their own meals, so Guanyi even asked if they had a rice cooker. Unfortunately, the answer was no, so she had to use the wok for the time being. By the time Guanyi left the river, the others had already dispersed and were sitting by the river fishing. Her prime spot had been snatched up by a man named Hua Baitu. It was clear the others were wary of Hua Baitu. She wondered if anything had happened while she was turning around, or even before she arrived. Of course, that had nothing to do with her. Rather than worrying about when those people would finally catch the fish they wanted, Guanyi was more concerned about whether her phone could get through. Sitting in her car, just a dozen meters from the river known as the Seal Building, Guanyi called Squirrel Express again and simultaneously logged into the trading channel, listing 50 fishing rods and 20 clay stoves. This was all she had in stock. Since the production permits for both rods and clay stoves were for 200, she could stock up if she continued working. There was nothing to buy in the trading channel, and the chat broadcasts were also lackluster. Guanyi saw nothing useful, and figuring she had nothing to say to anyone else, she instantly understood. Without the information from the 7 o'clock Asphalt Express, Guan Yi herself wasn't a prophet, so she couldn't make predictions out of thin air. As for experience and conjecture, besides extreme caution, there's no experience to speak of on this map. And the memory fragments, that's a secret that can't be made public. Hello, this is Squirrel Express. Press 1 to send, 2 to track, 3 to pick up, 9 to inquire, and 0 to file a complaint. The voice on the phone brought Guan Yi's attention back, and she pressed 1 on the phone keypad as instructed. Okay, please wait. With that, the call was disconnected. Guan Yi held the phone in front of her in disbelief, muttering to herself as she watched the call screen disappear. No way. My face isn't big enough to accidentally rub against it and hang up. If she didn't hang up the phone herself, then it was Squirrel Express who did. So, doesn't Squirrel Express's please wait mean it's transferring the call to another staff member? Just as Guan Yi was hesitating whether to replay the call, someone knocked on the car window with a practiced rhythm. She turned her head and looked over. Oh, it was the familiar Squirrel Courier. No, how did it find me? I didn't give my name or address. Hello, ma'am. What are you sending, and who are you sending it to? The Squirrel Courier pushed up his windshield, revealing his squirrel-like face. Then, he pulled out a small box from somewhere and continued his inquiries. Do you need a delivery box? 10 highway coins each, enough for most things. If you have a large quantity, we also offer L-size boxes, which cost 50 highway coins. Actually, it's just one letter. Guan Yi took out a note she had written long ago. She didn't have any sealing glue or envelopes. The ones she'd taken from the post office had all been returned when they tracked them down. This one was torn from the notebook she'd bought at the service area. We usually call this a note. Squirrel seemed amused by himself, grinning, revealing his 2 large front teeth. But it doesn't matter. Whether it's a paper note or a wooden note, we can deliver it for a fee. Then give it to Lao Chong for me. The coordinates are written on the back. Okay, Lao Chong for this area, 100 highway coins. 500 for an inter-area delivery. If it's to Golden City, you need to give me the coordinates. Squirrel Courier deftly put the note away, and Guan Yi noticed a small satchel by his side, the same color as his uniform. IP asked, have you ever been to the Golden City? Is it really as the legend says, with gold everywhere, or do everyone who enters the city get a pair of glasses? Sorry, she didn't know what the Golden City looked like, so she could only guess based on the literal meaning. After all, the Emerald City wasn't made of jade, but everyone in it wore green glasses. A lot of people are interested in the Golden City, but I say it's not a very nice place. But I'm just a courier, and being a guide isn't my job. The Squirrel Courier shook his beard. Pay me, ma'am, I have to go. Okay, here you go. Guan Yi opened her old wallet, pretending to search for her highway coins. She quickly asked another question. How do I confirm if the coordinates are in this area or outside? I trust Squirrel Express, but what if someone else is trying to rip me off? The Squirrel Courier took the 2 $50 highway coins Guan Yi handed her and bowed. Then stick with Squirrel Express. We offer fair prices and honesty. Look for the coordinates on your map. Don't get scammed, ma'am. With that, the Squirrel Courier hit the throttle, and the motorcycle roared away. It seemed the narrow road couldn't hinder his driving skills. He vanished from everyone's sight at a terrifying speed. Yes, everyone. After all, how could a courier that size suddenly appear? Others are just fishing, not fishing for eyes. Someone wanted to ask Guan Yi what it was, but before they could reach her, Guan Yi slammed the accelerator onto the highway, disappearing with the same momentum and speed as if chasing the Squirrel Courier. Guan Yi, don't ask me, I'm slipping away. She wanted the Squirrel Courier to deliver a message to Lao Chong, but she didn't have Lao Chong's personal phone number, and she couldn't add him as a friend. It seemed there was a barrier between the driver and the NPC, and they could only communicate through system-approved methods. For example, meeting in person would naturally allow for communication. Sending a message through the courier was also possible, and similarly, gray frequency was a channel for covert communication. But she didn't have the right to send messages yet. But her phone wasn't allowed. Guan Yi couldn't make private calls to NPCs. Unless the number appeared on a legitimate public channel, she couldn't contact them. So far, Guan Yi only had 3 publicly available contact information: the Highway Abnormal Behavior Correction Management Department on the wanted poster, Squirrel Express on the Squirrel Express flyer, and the lost and found notice published by Mrs. Crow at her own expense, as mentioned in the 7 o'clock Asphalt Express. Guan Yi suspected that the number was from the Highway Mileage Association, perhaps the department responsible for advertising. It was unlikely to be a private call. Guan Ye's intuition wasn't very helpful in this matter. Otherwise, it would have been much easier for her to answer multiple choice questions on the exam. Guan Yi didn't want to call that number before contacting Lao Chong. If the person asked for her shawl, she might be in trouble if she couldn't provide it. Wait a little longer, Guan Yi thought. If nothing worked, she'd have to take the risk. Guan Yi drove along the narrow road toward the previous intersection, debating whether to go straight or turn left, while waiting for another possible announcement. Warning! The beacon dummy is under attack. Guan Yi perked up. Here they come. A dozen seconds later, she received word that her dummy had gone offline again, along with a beautiful photo that brightened her mood. In the photo, something resembling a pink marshmallow and a giant, chewed bubblegum nearly eclipsed Triangle Eyes. Triangle Eyes, in the photo, had been attacked by the goo bullet, and his hood had long since fallen off during his struggle, revealing his shiny forehead and cyan scalp. His face was filled with terror, and his arms, raised with great effort, were covered in pink goo. Just looking at the photo, it was clear that the man couldn't escape alone. If no one passed by, he would have to stay there until the goo bullets wore off. When does a sticky bullet lose its stickiness? Guan Yi tilted her head, thinking for a moment. It seemed the instructions didn't say that, and neither did the person she traded with. This. Or, just leave it alone for now. It's a sight to behold, after all. Maybe it'd even grow a matching seal over time. Although her dummy was offline, Guan Yi remained cheerful. She decided that if she saw the man with the triangular eyes again, she'd definitely ask him why he did that. Alas, Guan Ye's wish was dashed. At the fork in the road, there were only the remains of the dummy, not the sticky creature. This made Guan Yi suspect he escaped, but after carefully examining the traces on the ground, she dismissed this suspicion. It's possible that different planes intersected for some reason. He probably had a gadget or a quest to do that. Otherwise, who would go toe-to-toe with a dummy sign? It just looked like a weird road sign. Who would get out of their car just to kick it to pieces? Guan Yi was certain she wouldn't resort to murdering a single sign. Wait, it seemed, probably, she had actually broken more than one sign. Guan Yi blinked, suddenly feeling a little guilty. Could the sign she'd broken be the one with the triangular eyes? That's not right. That sign can be disassembled into wooden planks. Guan Yi then regained her composure. She destroyed the original road sign, not that person's property. So the question was, why did that person do that? Guan Yi couldn't figure it out, so she put it aside for now. Considering it would be moved at night, she picked up the wreckage and replaced it with a new one. This time, no one should come kicking her signpost. That way, even if she woke up tomorrow and still found herself moved, Guan Yi would be able to find her beacon dummy on the map and determine exactly how far she had been moved. Chapter 44. Guan Yi felt trapped in a loop. Drive. See a fork in the road. Put up a signpost. Drive. See another fork in the road. This cycle repeated itself, yielding no benefit other than a rapidly dwindling inventory of beacon dummies. At dusk, Guan Yi pulled over as usual. She had driven all day, but aside from getting a stamp by the river and selling some supplies offline, she had gained virtually nothing. I feel like a spider is watching me. Guan Yi couldn't help but grumble. Even in an 8 trigrams maze, you can't have forks after forks after forks, in an endless loop. How could that make sense? Crossroads followed crossroads, crossroads to new crossroads. There were no dead ends requiring U-turns, and no new seal buildings. Guan Yi couldn't associate this map with anything other than spiderwebs. So, was this cute little bug like her the reserve food of some giant spider weaving its web? It better not. Guan Yi gazed at the mist glowing red in the sunset and murmured, I wonder when Old Gun will reply. Following the protocol she used when writing to her future self, Guan Yi didn't ask Old Gun how to break through the foggy area. Instead, she inquired about the Highway Mileage Association. The garbled text in the newsletter and the stamp game in this area both struck Guan Yi as odd. She instinctively felt there was something fishy going on. It depended on whether Old Gun was willing to explain. It had been several hours since she sent the letter. Judging by the time alone, Old Gun probably wouldn't want to. But Guan Yi felt that since this wasn't public information, the other party would definitely need time to investigate. If the other party refused to answer, Guan Yi wouldn't have lost out. At least he tested the extent of the NPC's assistance. After putting up the warning sign, Guan Yi ascended to the balcony and ate his dinner while admiring the almost invisible sunset through the fog. Because he wasn't near the seal building, the radio channel remained quiet, with only the occasional rustling white noise from the gray channel, indicating that this illegal channel would occasionally come online. Then, Guan Yi saw the message from Lao Chong. FM 13 broadcast. Material number 0509B99 has been released. Item: spray on high-temperature resistant coating. Seller: Lao Chong. Description: covers the entire vehicle, can withstand burns up to 76 degrees Celsius, lasts for 30 seconds, and the effect is cumulative. Don't ask me, I don't know. Inventory: sold out. Price: 22 highway coins. Guan Yi checked the time. Oh, it was several hours ago. He was still on the road at the time, and the gray channel didn't respond, so he missed the message. Fortunately, although she couldn't buy Lao Chong's supplies, she saw that message, and thus unlocked the bounty hunter's unique chat method. Because right below Lao Chong's message, someone else posted something new. FN13 News. Supply number 0509B100 is now online. Item: silver bullet. Seller: Coyote. Description: silver bullet. What's the matter? Maybe I know the price, and it's easy to negotiate. In stock. Sold out. Price: 5 highway coins / round. Guan Yi blinked and began to search her storage compartment, looking for anything that met the gray channel standards to sell. Then she discovered that the gray channel had quite strict requirements for selling items. Metal, basic parts, wood, stone, basic materials like these are not allowed. Foods like instant noodles, tiger skin cakes, and drinking water are not allowed. Household items like pots and pans are also not allowed. After much trial and error, Guan Yi finally found something approved for listing on the gray channel. FN13 News. Item number 0509B101 is now online. Item: suspected infected bandage. Seller: Lu Tingfeng. Description: stops bleeding, HP increases by 2/5 minutes, lasts for 1 hour, 50% chance of infection with an unknown virus. Is the Highway Mileage Association stamp activity legitimate? Section 207. Stock: 3. Price: 5 highway coins. For content posted by individuals on the gray channel, descriptions must be under 50 words and must be accurate and complete, without omitting any side effects. If there are any extra words left after writing, the channel moderators won't care about what the poster says. This is a legitimate loophole in the rules. Aside from Guan Yi, the newbie, everyone else seems to have already mastered this technique. So, after several revisions, Guan Yi finally sent the message. Whether or not anyone bought the bandage didn't matter. She wasn't expecting to make money from it. She simply wanted to see if anyone could tell her the answer. Come to think of it, I really have a connection with the number 207. Guan Yi counted on her fingers, thinking back. The backpack is prohibited. Item number 207. My first hotel stay was room 207, and now I'm on highway 207. Could this be my lucky number in the game? Guan Yi decided to write the number down. Maybe it would come in handy someday. Although she didn't think the bandage was a good item, it was surprisingly popular on the gray channel, or maybe it was just too cheap. In less than a minute, the stock had gone sold out. Especially compared to the fishing rod and clay stove she'd previously listed on the trading channel, the speed was truly impressive. Those two items hadn't sold a single one yet. She wondered if no one had noticed, or if no one needed them. While waiting for a reply, Guan Yi finished her dinner and washed her dishes at the sink, carefully shaking them dry. The water in the sink isn't drinkable, but it can be used to wash dishes. Just make sure it's clear of water the next time you use it. Harmful substances will evaporate as the water evaporates. After Guan Yi finished all this, even washing up, changing into her pajamas, and lying on her large bed, she received no new news. She wondered if the other party hadn't noticed, or if it simply wasn't possible. Of course, it's also possible that she was gathering information, which would take some time. There's nothing else I can do except wait. Guan Yi hugged her pillow and shifted her position, preparing to wait for the 10 o'clock monster wave to arrive, then close her eyes and sleep. Regardless, no matter how the monsters outside tempted her, she wouldn't leave. After all, Grandpa had said that children should stay home at night and not run around, as they'd be caught by giant macaques. Guan Yi didn't like giant macaques, so she stayed out. As soon as 10 o'clock arrived, the outside began to bustle. This time, it wasn't just the noise. Guan Yi felt the entire exterior light up. She climbed out of bed and leaned over to the car window to look out. Wow, a night market. Outside, on the road, small carts lined up one after another, each one ablaze with a full wattage light bulb. From Guan Yi's vantage point, she could see the signs of the vehicles ahead. Octopus balls, sweet and sour pork, mahogany meat skewers, grilled gluten. Guan Yi wiped away the non-existent saliva and silently retreated back into bed. Honestly, she was a bit overwhelmed at that moment. The thought that she might never be able to eat these again filled Guan Yi with a wave of sadness. Add to that the debuff of night emo, and before she knew it, tears streamed down her cheeks, soaking her pillow. I want to eat this so badly. I have so much money, why can't I just go buy some? Guan Yi choked back a sob and sat up again. I can just drive over and not get out. Can't I just have them pass the food in through the window? As she spoke, Guan Yi reached for her old wallet beside her pillow with one hand and, with the other, pulled up the floating car screen. Quickly, she switched to the record channel and turned on Mi Qingrui's old times. The melodious blues strains drifted from the radio, and Guan Yi gradually calmed down. Mi Qingrui's song could alleviate the negative states of sleepiness and anxiety in the listener, and she was just feeling anxious. I was so careless. I didn't even dodge. Guan Yi slipped on her slippers and went to the sink to wash her face again. Whenever she passed a car window, she closed her eyes, refusing to look outside. Yesterday it was just a sound, but today it's escalated into a negative visual. Will it escalate further tomorrow? Guan Yi gritted her teeth, fished out a ball of cotton from the storage compartment, and rolled it into a simple earplug, shoving it into her ears. Although she could still hear the noise outside, it was much weaker than before. Guan Yi was grudgingly satisfied. If all else failed, she had Bluetooth headphones with noise cancellation, but that was a last resort, and she didn't want to use them today. Although the bustling night market was empty, it remained open until midnight. However, Guan Yi wasn't sleepy at all. After all, what had been dispelled was not only her anxiety, but also her sleepiness. Even if Guan Yi's sleepiness was natural, not a side effect of the air conditioning, the props didn't care. As long as they were present, they would alleviate it equally. So, Guan Yi was now completely unable to sleep. Fortunately, I have the frog choir. Guan Yi pulled out her music box, sternly wound it, and then fell asleep to the sound of frogs until 7 a.m., when she was awakened by the arrival of the newsletter. I had a good sleep. This music box and the newsletter are a perfect match. One helps me sleep, the other wakes me up. Guan Yi stretched out in bed, opened the 7 o'clock asphalt newsletter in front of her, and then gazed at the completely garbled page, lost in thought. It was a bore. Guan Yi shook the newsletter in her hand. If the photo of the newsletter she'd taken with her phone hadn't been completely black, she'd have at least had some evidence to file a claim. As for how to file a claim for not paying for the subscription, that's a matter for the Highway Mileage Association to consider. As a victim, she simply wants an explanation. The signal here is terrible. Guan Yi shook her head, got up, washed, and ate breakfast, ready to start the day's journey. If she couldn't see the message, then so be it. After all, she still had one chapter left to complete, and today was only day 3. Sitting in the driver's seat, Guan Yi opened the map, and was surprised to find she was still in the same spot. Whether it was Lao Chang's real coordinates, or the distance to the dummy she had placed earlier, the distance was exactly the same as last night. Did I guess wrong? Guan Yi frowned, staring at the map. She then opened the chat channel, and carefully read through the messages she considered useless, wondering if she had missed something. As Guan Yi was flipping through the information, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. Could this useless information indirectly confirm that not everyone is moved at night? That made sense. Why did some people complain about the many forks in the road, some about the noise at night, and some about the thick fog, but no one ever mentioned finding themselves moved the next day after a night's sleep? I was thinking something was amiss. There were monsters at night tempting everyone to get off the bus, but they still had to add the added challenge of moving. I thought it was because I was on a larger server, so the difficulty increased. Turns out it's only me who's experiencing the increased difficulty. Guan Yi suddenly became alert, and began to ponder the difference between yesterday and the day before. Something must have happened that allowed him to stay where he was today, rather than move again. So, is it because the beacon dummy is still alive? After much thought, Guan Yi could only come up with this. After all, until yesterday, only the triangular-eyed man had been targeting him. Chapter 45. Guan Yi hit the road, having grown accustomed to thinking while driving. This wasn't a good habit, Guan Yi thought. She had to correct it before returning to the real world before she could resume her career as a travel blogger. After all, the roads in the real world weren't as peaceful as they are now. Even if there weren't any cars, there were cameras everywhere waiting to find her. Okay, let's think about that person first. Guan Yi pulled her thoughts away from the find and began to analyze this malicious incident against her. Considering that the beacon dummy had been destroyed, some debris remained in its original location. This meant that it was Triangle Eyes, who had come from another dimension, not her own beacon dummy, which had traveled to another dimension. Theoretically, cars can only be transferred near the seal building, and my location is quite far from it. Just assume he has some item I don't know about that allows him to temporarily cross dimensions, but why me? This was also what Guan Yi couldn't understand. She was sure she had never seen Triangle Eyes, nor had he ever had a conflict with anyone else. Well, not with any other living person. After all, there was only one Zhu Jia, and he was already dead. So is he targeting my bounty hunter identity? Or my membership in the Highway Mileage Association? The only people who knew the former were the 8,000 or so people who survived on the same server, but not many would care, as she hadn't revealed any subsequent details. That was her membership in the Highway Mileage Association. Guan Yi thought she had traded supplies many times before, most of them with hot-selling items, especially the restocking before arriving at the service area. Someone must have guessed she had access to some special supply channel. Maybe Triangle Eyes is another person who got the membership card. But that doesn't make sense. What good would it do to him? The limited edition items in the newsletter can only be purchased once per person, and I can't monopolize them. Guan Yi had seen many fools who harmed others and benefited themselves, but this was the first time she'd seen someone do it in a survival game. So, she was more inclined to believe that the other party had a mission, some reason to kill her. We need to find a sealed building and then conduct a survey with prizes. Anyone who answers the question seriously will receive drinking water as a thank you. Guan Yi was certain that if she asked them to do something dangerous, they probably wouldn't agree, but if it was just a few innocuous questions, many would be willing to do the deal. Since that was the case, she could now focus on driving. With the beacon dummy she placed yesterday, Guan Yi's route for the day was clear. At least, she didn't have to worry about whether she'd been on this road before. She could just focus on exploring the unknown. As they drove on, they arrived at the first fork in the road of the day. This time, it wasn't a Y-shaped or a X-shaped road, but for intersections directly ahead. On the first day, there were 2 choices besides the road we came from. On the second day, there were 3 choices. Today is the 3rd day, so there are 4 choices? Guan Yi frowned at the road ahead. If this continued, by the last day, she would face the challenge of 8 forks in the road. And if there were forks within forks, a spider web alone wouldn't suffice, only the Ponzi Cave could achieve this effect. I'm starting to wonder. Could this fork in the road also be a challenge unique to me? Guan Yi's fingers tapped lightly on the steering wheel. After much deliberation, she decided to stick with her original plan and head towards Lao Chang's true coordinates. She could no longer receive the gray frequency signal, but he was still able to transmit messages to her using it. This meant there was either a signal booster or a nearby seal structure. Or perhaps, Lao Chang's auto repair shop was itself a seal structure on this stretch of highway. Since they were all acquaintances, Lao Chang wouldn't make any unreasonable demands, right? Focusing on this glimmer of hope, Guan Yi set up a new beacon dummy at the fork in the road closest to the coordinates. Then, she drove along the 3rd path from the left, hoping it would be a straight road, not a sudden curve. The fog on the highway was severely disrupting normal driving today, so even though she knew there were unlikely to be any obstacles, Guan Yi slowed down. She was afraid she would go too fast and not brake hard enough, and crash into a road sign. Yes, those useless road signs still exist, but instead of a left-pointing arrow and a right-pointing arrow, they become 3 forward-pointing arrows. Ugh! Guan Yi removed over 30 wooden planks from these road signs alone. Think of it another way. Isn't this just another supply box? The thick fog made it impossible for Guan Yi to clearly see if there were any supply boxes on either side of the road. It was already difficult for her, even without the reduced supplies debuff, so those drivers who reset the server would probably have it even harder. If you want supplies, you have to slow down. It's best to park in the middle of the road and explore both sides. After checking the area, get back in the car and continue driving. Not all roads are accessible by car. Some have dramatic elevation differences, requiring scrambling to climb up and down. If a car were to descend, it might be impossible to get back up without flying. Add to that the various forests, shrubs, abandoned buildings, and rubble, and most people would choose to explore on their own rather than bring a car along. This wastes time searching, and the investment of time and effort isn't guaranteed to yield anything. The greater likelihood is that time will pass and nothing will come of it. However, for those who are short of supplies, this is their only avenue for acquiring them. Previously, they could trade with others, sharing what they had, but the disconnected server has effectively destroyed this method. Guan Yi was thankful for her ample supplies. At least she had enough to eat and drink, allowing her to focus more on her journey rather than being forced to leave the car and search for supplies. And so, after 3 more attempts at 4 forks in the road, Guan Yi finally saw the small shop, barely a silhouette in the fog. By this time, it was already past 3 p.m., and Guan Ye's only haul consisted of a supply box near the last fork in the road. Good news, the supply box was green. Bad news, it contained only one pair of boots that could be used as equipment. If it weren't for the metal parts she found after dismantling the green box, Guan Yi would have felt that this little bit of treasure was no comfort at all. The boots looked okay. Since they were equipment items, Guan Yi didn't need to actually wear them, she could simply place them in the previously unlocked inventory. But if she liked the look of the boots, she could select Display Effect, which would overlay the boots on her current shoes, simulating them to resemble boots. Guan Yi decided to give up. She didn't really want to wear those purple, upturned-toe clown shoes, they were too hard to match with her outfit. Parking the car on the side of the road, Guan Yi walked into Lao Chong's auto repair shop, and was surprised to find the layout was completely different from the last time she saw it. Previously, it had been 2 containers and a yard, but now, Guan Yi was faced with 3 adobe houses that looked a bit like cave dwellings. The middle one was the largest, doorless and filled with various parts, clearly the main workspace for auto repairs. The room on the left had a curtain, while the one on the right had a threshold almost knee-high, revealing a large object. Lao Chong, are you there? Guan Yi stood in the middle of the yard. Without the owner's permission, even if she was curious, she didn't dare to wander around. Don't shout, I can hear you. The voice came from the room on the left. It sounded unfamiliar, yet somehow familiar. Guan Yi turned to look, her pupils trembling. A woman, at least 2 meters tall, appeared at the doorway, even bowing her head slightly as she emerged. No, wait, who is this? Perhaps Guan Yi's expression was too shocking, but the woman understood her message. With a dismissive glance, she spoke. Didn't she tell you about the outer shell? Yes, I also know your original body is in Golden City, sharing information with the outer shell. Dead memories began to assault Guan Yi. Recalling her previous conversation with Old Gun, she immediately suppressed her expression and tried to save face. I just didn't expect the difference between the outer shells to be so great. No, you just think we share a common shell. Old Gun pointed out Guan Yi's true thoughts. We are independent individuals. Maybe she and you have a good relationship, but we're not yet friends. Even so, you still help me. Thank you. Guan Yi said sincerely, I understand the hint. Old Gun had no friendship with her, but he still hinted with a gray tone. Guan Yi thought it was quite considerate, and she had no reason to complain. Old Gun uttered an ambiguous nasal sound. Now I understand why she likes you. Guan Yi immediately demonstrated the meaning of pushing someone's nose to get ahead of you, and taking advantage of the situation. She said, then you can also try to like me? I have no bad habits, I'm kind and capable, and I guarantee you'll be happy if you invest in me. I guarantee it won't go down. Old Gun tooted, clearly unimpressed by Guan Yi's brazen, direct approach. She decided to change the subject and take control. Do you want your car repaired? I offer daily maintenance services, or maybe a car wash. I can give you a discount for her sake. If I choose the daily maintenance service plus a car wash, would you be willing to tell me something? Guan Yi pulled out her old wallet, ready to become a distinguished paying customer. Lao Chong stared at the bulging old wallet for a few seconds, as if assessing its contents. Finally, she reluctantly nodded, accepting Guan Yi's proposal. I only answer what I can. If I can't answer all your questions, I still do the full maintenance, and even wash the car. Guan Yi spoke first. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. Hearing Guan Yi's words, Lao Chong's attitude softened noticeably, and she even smiled at Guan Yi. Now, I'm starting to like you a little too. Guan Yi, that's great. As expected, distinguished paying customers are liked everywhere. Chapter 46. After becoming a paying player, Guan Yi could finally drive into the largest cave. She sat on a small stool nearby, and watched Lao Chong perform maintenance on her Zhuxia. The maintenance, plus the car wash, cost Guan Yi 480 highway coins, much less than she expected. Are you wondering why this person isn't asking for such a high price? Lao Chong, who was using a probe to check the engine's operating condition, suddenly spoke, his words striking a chord with Guan Yi, startling her. No, I was just thinking, you and I are both conscientious business people. Guan Yi praised Lao Chong, not forgetting to lift her own voice. So I can't figure out who's targeting me. With this, before Lao Chong could refuse to listen, Guan Yi quickly recounted the incidents involving the triangle eye, the mysterious movement, and the missing red dot on the map. Of course, she didn't forget the signature on the letter, Highway Mileage Association Section 207 Management Office. I think this is a conspiracy against me, Guan Yi concluded. I have to find that guy. There's no such thing as a thief on guard for 1,000 days. Lao Chong listened silently as Guan Yi spoke, and only spoke lazily after Guan Yi finished. You're alone. Even if you find the culprit, what can you do? Guan Yi replied seriously, make him pay. If he has an organization, then complain to it. If the organization is the same as his, then find its rival and destroy it. If we can't even find our opponent, when necessary, even if we have to, we can perish together. In the real world, Guan Yi would adhere to the principle of the happy give way, and wouldn't mind a small loss that wasn't a matter of principle. However, this was a life or death game. Giving in didn't guarantee safety, it would instead make people feel vulnerable, leading to more trouble. Besides, the 12-year-old girl who had always lived deep in her heart was waving her fists, shouting, no matter the consequences, just do it. Back then, under her grandfather's guidance, Guan Yi had personally imprisoned the little girl who cared nothing for her own life or death, nor for the lives of others. Now, Guan Yi thought it was a good idea to occasionally let him out for some fresh air. As Guan Yi calmly spoke, Lao Chong observed her, confirming that the seemingly well-behaved and quiet girl sitting on the small stool was serious. For her, if the rules served the purpose, then they were followed. But if the rules didn't, then forget the rules. Interesting, she thought. Her shell seemed to have come to know such an interesting soul. It didn't matter now she knew him too. The Highway Mileage Association is a formal, official organization. Lao Chong straightened up and walked to the other side of the car. There's only one, no other. Guan Yi blinked, understanding. That Highway Mileage Association Section 207 Management Office was an illegal organization, operating under false pretenses, and had nothing to do with the real Highway Mileage Association. No wonder she felt so out of place. It turned out to be a knockoff. Speaking of which, aren't there a bit too many illegal organizations in this game world? Guan Yi's misjudgment due to insufficient information wasn't her fault, so she remained calm and didn't feel ashamed or angry at being tricked. The stamping thing should be true. I seen other drivers, and they also need stamps. Guan Yi pulled out the envelope she hadn't thrown away, which contained a card with 3 stamps already on it. But I didn't ask if they had the same envelope, or if the rules were exactly the same. That was my mistake. I shouldn't have assumed we were all operating under the same set of rules. Clearly, Guan Yi had been misled by experience. In the real world, almost everyone has a copy of the road game rules, and after entering the newbie server, the chat messages confirmed that everyone was enduring the heat. So, she assumed the same thing would happen on the second server, that the rules were the same. Although her intuition told her that this wasn't right, without sufficient evidence, she only responded with the most basic response, telling everyone that there might be a compartment inside the desk. However, this information seemed to receive no response, positive or negative, like a pebble thrown into the ocean, completely unnoticed. Was it because of a signal problem that this message never actually got through? Or was it that someone deliberately disrupted her signal, preventing her from contacting the outside world? The more Guan Yi pondered, the more confused she felt. However, the information she had was too limited. She needed more clues from Lao Chong. For example, why did they choose me? Just because I'm a full member of the association? Lao Chong replied vaguely, perhaps. Guan Yi raised an eyebrow. It's because I have something special. Lao Chong toiled away, not even glancing at Guan Yi. Maybe. But I sold all the merchandise I can, and no one will know I have the stuff I can't. So, it's some kind of virtual thing that others can discover. At this point, Guan Yi paused, feeling he might be onto something. A title, or an achievement. It can't be the bounty hunter identity. They don't know about the Gray Channel. It has nothing to do with bounty hunting. Also, don't mention the Gray Channel in front of outsiders. Lao Chong glanced up at Guan Yi and tossed her a pair of gloves. You know how to wash cars, right? Guan Yi took the gloves, unfazed by the thought of paying to wash your own car, something that would have been a viral sensation in the real world. If washing cars could get Lao Chong talking, she could spend an hour or more doing it. Thank you for the heads up, but I was sure you were also a bounty hunter because you spoke on the Gray Channel first. Guan Yi thanked Lao Chong for the warning, then continued to analyze the situation, adjusting her next words based on the other person's reaction. High EQ. This is called deduction. Low EQ. This is just blind guessing. If I'm not even a bounty hunter, then I don't know what's so special about me. Guan Yi was indeed having a headache. She practically dug up all her secrets. If this wasn't the correct answer, then what was? Also, her future self hadn't given any warning about this. Wait, it seemed she had. Guan Yi remembered that her future self had asked her present self to select strength, followed by a common blessing applicable to most competitions. Believe in yourself, and strive for first place again. Guan Ye's inspiration struck him. I should be the first one from the previous server to enter the service area. Wow, that's awesome. Old Gun sarcastically asked, want me to put up a banner for you? Sure, thank you. Guan Ye's direct response made Old Gun roll his eyes. But don't rush into preparations yet. I'd like to ask, are there any benefits to entering the service area as the top player on the current server? Yes. Old Gun nodded. The top player gets an achievement, and can decide for themselves whether to skip to a higher server. This information wasn't secret. Old Gun finally stopped beating around the bush, or giving vague responses, and gave a direct answer. From the speed of her response, it was clear that she also liked this straightforward way of speaking. She was almost suffocating just now. Guan Yi finally identified the problem, her tone lightening slightly. Forget about the welcome banners. No one even told me about it. Lao Chong reminded her, achievements and titles will be announced server-wide. Guan Yi nodded. I know I was announced, but I didn't expect the first place winner to receive new achievements. So, the people in this organization are eyeing the treatment and rewards I deserve, and they want me to die on this server. The illegal organization name, the possibly modified rules, the inexplicable triangular eyes, the car being moved at night, and the network issues that might not even exist. All these irrational things were explained at that moment. Guan Yi, I'm guessing your network has always been good, right? Lao Chong, you're right. Guan Yi, so, I'm the only one whose internet connection was cut off, right? But that doesn't make sense. If she was the only one who was disconnected, wouldn't the chat channel have too few messages? Or is it that even her chat channel is fake? Guan Yi gasped. If that were the case, she'd be in dire straits. No wonder her previous warnings to them didn't get any response. The chat channel is full of meaningless chatter and negativity, giving it an eerie, self-contained feel. Is there no one to take care of this illegal organization? Guan Yi tried to find an official solution, mainly because as an outsider, she wasn't familiar with the area. Even if she found the culprit, she might not be able to defeat them. You could try filing a complaint. Lao Chong, holding a high-pressure water gun, waved Guan Yi away. Or find a way to get them on the gray channel. Guan Yi obediently moved away. She wanted to shower in the bathroom, not be drenched in water here. Only officials can issue a wanted warrant, right? I'm not qualified. So do you have a phone number? I guess I have no choice but to file a complaint. We don't provide phone numbers for other organizations. Old Gun began applying foam to the car. I don't mind, but you better not tell anyone else about this. Not everyone is as open-minded as I am. Okay, it seems I only have one last resort. Guan Yi recalled seeing the 7 o'clock Asphalt Express earlier. Under the article about Mrs. Crow's lost shawl, there was a contact number for the association's advertising department. A direct complaint would probably be transferred, given the different responsibilities of the departments, but there's also the possibility of being hung up on or even blocked. So, I had to find a reason they couldn't refuse. I have to post a missing person or found ad, Guan Yi thought, mentally formulating a title. Looking for someone who can successfully file a complaint against the Highway Mileage Association Section 207 Management Office. The base reward is 1,000 highway coins, and if the matter is successfully resolved, an additional 1,000 highway coins will be awarded. 2,000 highway coins is no small sum, Guan Yi concluded after comparing prices at previous service areas. Guan Yi wanted to attract capable individuals with high salaries. At this moment, she truly wished the world had its own top-tier lawyers. Chapter 47. Guan Yi was furious. She had already found this section of highway troublesome, and now that she knew it was directed at her, she felt like she wanted to wipe out whoever was behind it. This isn't my fault, Guan Yi thought. I'm just a pitiful, weak, and helpless victim. What's wrong with wanting justice? Lao Chong had already rinsed off the foam and started wiping the car's exterior with a rag. Guan Yi leaned over to help, but was impatiently shooed aside. Are you free? You must have something else to deal with, right? Guan Yi said, and dropped the rag she was holding. It was the one Lao Chong had just thrown her. It turned out he was just pretending, not actually wiping the car himself. In fact, Lao Chong had initially planned to do just that. But as they talked more, she realized Guan Yi was in such a plight. Not only had someone robbed her of the title and rewards that rightfully belonged to first place, but she was also being targeted by opportunists who wanted her dead. A wave of pity welled up in her. While she couldn't help much, at least she could help her out a little. Guan Yi took her phone and went to the courtyard to make a call. The call was quickly answered by a cheerful male voice, asking what information Guan Yi wanted to publish. Looking for someone who can file a complaint against the Highway Mileage Association Section 207 Management Office. The base reward is 1,000 highway coins. If the matter is successfully resolved, an additional 1,000 highway coins will be awarded. Guan Yi repeated her words, clearly hearing a loud, surprised gasp from the other end. She raised an eyebrow, eager to hear what the other person had to say. In the end, after a simple sorry, the call was hung up. Guan Yi, ? No, what does that mean? Are you accepting the order or rejecting it? At least give me a straight answer. What's the point of just saying sorry? Are you being too craftsmanlike? Guan Yi tried her luck and prepared to call again. She needed an explanation. Then the phone rang. The caller ID showed the advertising department she had just called. Guan Yi answered the call, and a flurry of apologies came from the other end. It was the same male voice from before, but it was no longer cheerful. I'm sorry, ma'am. I'm so surprised I accidentally hung up. The male voice explained rapidly, fearing that if he paused, Guan Yi would find an opportunity to scold her. Can you tell me more about the Route 207 Management Office? The Highway Mileage Association is a whole organization. There's no such thing as a specific route section management office. I need to report it before the ad airs. Excellent. Guan Yi instantly calmed down. What she wanted was for the other party to report it, not for her to offer a 2,000 highway coin reward and have someone do it privately. That's 2,000 highway coins. She'd have to trade a ton of supplies to earn them. It would be great if she could keep them. Then, Guan Yi recounted everything she encountered since entering Route 207, omitting the details about Old Gun and Gray Frequency. Okay, I take a note. Please keep your phone open. Someone will contact you shortly. Then the man's voice became cautious. Ma'am, will you still run this ad? Guan Yi raised an eyebrow. Then we talk after we contact them. Will you refuse to run it? The advertising department never turns down paying clients, ma'am. We'd be waiting for your feedback. The male voice assured her. After hanging up, thinking the other party might call soon, Guan Yi didn't bother Lao Chong and instead began to wander around the yard. She was actually curious about what was inside the house with a high threshold, car parts, or something specifically for bounty hunters. Then Guan Yi was shocked. The cave with a high threshold had no door, so anyone standing at the right angle could see inside. Guan Yi was in the right position, and what she saw was a very large mixture? What is this? Guan Yi was shocked by the appearance of the mixture. While it didn't have any toxic elements, it was incredibly unique, a strange thing that no one could imagine. How's it going? Isn't it a great piece? Lao Chong's voice came from behind Guan Yi. I welded this out of discarded parts, incorporating mainstream aesthetics. I'm planning to enter it in a competition next month. Guan Yi rubbed her ears. She was sure the other person had said something strange, and she was sure she understood it the moment she heard it, but now she couldn't recall what mainstream aesthetic it was. Never mind, Guan Yi thought. She couldn't appreciate that aesthetic anyway. Besides, if she couldn't remember it, it meant the content wasn't compatible with her. There was really no need to dig into it. Guan Yi loved complimenting others. It made them happy, and then she felt the same way in return. The so-called giving a rose to someone leaves a lingering fragrance on your hand. So, even though she didn't understand this kind of art, she couldn't help but praise it. If she didn't understand the shape, she'd praise the craftsmanship. If she didn't understand the aesthetic, she'd praise the smooth lines. In short, she always found a way to praise someone, and even worse, she could say, this is truly artistic. Guan Yi never lost when it came to compliments. After chatting about art with Lao Chong, he happily promised to give Guan Yi a scaled-down model to display in her car, so she could admire it whenever she wanted. Guan Yi, oops, I pushed too hard. It was impossible to refuse. Not only could she not refuse, but Guan Yi even acted expectantly, which only made Lao Chong even more excited. He said he'd make it for Guan Yi shortly, and she could stay in the yard tonight, saving her the trouble of having to send the artwork through Squirrel Express and wasting money. Guan Yi, okay. It's already dusk, perfect for staying. You're waiting for a call anyway, and I have a pretty good signal. Lao Chong's words were suggestive. Guan Yi guessed that the counterfeiters couldn't get in here, so the signal jammer wasn't working against her. Guan Yi readily agreed and watched Lao Chong dash off to weld his new craft. She drove the now-maintained Juxia to the yard, waiting for the call while pondering what to eat. The call came around 7 a.m. The cheerful male voice disappeared, replaced by a serious female voice. After asking Guan Yi if it was her, the caller cut straight to the point without any greetings. After investigation, we confirmed that the Highway Mileage Association Section 207 Management Office is an illegal organization. They have 7 members, long engaged in smuggling and illegal immigration. We reported them to the relevant authorities. 5 have been captured, One died on the spot after resisting arrest, and another key member is still on the run. A wanted notice has been issued for them, and it's been posted at all the association's properties. Guanyi. Wow, the speed of action is impressive. From the time she made her first call until now, it's only been a little over 3 hours. Really efficient. The woman didn't ask Guanyi if she was satisfied. She continued reading from the document in her hand, as if she wouldn't communicate with Guanyi until she had finished explaining everything. Although the association is also a victim, given that they engaged in illegal activities under the association's name, resulting in 2 consecutive issues of the 7 o'clock asphalt news not being delivered properly, we will make humanitarian compensation to our members. Guanyi mentally gave a thumbs up. Not bad, not bad. Official organizations are generous. We observed that you purchased something in the first issue of this phase's newsletter, but due to signal blocking, the purchase was unsuccessful. Therefore, we will refund your deducted points. As compensation, the items you previously purchased will be delivered free of charge. The relevant department promises that your lost titles and rewards will be restored upon your arrival in the new service area. Also, since you were treated unfairly on this section of highway, we will automatically fulfill our subrogation obligation and request a full map of this section from the relevant authorities as compensation. Please note that this map is for your personal use only, and may not be shared with anyone else. Guanyi. Beautiful. Anyone who wants to visit Ponzi Cave can do so. She's not serving you anymore. The above is the compensation plan agreed upon by all parties. Ms. Guanyi, do you accept it? After hearing this, it was finally her turn to speak. Guanyi thought for a moment and said, the association responded quickly and decisively. Thank you very much for your hard work. I have no problem with the compensation the association is offering me. Ligui beats Ligui, but that presupposes they know of the Ligui's existence. If this smuggling unit had been cautious and executed all those who knew about it, it's understandable that the Highway Mileage Association didn't know about it. The other party didn't need to compensate her. The one who should compensate her was the illegal smuggling organization, which had been apprehended, but one member was still at large. I'm also very satisfied with the full map, and rest assured, I won't share it. But I think the one who should compensate me the most is the illegal organization. They are the true perpetrators. I hope to obtain some of their assets, just as I did with Gang Bo and Gangja, and receive my own spiritual compensation from them. After saying this, Guanyi paused. She heard the rustling sound of writing on the other end of the line, and guessed that the woman was probably writing in her notebook. A few seconds later, the serious female voice appeared again. Please continue. Okay. Besides the financial compensation, I also want to know how they operate. It's not that I want to imitate them, I just want to understand and gain experience, so that if someone tries similar tricks on me again, I can react immediately. The request wasn't unreasonable, so the serious female voice on the other end agreed. She said she would do her best, but couldn't guarantee the outcome. Guanyi expressed her understanding and politely asked the caller's name. After receiving the reply from Liu Yu, she quickly hung up. The caller said the relevant department had closed and might not respond until tomorrow afternoon, but the Squirrel Express delivery would arrive shortly, so Guanyi was asked to check. Guanyi thought this was fantastic. With a map, she could quickly find the last stamp. Then, without having to wait for directions to the service area, she could drive there herself. Wait, could that illegal organization have tricked her here too? For example, she collected all the stamps, only to find she couldn't even get a map to the service area. The more Guanyi thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. This also explained why the relevant authorities had compensated her with a full map of this section of road. So, she was the unlucky soul destined to die here by the illegal organization. Guanyi, haha. Chapter 48. Squirrel Express arrived at 6:50 p.m., bringing Guanyi the compensation Liu Yu had promised. There were 2 boxes, one for the Highway Mileage Association and one for the relevant departments. Guanyi opened the Highway Mileage Association box first. After all, the relevant departments had only sent maps, which was a necessity but not a surprise. Gains: Signal Booster X5, Hand Crank Tornado X5, Level 2 Energy Synthesis Blueprint X6. Guanyi. Wow, she remembered that, except for the Signal Booster, the latter 2 were limited edition items. If she purchased them normally, she would only get one of each. Why were they sending her so many now? I clicked on each one multiple times because the purchase interface wasn't responding, and I gave up because nothing happened. Guanyi recalled her previous actions. If she had followed the normal process, the limited edition items would have been grayed out after purchase, making them unavailable for repurchase. However, due to the interface glitch, Her repeated clicks were recognized by the system, which was why she received so many. Of course, this could be compensation. Even though she could only buy one, they still sent her a copy based on the number of clicks. Again, an official organization, what a generous gesture. After praising the Highway Mileage Association, Guan Yi began to examine the freebies she received. Signal Booster Description: boosts your car's radio signal with built-in anti-blocking capabilities, ensuring you never miss a single message. Number of slots, 1. Weight, 1. Note: occasionally, some private radio stations from amateurs may be received. Drivers are advised to identify them. Hand Crank Tornado 03 Description: easy to operate and powerful. Once cranked, you create a 5-meter tall tornado. Please note that we cannot guarantee that any person or object blown away will remain unharmed. For this reason, we do not recommend using this device for any thrill-seeking behavior. Slots occupied, 1. Weight, 2. Level 2 Energy Synthesis Blueprint Instructions. Level 2 Energy offers more stable performance and longer-lasting output, suitable for any modified vehicle. Slots occupied, 1. Weight, 1. Materials, Level 1 Automotive Energy X2. This is a blueprint, not a production license. Does that mean once you learn it, you always master it? Guan Yi thought this blueprint might be similar to the disassembly she learned earlier. Once you learn it, you master it, without a limit on how many times you can use it. It's classified as a skill, not a production license. If that's the case, the extra blueprints can be sold. I'm tired of saying magnanimous. How about changing it to arrogant? The Highway Mileage Association's compensation refreshed Guan Yi's perception of it. After all, if an association were penniless, it would just play Tai Chi and pass the buck when it came to compensation, and would never deliver the supplies so decisively. After inspecting the items sent by the Highway Mileage Association and placing them in the car storage compartment, Guan Yi opened the envelope representing the relevant department and pulled out a thin map supplement sheet. Combining this with his own map, the darkened gray faded away like dust swept away by the wind, accompanied by a particle effect. The map before Guan Yi brightened completely. Wow, Ponzi Cave puts this map to shame. Before Guan Yi lay a multi-area overlay map. Simply put, the other party had clearly arranged Guan Yi's itinerary for the next few days. On the first day, I was in a Y-shaped area with 3 intersections. On the second day, I was in a X-shaped area with 4 intersections. On the third day, which is today, I was in a new area with 5 intersections. And so on. By the 7th map, the map was filled with densely packed forks, making it impossible for a normal person to find the correct route in just one day. Don't forget, there's still distance between roads. Driving alone wastes most of the time. Even if my intuition improves my accuracy a bit, this is still too much. The most outrageous thing was that there was a line of small text at the bottom of this map, indicating that it was specifically for Guan Yi. No one else's maps had more than 5 intersections. Guan Yi, damn it, I'm even more infuriated. Also, because she was using a special map, the people in the chat signal link were fake, but the person she saw at the entrance of the sealed building was real. After all, illegal organizations don't have the ability to reach out to everyone. This information came from a piece of paper attached to the map. It explained, in a very official tone, the reason for giving Guan Yi the map, and specifically stated that it wasn't compensation. After all, this was Guan Yi's bad luck, the equivalent of being kidnapped by criminals while peacefully walking down the street. The authorities would provide a rescue, but wouldn't compensate the victim for their emotional distress. So, they gave Guan Yi the map, hoping she could find her way out on her own, since she was trapped in a secluded section of the road deliberately created by the smuggling organization, and the relevant authorities were powerless to help. Or perhaps there was a way, but it was too cumbersome, and not worth it for Guan Yi's sake. Rather than using manpower and resources, it was much easier to just give players a map to follow. Fortunately, in addition to the numerous forks in the road, the map also marked all the stamp buildings. Guan Yi could find them tomorrow, and collect the final stamp. Then, following the route map, he rushed to the service area, ending his journey early. After finalizing his route for tomorrow, Guan Yi entered the chat channel. Long-awaited messages streamed in one after another, and the atmosphere was positive, not at all as depressing as before. Sure enough, there's a difference between real people and fake ones. Guan Yi sighed, restocking his previously unsold fishing rods and clay stoves, and skillfully advertised them in the chat channel. Guan Yi, fishing rods 50, 35 highway coins each. Clay stove 50, 50 highway coins each. Drinking water 20 bottles, 11 highway coins each. Additional car fuel, 5 highway coins each. As soon as the message was sent, Guan Yi switched back to the trading channel and discovered that the clay stoves and drinking water had sold out in mere seconds. Only 8 fishing rods had been sold. Perhaps not everyone had noticed the seal-shaped building by the river. Guan Yi wasn't in a hurry. The trading channel had a wide variety of items, and she actually found a few that she was looking for. They weren't particularly useful, but they soothed her spirit. For example, there was a water-driven game console with only 2 buttons, controlling the flow of water below the screen. The screen was transparent, revealing a series of colorful circles. Players pressed the buttons with varying degrees of force, causing the water to push the circles onto fixed pillars. Guan Yi had had such a game console as a child. It was a gift from a neighbor's sister when she stopped playing. It entertained her for an entire summer. The seller wanted to trade this for food or water, and the price wasn't too high, so Guan Yi traded 2 bottles of drinking water for it, along with a mooncake so hard it could kill someone. Hardness aside, this thing is rich in oil and sugar, making it a real relief food in a pinch. Guan Yi didn't think he'd been looking for long, but when he looked up, he realized night had already fallen. According to Lao Chong, all shops along the highway automatically block any strange objects, so no matter what they might do today, Guan Yi wouldn't be affected. After dinner, Guan Yi switched to the gray channel, and saw the wanted poster Lu Yu had mentioned. He decided to take down the person himself. FM 13 News. Reward number G19080 has been issued. Target, compiler. Charge, leader of an illegal smuggling organization, using the guise of the Highway Mileage Association to profit from others, and accused of indirectly killing at least 6 people. Last sighting, Misty Area, Highway 207. Status on the run. Reward, 1. 300 highway coins for providing valid clues. 2. 10,000 highway coins for capturing or rendering him incapacitated, or 1,000 highway coins plus a VIP service area ticket plus an engine blind box. Danger level, 1 star. Guan Yi, okay, foggy area. This guy is the one in charge. He's a smart criminal, probably not as reckless and impulsive as the Steele brothers. He probably won't escape on his own. So, with so many forked paths on this map, how can I find him? What a good question. Guan Yi decided to leave this question to his future self. At worst, he could just follow his intuition. Maybe he could find him. After all, my future self's reply said, believe in yourself, so let's just believe it. A silent night followed. The next day, Guan Yi was woken promptly by the 7 o'clock Asphalt Express. After defeating the illegal organization, she finally saw the news without garbled text again. Congratulations, 7 o'clock Asphalt Express, destruction countdown 9 minutes and 59 seconds, member points. Dear Guan Yi member, as of midnight on May 11th, your member points are 1824, and your mileage is 5,581.81, LV1. Please calculate your points accurately when using your account. If you reach a negative point, we will reclaim your assets at 7 o'clock the following day to offset your debt. Today's recommendation: brightening eye drops equals 5 points, drinking water equals 1 point, beef rice bowl equals 3 points. Highway News 1. The Highway Mileage Association is unique and does not have any suffixes or prefixes. Members, please be vigilant. If you discover any imposters, please report them by calling 001-4507-38701. We will award points based on the content of the report. 2. Relevant departments are strictly investigating imposters. If any members have been misled, please report them as soon as possible. 3. Hail will arrive in the coldest areas in 1 day. Members in these areas, please exercise caution. There are no limited edition items today, so I buy some eye drops and beef rice bowl. Guan Yi calculated her points and began another round of restocking. After the squirrel courier delivered the items, she immediately posted them on the trading channel. I must make up for all the lost time now. Today is already the 4th day. To prove my reputation as a conscientious merchant to the people on this server, I can't just resort to small tricks, I must shock them with quantity. So, people, driven mad by the almost invisible supply boxes, suddenly discovered a large quantity of eye drops and beef rice bowls on the trading channel. They'd never seen the former before, and while the latter was pricier than at the service area, it was on the highway, so just being able to buy it was good enough. What was there to complain about? This time, people finally noticed Guan Yi's name. Remembering that she had also released a wave of supplies yesterday, they sent her friend requests, hoping to be notified of the next goodies. Guan Yi, the trading broadcast friend list doesn't have a group message function or a moments function. You want me to notify you all one by one? I'd be exhausted to send them all, so forget it. Chapter 49. After selling a batch of goods that morning, Guan Yi said goodbye to Lao Chong and drove to the nearest seal building on the map, taking the artwork he had welded for her overnight. Today was her 4th day in this area. Guan Yi decided that once she got the final seal, she would begin using her intuition to track down the culprit. Whether she found him or not, she would stop searching on the 6th day and rush to the service area with all her might, continuing her quest for the top spot on this server. This time, I hope someone won't steal my spot, Guan Yi thought as she applied brightening eye drops to her eyes. These drops last for 2 hours, up to 3 times a day, with at least 2 hours between applications. The effects of eye drops have nothing to do with improving eye conditions like myopia, hyperopia, cataracts, and glaucoma. After all, everyone's bodies are digitized, so these problems naturally disappear. Even if someone wore glasses, Guan Yi felt that they should have a unique effect, just like the sunglasses in her hand. Eye drops are used to find supply boxes in fog. They don't enhance vision in fog, but they react to the beam of light from the supply boxes. Simply put, if there's nothing in the fog, you can't see clearly. But if there's a supply box, the person wearing the eye drops will instantly detect it. Of course, this doesn't mean that the eye drops can see objects several kilometers away. The range is limited to the range of vision when there's no fog. It's a fog-only item, so to speak. Yesterday, Guan Yi bought 50 bottles of eye drops and 50 servings of beef rice. She kept 10 of each for herself and listed the rest on the trading platform. Eye drops were priced at 75 highway coins per bottle, and beef rice bowls were 45 highway coins per serving. While these were more expensive than at the service area, they were on the highway, so being able to buy them was a plus. Even if they felt the price was high, it wouldn't slow them down in placing their orders. As for the drinking water, which cost 1 point, Guan Yi decided to buy it at the 7th station on the map. It was much more cost-effective than using points. Points were meant to be saved for special purchases. Although the prices for the few items offered daily were relatively low, Guan Yi felt that sooner or later she would need a large amount of points, so she decided to save them. With the help of the eye drops, Guan Yi finally found 2 boxes on the way to the seal building, 1 green and 1 white. Obtained, 1 wax paper sailboat, 1 blackout curtain, 1 carved high-back dining chair, 3 bottles of lemon tea, 5 slates, 1 loaf of bread that appears to have been gnawed, 1 car washing machine production license, 1 dirty scarf, 1 Jacksu card, 1 fire axe. Guan Yi looked at the supplies she had received. There was an increasing amount of miscellaneous items, while food, drink, and basic materials for crafting were becoming increasingly scarce. It seems that only a minority have enough to eat and drink. Guan Yi thought briefly and understood the connection. After all, this was a survival game. Perhaps a few people, like her, had other means of obtaining supplies, but the majority were undoubtedly struggling. We still need to increase the intensity of food and water distribution. Even though Earth was overpopulated, Guan Yi did not approve of Thanos' snap of his fingers. If possible, she hoped that more of her compatriots could reach Golden City and find their way home. If you have the ability, it would be best to find the person behind this game and eliminate them. Of course, Guan Yi hadn't considered doing this herself. This was a problem for the state to solve. She was just an ordinary person. Guan Yi was willing to trust the authorities. Before she arrived, all propaganda channels, television, radio, video platforms, and so on, had already been mobilized, broadcasting all sorts of survival techniques that might be used throughout the day, including but not limited to making fire in the wild, identifying directions, finding edible food, maintaining body temperature in extreme cold, self-rescue in the event of a disaster, and various self-defense techniques. It could be said that the state was frantically pumping knowledge into the people, desperate to cram it all into their brains. Everyone was diligently learning, but with so much panic, how much they could actually absorb was a matter of opinion. This is probably the case with the poor students of academically gifted parents. No matter how capable or anxious you are, you still won't learn what you're supposed to. Therefore, Guan Yi was very impressed by Ko Xia and her team's efforts to balance prices and regularly deliver supplies to the server, and was willing to be their conscientious supplier. Unfortunately, due to signal blocking, he had been unable to contact them. Yesterday, after the signal was restored, Guan Yi tried to contact Ko Xia again. While not unreachable, it was almost the same. Ko Xia had entered a normal server and was no longer with him. Guess I have to wait until we get to the service area. Although people on different servers didn't enter the same service area, that simply meant they couldn't meet in person. As long as they had the other person's contact information, they could not only communicate but also exchange supplies, though they would have to pay a fee. Guan Yi planned to continue exporting supplies to Ko Xia at a fair price. She would earn some hard-earned money in points, which would be cheaper than buying from the service area. Although it was the nearest seal building, Guan Yi drove for over 2 hours, arriving around 10 a.m. Rather than a building, it was more like a winding circular racetrack. The starting point was to the right of the entrance, and the finish line was to the left. Participants were required to park their vehicles in the parking spaces behind the starting line. Guan Yi counted 13 empty spaces, and it was already full. There are so many people here, Guan Yi sighed. Since there were no empty spaces, she planned to see what was going on. The seal building didn't proactively explain the rules to players. The cars on the track were a dazzling array of colors, as if this wasn't a survival game, but some kind of car expo. Her own red chaser looked completely out of place among them. After all, there was a flashy purple one over there, a deadly Barbie pink one over there, and next to it, a car spray-painted with the portrait of some unknown anime character, a real paint car. These colors weren't cheap, basic styles. Unless they gotten the spray paint or stickers from the supply boxes themselves, they definitely spent a fortune. Since they were willing to spend money on such a trivial matter, these people were no pushovers. Guan Yi figured they were probably, like herself, with some unknown identity or connections. This was interesting, Guan Yi thought. So far, she mostly met ordinary people. She rarely encountered players who could match her own skills. Guan Yi didn't have to wait long after arriving, only about a minute. As the lights above the track lit up, a multitude of spectators appeared out of thin air on both sides of the road. As a physical human, Guan Yi felt somewhat out of place amidst these gray shadows. They were shadows. If she accidentally passed through them or bumped into their limbs, they would mutter, "Be careful," or simply glare at her. If they were physical, Guan Yi could indeed move through them. As long as she could endure the protests and potential insults, she could squeeze through the crowd and make her way to the front. Guan Yi, that's not necessary. 1 minute after the lights came on, a large red countdown appeared in front of the participating cars, starting at 10 and ending at 1. With a piercing whistle, the 13 cars, already ready, roared out like arrows. My goodness, if the exhaust pipe hadn't been modified, no one would believe it. Guan Yi was annoyed by those Ghostfire racers who tinkered with their exhaust pipes and drove around the neighborhood late at night, disturbing everyone. So even when Carter had asked her if she wanted to make some noise, she had flatly refused. She hadn't expected to be the odd one out here. But now wasn't the time to dwell on the details. Guan Yi turned her attention to the racetrack, and then she felt something was amiss. Even if it was just for the stamp, there was no need to go this crazy, right? The track wasn't a racetrack at all. It felt more like a replay of her old chase with the Steele brothers. Drivers were throwing objects out of their windows, and suddenly poking the trunks of the cars ahead with spikes. It was like a cartoon Guan Yi had seen before, where a certain 4x4 team was equipped with parts designed to cause all sorts of accidents. In just 3 minutes, the scene was a horrific one. Not a single car's paint remained intact, especially the one with the 2D avatar, whose head had been completely worn away. The front and rear bumpers were particularly badly damaged. Some cars had lost their windshields, and the doors were severely dented, forcing drivers to exit from the side, if they managed to survive the race. The danger wasn't just from the other drivers. The course itself was also treacherous, with irregularly arranged stone pillars, regularly arranged lateral obstacles, occasional bursts of flames, and even elevator platforms that allowed vehicles to ascend directly onto the track in midair. In short, the scene was a scene of rampage, leaving Guan Yi, watching from the sidelines, stunned. She decided to wait until the results of the race were over, then make her escape. She came to retrieve the seal, not to die. She had the map in hand, with all the seal buildings marked on it, making the swap a breeze. When the shrill whistle blew again, signaling the official end of this thrilling match, Guan Yi pulled out her phone and checked. It had taken exactly 5 minutes. With the match over, the stadium and its surroundings transformed. The lights dimmed, the phantom spectators vanished, and the colorful cars, like Cinderella after midnight, all revealed their true forms. Whether they were vibrant purple, Barbie pink, or even 2D avatars, they vanished, replaced by ordinary colors, shabby cars, and exhausted drivers barely able to get out. Huh? Guan Yi counted the cars in the field. There were only 7, a mismatch from the original 13. But all the cars were there, and there was no wreckage. They couldn't have simply vanished. As Guan Yi pondered, she watched the drivers gather around a slowly descending trophy, lining up in some order she couldn't fathom, as the trophy, in turn, stamped the cards in their hands. So just participating gets you a stamp? But that's ridiculously uneconomical. Guan Yi glanced at the battered cars, doubting their durability. If they were under 20, repairing them would be a monumental challenge. Forget it. I'm leaving. This kind of activity just isn't for me. Guan Yi decisively drove off with Zhu Xia, only to find that they had somehow arrived inside the racetrack. The drivers who had been inside had been moved outside their cars and became spectators. Guan Yi, I hate forced participation really. Chapter 50. As Guan Yi paused in her parking space behind the starting line, the rules of the race course automatically entered her mind. It wasn't long, and it was simple and straightforward. 1. Participate in a 5-minute race, and ensure your vehicle's durability doesn't return to 0 after the race. Participants whose vehicle's durability returns to 0 will be randomly relocated to another location within the area. 2. The interval between races is 10 minutes, and the maximum number of vehicles participating in each race is 13. If there are insufficient players, NPC racers will fill the gap. 3. To make the race more enjoyable, each car will be virtually painted before the race begins. Different patterns and colors have different hidden effects. The paint effects will automatically be reclaimed after the race, and only the top 5 racers will retain them. NPCs participate in the ranking. 4. After the race, all racers remaining on the course will have the opportunity to receive a stamp, but only the top 3 in durability will receive additional rewards. Guan Yi. Oh, so this is the 5-minute battle royale. The course was so small, and there were all sorts of obstacles. It was obvious that even if there was competition among the NPC racers, she would be the priority target. Alright. I'm already here. Mainly, she couldn't leave even if she wanted to. Guan Yi had no choice but to accept this unfair clause. Being a competitor who arrived early to prepare didn't mean she didn't have any advantages. At least all the paint schemes were there, giving her first choice. That being said, why didn't those drivers just leave? Oh, that's not right. A few left. But for those who haven't left yet, do you really have to stay and watch the fun? Aren't you afraid that if you stay outside the arena, you get dragged into the next match? If the drivers knew what Guan Yi was thinking, they would definitely defend themselves. It's not that they don't want to leave, but they simply can't. All the cars left behind have a durability below 20, and they can't repair them without professional help. They wanted to leave the car first, but they were afraid that if they had to enter the arena later, the car would be destroyed without a driver. After all, with a paint job, the car can still be driven normally. If they were lucky enough to get a place, maybe the reward would include money to repair the car. Besides, the drivers also wanted to see Guan Yi suffer. Their previous group only had 3 NPCs, and they still lost 3 people. Now Guan Yi is alone. If no other cars come from behind, she will face 12 NPCs. It will be a fierce scene. They didn't necessarily want to see Guan Yi die, but simply hoped someone else would suffer the same fate as them. Perhaps when Guan Yi emerged and the car couldn't move, they might even offer a few words of comfort. The drivers were secretly anticipating the outcome, while Guan Yi was studying various paint schemes. The flashy purple one just now was for increased speed. The Barbie pink one would mount weapons on the front of the car, but this would also sacrifice some power and speed. The 2D avatar would sacrifice sensitivity for thicker armor, providing greater impact resistance. The armor is useless. The weapons look nice, but they're not very practical. The racecourse was a closed section, and unless the armor was stacked like an engineering vehicle, simply adding a little thickness would be useless. Weapons can be used for attack, but if you're surrounded, you're doomed. Guan Yi looked through the 13 paint jobs and ultimately chose one with flames emanating from the exhaust pipe, featuring a special effect called Boost. When the boost button is pressed, the vehicle propels forward at 500% of its current speed for 3 seconds, with a 1-minute cooldown. This means that even if Guan Yi uses it right at the start of a match, she can only use it 5 times at most. While it might seem useless compared to other permanent effects, Guan Yi felt it was the most suitable paint job for this match. Boost works at unexpected moments, and Guan Yi believed that the most important thing about being caught in a place like this was her driving discipline. Whether it was good luck or bad luck, Guan Yi didn't even see any new players appear until the cooldown ended and the NPCs arrived. The good news, she could drive with impunity however she pleased. The bad news, the NPC racers thought the same. Guan Yi was on the far left. In the lane next to her was the Barbie pink car with the drill bit. The driver also resembled a Barbie doll, with long, wavy pink hair and a delicate, fake face that looked unreal. The 10-second countdown began again. Guan Yi focused completely, stomping on the accelerator the moment the whistle sounded. Although the car had a new livery, it was still the familiar Zhu Xia. Guan Yi drove it effortlessly, needing no familiarity with the feel. For the first minute after the race began, everyone simply ran properly on the track. Occasional collisions, squeezes, and cutoffs were considered normal. From the second minute on, the road conditions became increasingly complex, with various piers, piles, and ascending and descending mechanisms all activated, and the occasional roar of flamethrowers could be heard. As Guan Yi had anticipated, the NPC racers attacked indiscriminately, but if she was among the surrounding targets, they would always target her first. 1 second, A had just collided with B. Then A and B, seeing Guan Yi, temporarily put aside their grudges and joined forces to attack her. Guan Yi could only initiate a rapid thrust, allowing the two pieces of the cookie to collide before being sandwiched together. Then, using this momentum, Guan Yi charged directly up the slope, which was at least 70 degrees, leaving behind the string of cars behind her and reaching the track on the second floor. Compared to the chaotic car battle below, this place was much quieter, and she only had 4 cars racing around. Guan Yi, Speaking of which, this is a game where whoever has more health wins, so why does she have to run around all the time, instead of wandering back and forth? Why not find a spot where she can attack or defend, and reap the benefits? With an idea in mind, Guan Yi began to look around, and surprisingly, she actually found a good spot. It's a little dangerous though. If you're not careful, you could fall and lose a lot of health. Luckily, Zhu Xiao's health is 800, significantly higher than others at the start, and after all that trouble, it only lost 110. Compared to those cars that start with 300 or 500 health, Guan Yi thinks she can afford to be extravagant. Now 2.5 minutes have passed. Perhaps because Guan Yi, the target of the concentrated fire, has disappeared from the first floor, the NPCs have begun to attack indiscriminately, bumping into each other, no one caring about running circles, turning the race into a bumper car brawl. No wonder the shadowy spectators outside were so excited. It was thrilling, truly thrilling. If Guan Yi hadn't been a part of the game, she'd have joined in the cheering, rooting for her favorite player. But now, she better wait for the rapid advance cooldown to end, then go hide in the spot she'd chosen. This wasn't the time to show off her skills, and Guan Yi didn't think she had any skills to show off. She was a travel blogger, not an F1 driver, let alone the annual champion of the amusement park bumper car race. Better to stay low. The spot Guan Yi had her eye on was on the first floor, the fire-breathing trapezoids. They were a row of pillars that appeared out of thin air, arranged in order from longest to shortest, forming a right-angled trapezoidal pattern that was narrow in front and wide in the back. The pillars' flame-spraying nozzles faced the track, just high enough to reach the car windows. If a driver left their window open, they might get sprayed directly into their heads. Any vehicle caught in the flames would experience a 15-second burning effect. When the scorch effect is active, the vehicle's exterior will appear to be on fire, and its durability will decrease every second. Guan Yi didn't know the exact amount, nor did she want to know. For this reason, few vehicles actively approached this area, and there were no leverage points around the pillars. The only way to reach this location was to jump from the second floor. Furthermore, this required the vehicle to possess a certain amount of thrust and the ability to precisely control the direction. Guan Yi had thrust, so she only needed to wait another 8 seconds for the rapid thrust cooldown to be over. This function was calculated based on speed, so as long as the vehicle's speed was moderate, it wouldn't fly over the platform. Of course, she couldn't go too slow, otherwise she wouldn't have enough thrust and would miss the platform. As for controlling the direction, Guan Yi decided to wait for an opportunity. She remembered watching the last match. 3 minutes into the match, a black fog would erupt from the field, artificially creating areas with blurred vision. Of course, everyone would try their best to avoid those areas. The field was quite large, so circumventing them was just a bit more effort, not impossible. Zhu Xiao's engine was from the Isla series, which had a built-in 15% accuracy bonus in areas with blurred vision. With this, combined with her foresight, Guan Yi felt she had at least a 50% chance of winning. More and more cars were rushing up to the second floor, and Guan Yi was tired of dodging them. Even though Zhu Xiao had an initial 800 durability, she couldn't withstand the onslaught of all the vehicles. She had already lost 312 durability, and her damage was almost halfway through. Thankfully, 3 minutes into the match, the black fog appeared as expected, and in the same position as before, untouched by the player changes. Let's go for it. Guan Yi used a drift to shrug off a bulky, Barbie pink car behind her, its trunk scraping against the other car's drill with a sharp, creaking sound. Guan Yi had no time to care. Before another car could approach, she clung to her seat back and activated the rapid thrust effect again. With 500% of her current speed boost, Zhu Xiao took off directly from the second floor platform. The black fog Guan Yi was waiting for happened to be in the latter half of this aerial journey, partially overlapping the flamethrower platform. So, when Zhu Xiao was halfway through her flight, Guan Yi decisively turned off the engine, abruptly terminating the rapid thrust effect, and continued her flight solely on inertia. Guan Yi had deliberately tried it before, confirming that turning off the engine truly interrupted the rapid thrust effect, before she dared to use this method now. When he first flew out, Guan Yi had already aimed at the flamethrower platform. Combined with the passive bonus of the eyeless engine, with a loud bang, Zhu Xiao narrowly landed on the flamethrower. Guan Yi breathed a sigh of relief and quickly engaged the parking brake, daring not to move. At that moment, Zhu Xiao's right front wheel was suspended in the air, and the left front wheel was also slightly exposed. A little more momentum would have sent it plummeting. Guan Yi clutched his pounding heart, gasping for air as he waited for the adrenaline to subside. What a close call, but it was truly thrilling. Chapter 51. Guan Yi chose a perfect position, neither above nor below. Regardless of the paint schemes on the cars, it would be difficult for them to get close to her. From above, that was fine, they couldn't jump that far. From below, the flamethrowers were almost flush with the car windows, making it impossible for the cars to get in. Shove them from the side? Sorry, there's a wall on this side, and a flamethrower on that side. Bumping them from the front and back was a good idea, but as I mentioned earlier, the flamethrowers were flush with the car windows, and Guan Yi was naturally positioned above them. If they wanted to hit them, they would have to use the upper half of their own windshields. If they did that, it was hard to say who would lose durability. While Guan Yi was still feeling the adrenaline rush, the drivers outside were already stunned. It was the same racetrack, the same paint scheme, the same crazy, reckless NPCs. But their match had far fewer NPCs than this one, so why did the gameplay feel different? Is it really like your game, my game, never the same? If bugs can be exploited so easily, what was the point of their desperate struggle just now? Forget it, we can't do it. Someone calmly pointed out Guan Yi's advantages. She entered the game first, had priority for paint, and she was alone. What's wrong with being alone? Someone unconvinced interjected, if I had chosen that paint, I could do it too. The person who spoke first sneered, being alone means no one is holding us back. We don't have to deal with NPCs and idiotic teammates. Who are you calling idiotic teammates? The person who had been unconvinced suddenly became anxious. I haven't even said anything about you guys yet. You agreed to fight the NPCs together, but at the crucial moment, none of you showed up, afraid of losing durability. As a result, everyone else lost all their durability and got teleported away, with no idea whether they were dead or alive. The person who spoke first didn't bother to pay attention to him, not even watching the rest of the game. She closed the car window and began browsing the chat, trying to find a solution to her durability dropping below 20. If she couldn't find it, Zhu Yin couldn't help but chuckle. Her gaming career would probably be over. But she couldn't completely lose hope. She figured, there's always a silver lining, a way out. She couldn't give up hope before the final outcome. For example, if she were transported back to the arena, perhaps the vehicle's durability would be reset during the repaint, and if she was careful, she could leave safely. Or perhaps, those who were transported away wouldn't necessarily meet with misfortune. Perhaps there was a repair shop somewhere near the location they were transported to. Zhu Yin consoled herself, returning her gaze to the arena. With less than a minute left until the end of the match, perhaps she could wait for the girl to come out and ask her for help. Guan Yi's first half of the match was fraught with danger, but the second half was relatively peaceful. After 5 minutes, she, as the player with the highest durability, received the championship prize. Incidentally, the top 3 finishers in that match were all NPCs. Their initial durability was higher than the players, and since they were playing on their home turf, it would be a stretch not to claim a place. Following the process she had just witnessed, Guan Yi first stamped her stamp card before receiving the champion's rewards. Received 1 gold medal, 1 rapid advanced paint job, 500 highway coins, 3 durability booster packs. Guan Yi, wow. She wasn't sure if the medal was made of pure gold, but it felt heavy in her hand. On the front was a simple bird's eye view of the outdoor competition field, and on the back was a line of small inscription. Road Racing, Endurance Station, Champion, number 357012. Guan Yi, It's already ranked at 350,000. This championship is so worthless. As long as you don't show anyone the back, it's still pretty impressive. I keep it for now. It's a real medal after all. As the only player in the arena, once she collected her reward, the match was completely over. Guan Yi and her car were teleported out, but the others outside were not teleported in. Two possibilities. 1. There's a waiting period for re-entry. 2. This is a one-time event, with only one chance for each participant. Either way, it didn't matter to Guan Yi. She planned to leave before the cooldown ended. With the championship already secured, she had no interest in breaking a non-existent endurance record. As soon as Guan Yi emerged, she was surrounded by drivers, who asked directly or indirectly what the championship reward was, and whether there were any items that could repair endurance, something they were willing to pay for. Guan Yi showed them her medals, here, along with the agreed-upon paint job and bonus. The durability booster packs were valuable. She planned to keep them for herself, and had no intention of selling them. After all, while the coordinates of the old gun shop were real, she still had to be able to drive there. If for some reason they were stranded, the durability booster packs would at least save their lives. However, Guan Yi didn't intend to leave these people alone. She had other ways to help, limited to the service area, but they would just have to pay a small price. These days, what's a problem if it can be solved with money? Originally, after Guan Yi mentioned the reward, the drivers were disappointed. Some even sat down on the ground, seemingly devastated. Some also looked at Guan Yi with distrust, believing she was hiding the reward because she didn't want to save them. If the storage compartment wasn't accessible only to the person, someone might have been tempted by the treasure and taken it. Those with similar ideas gathered together, mumbling, occasionally glancing at Guan Yi, seemingly discussing how to force her to hand over the items after subduing her. In any case, their car couldn't move anymore, and they would be stuck on this server until the reset after the 7-day period. So why watch a winner leave triumphantly? Beep. A car horn suddenly blared, and Zhu Yan leaned out the window, shouting at Guan Yi, "Champion, stay in your car. Be careful, someone might have ulterior motives." Zhu Yan's group had 10 participants in total. 3 of them had lost all their stamina and were teleported away. 2 more left with stamina above 20, leaving 5, including her. 2 of the 5 people huddled together, muttering, while the other 2 returned to their car. They didn't seem to be meddling, but she was worried about Guan Yi, fearing he'd get into trouble. It wasn't that Zhu Yan was particularly enthusiastic, but rather that she felt that since Guan Yi had won the championship, and his car was a very rare off-road jeep in the game, he must have resources or connections. It's better to help someone in need than to simply add icing on the cake. She was just giving him a heads up, perhaps earning him some goodwill. If Guan Yi had something that could repair a durable item, he might be willing to help her. As for the possibility of Guan Yi ignoring her after the reminder, Zhu Yan didn't think it was a big deal, it was just a simple word. As for whether those people would retaliate, she didn't care. No one could leave, and the car was safe, so she hid inside, unconvinced those cowards could break in unarmed. Even if they did break in, a fierce glint flashed in Zhu Yan's eyes. She wasn't completely without self-defense tools, and who knew who would win? Zhu Yan was confident that after years of experience in the workplace, she had some discernment. If Guan Yi was truly the lone wolf, who cared nothing for anyone, she wouldn't have answered those questions about the championship prize. Since she had answered and was willing to show them her medal, aside from the desire to show off, it meant she was at least open to communication. Since they could communicate, she wasn't the type to be difficult to deal with. While the various thoughts seemed complex, they were simply a matter of spinning through Zhu Yan's mind, allowing her to analyze the best response at the moment. Guan Yi didn't let Zhu Yan's overtures go to waste, smiling broadly in response. "Thank you. Excuse me, but why aren't you leaving?" Zhu Yan, facing the 2 men's jealous gazes, pointed to his car. "I can't move. My durability is below 20. Guan Yi nodded. "As expected," she said, "where do all those brave people come from? It turns out they can't move. Do you need my help?" Guan Yi asked Zhu Yan, "The waiting time is almost up, and I'm ready to leave. Do you want to stay for the next round?" Zhu Yan shook his head. "I don't want to challenge the next round unless there's absolutely no other way. I can help you." Guan Yi drove Zhuxia in front of Zhu Yan's car, and, facing the other's gazes, calmly got out. "Do you have a rope or something similar? I can help you tow the car back to the road." When she left Old Gun Number 2, she not only took away the artwork she always struggled to understand, but also received a new business card. This card bore neither a hunter's mark nor actual coordinates, but it did have a public phone number. Besides vehicle repairs, it also offered towing services. In Old Gun Number 2's words, while all the shells were the same person, each one had its own unique experience. Just because the previous old gun didn't have a business doesn't mean the next one won't. Of course, this public phone number only applies to Old Gun Number 2's shop. It might not work in other areas. Hearing Guan Yi's words, Zhu Yan perked up. "I have a rope." Guan Yi nodded. While there's still time, I get you out of the waiting area. She was helping Zhu Yin because he had shown her goodwill, and Guan Yi was willing to help him to the best of her ability. Of course, she still wanted the hard work fee. But it could wait. She believed Zhu Yin was smart enough not to refuse the payment. Zhu Yin fetched the rope, and Guan Yi prepared a tow hook, screwing it into the designated space behind his car. The previous chopped pepper fish head didn't have one, but Zhu Xia, a high-performance off-road jeep, came with not only a spare tire, but also a tow hook. Zhu Yin's car was still a regular hatchback, lacking a tow hook, but thankfully, after opening the cover under the bumper, he still found the reserved space. Each of them tied one end of the rope. Guan Yi had already mastered it, while Zhu Yin had learned it from the National Emergency Training video. Although his movements were a little rusty, his steps were correct. Then, Guan Yi and Zhu Yin each got into their respective cars and, in front of the other four, slowly drove away from the arena, far away from them. The two men who had previously planned to rob Guan Yi rushed over, their eyes red and weapons drawn. Their target this time wasn't Guan Yi, but the rope connecting the two cars, making it clear that if they couldn't escape, neither could Zhu Yin. Then, they were hit on the head by last year's mooncake thrown by Zhu Yin. The one closest to them was even hit on the head by a baguette. Guan Yi, watching this in the rearview mirror, thought, "Oh, so I'm not the only one who opens those expensive things." My mind suddenly felt more balanced. Chapter 52. Guan Yi drove Zhu Xia steadily, pulling Zhu Yin out of the arena. She estimated it herself. But she didn't dare go too far, fearing she might accidentally stray completely from the sealed building and cause him to disappear. "Here's the phone number for a car repair shop." After parking the car, Guan Yi said to Zhu Yin, who was approaching, "They offer towing services." Zhu Yin immediately understood Guan Yi's implication and said readily, "Please contact them for me. I pay. I don't have many highway coins left. Can I trade them for something else?" Guan Yi, "What?" Zhu Yin seemed to have already thought of the answer. 3 fresh steamed buns and a bottle of iced cola, okay? The food and drinks were expensive. A single 3 fresh steamed bun would sell for at least 8 highway coins. Coke, especially iced, would even be sold for 20 highway coins on the trading channel. After all, only iced cola has sold. Guan Yi agreed, primarily because she wanted some steamed buns. Besides, the offer seemed genuine for a simple tow of a few hundred meters and a phone call. Seeing Guan Yi's agreement, Zhu Yin, unfazed by her refusal, simply handed over the buns and cola. Then, he stood outside the car, eagerly awaiting Guan Yi's call. What could Guan Yi say? In front of the other party, she pulled out her phone and dialed Old Gun No. 2's business line. Then, she put the line on speaker and let Zhu Yin speak to Old Gun No. 2. The reason was simple. This was a business line, to be used only for business. Guan Yi couldn't use it to discuss personal matters with Old Gun No. 2, doing so would be a violation. Although Lao Chong didn't mention the consequences of violating the rules, judging by the other party's expression, they were likely serious. That's why Guan Yi was merely acting as a phone lender at this point, leaving Zhu Yin, who truly needed the phone, to communicate with Lao Chong himself. I have to be careful next time, Guan Yi silently reminded herself, not to pick up calls from others without hesitation. She had no intention of ripping Zhu Yin off, and before calling, she warned him not to talk about irrelevant topics. But what if someone was trying to scam her? Better be careful. Zhu Yin had seen someone selling phones at the service area, but the prices were too high, she couldn't afford them. Now that she saw Guan Yi had one, she was even more convinced of his mastery. She didn't want to waste Guan Yi's phone bill, so she briefly explained her situation and the license plate number before ending the call. Lao Chong would need time to arrive, Guan Yi said, taking the opportunity to borrow a rope from Zhu Yin and prepare to return to the sealed building to discuss business with the two people who hadn't participated in the attack. It's the same whether you herd 1 sheep or 2. Old Gun will be here soon anyway, so consider this a business introduction. As for the two who wanted to attack him, Guan Yi had no intention of doing business with them. Some things can be considered mentally, after all, thinking about them isn't illegal. But if they were to actually act on them, it would already be a crime. Guan Yi wouldn't actively punish these people in place of the law, but she wouldn't offer a hand to save them either. Let them stay here. Trash games and trash go together quite well. At this point, the CD for the next round of entry had expired, but the cars parked within the entry area hadn't moved, confirming Guan Yi's suspicion. This was a one-time game. At least those who received the stamp couldn't re-enter. This would make things much easier, Guan Yi thought. She could just let them wait here for Lao Chong, and she wouldn't have to bother towing the other car out. Because the two sides were not far apart, the people left behind couldn't hear Guan Yi and Zhu Yan's conversation, but they could clearly see her turn the car around and drive back. Everyone immediately became excited, including the two who had attacked Guan Yi. You too, do you want a tow truck? If so, offer something or money in exchange. Make your own offer, and I call a tow truck for you if I think it's a good deal. Guan Yi wasn't as easygoing with them as she was with Zhu Yan. She had no intention of forcing them to die, but she didn't think she could easily get a tow truck. How about 80 highway coins? I'm so broke. Guan Yi shook her head. She didn't think it was feasible. Zhu Yan's thank you fee could fetch that much, and it might even be unsaleable. You can add something else. I accept supplies, not just highway coins. After saying that, Guan Yi glanced at the time on her phone and added, I can stay here for another 5 minutes. If the price isn't right, I have to leave. Appropriate countdowns can help people make decisions quickly. It's like shopping during a live stream. When the streamer starts the countdown, a wave of people who are still wavering will get anxious and buy something they don't really need. I trade you a simple shower stall, okay? Another person offered their low price. The one listed in the trading channel, I sell it for 200 highway coins. It's in stock now. If you agree, I give you one. Guan Yi entered the trading channel, took a look, and happily agreed. This was exactly what she needed, and it was a good deal. So, she called Lao Chang's business phone number again, and he arranged a time for the tow truck to arrive. Guan Yi then received her own makeshift shower, which she planned to install in the trunk that night. Seeing her fellow sufferer successfully communicate, the person who had initially made a rejected offer began to panic. Seeing Guan Yi constantly checking his phone, as if he was about to leave, she gritted her teeth and bleed. 170 highway coins. If that's not enough, forget it. I need to save some for food and water. Otherwise, even if I leave, I die of hunger and thirst on the road. Guan Yi looked at the man's droopy face, figuring he was telling the truth, so she nodded, agreeing to the deal. After the call, Guan Yi prepared to drive away. The two men hesitated, as if wanting Guan Yi to wait until the tow truck arrived, but not daring to stop him. At that moment, the man and woman who had attacked Guan Yi approached. The man was carrying an axe, the woman a nail gun. They dropped all pretense, clearly intending to use force to force Guan Yi to hand over his phone number. We thought we were out of options, but you come back just for 2 business deals. Even if we offered to do business with you, you refuse, right? The man's eyes flashed with frenzied malice. He gripped the axe handle tightly, as if ready to strike at Guan Yi if he made the slightest move. Would Guan Yi care? Of course not. She didn't even bother to pay attention to them, simply ignoring them and charging forward. If they wanted to hide, they could. If they didn't, forget it. Anyway, no matter how hard the axe pounded, it wouldn't reduce Jusha's health below 20. Let him be. As for whether she hurt the other person, haha. The axeman, furious and helpless, was knocked down by the car while trying to stop Guan Yi. The axe in his hand swung back like a boomerang, hitting him, causing him to howl and clutch his wound, unable to get up for a long time. The nail gun woman did find opportunities to fire a few times, with good aim, even embedding a nail into the car wall. After all, Jusha's durability had dropped significantly after the previous match, and the car was somewhat battered. But that was all. Jusha's exhaust fumes sprayed the nail gun woman in the face. When she turned around to find a new outlet, cursing, she found that the two men had already retreated into the car, not even leaving the driver's seat, but going straight to the trunk, leaving her no chance to vent her anger. After all, the nail gun has a limited number of shots. Even if it falls to the ground, it can only be recycled as material, not directly converted into usable nails. Although the situation was desperate, the nail gun girl still wanted to retain some uses. She firmly believed she could find a solution to the durability issue, and couldn't give up hope just yet. The tow truck arrived quickly. As Guan Yi returned to Zhu Yan's location, she saw 2 beams of light appear in the fog. Behind them, the outline of a tall vehicle could be vaguely discerned. When the truck got closer, Guan Yi saw it was an extra-long trailer, the kind that could hold at least 3 or 4 vehicles. The driver wasn't Old Gun, but a burly, one-eyed man. Guan Yi didn't recognize him, and he showed no interest in getting acquainted. After getting out of the car, the one-eyed man checked his name and license plate number with Zhu Yan, who was nearest to him, before continuing toward the stadium to meet his 2 other clients. Guan Yi paused to see if they even picked up the couple they hadn't called. However, she saw them approach, but the burly man simply pushed them away. He remained unmoved by anything they said, clearly only serving those with pre-booked reservations. That makes sense, come to think of it. If they were to see one after another, no matter how big the car was, it wouldn't be enough. Seeing the result she was hoping for, Guan Yi didn't hesitate any longer. After exchanging friends with Zhu Yin, she drove Zhuxia towards the 7th station. Guan Yi planned to resell some supplies first, then rely on her intuition to find the one who had slipped through the net. She already had 4 stamps, and the route to the service area was marked on the map. As long as she gave herself enough time, she could once again reach the service area first. Checking the time, it wasn't even 11 a.m. The nearest 7th station was about 700 kilometers away. At Zhuxia's speed, she should be able to reach it before dark. After all, the road was thick with fog, making it impossible to reach a full 180 kilometers per hour. Guan Yi estimated that even with the added benefit of the tactical headlights, she could only reach 140 kilometers per hour, which would be enough to reach the 7th station. Leaving the seal building, Guan Yi was once again on her own. She opened the window, letting the wind and engine noise into the car. She stopped glancing at the map and relaxed, letting her intuition guide her. Guan Yi had a hunch that if her intuition diverged from the map's route, it might mean she was getting closer to the fish that had slipped through her net. The 7th station was fixed, but the fish had legs. Guan Yi didn't hesitate for a second, whether to chase the person first or go to the station first. With this in mind, at the next fork in the road, Guan Yi followed her instinct without hesitation and took the 3rd fork from the left, rather than the rightmost fork leading to the 7th station. Since the choice has been made, Guan Yi thought, let her see if she can catch the fish at this fork in the road. Chapter 53. Guan Yi found the guy in the remains of a half-ruined gas station. Initially, she was simply drawn to this largely intact building, thinking it might hold some interesting items, like supplies that hadn't been completely discarded, or notes left by NPCs. What if there were anything related to the memory fragments? After all, such intact buildings are rare in the wild. Then, she came to inspect the heavily rusted gas station. Rather than calling it a gas station, a liquid energy station would be a more appropriate term. This game world doesn't use gasoline. Instead, cars are propelled by an energy source Guan Yi didn't understand. A brick-sized object, light, yet capable of driving a car for a long time. Level 2 energy blocks are the same size and weight as level 1 energy blocks, but their color has darkened slightly, turning the originally light brown energy blocks dark brown, making them easily distinguishable to the naked eye. Guan Yi paced around the gas station, like she was playing a real-life puzzle game, trying to find a key to open a door, or a knocker to use to knock. That's why some puzzle games are fun, while others seem like an insult to your intelligence. Guan Yi searched for any missing energy or hidden supply boxes while complaining about the puzzle game she played. I can knock on the door with my hands, but I have to find the knocker. I have a fruit knife, but I have to find a card to poke the door open. Huh? Guan Yi felt something was amiss. The area she just passed was covered in dust, leaving behind a tangled mess of footprints. Although there was dust in the area ahead, the marks weren't quite right. It felt like someone had walked through, noticed footprints, and hurriedly swept them up. Guan Yi narrowed her eyes, pulled out the fire axe she unboxed earlier, and cautiously approached the small hut that might once have been used for selling goods. For women, a heavy axe isn't the best self-defense weapon. The nail guns used by women earlier, and the power saws that rotate with a single pull are fine. In short, the higher the level of technology, the less cumbersome it is for women. But Guan Yi was different. She added 1 point to her strength. It was only after adding strength that Guan Yi understood why everyone's stats were fixed at 5, and why the system was so stingy with attribute points. Guan Yi's current strength was comparable to that of a regular adult male, perhaps even more so. After all, not all men could smash through a block of wood with a single punch. Note, this is solid wood, not the kind a child could split. Guan Yi's only recollection was Captain America tearing a log apart with his bare hands. And that was a movie plot, not reality. Guan Yi currently only has 1 point of strength added, not even 4 times the strength of Captain America in the setting, but it's still more than enough to wield a fire axe. To put it simply, using game data to describe it, it's roughly like this. Engineer shovel, attack 9 to 15, attack speed 1.7. Fruit knife, attack 2 to 7, attack speed 1.3. Fire axe, attack 23 to 28, attack speed 2.5. The fire axe needs to be retracted after each attack, so the cooldown is quite long, but using it like a fruit knife is quite fun. For Guan Yi now, the fire axe was like a fruit knife. Guan Yi, clutching her fruit knife, leaned halfway against the wall of the hut, her ear pressed close to the ground, listening for any sounds within. It was very quiet, not like anyone was around. Guan Yi lowered her eyes, pondered for a few seconds, and decided to go in. But soon, she realized she couldn't get in. The door seemed locked, and with her current strength, she couldn't pull it open. Of course, to avoid making a fool of herself, Guan Yi tried pushing it inward, pulling it like a sliding door, or rolling it up like a rolling shutter. However, despite trying left, right, up, and down, she still couldn't get it open. I'm going in anyway. The hut itself had no windows, but the door wasn't entirely made of iron. Guan Yi took out the corrosive substance she obtained from the giant frog, found the part with wood properties, and smeared it directly on the door. The bright blue corrosive substance bubbled as it devoured its food, making a sizzling sound. In just over 10 seconds, it had completely devoured the wooden portion of the door. However, it also consumed a great deal of it. Guan Yi glanced at the remaining fragments on the ground. They were only about the size of a fingernail, so there was no need to collect them again. The door was corroded, and light rushed into the large cavity, allowing Guan Yi to clearly see most of the scenery inside. In fact, there wasn't much to see. The furniture inside was sparse, and most of it had fallen to the ground, making it almost impossible for the figure standing against the wall to escape. Don't be impulsive. We can talk. As if knowing he couldn't escape, the man spoke before Guan Yi could say anything. His voice was cold, yet it had an indescribable stickiness. Guan Yi had a feeling she had to keep this man quiet, or else his words would entangle her like a python stalking its prey, slowly strangling her. Who are you? What are you doing here? Guan Yi asked. Don't lie to me. I can tell if you're lying. She couldn't, but she could pretend to be. As long as she was firm, the other person would be somewhat swayed. I'm a homeless scavenger. The man raised his hands, indicating he was unarmed. Are you a traveler? Can you give me some food and water? I'd pay you. Guan Yi was skeptical. You're a scavenger, what can you give me? You're trying to trick me into giving me water with garbage? You're too good to be true. I used to be a wealthy man. I've fallen into this situation because of persecution. When I left home, I took some things with me. They should be worth something in the market. As if to avoid Guan Yi's belief, the man pulled something out of his pocket, stepped closer, and showed Guan Yi his palm. The meager light shone on the man's palm, gleaming with a golden glow. It was gold. Or some other gold product. That was Guan Yi's first thought, and then she became even more alert. This man just brought out the gold. Isn't he afraid that I'd be tempted by the money and kill him? I have baguettes and bread to sell you, and a few bottles of drinking water too. Come out and get them. Guan Yi pretended to be attracted by the gold and turned toward the car, seemingly to get the man's supplies. In reality, Guan Yi had been keeping an eye on the man behind her. When she heard the subtle sound of a door opening, she turned abruptly and made eye contact with the man who had just emerged. Only then did Guan Yi notice the man was wearing a dark gray uniform with epaulets, the pattern on which was clearly the Highway Mileage Association emblem. Okay, now it was confirmed this was the guy he'd been waiting for. Damn it! I should have saved a few bottles of questionable bitter almond tea. Back then, he was so short of money that he lost the opportunity to defeat the enemy without a single blow. Guan Yi couldn't help but sigh in regret, now having to resort to a less civilized solution. Don't follow me. Just stand there while I get some food and water. If you follow me, I won't trade with you. If the man was a fake Highway 207 operative who slipped through the cracks, he should have studied him, at least known what he looked like. But according to Liu Yu's feedback, the compiler, now on the run, probably didn't know the specific reasons for his organization's downfall. So, the man wouldn't know that Guan Yi had received a wanted order and was searching the map for him. That's good, Guan Yi thought. Even if they were wary of him, there were limits. They were more likely trying to trick him. If that were the case, it would be much easier. Next, all that remained was to confirm his identity. While the uniform was already telling, what if he had picked it up? Guan Yi didn't want to kill a good person. Although the scavenger she remembered was also a wanted criminal, his recent whereabouts should have been in a cold zone, not a foggy one. Guan Yi concluded that this person couldn't be Soba, unless NPCs had some kind of cross-server travel method unknown to players. The compiler acted very obediently, as if he were truly a persecuted individual, who could only survive by scavenging. When Guan Yi told him not to get any closer, he remained where he was, showing no intention of following. Guan Yi grabbed 2 bottles of drinking water and took out the mooncakes, bread, and baguette she picked up earlier. She did this simply, so they wouldn't break if they fell to the ground during the fight, preserving their flavor. Though she didn't want to eat them. The only remaining problem was how to confirm the other person was the one she was looking for. This wasn't difficult, actually. Guan Yi decided to have a frank conversation with the man, taking advantage of the moment when he had a baguette in his left hand, drinking water in his right, and a bread stuck between his armpits. "Compiler," Guan Yi called out suddenly. The man didn't look up, but from Guan Yi's perspective, she could clearly see his neck stiffen for a few seconds, as if he suppressed the instinct to raise his head and respond. "You got the wrong person." The pretense vanished, and the compiler's tone became cold. "Thank you for the deal. Can I leave now?" Guan Yi smiled, swinging his fire axe like a baseball player. "Then," she replied sincerely, "I don't think so. Not until I find out who you are." The compiler's eyes flickered. He had always been the brains of the organization, not a crude thug. His physical fitness was average, and he probably couldn't defeat the guy in front of him in a head-on fight. Even if he didn't know Guan Yi very well, he at least knew that Guan Yi was the first person to arrive at the service area on server 100. Even if there were 100 first-place finishers in 100 servers, she was still the best in terms of speed. That's why they chose her as their target this time. They weren't just interested in the first-place prize, but also in their desire to prevent the other party from continuing to rise. I tried to persuade them, the compiler thought, but unfortunately, they offered too much. The boss was obsessed with profit, completely ignoring the risks. "Let's make a deal." The compiler put down the food and water in his hands, and pulled a black wooden box from his messenger bag. "This is for you. It contains all the inside information about this transaction. I was planning to use it to collect hush money after this section of road was closed. I give it to you now, and we're even, okay?" Guan Yi sniffed. The unpleasant stickiness returned. This person was lying. Guan Yi smiled at the compiler, then suddenly opened her mouth and exhaled forcefully. Instantly, a massive blast of flame, comparable to a fireball, erupted from her mouth. Spicy finger biscuits, useful, but not delicious. Thinking about the taste of the bitter almond tea, Guan Yi felt that the game officials really needed to find a new flavor connoisseur. Chapter 54. The compiler wailed amidst the flames. The wooden box in his hand clanked to the ground, the lid popping open, and the smoke inside escaping. The spicy finger biscuits lasted 5 minutes, but the effect wasn't continuous. During this time, he could speak normally, but only when he made a forceful puff of air would flames burst from his mouth. Guan Yi ate the finger biscuits while returning to the car to retrieve supplies. If she had eaten them in front of the other party, it would have aroused suspicion, and she might not have been able to puff as beautifully as she did now. She simply didn't believe the other party would be honest in the transaction. The moment she saw the black box, Guan Yi was already on high alert. Just as she had tricked the compiler had also tricked her. Their plans were in perfect sync, the only difference being that one succeeded while the other failed. Guan Yi switched from a fire axe to an engineer's shovel. After all, a shovel could knock someone unconscious, but a single blow with the axe could turn him into a headless horseman. In other words, the compiler could be headless, but not now. The compiler was a civilian, after all. When the engineer's shovel slammed him down, he felt a mixture of pain and disbelief. He knew his words could be very persuasive, so he prepared various arguments in advance. As soon as the other party responded, he could quickly select the most appropriate direction. Alas, Guan Yi refused to listen. The compiler had also considered this possibility, so he prepared the black wooden box. Whether the other party took it personally or let him place it on the ground and step away, he could manipulate the mechanism inside, releasing the black mist at the perfect moment and activating the short-distance teleportation device. This device was a prototype and still imperfect. Not only did it feel a strong pulling sensation during teleportation, but there was also a chance that parts other than the head would fall off. Of course, it was also possible that only the head would reach its destination, with the rest of the body falling off. Therefore, the compiler himself didn't want to use this item until the very last minute. However, Guan Yi took an unconventional approach and directly sprayed him in the face with a massive fireball. When the device fell to the ground, it struck the mechanism, causing the black mist to spill out. Theoretically, even if the black mist appeared unexpectedly, the teleportation device would immediately activate and randomly teleport the bound compiler to another location in the area. But as luck would have it, the box fell near the door, and on the ground there was a fingernail-sized piece of corrosion that Guan Yi hadn't bothered to collect. The wooden box landed directly on the corrosion, and the corroded point happened to be the connection point of the mechanism. To repeat, this wooden box was a prototype, and for ease of disassembly, to save money and demonstration, most of the parts were made of wood. So wasn't that a coincidence? This was a story so outrageous it would be called exaggerated if it were in a novel, but it actually happened. That's why they say reality is stranger than fiction. Guan Yi shrugged, took out her phone, took a photo of the compiler, and uploaded it to Gray Channel using the submission format. An administrator would contact the relevant authorities, who had issued the wanted notice. All she had to do was wait. The compiler's flames had already gone out, but to prevent him from returning to life, Guan Yi simply placed her right foot on his head and placed her shovel near the aorta in his neck. This way, if the other person just lay there quietly, nothing would happen. But if they tried to resist, they'd be bloodied. Hey, I didn't use much force just now. You should be awake, right? Guan Yi pressed her foot hard, the sole of her shoe grinding against the other person's face. Fortunately, this wasn't a sealed building, and it was just her and the wanted criminal. Otherwise, with her current behavior, the roles of victim and perpetrator might be reversed in the eyes of others. It hurts. The compiler fluttered his eyelids, pretending to have just woken up. Can you? No. Guan Yi flatly refused. I ask you answer. Talk nonsense and I cut you open. When Guan Yi wasn't feeling friendly, her face became expressionless, aloof and distant. While she wasn't aggressive, few people would bother her when she was in this state. What good would it do to the people behind this by taking my identity? Liu Yu had previously said that this was an illegal smuggling organization, and that the gang only consisted of 7 people. Guan Yi suspected they were likely brokers, not the masterminds. The compiler shifted uncomfortably, but immediately quieted under the threat of Guan Yi's saber. I'm guessing you won't actually kill me, right? You're right. Guan Yi nodded. I never killed anyone. The compiler snorted twice and shifted again. Then I guess you never seen blood before. If you really cut me, I bleed profusely. It would be a very, very scary scene. Ah! Guan Yi calmly withdrew the saber from the compiler's arm, scooped up some of the blood and dirt, and held it in front of the compiler. Are you referring to this bloody scene? The compiler didn't answer, not even daring to cry out in pain. It seems so. Guan Yi flicked her wrist, flinging the dirt from the shovel aside. Then, pointing the sharp edge at the compiler's neck again, she spoke softly. I'm curious. Why do you assume I can't stand the sight of blood? Since I was 12, I set aside a few days every month to deal with bloody things. Do you want to see my skill? Given that everyone in the game world has been digitized, Guan Yi didn't know how children were conceived there, but that didn't stop her from blurring out the idea of menstruation, describing it as a form of combat training. The compiler believed her. Guan Yi's decisiveness, and the understatement she used when discussing the blood and murder, led him to imagine a horrifying truth. Guan Yi is a highly trained assassin. She not only learned to kill, but also to manage crime scenes. This is why she can so calmly wield lethal tools, and casually slash open bodies, leaving blood to flow everywhere. It is precisely because of this that she can access the server with such speed, and thanks to her excellence, she becomes a target of fear and choice. If Guan Yi knew what the compiler was thinking, she wouldn't defend herself, she would even help add some settings. For example, she studied literature at the age of 3, martial arts at the age of 4, was unbeatable at the age of 6, graduated from university at the age of 10, and dominated the business world by starting her own business at the age of 12. She speaks 30 foreign languages, possesses cutting-edge hacking skills, has a gangster father, and a financial tycoon mother, and she still needs a suitor of equal status. However, Guan Yi was completely clueless about the compiler's thoughts. She simply felt that the person beneath her seemed genuinely obedient. My job within the organization is to provide props, compile code, and so on. The boss is very strict about this, and doesn't allow us to have private contact with the person assigned to us. The compiler explained the organization's division of labor to Guan Yi. Technical personnel like him had no access to further information, not even much information about the target. With this explanation, Guan Yi understood. This outrageous fake map, and her block signal, were the work of the compiler. He was definitely not innocent. Who was the one who attacked my dummy? Guan Yi asked. He's also from your organization, right? The compiler shook his head. No. He's from that organization, perhaps your target. Only by completely losing you to this map can he officially take over your identity. Seeing that Guan Yi didn't quite understand, the compiler continued to explain. We intercepted the data, rendering your reward temporarily unobservable. You can't claim it, and neither can the delegator. Guan Yi continued, only after I die can the corresponding target claim the reward? More or less. The compiler struggled to avoid the dust on the ground. According to the plan, you be trapped in this special area we created until the road is closed. I'm curious how you were able to escape such a perfectly constructed setup. Guan Yi scoffed, perfect as hell. The compiler seemed about to protest, but after feeling the strength under Guan Yi's feet, he gave up and said, resignedly, I admit my inferiority, but don't think this matter is over. Those who have set their sights on you won't give up easily. Don't bother. Guan Ye's tone was cold. Someone will stand up for me. After all, you have other lives on your hands, and those are my compatriots. The compiler chuckled. No one will actually investigate. The bigwigs in Golden City won't bother with you travelers. Guan Yi responded with a similar hee. Sorry, I never been talking about the bigwigs in Golden City. She had her own country to call the shots. What did those bigwigs in Golden City mean to her? Seeing she couldn't get any more information out of him, Guan Yi stopped bothering him and turned the conversation to the compiler's more technical side. With her deft use of rhetoric and a touch of unintentional commercial flattery, she successfully obtained much of the information she needed. While she couldn't replicate the compiler's abilities or forge a map, she understood the characteristics of this kind of thing. Next time she encountered something similar, she wouldn't be able to crack it in a matter of minutes, but at least she would quickly realize something was wrong, rather than running around foolishly for so long before discovering the problem, as she had this time. At all times, awareness of fraud prevention and counter-fraud must be maintained. Only by knowing more methods can we effectively prevent tragedies from happening. Guan Yi decided that when she was free tonight, she would summarize these experiences and share the appropriate ones with everyone. Whether or not people believed her was irrelevant to Guan Yi, she always found joy in sharing. I said, I'm happy. I don't care how you react. And so, Guan Yi forced the compiler to wait for nearly half an hour before the relevant department arrived to receive the fugitive. The transfer process was simple, and the reward for the fugitive's capture was paid on the spot. Guan Yi was pleased with the efficiency, and hoped that the task she had entrusted to Liu Yu yesterday would also have a swift conclusion. Chapter 55. Wanted orders in the Gray Channel offer varying rewards depending on the completion status. Guan Yi received the highest tier both times. Of course, this time, she also didn't choose the lavish 10,000 highway coins reward. Instead, she requested 1,000 highway coins, a VIP ticket to the service area, and a blind box engine. I can actually open blind boxes here, but the box doesn't say what's inside. Could it be a full range of items? Guan Yi breathed into her palms, rubbed them together, and removed the outer packaging of the blind box, revealing 4 pieces of wood and an old engine. Original Climber Engine Introduction. The first engine in the Climber series, it dominated the sales charts for a long time before being replaced by the A1 series in the same series, and is now out of print. Top speed, 30 km per hour. Maximum obstacle climbed, 3 meters. Number of slots occupied, 1. Weight, 35. Note, this is a century-old antique engine with almost no practical value. It is considered a rare collectible. So how many types of engines do they have? Thankfully, this game is similar to real life, and there's no such thing as an illustrated guide. Otherwise, it would be a complete collector's item. The engine's description clearly stated that it was a collector's item with no practical value. Guan Yi thought back to the antique machines she's seen, and figured that anyone who wanted this would either be an engine collector or a museum. So the question was there a museum in this place? She hadn't seen one in the service area before, but that didn't matter. No matter how big it looked, it only took up 1 slot in the storage compartment. She couldn't bear to throw it away. Guan Yi figured it could at least fetch a good price, like the golden birdcage. There's bound to be someone who knows what they're worth. Guan Yi, convinced of this, returned to the car with the other items she found on the compiler. Before handing the compiler over to the relevant authorities, Guan Yi searched him. Besides the small piece of gold she tempted her to trade, she also found 18 road coins. Bah, poor bastard. And a box of cards. The box contained 3 small packets of cards, 2 of which were unopened, and the one that was opened had only 2 cards left. In total, Guan Yi had 12 blank stamp cards. Hee, now the fun begins. Guan Yi consulted the map and mapped out a circuitous route that didn't involve turning back on the spot. Her destinations were clear, the locations of the frog noodle vendor and the fishermen she visited. Even if the beacon dummy she placed earlier had been destroyed, she now had the map, making it easy to find her way back. Guan Yi had long since discovered that the foggy map wasn't actually very large. It was primarily a circuitous route. Furthermore, players were hesitant to drive too fast in the fog, resulting in reduced speeds. Extending the mileage range would be sheer disaster. The time post office isn't an option. Stamps come with CDs, and we can't afford to wait. The racetrack isn't an option either. Not only is it too dangerous, but it's also a one-time job. While waiting there as a tow truck caller is profitable, it's really unnecessary. The wealthy woman, feeling she had already built a large business, disdained these frivolous ventures. Furthermore, the number of participating players and their wealth were too random, and the time she invested was too high. Compared to other ways of making money, the cost-effectiveness wasn't worth it. It was 2 p.m. on May 11th, the fourth day in this zone. Guan Yi estimated the route and time needed to reach the service area and quickly concluded that a one-day delay wouldn't be a problem. Let's go! Guan Yi turned on his tactical headlights, illuminating the foggy road ahead. He stepped on the accelerator and followed the map's route toward his destination. Then, before dusk, Guan Yi arrived at the frog-faced merchant again. After successfully completing the transaction, he presented all his cards for stamping. Frog-faced merchant, quack? Guan Yi nodded seriously. Didn't you say you only stamp one card after the transaction was successful? If you find the process too tiring, I can do it for you. The frog-faced merchant fell silent. His paw, gripping the seal, trembled slightly. Though silent, his protest threatened to burst forth from the well beneath him. Guan Yi, feeling a little embarrassed, rubbed her nose and decided to compensate the adorable frog. So, she pulled all the lifelike fly cookies from her storage compartment and, holding them both in her hands, presented them to the frog-faced merchant. This is your reward, okay? Although the frog-faced merchant's face remained expressionless, Guan Yi could sense his mood improving. She seized the opportunity to offer him another round of free compliments, finally pretending to reluctantly part with the tadpole water cup she never used for drinking. Coffee or Coke? Guan Yi asked. She remembered getting instant coffee from the supplied box earlier, but because hot water was a problem, she had kept it. If the frog-faced merchant wanted coffee, Guan Yi would give him a bag and let him make it himself. If he wanted Coke, she could also give him the bottle she had bought but hadn't consumed. The frog-faced merchant stared calmly at the tadpole water cup in Guan Yi's hand for a full 2 minutes. Just as Guan Yi was about to lose her composure, he slowly extended his webbed forepaws and quacked. Guan Yi couldn't decipher the quack, so she interpreted it as a sign of I want both. She nodded calmly, imitating the frog-faced merchant's calm demeanor. She placed her water cup next to the pile of fly cookies, then pulled a Coke and a carton of instant coffee from her backpack and placed them there as well. Now it's your turn. Guan Yi handed over her 12 blank stamp cards again. This time, the frog-faced merchant didn't refuse, and the frog-faced merchant remained silent, simply stamping. So, Guan Yi had collected 12 stamp cards, each with a single stamp. Then, she stuffed the cards into her backpack, axe in hand, and swaggered off amidst the others' apprehensive and envious gazes. Next target, the river where the fisherman was. Of course, it was almost dark now, and Guan Yi didn't intend to risk further travel. So, after driving Zhuxia away from the frog-faced merchant's stamp building and ensuring no other players would join her, she set up camp as usual. 2 seals, I don't think I get much. It's almost the 5th day, most people should have 2 seals. After dinner, Guan Yi read the chat in the channel while thinking about her business. To guarantee her first-place prize, she wouldn't sell a 4-seal complete card unless she was near a service area. But 2 seals also didn't fetch much either. After careful consideration, Guan Yi decided to trade supplies for other seal building difficulty information. Guan Yi, looking for seal building information, no CD required, with simple instructions. Only 2 locations, 50 highway coins each, plus 5 bottles of drinking water. A deposit is accepted, with the balance due after verification. Private message if you agree. Is this some new scam? 5 bottles of water, I'm not going to lose out by giving you one first. Guan Yi, that name sounds familiar. Is she the one selling supplies last time? Great idea. What kind of stamps do you all have? Why don't we all share? Yes, let's share. There's no limit on how many people can clear the level, so everyone can definitely clear it, but how do we get there? My stamp was stamped near the big tree, and it's not difficult. But do you know how to get there? I don't know, I can't remember the way. Yeah, knowing the location is useless if you don't know the way. You all have several stamps, and I only have one. I'm completely hopeless. Asked Guan Yi. Since she received the message, she should have a way to get there, right? Yes, the system doesn't limit how many people can clear the level, so just share it. Guan Yi, I can't share. It's a bound item, and can't be transferred. Her map did show all the seal buildings, but so what? She couldn't tell everyone individually, from your current seal building location, take the next fork, and the next fork. Don't forget, everyone else is on a simpler map, different from hers. Guan Yi said this, and some believed it, while others didn't. But that didn't concern her. She simply wanted to gather the necessary information and stamp all 12 cards. At this point, She had already received quite a few private messages, most of which requested a deposit. Since Guan Yi had said that, that was perfectly acceptable. But some insisted on 3 bottles of drinking water up front. Was he taking advantage of her? Just as Guan Yi was about to send another message, warning those who took ordinary information for granted, Zhu Yan, who had added her as a friend, sent a message. Zhu Yan, do you have plenty of water? Guan Yi, almost. Do you need it? Zhu Yan, yes, but that's not what I'm talking about. I have a seal that I exchanged for 4 bottles of drinking water. The design is a bottle of water, and the seal building looks like a red water pump. You know that one? Guan Yi had seen this kind of thing in his travels in the real world. Newer water pumps are airtight, and can be used to pump groundwater directly. But older water pumps have aging parts, and the pistons inside have lost their seal. You have to pour water in first to increase the airtightness, otherwise it's difficult to pump water out. Guan Yi, is it used to increase the airtightness? Zhu Yan, yes, if you can go. You must use drinking water. You can't pour in unclean water. Guan Yi, okay, I transfer the item to you. Guan Yi initiated a private transaction with Zhu Yan, then put down 10 road coins and a bottle of drinking water as a deposit. Zhu Yan, got it. Looking forward to your news. Guan Yi, thank you. After I finish my current work, I start a daily necessities shopping trip, probably tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. We have food and water. If you need anything, your order will be prioritized. Zhu Yan, that's great. I go get ready in advance. Good luck, and I won't bother you anymore. After speaking with Zhu Yan, Guan Yi selected a sincere individual from the numerous private chats, sorted by time, and completed the transaction with them. Not bad. The 2 locations aren't far apart. With luck, I can get it done tomorrow morning. After seeing the information received, please stop private messaging. Harassment will be blocked. Message appears several times in the chat channel. Guan Yi finally received a call from Lu Yu. The other party's response to Guan Yi was quite brief. 1. The relevant organization agreed to give her some of the confiscated supplies as compensation. 2. The relevant organization refused Guan Yi's request to learn about the operating methods of the smuggling and illegal immigration organization. Guan Yi said it didn't matter, as she had already learned most of it from the compiler. I actually caught him. You didn't expect that, did you? Chapter 56. Without the tranquility of Old Gun's Yard, Guan Yi's night was far from peaceful. Incidentally, the scene outside was no longer that of the mouth-watering night market, but rather the far more disturbing horror film. Guan Yi hated horror films. They were one of the only 2 genres she refused to watch. The other was art films. Of these 2 types of films, one kept her awake at night, the other made her sleep soundly in the theater. Regardless, Guan Yi disliked neither. Furthermore, the shadowy figures of these guys were about to creep into the car. Since it was safe inside, they were simply trying to scare people, but for Guan Yi, that was already terrifying. After all, Guan Yi's mother was a folklorist, and she had listened to folklore as a bedtime story as a child. But knowing and understanding these things didn't necessarily mean she liked horror movies. Guan Yi hated the way horror was conveyed in movies, especially the close-up kills. Which is why the safe fruit knife she'd been holding was suddenly thrown into another corner. Go to sleep. You can't do anything to me if I fall asleep. Guan Yi scowled as she retrieved her fruit knife and rinsed it at the sink. She wished these phantoms had physical form, so she could have a real fight, instead of being the only one being fooled like she was now. Lying in bed, Guan Yi ignored the ghostly creatures that flitted around her bed and focused on winding the frog choir's music box. 2 minutes later, Guan Yi fell asleep to a series of quacks. When she woke again, it was already the next morning, and the 7 o'clock Asphalt Express had arrived on time. Today's content, whether about merchandise or information, was unremarkable. The last item mentioned a few details about members of a smuggling organization, but since Guan Yi was one of the individuals involved, this information meant little to her. Let's go! Today's goal is no cavities. Guan Yi half-heartedly shouted the slogan, driving the Zhuxia along the route planned yesterday. Around noon, she found the seal building Zhu Yan had mentioned. 6 people were already gathered near the water well. From their conversation, they seemed to be discussing who should be the next to fill it with water, and how much water would be needed to pass the test. Guan Yi had already heard the specific number from Zhu Yan, but these people didn't know it. It wasn't top secret, she could figure it out by experimenting a little bit, but she didn't want to wait any longer. This stamp point has no cooldown. Just pour 4 bottles of drinking water into it, and you get out. How much have you already poured in? How do you know? The youngest-looking man in the white t-shirt blurted out, "Is that information accurate?" Guan Yi shrugged. "Since no water has been drawn out yet, that proves you haven't poured in 4 bottles, right? So, I give each of you 2 unopened bottles of drinking water. Can I go first? I'm in a hurry." The men seemed to have never seen someone so wealthy before. If they just offered them road coins, it would have been fine, but to actually use drinking water, which was practically unavailable, was sheer arrogance. Just as Guan Yi had said, they'd been gathered here for a long time, each holding a bottle of water and pouring it in gulps, testing it with each pour, afraid of wasting too much. "I see, you're Guan Yi." The skinny guy suddenly remembered last night's chat and became excited. "You're the Guan Yi who traded 50 highway coins and 5 bottles of drinking water for information." Guan Yi nodded. "Yes, it was me. This is the information I gathered. Do you agree with my compensation plan? If not, can you speed up a bit? It's already the 5th day. Do we really want to waste precious time here?" The man in the white t-shirt raised his hand first. "I agree." She was running low on water. She had originally planned to drink 1 bottle a day, which would have lasted her until she reached the service area. But encountering this pressure well that needed to be pumped in for water to flow out, she was suddenly in a dilemma. "Let's go! We don't know where the next stamp point is, and we don't know how difficult it will be. Let's stay." The rules posted there only say you need to pump water first, but they don't specify how much water you need to pump in before it can flow out. Thankfully, a few more people arrived, and everyone was in similar conditions, so they agreed to take turns pouring water in. However, seeing that half a bottle of water had been poured in, and the pressure well remained silent, she couldn't help but feel anxious. After all, the sunk costs were too high. White T-shirt was afraid that the moment he left, he'd be in trouble, so he could only grit his teeth and hold on. Now, with a big boss stepping in to cover the cost, she could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The skinny guy was the second to agree. His water resources were even more limited than White T-shirt's, and now, with the chance to trade half a bottle of water for 2, he naturally agreed. If Guan Yi hadn't known the exact amount of water to be added, he would have even wanted to ask for more bottles, but alas, he didn't have the chance. With these 2 leading the way, the others also offered their priority at the price of 2 bottles of drinking water. After Guan Yi completed the transaction, he didn't drive them away, allowing them to gather around to observe the water and stamping process. Each of the 6 people filled a bottle of drinking water, totaling about 3. Guan Yi took out a fresh bottle of drinking water, unscrewed the cap, and continued pouring without hesitation. When there was only about 2 fingers width of water left at the bottom of the bottle, a flash of light flashed from the peeling paint on the pressure pump, and the paint and parts were restored to their original pristine state. Guan Yi stepped forward without hesitation and pressed the handle. With the sound of rushing water, a light blue seal popped out from the outlet. The seal felt soft, bringing a refreshing coolness like dipping one's hand into a clear mountain spring. Guan Yi wasted no time, took out his own stamp card, and began stamping. 1, 2, 3. As the others stared at him with growing dazed interest, Guan Yi stamped 7 times in a row. With each stamp, the color of the seal darkened. By the time he had finished stamping, the entire seal had turned the color of the deep ocean, as if it had exhausted all its energy and could no longer imprint any pattern. It seems the upper limit for a stamp is 7. Guan Yi pondered for a moment, then took out 4 more bottles of drinking water and poured them into the well. A minute later, the pressurized water well produced another stamp. Guan Yi stamped the remaining 5 cards and put them into storage. Then, she shook the stamp, which still had 2 chances left, and handed it to the man in the white t-shirt and the skinny guy who had first agreed to trade with her. "Here you go, stamp it." As she turned to leave, she heard the man in the white t-shirt hesitantly ask from behind, "Excuse me, these cards." Guan Yi turned and shushed her. "I paid for them with my life. Don't ask. It won't do you any good." This wasn't exactly a lie. After all, if Guan Yi hadn't seen through those guys' trap, she would have been trapped on this server. But there was no need to say this to a complete stranger. She wasn't that eager to confide in them. She could warn them about fake servers, but there was no need to waste time here. Seeing Guan Yi remain silent, the man in the white t-shirt tactfully shut up. Being able to get the stamp directly, rather than continuing to compete with those guys, was already a great benefit to her. The skinny guy thought the same thing. The 2 of them stamped their stamps one after another, leaving no chance for the others to rob them. Then, they drove off together in the direction Guan Yi had left, only separating once they were in their respective cars. Guan Yi had already driven quite a distance. She was heading for her next destination. Her target was a tree. The fruit on the tree was all stamped, but it was up to the individual to determine if it was genuine. The method was simple. There was a sign at the bottom of the tree. Just push it based on the information on the sign. According to the informant, this content changes with each stamp, but since stamps disappear after use and need to be found again to continue, there's no hard cooldown. So, Guanyi arrived at the foot of the large tree and looked up at the ginseng-shaped fruits that clung to the tree, feeling lost for a moment. There are so many fruits. Guanyi did a quick count and saw at least 50, not counting those hidden among the leaves or those visible from other angles. No wonder there's no hard cooldown. They thought it was impossible for anyone to find them so quickly. Not to mention the clues involved a bit of deduction. Even if the players simply posted the conditions like blue, crying face, left handless, sitting, wearing pockets on the wooden sign, it would still take a long time to find the fruit. Also, you can't use the process of elimination with the fruit. Don't try to pick all the fruit and stamp them one by one, as someone cleverly did before, and the word cheat suddenly appeared in the circle on their card where they should have stamped. If it weren't for the countdown that followed, the words would have disappeared, and whether they succeeded or not, things wouldn't have been as harmonious as they are now. Okay. Since we're here, Guanyi decided to make the best of it. After reading the wooden sign, and confirming the type of fruit she was looking for, she climbed up the tree and joined the fruit hunt. And then, half an hour passed. Having only successfully stamped one fruit, Guanyi decided to give herself a little extra strength. She traded a bottle of drinking water for a chance to stamp with someone else. Many people were willing to trade. After all, finding fruit was quite easy, aside from the eye strain. Moreover, 3 matching fruits would appear each time, and the searchers had formed a tacit understanding. Whoever had a stamp called out a message. The first person to notice the change in search criteria was responsible for reading it out loud, so those in the tree wouldn't have to come down again. After all, the tree wasn't very short, so climbing up and down was quite a hassle. Of course, some people read out all the criteria honestly, while others took the opportunity to modify a certain one to deceive everyone. If the latter weren't found, it wouldn't matter, but if they were, everyone would be on the attack. In this way, Guanyi spent over 4 hours here, finally collecting all 12 stamps. She drove Juxia away, heading towards the 7th station near the service area. As for the stamp cards, Guanyi planned to sell them once she reached the service area. This way, she could make money without hindering her chances of winning the championship, a win-win strategy. Guanyi, great! Chapter 57. Finally, Guanyi arrived at the 7th station at noon the next day, which was May 13th, her 6th day on this server, and she was still 421 kilometers from the service area. As usual, there wasn't much in today's newsletter, or rather, everything could be bought at the 7th station, making it uneconomical to use points, so Guanyi still didn't buy anything. The message itself wasn't much to say, just the usual reminder to all drivers to get to the service area as soon as possible. And that Madame Crow's shawl hadn't been found yet. She wondered if she paid to post it again, or if she could post it multiple times after purchasing the ad space. Whatever the case, Guanyi felt that Madame Crow must have loved her shawl. But it didn't concern her much. After reading it, Guanyi put the matter out of her mind. Her more important task now was to restock and then resell it. Guanyi was now very skilled at this, a conscientious middleman who made small profits but quick returns. She added a mere 1 yuan handling fee to each item, compiled the catalog, and sent it out. Of course, the initial distribution was the basic supplies, especially necessities like drinking water and bread. She put the happiness-boosting snacks and drinks behind. Guanyi, selling a large quantity of supplies. See the item list in the trading channel for details. Restocking will be available once sold out. Sales end at 1 p.m. No wait after the deadline. It was 10:49 a.m. Considering this was a server with 50,000 people, even if there were 5,000 fewer people, she still had to allow more time than before. Of course, she wouldn't stay here for too long. She still had to rush the server first, so a little over 2 hours was just right. Any longer, and she'd be worried it would be too late. Maybe someone's almost there, but I can't stop making money just because of this. The next server's success depends entirely on this restock. After posting in the chat channel, Guanyi privately messaged Zhu Yin, telling him not to worry if he couldn't get the items. Just send the list and quantity, and they could trade privately. Incidentally, Guanyi arrived at the sealed building yesterday. After confirming the information provided was correct, she settled the balance with Zhu Yin and another person to maintain her good business reputation. Boss, please get some drinking water. Sold out, wow, it's Guanyi. I'm on the same server as you. I'm so touched. Boss, why didn't you come out for the past few days? Do you only sell goods on the 6th day? Wow, so many supplies. How did you get them? Please share. Please help me. Thanks to Guanyi for the affordable supplies. Please keep posting links. Thank you, Guanyi. Snack and drink list, please submit your request first. I stock up based on the needs. Don't PM me, I don't have time to read. Coke. Sprite. Iced tea. Coconut water. All drinks, potato chips. Plums. Sunflower seeds. Yeah. Bubble gum is pretty good too. It's cheap, and you can chew it for a long time. It gives me something to do. I actually saw snail noodles. Boss, I want this tea egg slurp. Boss, more of this please. Coffee lasts, I want coffee. They even sell cooked food? My mouth is watering. Boss, please give me some more cooked food. I can't stand eating dry buns anymore. Give me some ham too. Much cheaper than the service area. A conscientious vendor. Meat. Boss, I want some braised beef. I haven't had salmon in ages, but it's so expensive, I can't afford it. Why am I so poor? Why No, I understand selling food, but why are there puzzles and blind boxes of figurines? Who would spend money on that? As for me, puzzles can help me pass the time when I'm bored at night, but do you think everyone wants to watch you guys chat? Drinking water, I just want more drinking water and steamed buns, even cheap pickled mustard greens. I have no money. I can't get money in the real world, and I can't get money in the game. I can't take it anymore, I'm going crazy. Why do you want me to know you're so rich? Guanyi, I remember this name. I'm out of money. Can you guys trade me some supplies? I have so many useless things. I don't even know what all these stones and wood are for. They're just taking up space. How many chapters have you guys written? I only have 2 today. Am I destined to die here? Buying supplies is just a way to survive. I'm so tired. I don't want to go on. Such low prices are ruining the market. How are those hoarding goods supposed to survive? Guanyi's premise for selling things is that she has to buy them first. Basic necessities are priced at a 1 yuan markup, and other items that increase happiness still at 2 to 5 yuan. For rarer, non-essential items, she marked them up to 10 yuan or even more. But with limited funds, she can't buy everything in bulk. After all, if she can't sell them, she'd lose everything. So, while she was wandering around the store shelves, adding items to her shopping cart, she kept checking the chat channel on her phone, and then she saw the person accusing her of ruining the market. Guanyi, thanks for the heads up. I block you. Her intention in selling goods at affordable prices is to help ordinary people if she can afford it, not to profit from a national crisis by hoarding goods. Those who accuse her of market sabotage are simply stupid and mean, and it's only natural that she's blocked them. It would be nice if I could set conditions for buying things. Guanyi complained to the little boy standing on a bench inside the counter. Anyone who insults me is forbidden from buying from me. The little boy is the son of the owner of the 7th post station. It's said that the owner went out to play cards, so he left the shop to his son. In the real world, a child of her age should be in school, but considering the little girl who gave her glasses last time wasn't in school either, there seemed to be nothing to ask. What if it's a holiday? What if there's no school? Even if she wanted to know that kind of information, wouldn't she be annoyed by asking a child about academic matters? Then go apply for new permissions. The VIP lounge has this service. I heard from my dad, but it seems not all areas offer it. You should ask when you go. Despite his young age, the little brother knows quite a bit. Considering how unreliable his father is, it seems understandable. Guanyi nodded. Thank you, I definitely ask. Come, settle these first. She had already selected the items, and waited for the little brother to settle them for her. Then she went on to put the items on the shelves, and completed a private transaction with Zhu Yin. She was so busy that she wished she could transform into a superhuman being and have extra hands to handle her current work. Time flies when she's busy. If it weren't for the alarm on her phone, Guanyi wouldn't have noticed that her allotted time had arrived. After putting the last batch of goods on the shelves, Guanyi began to stock up. Besides the necessary drinking water, she also bought a lot of groceries to satisfy her cravings. Of course, there were packaged snacks and bottled drinks, but there were also roast sausage, 3 fresh sausage, braised beef, quail eggs, freshly cooked pork buns, 3 fresh buns, braised pork buns, and fist-sized vegetable buns. If Xiao Hage hadn't subtly warned her that these items wouldn't last long, Guanyi would have bought at least 100 of each. So, storage compartments really won't be able to preserve food in the future? After paying, Guan Yi grabbed a handful of lollipops from among her purchases and handed them to Xiao Hage. Tell me more about them. I treat you. Since she had already paid, Xiao Hage's eating wouldn't count as stealing her own products, and even if his irresponsible father came back, he wouldn't be able to say anything. Xiao Hage bent down and pulled out a school bag from under the cabinet, stuffing all the lollipops into it. Looking up, he saw Guan Yi staring at him curiously and spoke nonchalantly. If my dad saw it, he'd make me put it all back. It's safest in my school bag. He never looks at it anyway. Guan Yi raised an eyebrow. School bag? I thought you didn't go to school. The child pouted. How could that be possible? Isn't this? Before he finished his sentence, he seemed to think of something and stopped talking. He tore up the receipt and handed it to Guan Yi. Thank you. Guan Yi didn't ask. Isn't this? The rest of the sentence was probably something that couldn't be shared with others, or even casually shared with travelers like them. She had no intention of embarrassing a child, and since she was in a hurry, Guan Yi packed her things, said goodbye to the child, and set off again towards the service area. The chat channel was filled with celebration. Everyone was happy to have bought basic supplies at a low price. Of course, a few were also worried about stamps. Compared to the majority of people who were only getting 3 stamps, their progress was far too slow. Today was already the 6th day. If they didn't hurry, they wouldn't be able to find the route to the service area and would be trapped here until their death. Buying more supplies would be useless, as they would be stuck in a predicament where they could only leave but not enter. And then, fighting for the limited number of clearance certificates, all their compatriots would become enemies. Except for a few naturally antisocial individuals and criminals with distorted mindsets, most people were unwilling to enter this hell of a war. Guan Yi ignored the chat channel. She was exhausted after over 2 hours, and couldn't bear to read any messages. She just wanted to rest her eyes. Looking at the fog ahead was better than reading the scrolling messages. After all, the fog gave her the illusion of entering a fairyland. Today, Guan Yi sold goods worth 54,467 highway coins, earning a whopping 8,817 in commissions. Even after rounding up, she felt like pounding the steering wheel with excitement at the thought of receiving 5,447 membership points tomorrow. While the items listed in the newsletter didn't require many points, Guan Yi believed that saving up points would be useful. Otherwise, when members found themselves with too many points and nowhere to spend them, the entire point system would collapse. Furthermore, from Xiaoxiev's words, one could deduce that service areas differ from one another. The larger the server, the more advanced the service area, and the more privileges it offered. Perhaps some even required Highway Mileage Association membership? Curious about the new service area, Guan Yi finally arrived at her destination at 4:31 p.m. on the 6th day. This time, as Guan Yi entered the service area, the system message about the achievement rang in her mind. Player Guan Yi earned the title, Leading Driver of the Novice Section. Rewards: 300 highway coins, 1 zone jump option, 1 gold medal, 1 sponsorship package. Player Guan Yi earned the title, Leading Driver of the Second Section. Rewards: 300 highway coins, 1 zone jump option, 1 gold medal, 1 sponsorship package. Player Guan Yi earned the title, Second Consecutive Champion. Rewards: 500 highway coins, 10 happy coins. At the same time, Guan Yi's title of Leading Driver of the Second Section was announced to all servers on Server 207. Guan Yi: wow, this is exciting! Chapter 58. Because of the smuggling organization, this was Guan Yi's first time hearing this announcement, but for the rest of the server, they already heard it once during their novice period. This was expected. I was still working on the final chapter, and they already arrived at the service area. To be able to arrive over a day early in this crappy place is incredible luck. More than just luck, I've seen her before, she's amazing. I don't expect first place, just getting to the service area before the road is closed is enough. Why is Guan Yi silent? Last time, we talked about the first place winner on our server for ages. Ah, are you talking about that green tea? Please don't mention it, it's disgusting. She's saying everything about how she's not strong, and that it's only because we didn't work hard that such an ordinary person got first place. Please don't do it again, I can't stand it. Ah, Guan Yi isn't that kind of person. She's a great and conscientious merchant, a kind person who occasionally drops affordable supplies. I really want to know what the championship prize is. I'm guessing it's something to maintain your advantage, just like money. Sooner or later, there will be a polarization, with the rich getting richer and the poor getting poorer. Boss Guan Yi, Check the private messages. The child doesn't want to work hard anymore. Please save him. Go ahead, 1 day left. Everyone, keep going. I'll be there tomorrow, leaving me alone. If you don't work hard, she can't save you. What's the point of yelling here? She can't come back. Guan Yi saw the private message. The person must have been one of the people who saw her stamp the 12 cards and wanted to buy the cards with her money. Of course I have to sell them, but I can't use highway coins. Guan Yi parked her car at the car modification shop in the service area. When she emerged from old gun number 2, Xuxia had not only serviced it but also polished it, leaving it looking spotless and beautiful. But right after she left, she'd been in that car brawl. Even though the car's durability had been slowly restored with parts, the exterior was still dented and dented. Someone uninformed might have thought it was deliberately painted in a battle damage style. If there were a truly attractive battle damage paint job, Guan Yi would have wanted to try a different look. So she sat in the rest area of the modification shop, using the tablet the staff had brought her, to select the services she needed. As for the card sales, there was no rush. At least she could handle that potentially time-consuming task first. In this shabby place where survival depended on vehicles, repairing Xuxia was a top priority. Ever since Xuxia had modified her car model, Guan Yi couldn't upgrade it herself. She tried several times before, only to receive the error workshop level 2 low, no permission. It was then that Guan Yi learned that workshops actually had levels, and that upgrading required 2 conditions. 1. Number of licenses. 2. More advanced vehicle energy. She had advanced vehicle energy. Guan Yi currently used level 2 energy. Although level 2 energy consisted of 2 level 1 energy sources, its range was roughly equivalent to 1 plus 1 is equal to 3. Furthermore, the driving feel of Xuxia was different. Although it still reached 180 km per hour, both the stability and the handling were much smoother than when using level 1 energy. Considering that this, like disassembly, was a skill that could be used permanently once learned, Guan Yi decided to contact Ko Xia to see if she needed it. Guan Yi knew she wouldn't risk her life for someone she didn't know or had no connection with, but she admired those who did and was willing to help them. If they succeeded, she would also benefit. Moreover, Guan Yi believed that once everyone left this hellish place, the country would be worthy of her efforts. Well, that's another story. Guan Yi has already decided on an upgrade plan and a new paint job and is currently discussing it with the staff. Guan Yi, according to your requirements, you need to bring your own upgrade parts. I have them all here, so you can upgrade directly to level 3, right? The staff nodded. Yes, ma'am, as long as you have enough parts, you can directly increase this car's durability to 1500, its interior space to 100, and its energy status to 50. Guan Yi asked, do you have engines in your shop? No, ma'am, none of our shops carry engines. You have to bring your own, and we can modify it for you. Okay, Guan Yi shrugged. She discovered this problem the last time she visited a service area. They didn't sell engines or performance-enhancing items. Most of the car-related items were basic parts, paint jobs, or interior decorations that increased happiness. The faulty air conditioning filter could be replaced with a good one, but this was due to a performance defect, not an improvement, so it was within the scope of repair. After finalizing the upgrade plan and choosing a battle-damaged paint job that didn't conflict with rapid advance, Guan Yi left Xuxia at the modification shop and booked a room at the Old Tire Inn. Then, she took her VIP ticket and went up to the second floor of the lounge. Next, it's time for the wonderful sales. Guan Yi, cards full of stamps 12 cards, exchange them for special items, high-performance engines, production licenses, various treasure chests and keys. Treasure chests and keys first, until all production licenses are redeemed. For Guan Yi, highway coins are the lowest priority. She needs items like glue bombs more. Production licenses are also good. The content isn't important. What matters is that if you supply enough to the workshop, you can upgrade the workshop's level. That way, without modifying the engine, she can at least upgrade Xuxia herself. If she could upgrade herself before, even if her durability dropped below 20 in the car brawl, she could upgrade the vehicle to full durability. Life on the road depends on it. There were also treasure chests and keys. Guan Yi wanted more memory fragments. She felt they might hold the truth about this game world. After all, this rubbish game had inexplicably landed on Earth. There had to be an explanation, right? It wasn't just her country that had been dragged into the game, it was every nation on Earth. While it was unlikely that all 1 million people randomly drawn each month would end up in one country, before Guan Yi arrived, she had heard that some smaller nations had begun appealing to larger nations for help. The content of these requests was filled with sadness and helplessness. If all their adults were in the game, they hoped that the larger nations would look after their children, at least spare the youngest, to preserve a spark of hope for their nation. Even if only one person remained, they hoped their nation would survive, rather than be lost to history because of such an inexplicable disaster. That's getting off topic. Anyway, Guan Yi really wants to know more about the truth now, then share it with her country so more capable people can solve it. She just needs to live a peaceful life until her motherland takes her home. After Guan Yi's cards were released, the server was in an uproar. They couldn't understand why Guan Yi still had so many stamped cards in her hand after arriving at the service area. How did she do it? I knew it. When I saw her stamped cards and took out the stack of cards, I thought I was seeing things. Well, I even sold her a stamp opportunity. Boss Guan Yi, since we're picking fruit together, can you sell me one? Outside, I envy the top students, but only for a moment. Here, seeing the top students, besides admiration, there's also despair. I really don't want to stay here anymore. I don't have those things, I can't exchange them. I better work hard on my own. When it comes to matters of life, every possible lifesaver counts. Why would anyone want these exotic items? Isn't that simply destroying their lives? Guan Yi rolled her eyes and blocked the person. She didn't know if she blocked others, but she didn't think they'd buy anything from her. As expected, there's always a shortage of beggars. She took a huge risk getting these things, not to mention the drinking water she paid for so many stamps. How could these people see it as something so easily obtained? TSK, I should have just read the private messages. Guan Yi ignored the comments, thinking they were just a fuss. In the private messages, Guan Yi prioritized the one offering bronze chests, then the one offering 5 licenses in a row. Perhaps the other party felt their licenses were too common, so they were trying to outsell them by sheer quantity. As it happened, Guan Yi needed quantity right now, so she agreed to the deal and received a Trump Partition production license, Rabbit for Slippers production license, Round Ice Cube production license, Simple Sleeping Bag, and Red Simple Sleeping Bag. Guan Yi, it might be useless to others, but it's just good enough for me. A trunk partition, like a false wall, can separate the storage area from the living area, but it's just for visual comfort, whether you use it or not. Plush slippers are sold at the service area, ranging from a few yuan to dozens of yuan. Guan Yi bought a pair of bear-shaped ones for herself. They're quite comfortable. At least more comfortable than the pure plastic pair she first ordered. A round ice cube tray is something you use to freeze ice cubes, but instead of the usual square shape, it's the spherical shape you see in bars. Honestly, this thing isn't very useful except in hot weather, but Guan Yi thought it would be a good idea to keep some ice balls in the refrigerator in advance, just in case they might be needed. For example, when others are hot and thirsty, she could appear on the rooftop balcony with a cup of cola and ice balls in it, shaking the cup at the people below. The sound of the ice balls hitting the cup would surely be very pleasant and crisp. No, I'm getting goosebumps. Guan Yi stopped her imagination. No, she couldn't do such a childish thing. Even thinking about it made her want to buy a 2-bedroom apartment. Guan Yi shook her head and continued to read the private messages that had already reached 9,999 plus, searching for what she wanted and trading with the other party. The card she had found from the compiler, after being fully stamped, actually showed the route to the service area. Guan Yi had already verified this, because she arrived at the service area using the card she received later, not the one she had opened from the envelope first. The route triggered by the card is dynamic. This means that even if a person triggers the route at point A but doesn't go directly to the service area, but instead goes to point B, the route remains valid and automatically changes as the person moves. In simple terms, it means a new route has been planned for you. That's why Guan Yi sold all the cards with such confidence. She's a reputable and conscientious merchant, and she wouldn't sell anything questionable. Chapter 59. Guan Yi's words were initially met with skepticism, but after those who received the cards reported that a route had indeed appeared, and that it was based on their location, Guan Yi's cards became even more popular. At the same time, anyone who dared to mock her for selling at a high price was utterly savaged. If you don't want to buy, there are plenty who do. This isn't a place where being poor justifies being right. Is that a card? That's a life. Your life is cheap, but mine isn't. I'm willing to spend money on it. I'm desperately searching for the 4th chapter, worrying about whether I have enough time to arrive tomorrow. I've been tossing and turning over this, unable to sleep. Not only have they reached their destination, they're even selling items to clear the level. I have a production license. Does anyone want to buy one? I can exchange it for road coins or something else. You can use it to make up the number, and traded with Guan Yi for a card. Boss Guan Yi, is there anything new at this service area? I can get there tomorrow, so I won't join you in the fun. I want fresh food. I really want it. I'm almost vomiting from all the fast food. I miss the cafeteria at the service area so much. I always been confused. There are places selling rice, flour, grains, and oil, and fresh fruit, even if they're a little expensive. Why aren't there any fresh vegetables? Please, those of you with 3 stamps, please make an effort and leave some space for those of us with only 1. Survival of the fittest. Phone viewing. Rumor has it, the storage compartments will no longer preserve food. Everyone visiting the service area should bring a refrigerator. Guan Yi, the cars are sold out. Stop sending messages. The service area shops are expensive. Come buy them yourself. I don't have time to charge you for anything. As expected, hesitation leads to failure. Then can you share the inexpensive source? Oh my god, what's the difference between your request and asking someone to reveal their secret recipe for food? Guan Yi, no. All those who commit moral blackmail are blacklisted. Guan Yi traded 12 cards for 52 production licenses. Add to that her own sleeping bag, engineer shovel, refrigerator, wash basin, washing machine, fishing rod, beacon dummy, and clay stove, for a total of 60 items. 10 more will be added after meeting the workshop upgrade requirements. As for other small props, there were a few here and there, but most of them were just extras and had no practical significance, giving Guan Yi the illusion that they were actually cleaning out the warehouse. Workshop, LV, 2, simultaneous processes, 5. Energy required, level 2. Repair time, 50 points/hour, plus 50, modification type, class B and below. Now I can have 5 work permits active simultaneously. Repair durability is 100 points per hour, but 50 of those points are a bonus because I have a repair kit equipped. I never seen this thing in a service area before. It turns out you still have to defeat bosses to get drops. The Road Rage Steel Brothers, while not quite the boss, are at least watchdogs, and their drops are pretty good. The modification range has been upgraded from C to B. I think Calder at the auto repair shop mentioned that cars are categorized into 3 types: C, A, B, and C. C is the base model, B is the standard modified car, and A is the special modified car. Are there really tanks? Anyway, Guan Yi can now upgrade Yuxia himself, which is a cause for celebration. With the most important task done, Guan Yi finally had some free time to unwrap the sponsor gift packs she just received. There were 2 in total, one for the novice server, server number 100, and the other for the first place prize for server number 207. 2 gift packs, 2 medals, and a bonus for winning twice in a row. Happy coins, are they the tokens used in Happy City? But I don't even have a membership. The items in the sponsor gift packs were largely the same. Food items included rice, boxed, steamed buns, and drinking water. Supplies included automotive energy, and a stack of color-printed special offer flyers. Guan Yi flipped through the flyers, and dead memories rose from the depths of her mind, dancing wildly. It was like the thin, color-coded pages that salespeople would give her when she was a kid at the supermarket. All the items listed can be found in the service area stores. It's like a low-end VIP search engine. VIPs get home delivery, top drivers get a paper product index, and regular people get the fun of blind shopping. So everyone's catered for? The index on the flyer is just a gimmick. The real value lies in the triangular coupons at the footer. There are 3 of them: 500 off on purchases over 5,000, 200 off on purchases over 2,000, and 50 off on purchases over 500. The cross-store discounts are nice, but the custom shops, prepared food areas, hotels, and Fun City aren't participating. Also, buying grilled squid here, meatballs there, and then using the coupons to buy fried rice doesn't seem very appealing. The second stage service area is much larger than the beginners. It's no longer an M shape, but a cross-shaped commercial street formed by 2 intersecting straight roads. The parking lot was divided into 4 sections by the commercial street, the upper left, upper right, and lower right of the intersection. Guan Yi's car was currently at the modification shop, requiring only a simple upgrade and repair. After picking it up tomorrow morning, she would park it in the parking lot. She planned to park it in the upper right section, closest to the exit. If there were a lot of cars on her way out, she wouldn't have to wait in a long line. I now have 2 zone jump options. I can apply to move to a higher server. Let's say my next server has 100,000 people, but I can apply to move to 200,000. But what are the benefits? Guan Yi went to the cafeteria and grabbed a plate of food. Then, with her drink and food, she returned to the VIP lounge, where she ate while she pondered. Suppose there are 10 servers. I need to successfully enter the service area 9 times before reaching the final Golden City. If, from now on, I request a level skip every time, then I'd be able to reach the Golden City on my 4th try. Reducing the number of server entries greatly increases survival chances. After all, as the saying goes, if you walk by the river often, you inevitably get your feet wet. But then again, entering fewer dungeons means fewer avenues for accumulating wealth. While others have accumulated enough items for 9 dungeons, I only have 6. I saved 3 dungeons worth of difficulty, and also 3 dungeons worth of training. What if some intelligence was found on the server I skipped? So difficult. Guan Yi hesitated for a long time before finally deciding to give it a try. She had to see the difficulty and the effects for herself. She had to use the items when they were needed, otherwise it would be a real headache to constantly worry about them. To use the priority right, you need to register and then wait for notification. Guan Yi had always thought the priority right was a non-binding qualification, otherwise she wouldn't be able to get it back. After receiving it, she discovered it was actually a non-binding physical item. Guan Yi could transfer it if she wanted, simply giving it to the person. Only after flipping the register button would it become bound. Guan Yi only wanted to use one, keeping the other for now, in case she lost her advantage on the new server and failed to win the new championship. Also, Guan Yi wanted to see if this item only had the effect of skipping levels. Hearing others say it wouldn't work, she had to try it herself to find out. Compared to items that could skip levels, the chief pilot's gold medal was purely decorative. Guan Yi spread her palm and placed the 2 medals side by side. 2 short red ribbons fluttered beneath each of the small golden sun medals, creating a very delicate and lovely look. I feel like I could fit 5 of them in one hand. This thing is so small. Like a car badge, the medallion has a built-in suction effect on the back, allowing it to be attached anywhere. Only the person who attached it can remove it, so it can be left outside the car without risk of theft. However, Guan Yi didn't want to draw attention to herself. If she encountered another car brawl, she had no doubt that those with medallions would be targeted first. It's like playing werewolf. The smartest and most skilled deductive person always gets picked off first. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a rule against consecutive first kills on the same person. After viewing all the belated rewards, Guan Yi had finally eaten and drunk her fill, and checked the VIP area's directions. She decided to explore on her own, primarily looking for the wall-selling limited edition licenses. Then, downstairs, Guan Yi met a young woman wearing a bucket hat. She looked to be in her early 20s. But perhaps, she just reached adulthood when she was dragged to this haunted place. The woman had fair skin, was short, and had a scorpion tail braid that barely reached her shoulders. She smiled at Guan Yi as he emerged from the elevator and extended her right hand. Hello. I'm Feng Buting. Guan Yi raised an eyebrow and shook her hand. Hello. I'm Guan Yi. I knew you were Guan Yi. You were the only one who could have gotten here before me. Feng Buting smiled happily. What a coincidence. We were on the same server last time, and we're on this one too. I was trying to find you before, but unfortunately, I didn't see you. Me? Guan Yi was a little confused by what she meant. Honestly, she was a little too excited, even a little overexcited. This was quite different from the prevailing attitude of most people. Yes, I'm looking for you. Feng Buting nodded heavily, then pointed outside the lounge. Want to go to the snack street? The night vision is so realistic, I've been wanting to try it for a while. Thank you, but no thanks. Guan Yi shook her head and declined. There's a buffet on the 2nd floor. I just ate. If you need anything, just tell me. Is that so? Feng Buting looked a little disappointed. Your live stream is called watching the scenery on the road, listening to the wind, right? I'm a fan. I've been following you since you did the episode featuring the food and scenery of my hometown. Guan Yi was a little surprised. She knew 1 million people were a lot, but she had never thought she'd meet a fan here, since she never showed her face during her live streams. If Feng Buting recognized her just from her hands, which were often on camera, he'd be incredibly talented. Thinking of this, Guan Yi subconsciously glanced down at her arms. They didn't have any noticeable features. Are you wondering how I recognized you? Feng Buting seemed pleased with Guan Yi's reaction, his beautiful fox eyes narrowing in a smile. Of course it's because... Guan Yi tilted her head. Feng Buting, I'm a little pervert. Guan Yi, ? Chapter 60. After Feng Buting finished speaking, he lifted his chin triumphantly, as if completing some carefully prepared entrance line, his eyes flickering with cunning. Guan Yi paused. So, should I turn around and leave now? Don't go. Feng Buting purred his voice, coquettishly addressing Guan Yi. I'm truly a fan. I was just joking. Guan Yi didn't fully believe Feng Buting's words. He had warned others in the chat channel, agreed with her, and conducted transactions in a disciplined manner. There was nothing perverted about him. But Guan Yi also didn't believe he was joking, as she claimed. Then how did you recognize me? Guan Yi said calmly, I don't recall ever showing my face or posting any photos online. If you don't want to tell me, just tell me directly. Don't use words like little pervert or anything like that. Knowing the name was understandable, Guan Yi was a serious travel blogger, and her real name was on her homepage. But being able to identify with the real person was a bit unusual. Okay, don't be angry. I won't make a fuss. Feng Buting subsided his excitement. Although he still smiled, he no longer gave off that strange vibe. We actually met once before, but you probably didn't notice me. I was standing not far behind you when you were filming in Hohu. Guan Yi lowered her eyes. Although the chances were slim, it was a real possibility. Feng Buting twisted his fingers around the end of his scorpion tail braid and said with a grin, Oh, don't be so serious. I really do like you. Guan Yi sighed, What do you like about me? Feng Buting suddenly leaned over, half raising his head to look at Guan Yi. Are you going to tell me what I like about you, and then you change? Guan Yi shook her head, No. What you like is your business. Why should I change myself for others? I know it. Feng Buting clapped his hands. That's just how I like you. You run around and see the world, and I feel like I'm going with you. Then why don't you go and see for yourself? Guan Yi felt as if she had grasped something, but she wasn't sure, so she could only test it. Of course it's because I'm not just a little pervert, I'm also a little paralyzed. Feng Buting was still smiling, her cheeks flushed slightly, and her body trembled slightly uncontrollably, as if she was trying hard to suppress her excitement. Others fear death, I fear waking up. Reality requires me to lie down, but here I can run without restraint. Look, don't my legs look good? Guan Yi subconsciously glanced at Feng Buting's legs. He was wearing shorts, and his legs looked very healthy. It's pretty good. Guan Yi nodded. Right, I think so too. Feng Buting caressed himself lovingly. Outside, it's so skinny and dry. It's useless except for making me angry. With these words, Guan Yi was certain that the other person was one of the few people who benefited from the game. When I was lying in bed with nothing to do, I watched a lot of videos. It's strange, we're both travel bloggers, but I only like you. Guan Yi accepted this affection calmly, not wanting to ask for the reason. Thank you for your love. Let's complete it together. Okay, let's stick with it. Feng Buting nimbly stepped over a protruding tile, her movements as light as a cat's. You win and I win too. Let's clear this level together. It must be said that after all the excitement, Feng Buting remained a fairly normal girl, at least when it came to discussing serious matters. The fact that she emerged second out of 50,000 people, arriving just after Guan Yi, was enough to prove that Feng Buting must have a hidden card of her own. Guan Yi didn't ask, and he had no intention of revealing it. The two of them tacitly avoided discussing hidden cards, and focused instead on speculation about the game. They feel very alive. Feng Buting bit into a skewer of grilled squid. They don't look like statistics. Guan Yi nodded. I always felt they weren't. Whether it was the mother and daughter they first met at the 7th station, or Old Gun number 1 and number 2, or even the Squirrel Courier, they were all capable of independent thought. Combined with the contents of the memory fragment, Guan Yi was more inclined to believe that something was wrong with this world, and that the NPCs were its native inhabitants. Feng Buting finished his squid, dropped the bamboo skewers into a nearby bamboo basket, then pulled out a bag and shoved it towards Guan Yi. Here's a gift. Feng Buting then stood up and replaced her bucket hat, which had been lying on the bench, on her head. The brim of the hat pressed down over her eyebrows, obscuring the emotion in her eyes. I'm leaving now. If we can still be on the same server during our journey. Can I chat with you? Guan Yi had already added Feng Buting as a friend while shopping earlier, and nodded, sure. Guan Yi occasionally felt the urge to chat with someone. If they could finally get together on the next server, she'd have someone to vent about her weirdness. Watching Feng Buting leave, Guan Yi bit into the last piece of meat on the skewer. From the moment she met him to the moment he left, the entire process had been filled with a strange feeling. The meat's cold. Eat more. Despite this, Guan Yi stubbornly swallowed the meat, resolving not to return as a customer. She could rip anyone off, and the buffet in the second-floor VIP lounge was more suitable for her. During her conversation with Feng Buting, her intuition hadn't given her any warning, proving that even if he was hiding something or deceiving her, He held no ill will towards her. That's enough. How can you be so honest with someone in a place like this? Guan Yi complained expertly, then opened the bag Feng Buting had left for her and saw a small, fruit green square box at the bottom. It looks like a jewelry box, huh? Guan Yi opened the box, and inside was a TF card that she was very familiar with. Memory fragment, 023, description, a memory that can be imported into the car system. Number of slots occupied, 0. Cannot be loaded into the storage slot. Wait, 1, so she got it too. Guan Yi murmured. The content of this thing cannot be posted in the chat channel, but before it is imported into the car screen, it is actually a non-binding material and can be traded directly. However, she has never seen similar things in the trading channel. So, is it only available for offline trading? Or is it that everyone who got it is like her and no one wants to sell it? Both possibilities are possible, but Guan Yi is more inclined to the latter. Therefore, Feng Buting's direct gift to her seemed rather odd. The girl didn't seem like someone who wouldn't notice the importance of such news. Forget it, forget it. Since it's been given to me, it's mine. Guan Yi put the card and packaging into her storage compartment. She planned to delve into this matter after returning to the hotel that evening. Now was a perfect time to restock. Having already stocked up on most of her necessities at the previous 7th station, Guan Yi focused on the new shops in this service area. Track Tavern? Let's go in and take a look. Guan Yi didn't drink, but occasionally she'd find a bar she liked while traveling and order a non-alcoholic drink. The moment she pushed the door open, Guan Yi faintly heard some electronic sound, but it lasted only a moment before silence returned to the room. The tavern wasn't large, with a rather retro decor. There were no sofas or booths, only old wooden tables and benches. The bartender stood behind the long counter, his head bent over polishing the glasses lined up on the counter. Behind him were shelves filled with various bottles of alcohol. Perhaps it was still early, so there were only a few customers in the bar. They sat at different tables, their heads down, sipping their drinks, neither talking nor chatting. A melodious folk song blared from the radio perched on the long counter. The lyrics repeated a few lines over and over again. Guan Yi listened for a moment, and determined it was a theme of nostalgia for home and the past. This kind of place was different from a fast food restaurant. Even if it wasn't busy, you usually had to pay to be seated. Guan Yi thought for a moment, then walked to the long counter, tapped the tabletop lightly with her fingers, and asked the bartender, who looked up at her. Any cocktail recommendations? Non-alcoholic ones? The bartender glanced quickly at Guan Yi. Just got back from the foggy area? Want to try the Summer Night Lighthouse? Guan Yi didn't know what the Summer Night Lighthouse was, but that didn't stop her from nodding. One, thank you. The bartender put down the glass he was wiping and began to mix Guan Yi's drink. His movements were skillful and graceful, a perfect example of professionalism. The Summer Night Lighthouse is ready. Please take a seat. Enjoy? The bartender extended his hand to Guan Yi, indicating that she could sit at the empty table. Guan Yi raised an eyebrow. Was the bar only for ordering and not sitting? Or? She glanced sideways at the few people in the restaurant. Was there something special about the table and chairs there? Thank you for the heads up. Guan Yi thanked the bartender, picked up her drink, and sat down at an empty table. She noticed a shallow, round spot on the right side of the table, just the right size for her goblet. The glass was set down, and a small, dark gray radio suddenly appeared on the table. Its casing was covered in scratches, like a relic scavenged from the ruins of a battlefield. Guan Yi tried to tune in, switching from left to right, but the radio was completely silent, not even the crackling sound of electricity. This shouldn't be the case. Guan Yi felt that since this thing had appeared, it must be useful. She couldn't make any sound, perhaps like a puzzle game, missing some crucial clue. What could it be? Guan Yi gradually lowered her gaze, searching for other patterns on the table in the dim light. Sadly, she practically scanned the table with her eyes, but still found nothing. Just as Guan Yi was about to go find the bartender, a guest at another table suddenly picked up his glass, emptied it, and abruptly stood up and left the bar. Guan Yi. I see. When the man passed by, Guan Yi noticed he was wearing Bluetooth headphones. Suddenly realizing what was going on, he quickly pulled his own pair from his stash and put them on. As the prompt sounded, he connected the headset to the radio on the table. Then, Guan Yi heard a strange story about the Black Pine Forest. Guan Yi, ugh!